Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1155 to Chapter 1237. Now, Lu Ming could kill a 7th level spirit god expert by himself. Of course, there was a difference in the strength of the 7th level of the spirit god realm. This person was considered ordinary among the 7th level of the spirit god realm. If he had awakened a bloodline at the 6th level of the divine realm or even a 7th level of the divine realm, or if his mastery of a low-grade divine realm martial skill was higher, he wouldn't have been so easy to kill. As soon as this person was killed by Lu Ming, Xiaowan's demonic chi flew over and enveloped this person. In just a few breaths of time, not even a speck of this person was left. Lu Ming secretly felt pity. If he had devoured a few 7th level spirit gods, his cultivation would have improved rapidly. However, Xiaowan's recovery was the key. If Xiaowan's cultivation recovered completely, no, he didn't need to recover completely. As long as he recovered to the level of an ordinary Emperor realm expert, their safety would be guaranteed. Lu Ming, another powerful expert, is here. This time, it's a perfected spirit god. We can't deal with him. Let's find a place to hide first. We'll come out after I've cultivated the Divine Gate 9 seals. Xiaowan sensed for a moment and said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and turned towards the south. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Not long after Lu Ming left, an extremely powerful aura appeared at the place where the battle had taken place. This person sensed carefully and frowned as he muttered, Junior Brother Wan and the others' auras are here. But judging from the remnant auras, they should have fallen. Lu Ming actually has such a powerful method to kill a 7th level spirit god? This person muttered to himself and then looked towards the south. A fiery light flashed in his eyes as he chased towards the south. Lu Ming flew for more than 100,000 miles and saw a huge lake. He dashed into it and a long spear appeared in his hands. The long spear spun and pierced through the mud and rocks at the bottom of the lake, heading underground. At the same time, under the cover of Lu Ming's earth concept, the speed at which Lu Ming penetrated the rocks underground was extremely fast. In a short while, he had penetrated 100 miles underground. At the same time, the rocks behind him merged together again as if no one had passed through. This Heavenly Secret Instruments projection is really amazing. It can still merge deep underground. Lu Ming frowned as he looked at the Heavenly Secret Instruments projection above his head and continued to rush underground. After a few breaths, he went down another 100 miles. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the mountain and river diagram. Once he entered the diagram, Lu Ming, he looked up, he let out a long breath. The projection above his head, the Heavenly Secret Instruments projection, was finally isolated. The mountain and river diagram was indeed a legendary heavenly abode treasure. It seemed to be of a higher level than the Xie family's Heavenly Secret Instrument. It had successfully blocked the projection of the Heavenly Secret Instrument. Deep underground, the Heavenly Secret Art. The Heavenly Secret Instrument Spirit Xianxia Instrument, but the Light Heavenly Secret Instrument the Spirit of the Heavenly Divine Soul Instrument Dao Ming Xia. Heavenly Spirit God Instrument Heavens' Instruments Heavenly Chi Chi's Instrument. Heavens, why did the disc array lose its connection to the Divine Secret Instrument? That shouldn't be the case. The Celestial Fate Apparatus is the most mysterious treasure of the Xie clan. Even if it's hidden underground, it should still be able to sense it. Could it be that the Xie clan has suddenly stopped operating it? The man frowned, and all sorts of thoughts appeared in his mind as he looked around. In the mountain river diagram, Xianxia sat cross-legged under the tree of enlightenment and cultivated quietly. Lu Ming came to Xianxia's side. Enlightenment ancient tree? You even have an enlightenment ancient tree? Xiaowan's figure appeared. Looking at the tree of enlightenment with 3 leaves, he was shocked. The mountain and river diagram, the tree of enlightenment, both of them were legendary treasures, yet Lu Ming had both of them. Even the chaotic demon emperor was shocked. Although Xiaowan was incomparably powerful back then and his name shook the world, he did not possess such a treasure. They were all obtained in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming casually found an excuse. What he said was half true. The mountain and river diagram was indeed obtained in the Battle of Providence, but the Tree of Enlightenment was not. It was spewed out from the divine gate. Kid, you're really lucky. Many people have participated in the Battle of Providence. I also participated in it back then, but I've never heard of anyone who could obtain such a treasure. Xiaoluan said, his eyes still filled with surprise. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. Alright, I'll start comprehending the Divine Gate's 9 seals now. With the help of your Tree of Enlightenment, I'll definitely be able to cultivate faster. With that, Xiaoluan also sat cross-legged under the Tree of Enlightenment. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged at the side, quietly comprehending the concept. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this time, Xiaoluan ended his cultivation. Lu Ming also sensed it and ended his cultivation. He said, Senior, are you done cultivating? Xiaoluan nodded and said, the initial cultivation was successful, but it will still take some time to cultivate to greater mastery. The Divine Gate's 9 seals is indeed mysterious. Now go out, I'll help you seal it and try. Lu Ming nodded and with a thought, he came out of the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he came out of the mountain and river diagram, the Divine Secret Instrument's projection condensed above his head again. Divine Gate's 9 seals, seal. Xiaoluan's hands continuously formed seals. In the next moment, sealing doors appeared around Lu Ming. There were a total of 4 sealing doors in 4 directions, appearing in the 4 directions of the Divine Secret Instrument's projection. The light was resplendent, enveloping the Divine Secret Instrument's projection within. Seal! Xiaoluan shouted again, and the power of the seal erupted. The 4 light doors pressed down and finally gathered together to form a light door. The Divine Secret Instrument's projection also disappeared without a trace. Hide! Xiaoluan groaned once again. The remaining light door shuddered violently and disappeared too. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. As expected of Xiaoluan, a top-tier martial dominator realm expert. His comprehension was too outstanding. Previously, Lu Ming had spent 3 days to barely succeed in forming a single sealing door. On the other hand, Xiaoluan had only spent 3 days to form 4 sealing doors, and he was able to use them more skillfully than Lu Ming. The higher one's cultivation was, the deeper one's understanding of martial arts would be, allowing them to learn various secret techniques and martial skills at a faster pace. Lu Ming, given my current cultivation level, the gate of sealing that I cast can only seal you for 3 hours. After 3 hours, the Heavenly Secret Instrument's projection will break through the seal. By then, you will have to seal it again. Xiaoluan said. 3 hours, that's enough. Lu Ming let out a smile. His appearance began to change, and even his aura began to change too. Following this, he dashed toward the ground. Within a certain distance from Lu Ming, many experts were searching for Lu Ming. Previously, there was news that Lu Ming had appeared here. Naturally, it attracted many powerful figures. Apart from the experts of the Tianwu Sword sect, there were also experts from the Royal Xia clan, and even experts from other factions such as the Cold Blood Hall and the Heavenly Eagle Fortress. What's going on? The Celestial Secret Instrument is still working, but it can't sense Lu Ming's Celestial Secret Instrument projection? What kind of treasure does this guy have to block the projection of the Heavenly Fate apparatus? Ordinary treasures with internal dimensions can't block the projection at all. Does Lu Ming have something more advanced than the Celestial Secret Instrument? Some people guessed, and the greed in their eyes burned even hotter. If they killed Lu Ming, not only would they be rewarded with a priceless tribulation transcendence heavenly treasure from the royal family, but they would also be able to obtain the treasures on Lu Ming's body. This made everyone's hearts burn with excitement. There's a reaction. The formation plate is reacting. Suddenly, someone shouted. There's really a reaction. The projection of the Celestial Secret Instrument has reappeared. Lu Ming has appeared. He's still in this area. He's tens of thousands of miles to the south. Let's go. Sensing the reaction of the formation plates in their hands, they rushed to the south. But after a few breaths, they all stopped. What's going on? The formation plate's reaction has disappeared again. What's going on? Damn it. At this moment, their formation plates had lost connection with the projection of the Celestial Secret Instrument. Whatever, he's in the south anyway. Many powerhouses flew in the direction that they had sensed earlier. Very soon, many people appeared near the lake where Lu Ming had been sent underground. They began to search for him. So many people have come. The Imperial Xia family, the Sky Martial Sword sect, the Cold Blood Hall, the Ji family. In the crowd, a dark-skinned man looked around with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This man was Lu Ming in disguise. Earlier, he had disguised himself and rushed out of the ground. Soon after, he found a large number of experts coming. He took the opportunity to blend in with them and inquire about some information. Lu Ming had changed his aura with his illusion breath, so these people could not recognize him at all. Thus, Lu Ming successfully obtained a lot of important information. The Imperial Xia family is really generous. They even gave out a heavenly treasure. But then again, the chaotic Sky Emperor has reappeared. The Imperial Xia family is probably starting to panic. Lu Ming thought to himself. Senior, since there are so many tonics here, why don't we find a chance to kill some of them? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xiaoluan. Haha, that's exactly what I want. Let's leave this place and find someone who's alone. Xiaoluan laughed and his voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. The experts here searched the surroundings. After failing to find Lu Ming, they dispersed in all directions. Lu Ming swept his gaze and followed behind a few powerful figures from the Tianwu sword sect. Among the 3 experts, 2 were LV7 Spirit God Realm and 1 were on the 6th level. After flying a distance away, the 3 of them stopped and turned to look at Lu Ming. Brother, why have you been following the 3 of us? What do you want? One of the experts at the 7th level of the Spirit God Realm asked with a slightly cold gaze. They had long sensed that Lu Ming was following them. However, the aura that Lu Ming revealed was only at the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. They did not care about it at all. However, after being followed for such a long distance, they revealed a murderous intent in their hearts. Haven't you been looking for me? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his voice became younger. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. You're Lu Ming? One of them shouted coldly. Clang! 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 3 sword chimes sounded and 3 sword lights soared into the sky. Kill! Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them and charged over. At the same time, Xiaoluan appeared and pounced on them. Xiaoluan's strength had recovered a little after absorbing 2 LV7 Spirit God Realm experts. It was easier for him to deal with LV7 Spirit God Realm experts. For sealing gates appeared, locking down the 3 experts of the Celestial Martial Sword faction. Lu Ming killed one of them with a palm strike. The other 2 were killed by Xiaoluan before they were enveloped by demonic qi. 3 storage rings flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed them and put them away. After a few breaths, the 3 Sky Martial Sword sect experts disappeared without a trace. The demonic qi on Xiaoluan's body grew stronger and rolled continuously. Xiaoluan's muscles were wriggling and filled with demonic radiance. He was like a supreme demon god, exuding a terrifying aura. It feels good. My immortal demon body has recovered a little, but it's still far from it. Let's continue. Demonic light flashed in Xiaoluan's eyes as if an unparalleled demon god was about to awaken. All right. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. Now that he and Xiaoluan were on the same boat, the stronger Xiaoluan was, the better it was for him. Thereafter, Lu Ming left the place and targeted 2 experts from Cold Blood Hall. They were also LV7 Spirit God Realm experts, but they were easily killed by Lu Ming. The hunt continued. Lu Ming disguised himself so that no one could see through him. Lu Ming specifically targeted those experts who were alone or in groups of 2 or 3. They were all easily killed by Xiaoluan and became his nourishment. Many experts had come to this territory. They came from various overlord forces and even some second-tier forces. Of course, not all forces came. For example, the Imperial Xia family's greatest enemy, the heaven-guarding divine army, did not send anyone. Also, the Floating Mountain sect and the World Academy did not send anyone either. Apart from a few overlord forces who did not send anyone over, Lu Ming discovered people from 10 overlord forces. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. He took Xiaoluan and killed them one by one. Slowly, Xiaoluan's strength grew stronger. He could kill a LV7 Spirit God Realm expert in the beginning, then easily kill an LV8 Spirit God Realm expert, then LV9 Spirit God Realm expert. 3 hours later, the effect of the seal was over. Lu Ming found a secluded place and asked Xiaowan to seal it again. Whoosh whoosh, Xiaowan's demonic chi surged. After absorbing a LV9 Spirit God Realm expert, his demonic chi reached a terrifying level. His demonic body, in particular, was like a demonic weapon that emitted a terrifying aura. Immortal demon body, an Emperor Realm expert was completely different from a Spirit God Realm expert. An Emperor Realm expert's intent transformed into a domain, and their bloodline condensed into a spirit body. Both were terrifyingly powerful. A spirit body had already surpassed the mortal body and possessed the might to destroy the world. Even if an Emperor Realm expert did not rely on a domain, he could easily kill anyone below the Emperor Realm with just his spirit body. Xiaowan's immortal demon body was a type of spirit body. It was a tyrannical and extremely powerful spirit body. Xiaowan's spirit body had almost collapsed because he was suppressed by the health-suppressing steel's fragment for 30,000 years. Now, he was slowly condensing it back. Lu Ming, how about we do something big? Xiaowan's eyes were filled with dense demonic chi. Do something big? How? Lu Ming was very tempted. Previously, they had killed many experts. Although the flesh, true essence, and blood essence of those experts had all become Xiaowan's nourishment and Lu Ming did not obtain a trace of it, Xiaowan did not want those storage rings and gave them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was rich now, so he was naturally tempted. Kill a group of people with a formation. Not only was Xiaowan's martial arts cultivation extremely strong, but he was also invincible among the emperors of the divine wilderness continent. His path of inscription was not weak either. He had reached the peak of the 8th level, which was the perfect stage of the spirit god realm. Now, he wanted to find a place to set up a peerless formation and kill a group of powerhouses at once. Especially those at the perfect stage of the spirit god realm. Of course, Lu Ming agreed to it wholeheartedly. The two of them chose a secluded canyon. This canyon had a wide and majestic view. Lu Ming came here, and Xiaowan began to inscribe the formation. At first, it was an illusion formation that was used to hide their figures and other formations at the same time. After the illusion formation was the killing formation. Xiaowan kept waving his hands, and lines of inscriptions entered the ground around the canyon. No, your formation isn't powerful enough. It's not that easy to kill a perfect stage spirit god realm powerhouse. On his shoulder, Dandan stood with both legs and looked at Xiaowan inscribing the formation as if he was giving advice. Xiaowan was a little curious. He looked at Dandan, pondered for a moment, and said, "My formation should have no problem killing less than 3 perfect stage spirit gods." Bullsh *T. Dandan put his hands on his hips and scolded directly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This guy was probably looking for a beating by scolding Xiaowan like this. Xiaowan raised his eyebrows, and a powerful aura spread out. However, in the next moment, his aura was restrained. Dandan was also shocked at first. He grabbed Lu Ming with his claws. When Xiaowan's aura was restrained, Dandan secretly let out a long breath. Let me tell you, although your formation can kill less than 3 perfect stage spirit gods, it will definitely take some time. If you don't succeed in a short time and attract supreme stage powerhouses, then we can only run. Dandan continued to put on a smug look. Xiaowan frowned. Dandan was right. His formation could indeed kill less than 3 perfect stage spirit gods, but it would indeed take some time. Kid, you're still too inexperienced when it comes to spell formations in front of me. Let me teach you. Dandan rushed out arrogantly and began to wave above the formation that Xiaowan had inscribed. Lines of inscriptions appeared, but they didn't merge with Xiaowan's inscriptions. They just marked there. Inscribe your own inscriptions according to the inscriptions I inscribed. This way, the power of your formation will be doubled. Dandan mumbled to himself as he continued to carve. Xiaowan read carefully, and when he reached the end, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He realized that the inscriptions that Dandan had pointed out and carved were very magical. If they were added to his formation, it would indeed increase the power of his formation by a large margin. It would be more than enough to double its power. Lu Ming, this little turtle of yours is no small matter. It has an unusual background. Xiaowan looked at Lu Ming, and the surprise in his eyes was even stronger. After a short period of time together, he realized that he couldn't see through Lu Ming anymore. He had a big secret. Although his cultivation was still weak, his future was boundless and unpredictable. What little turtle? Kid, its background is very unusual. You're right. I'm one of the top 10 battle beasts. Dandan's ears were very sharp. It heard him from afar and became even more complacent. It spoke to Xiaowan in a tone of lecturing a junior. What? Top 10 battle beasts? You're one of the top 10 battle beasts? Xiaowan's pupils suddenly widened, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Senior, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy just likes to brag. Lu Ming hurriedly said, and then pretended not to care and asked, Senior, you know the top 10 battle beasts? What are the top 10 battle beasts? I'm not very sure. It's just that when I left the divine wilderness continent and went overseas, I heard about it once. It said that the top 10 battle beasts are the 10 most powerful creatures in this world. Each of them has the power to destroy heaven and earth. Emperors are like ants in front of them. They can even easily kill saints. They're extremely terrifying. There are even legends that some of the top 10 battle beasts don't come from our world, but from another world. It said that your 9 dragons bloodline is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 dragons. They can easily kill saints? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. There were also some that came from another world. Lu Ming thought of the heaven realm. Because Dandan was spat out from the divine gate, Lu Ming speculated that the other side of the divine gate was the heaven realm. Alright, I've added the inscriptions that need to be added. Kid, inscribe according to the trajectory that I've carved. The power of the formation will definitely increase by a lot. Dandan flew back and landed on Lu Ming's body again. Xiaowan sized up Dandan seriously. Without saying anything, he flew out and began inscribing according to the trajectory that Dandan had carved. Dandan, don't mention that you're one of the top 10 battle beasts in front of others in the future. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan, reminding Dandan. In the divine wilderness continent, it seemed that no one knew much about the top 10 battle beasts. Even the chaotic sky divine emperor Xiaowan had only heard of them overseas. Fortunately, Dandan was hooting all day long, so no one cared too much. If Lu Ming's cultivation was strong in the future and he broke through to the martial emperor realm and went overseas, Dandan's hooting would probably be targeted by others. According to Xiaowan, the top 10 battle beasts were existences that could easily kill saints. They were supreme treasures in themselves. If others knew about it, how could they not be tempted and coveted? Alright, I'll speak less. Dandan was very smart. It had obviously thought of this point and it muttered. Xiaowan spent a whole day inscribing the formation. During this time, Dandan would point out any inadequacies. Xiaowan did as he was told. After a day, the formation was completed. Then, it was time to attract people. However, first, they had to check if there were any martial saints. If they attracted martial saints, they would be in danger, let alone kill others. Lu Ming disguised himself and wandered around the area. He checked and asked if there were any martial saints. After confirming that there were no martial saints, Lu Ming returned to the place where he had set up the formation and waited quietly. Soon, the energy of the sealed door was exhausted and the projection of the divine secret instrument appeared again. At this moment, everyone who had a formation plate within 1,000,000 miles reacted at the same time. Light spots appeared on the formation plates again. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming has appeared. Damn it, he has been appearing and disappearing from time to time. Now he's doing this again. Is he playing with us? If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Those powerhouses really couldn't hold back their anger, cursing and swearing. However, they still rushed toward the direction shown by the formation plates. Hey, this time, Lu Ming did not disappear. The formation plates are still showing. If that's the case, he would have disappeared in a short while before, but he hasn't disappeared yet. I guess Lu Ming used some method to conceal the aura of the divine secret instrument's projection. He can't hide it anymore. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air above the canyon. Above his head, the divine secret instrument's projection rotated slowly, emitting a mysterious wave. Xiaoluan floated beside Lu Ming. It's about time. All of a sudden, Xiaoluan shouted. He constantly condensed seals with both hands and 4 doors of seals appeared, sealing the projection of the heavenly secret instrument. He then dashed into the canyon and dug a huge hole with his spear. Lu Ming dashed tens of miles underground and spread his spiritual senses. Swoosh! 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 Figures appeared one after another and floated around the canyon, emitting powerful auras. The weakest was a LV6 spirit god, while the strongest had earth-shattering auras. They were all perfected spirit god experts. They were all dressed differently. Some wore white swordsman robes and were mostly experts from the Sky Martial Sword sect. Some wore red robes and were experts from the Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual senses and found that most of the experts were from the Sky Martial Sword sect, the Cold Blood Hall, and the Imperial Xia family. What's going on? Why did the Divine Secret Instrument's projection disappear again? Is the Divine Secret Instrument's projection useful or not? Damn it, the formation disk showed that it was nearby. Why did it suddenly disappear again? Lu Ming must be in the vicinity. He must be hiding somewhere. Let's surround this area. Let's see how long he can hide. The experts spoke one after another. Their figures flickered as they surrounded the area. There are so many experts. How much wealth do they have in their storage rings? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a blazing light. Xiaoluan also spread out his spiritual senses and sensed carefully. 4 perfected spirit gods, 9 LV9 spirit gods, and no supremes. That's enough. With these supplements, I'm confident that I can fight against a supremes. Xiaoluan whispered and revealed a cold look. Lu Ming, I'm going to release a bit of the seal now. Xiaoluan said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Xiaoluan formed a seal and released a bit of the door of seals. Buzz, immediately, the Heavenly Secrets Instrument's projection began to ripple. At this moment, near the Great Canyon, the formation discs in the hands of the experts moved, all of them pointing in the same direction, towards the Great Canyon. He appeared. Lu Ming has appeared. He's in that canyon. He should be hiding underground in the canyon, using a secret technique to hide the fluctuations of the divination apparatus's projection. Now, he can't hide it any longer and is about to reveal himself. Kill. Lu Ming is mine. It's mine. One by one, the experts roared and unleashed their powerful auras. Their eyes were red as they charged towards the canyon. If he killed Lu Ming, he would be able to obtain a tribulation transcending heavenly treasure. This temptation was too great. At least a few dozen experts at the 6th level of the spirit god realm and above charged into the canyon. At the same time, a series of attacks exploded towards the ground, wanting to force Lu Ming out of the ground. All of you, die. Xiaoluan's eyes were cold as he waved his hands. In the canyon, countless inscriptions flickered and a peerless killing formation appeared. Soaring murderous intent filled the air. Terrifying sword chi appeared, destroying the attacks of these experts. The terrifying aura of the grand formation caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Even their souls were trembling. Oh no, it's a peerless killing formation. We've been tricked. Retreat, retreat, retreat. These experts had gone mad and were fleeing madly towards the outside. However, it was too late. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying sword chi was moving at a speed that was beyond what the naked eye could see. Shrill cries resounded out densely as those experts at the 9th level of the spirit god realm and below were instantly annihilated, causing their blood and chi to shoot into the sky. Even if it was 9 9th level spirit god realm experts, they were unable to resist for a few breaths of time before being annihilated one by one. In the end, only 4 experts of the perfect spirit god realm were left. Let's join forces and charge out. We've been tricked. Lu Ming has the help of experts. We've been tricked. We've been tricked by the Imperial family. The 4 experts of the perfect spirit god realm wanted to join forces and charge out. However, this formation had been improved by Dandan and was extremely powerful. The 4 experts of the perfect spirit god realm tried their best to charge out, but they realized in despair that they couldn't charge out at all. The four of them didn't persist for long before their defenses were broken by the peerlessly sharp sword Qi. Thousands of swords pierced their hearts and they died on the spot. Dozens of experts above the 6th level of the spirit god realm were annihilated. It was a great loss for a power with a perfect spirit god realm expert dying. A perfect spirit god realm expert was an existence second only to an exalted being. No power would have too many of them, so the death of one was a great loss. Bang! Lu Ming charged towards the ground and reached the ground in an instant. As soon as he reached the ground, Xiao Wan turned into a ball of demonic qi and enveloped the expert's corpse. "Senior, leave a few for me," Lu Ming shouted. He was envious when he saw so many spirit god realm experts, especially those who cultivated the earth concept. Lu Ming dashed toward the few experts who had cultivated the earth concept. Xiao Wan intended to let Lu Ming obtain some benefits. He didn't touch the few people that Lu Ming took a fancy to. The others were all enveloped by demonic qi and became Xiao Wan's nourishment. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons bloodline and charged towards an expert at the 8th level of the spirit god realm. He opened his mouth and sucked. Devouring power erupted and devoured the expert's true essence, blood essence, and concept runes. After that, Lu Ming charged towards another expert and continued to devour. Lu Ming had devoured 3 experts from the 8th level of the spirit god realm. They were all experts who cultivated the earth concept. After devouring 3 experts, the 9 dragons bloodline swelled and was filled with boundless and terrifying energy. Xiao Wan didn't take the storage rings of those experts. They all flew towards Lu Ming and were put away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. So many experts, how much wealth do they have? Lu Ming, let's go. Let's leave this place first. Demonic qi surged around Xiao Wan as he wrapped Lu Ming and flew towards the distance. He believed that the commotion here would soon be known by others, and would definitely attract powerful experts. Xiao Wan took Lu Ming and flew 1,000 miles in an instant. Soon, they flew several million miles. Lu Ming charged into the belly of a huge mountain and entered the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and started to refine the energy he had just devoured. The energy of 3 8th level spirit god realm experts was too vast and boundless. It was constantly converted into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation started to rise rapidly. Mid-3rd level spirit god realm, late 3rd level spirit god realm, concept runes were also constantly refined. Before long, Lu Ming's earth concept smoothly broke through the bottleneck and charged into the 4th level of the initial stage. It was even slowly rising. Moreover, some of them had comprehended the concept of fire. This allowed Lu Ming's concept of fire to rise a little. As for the blood essence of the 3 experts, Lu Ming used it all to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Before long, the 8th golden chakra appeared on the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. At first, it was still a little dim, but it slowly became resplendent. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally finished refining the blood essence of the 3 8th level spirit god realm experts. A powerful aura rippled out from Lu Ming's body. It was several times stronger than before. With the breakthrough of the earth concept, Lu Ming's 5 concepts had reached the 4th level. Therefore, he relied on the huge amount of energy he devoured to break through and enter the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming's strength had increased by a large margin. Lu Ming put away the 9 dragons bloodline and opened his eyes. He saw Xiao Wan not far away, looking at him in surprise. The 9 dragons bloodline is indeed magical and heaven-defying. Xiao Wan sighed. The reason why he could constantly improve his strength with the nourishment of experts was that he had already reached his original realm. However, he had been suppressed for many years and was relatively weak. He needed the blood essence of experts to recover. He was only recovering, but Lu Ming was improving and breaking through. There was no comparison at all. "Senior, how much strength have you recovered?" Lu Ming changed the topic and asked. "With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to fight against a supreme being," Xiao Wan said. "You can fight against a supreme being?" Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The stronger Xiao Wan was now, the better it would be for him. "Senior, do you still want to do something big?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was a little restless. Didn't the experts of the Overlord forces want to kill him? Then, he would kill them back. The key was that Xiaowan didn't seem to care about their storage rings, but Lu Ming needed them. Although Lu Ming hadn't checked the contents of those storage rings, they were all experts at the 6th level of the spirit god realm and above. The value of the items inside would definitely be shocking. Lu Ming's heart was burning. Haha, your thoughts coincide with mine. I happen to want to do something big too. Xiaowan laughed loudly, arrogant and overbearing. Senior, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill the enemy with the formation a second time. The others will definitely be on guard after seeing the traces of the previous battle. It will be difficult to do it again. Lu Ming frowned and thought about how to do something big. It's fine. Let's change the method. Isn't there a Sky Martial Sword Sex branch nearby? Let's destroy this branch directly. Moreover, I can sense something I need in this branch. Xiaowan spoke with a trace of hope in his eyes. Attacking the Sky Martial Sword Factions division? Senior, I'm afraid there's a supreme being in charge of this division. Lu Ming said with a serious expression. Although Xiaowan had the strength to fight against a martial saint, the martial saint of the Sky Martial Sword sect was in charge of the sect and had the geographical advantage. It was not easy to kill him. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life. If my strength is a little stronger, then I'm confident. There's something very important to me in that division. If I can get it, my strength will definitely recover quickly. At that time, I won't have to hide anymore. Xiaowan frowned. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his palm glowed and a small pagoda appeared in his hand. Sovereign Spirit Weapon. When he saw the small pagoda, Xiaowan's eyes were filled with brilliant light. Senior, if I lend you this Sovereign Spirit Weapon for the time being, are you confident? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Although this Emperor tier spirit weapon doesn't match my attribute and I can't fully display its power, it's still an Emperor tier spirit weapon after all. It's enough to increase my strength by a large amount. It's enough to attack that branch. Xiaowan said. Alright, I'll lend it to you. Lu Ming waved his hand and the small pagoda flew to Xiaowan. If he didn't make a decision, he would suffer instead. Now that Xiaowan was temporarily attached to him, he wouldn't be able to hide many of his secrets from Xiaowan. Therefore, he might as well reveal them openly and use Xiaowan's strength to gain benefits for himself. Ha ha ha, great. Then let's turn the world upside down. Xiaowan laughed and refined the small pagoda. He then left the mountain river diagram with Lu Ming and flew towards the north. Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the north, there was a Sky Martial Sword Factions division in a desolate mountain. Xiaowan sensed it when Lu Ming and the others passed by earlier. Soon, a sword peak appeared in front of them. The peak was like a sword that could reach the sky. Even from afar, they could feel a powerful sword aura emanating from it. There seemed to be a demonic light shining in Xiaowan's eyes as if he could see through everything. The Sky Martial Sword Factions division isn't simple. They seem to be secretly researching something related to demons. Xiaowan muttered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Sky Martial Sword faction was actually researching something related to demons. Therefore, Xiaowan chose this place. Whoosh, Xiaowan took Lu Ming and took a step forward, appearing above the Tongtian Sword Peak. Who is it? This place is assigned by the Celestial Martial Sword faction. All of you, scram. As soon as they appeared, the experts on the Heavenspan sword sensed their presence, and they let out a shout filled with killing intent. I'm the one who will kill you. Xiaowan said coldly. A small red pagoda appeared in his hand and expanded rapidly. In the end, it turned into a giant pagoda that was comparable to the sword peak. There was a blazing aura emanating from it and a layer of light shrouded it. It was red in color and emitted a shocking temperature. Is this a domain? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. An emperor's intent evolved into a domain. An emperor's spiritual weapon also contained a domain. It was extremely terrifying. Flame domain. Not good. It's an emperor. An emperor is attacking. Activate the formation. Activate the formation. The moment the emperor's spiritual weapon appeared, chaos broke out on the sword peak. Terrified screams could be heard. Suppress. Xiaoluan waved his hand and rich true yuan poured into the small red pagoda. The small red pagoda then suppressed the sword peak. At that moment, countless inscriptions appeared around the sword peak and formed a large formation. A towering sword chi rushed towards the small red pagoda. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion as the sword chi was destroyed. The giant pagoda suppressed everything and smashed onto the protective formation of the sky martial sword peak. The protective mountain formation shook violently, almost collapsing. Suppress. Xiaoluan shouted and continued to control the giant pagoda to suppress it. This time, there was an earth-shattering explosion as the protective formation of the sky martial sword peak was breached. The protective formation shattered and the giant pagoda slammed onto the mountain peak. The entire sword peak shook violently before it exploded. At this moment, the sword peak was filled with tragic cries. Countless disciples of the celestial martial sword sect were screaming as they were turned into ashes under the horrifying power. Even some high-level spiritual god realm experts vomited mouthfuls of blood and were on the verge of death. Who are you? My sky martial sword sect will kill you. A furious roar sounded as a dazzling sword light shot up from the bottom of the sword peak. It was as if it wanted to split heaven and earth in half. Supreme being, this was a supreme being. The person who will kill you. Demonic chi surged around Xiaoluan's body. He was like a peerless demon god controlling an emperor's spiritual weapon to suppress the other party. At the same time, Xiaoluan took a big step forward. His muscles bulged and a demonic light appeared. It seemed to contain boundless power. Boom! The sky martial sword sect's paragon let out a long roar. His sword might was vast and mighty, shattering the heavens. He slashed out a shocking sword light, slashing onto the huge pagoda, blocking it. However, on the other side, Xiaoluan's demonic fist arrived once again. Boundless sword chi floated around the sky martial sword sect's supreme being. In the end, they converged into a sword. Like a myriad of swords returning to the sect, it pierced towards Xiaoluan. Boom! Xiaoluan's demonic fist slammed into the sword energy, causing the sword energy to tremble violently before finally collapsing. Although the heavenly martial sword sect's Shizun was strong, he had to fend off the sovereign spirit weapon and Xiaoluan. He was already at a disadvantage. Spirit body, you have a spirit body. Are you a ruler? When the opponent saw that Xiaoluan had defeated his sword energy with a single punch, he immediately cried out in fear. Kill! Xiaoluan shouted and strode forward. His demonic fists crushed everything as he punched out. Above, the giant pagoda shook and continued to press down on the other party. The supreme being of the celestial martial sword sect had a look of fear in his eyes as he activated bloodline fusion immediately, transforming into a battle sword. His bloodline was at level 6 of the deity level, comparable to the clan heads of the 6 great ancient aristocratic families of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Performing the bloodline fusion had increased his battle prowess by a level, but Xiaoluan was brave and invincible. His undying demon body was frightening and shocking. If he was at his peak, he could crush an emperor. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the giant pagoda pressed down as well. Within the giant pagoda, the flame domain enveloped the celestial martial sword sect's supreme being, causing him to be suppressed by the terrifying heat. Even though the supreme martial artist of the celestial martial sword sect gave it his all and slashed out waves after waves of shocking sword chi, it was still useless. He was suppressed and gradually lost the ability to fight back. Go quickly and inform the sect master. The sky martial sword sect's supreme being roared. Some high-level domain enlightened spirit gods that hadn't died looked at the battle in the sky with terror. The sky martial sword sect's exalt had actually fallen into a completely disadvantaged position, and he might be defeated at any moment. Go! Someone flew into the distance, wanting to escape and inform the sovereign of the sky martial sword sect. None of you shall leave. Xiaoluan's devilish chi shot into the sky as his fist blasted out, and it pierced through 5,000 kilometers of space. A few domain-enlightened spirit gods were instantly enveloped by the glow of his fist, and they were mercilessly annihilated. Clang! Clang! Then, Xiaoluan's demonic fists continued to bombard the body of the opponent's sword, causing the sky martial sword sect's supreme being to vibrate continuously. Originally, with Xiaoluan's current combat strength, he wasn't inferior to his opponent. Coupled with the assistance of a ruler spirit armament, Xiao Wan's strength far surpassed his opponent's. After more than 10 punches, the sword shattered, revealing the other party's body, which was retreating in horror. Boom, the giant pagoda pressed down, and the other party tried his best to resist, but he was still hit by the giant pagoda and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Wan charged over and punched him in the chest. He screamed in pain as his chest was pierced through. A huge hole appeared and his heart was shattered. His opponent's dantian lit up, and his spiritual divinity rushed out, wanting to escape. However, Xiao Wan reached out and grabbed his opponent's spiritual divinity. With a fierce squeeze, the opponent's spiritual divinity was crushed, turning into energy that was absorbed by Xiao Wan. A supreme was killed by Xiao Wan just like that. Boom, the gigantic pagoda shone brightly as it enveloped the entire Sky Martial Sword sect. The remaining members of the Sky Martial Sword sect were all killed without exception. Xiao Wan turned into demonic qi and enveloped all the experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect, turning them into his nourishment. Leave some for me. Lu Ming flew rapidly, collecting the storage rings one by one. Unfortunately, those experts had all become Xiao Wan's nourishment, leaving nothing for him. Lu Ming lamented. However, he had just devoured 3 8th-level spirit god experts, and there were impurities in them. He needed some time to refine them and stabilize his foundation. If he continued to devour, his foundation might become even more unstable. Thinking of this, Lu Ming felt relieved and continued to collect the storage rings. Soon, all the storage rings were collected by Lu Ming. However, Xiao Wan did not give the supreme storage ring to Lu Ming. He kept it for himself. The supreme's wealth must have tempted him. Boom, Xiao Wan absorbed all the tonics and turned into his human form. He punched the ground, penetrating it. Below the ground, a shocking demonic qi shot up into the sky. It was vast and mighty, and there was a terrifying pressure spreading out. Why do I feel like I'm facing the Demon Emperor? Lu Ming was shocked. Could there be a Demon Emperor hiding under the ground? How could that be possible? As expected, the Sky Martial Sword sect is so ambitious. They are actually refining a demon fetus in secret. Xiao Wan muttered to himself with an ecstatic smile on his face. Senior, what's a demon fetus? Lu Ming came to Xiao Wan's side and looked down. Demonic qi permeated the ground and a tall figure could be vaguely seen in the demonic qi. The demonic qi was coming from that figure. The Sky Martial Sword sect must have obtained the corpse of a fallen demon emperor and refined it with a special method. In the end, they managed to refine it into a powerful existence that will obey the orders of the Sky Martial Sword sect. That existence is the demon fetus. Once it's refined, it will possess strength comparable to an emperor. It seems like the Sky Martial Sword sect is far from complete. Now, it's all mine. Once I refine this demon fetus, my strength will be barely restored to the monarch realm. Xiao Wan laughed and turned into a ball of demonic qi. He flew down and wrapped around the tall figure before starting to refine it. Lu Ming could only wait by the side. Soon, half an hour passed. Rip, high up in the sky, the space was suddenly torn apart. A middle-aged man in a white robe with a sword on his back stepped out of the tear in space. As soon as the middle-aged man stepped out of the tear in space, he looked around. Suddenly, a sword aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world erupted and enveloped the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. An emperor! It's an emperor! Lu Ming's pupils contracted in shock. He knew that the Sky Martial Sword sect's emperor had arrived. He was a sword emperor who could slay the world with his sword. The Sky Martial Sword sect's emperor's gaze fell on Lu Ming. However, it was just a glance before it landed on the ball of demonic qi on the ground. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to destroy a branch of my Sky Martial Sword sect, you can forget about leaving today. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, the Sky Martial Sword sect's emperor slashed out with his palm. A dazzling sword aura slashed towards Xiao Wan. The might of the sword aura was several times stronger than that of the previous supreme being. Haha! How dare a junior act so presumptuously in front of me? A loud laugh came from within the demonic qi. A black fist radiance flew out and clashed with the sword aura. When the fist radiance and the sword aura clashed, it stirred up a boundless energy storm. All the mountains and mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles were swept by the energy storm. They crumbled and exploded into pieces. A single move had destroyed the mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 miles. The battle between emperors was too terrifying. It could even destroy the world. Lu Ming was under the protection of Xiaowan's demonic qi. However, he was still shocked when he felt the might of the battle. The might of an emperor is indeed shocking. It's not something that I can match up to now. Lu Ming thought to himself. Whoosh. Obviously, Xiaowan had recovered a lot and his strength was unfathomable. Clang, a sword chime was heard as the Sky Martial Sword Sect's sovereign unsheathed his sword. The sword chime made Lu Ming's body tremble. He felt his eardrums ringing and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shameless boasting. Die. The Sky Martial Sword Sect's sovereign was overbearing. He took a step forward and it was as though he had turned into a sword. Boundless sword chi flowed around his body. You're just an ordinary sword body. I've killed more than one in the past. Xiaowan's voice was heard. The huge pagoda shook and flew out towards the sovereign. Shush, the sovereign swung his sword and the entire area was split open. A terrifying sword light slashed on the huge pagoda. Its power exploded and broke the flame territory of the huge pagoda, blocking the pagoda. At the same time, a few terrifying sword chi flew towards Xiaowan. Sword territory. Humph. Xiaowan snorted and retracted his demonic qi. Xiaowan's true body was revealed. His body was shining with demonic light as though it contained boundless power. Boom. Boom, he threw out a few punches and clashed with the sovereign's sword chi. A loud explosion was heard and the ground was shaved 100 miles deep by the shockwaves. Bam, the sword chi was defeated, but Xiaowan's body also took a step back, causing the space to explode, revealing a pitch-black space. Xiaowan seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, the sovereign did not continue to attack. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiaowan. You're Xiaowan? The Sky Martial Sword Sect's sovereign spat out a sentence with great difficulty. His voice was filled with disbelief. Back then, Xiaowan rebelled against the royal family and started a great war with the royal family. Many forces had participated in that war and had witnessed Xiaowan's unparalleled demonic qi. There were portraits of Xiaowan in many overlord forces. Many of those portraits were drawn by the sovereigns. They could even feel Xiaowan's demonic qi and aura in the portraits. There was such a portrait in the Sky Martial Sword Sect. The sovereign of the Sky Martial Sword Sect had experienced it personally and it was exactly the same as Xiaowan. Therefore, he was immediately stunned, shocked, and in disbelief. Why would the supreme demonic emperor from 30,000 years ago appear now? Go. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaowan didn't continue fighting, and he tore open space and led Lu Ming into the spatial rift before vanishing. The Sky Martial Sword Sect's sovereign was the only one left at the scene. Xiaowan, it's definitely Xiaowan. Xiaowan has come out, this world is going to be chaotic again. The sovereign of the Sky Martial Sword Sect muttered to himself. After a while, his eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself, that's good too. This is an opportunity. Perhaps it's an opportunity for my Sky Martial Sword Sect. But it's a pity that the devil fetus will be lost. The Sky Martial Sword Sect's martial emperor sighed. Then, he suddenly looked in a direction. Two resplendent sword lights shot out from his eyes as he shouted, who is it? Haha, Sword Emperor Wu Ju, how have you been? A loud laugh rang out, and a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. A middle-aged man wearing a cyan thunder battle robe appeared in the sky. Lightning Saber Emperor, why are you here? Wu Ju, Sword Emperor, frowned. The Lightning Saber Emperor was the sect master of the Sky Thunder Saber sect, an overlord force. The Imperial Xia clan has announced to the world that they have activated the Tianji instrument to capture Lu Ming. However, I feel that it's not that simple. I just came out of seclusion, so I came out for a walk. I sensed a strong energy fluctuation here, so I came to take a look. The Lightning Saber Emperor explained. He then looked around and said, Wu Jue, this should be one of the branches of your Sky Martial Sword Sect, right? It seems like it has been destroyed. You were the one who fought with the other party, right? Where is he? Why? Even you can't keep him here? He's gone. Wu Jue Sword Emperor said. Who is it? The remaining demonic chi here is extremely shocking. Could it be the Demon Emperor from the Demon Mountain? The Lightning Saber Emperor's eyes flickered as he probed. Wu Jue Martial Emperor pondered for a while, as if he was thinking. After a while, he said, it's not the Demon Emperor from the Demon Mountain. You won't be able to guess who it is. Who is it? Seeing Wu Jue Martial Emperor's solemn expression, the Lightning Saber Emperor asked curiously. Xiao Luan, the Demon Emperor, Xiao Luan. Martial Monarch Wu Jue said word by word. Every word was spoken extremely clearly. WH. What? Even with the Lightning Saber Emperor's determination, he was dumbfounded at that moment. Wu Jue, are you hallucinating? Or are you joking with me? Xiao Luan, 30,000 years old, how could he still be alive? The Lightning Saber Emperor said in disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking? Wu Jue Martial Emperor said with a cold expression. The Lightning Saber Emperor fell silent. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, if it's really Xiao Luan, I'm afraid the royal family will be in chaos. I know why the royal family activated the heavenly fortune apparatus. Their target is not Lu Ming, but Xiao Luan. That's most likely the case. Besides, Xiao Luan has yet to recover to his peak. He is still no match for me. Wu Jue Martial Emperor said. If that's the case, do you have any way to track Xiao Luan's aura? Let's follow him and see what he's up to next. The Lightning Saber Emperor said. Xiao Luan used my Tianwu Sword faction's disciples as supplements to recover his demonic body. He has yet to completely eliminate the aura of my disciples. I can use a secret technique to track him down. Alright, let's go and see what he's up to. Wu Jue Martial Emperor said and began to use a secret technique to track Xiao Luan's aura. Xiao Luan brought Lu Ming and crossed several spaces before coming to a stop. I still haven't recovered to the Emperor realm. I'm still a little weaker than that kid. Xiao Luan said. That kid was referring to Wu Jue Martial Emperor. Senior, you're still no match for an Emperor realm expert? Lu Ming asked. I can barely fight. An ordinary Emperor realm expert can't do anything to me. With your Emperor realm spiritual weapon, I can fight against an ordinary Emperor realm expert. However, it won't be good for me if I fight for a long time. Now that my identity has been exposed, I'm afraid all the emperors in the world will try to find us. Xiao Luan said. Although he said so, there was still a cold smile on his face. Senior, do you have any good ideas? Seeing Xiao Luan's expression, Lu Ming knew that Xiao Luan already had an idea. Isn't the royal family going all out to hunt us down? Then I'll make the royal family lose interest in hunting us down. I'll even make the divine wilderness continent fall into chaos and attack each other. This way, I'll have time to recover. Xiao Luan said. Make the divine wilderness continent fall into chaos? Attack each other? Lu Ming was shocked, but he was also puzzled. What method did Xiao Luan have to make the world fall into chaos and attack each other? I have a heavenly king token with me. Back then, it belonged to the royal family. Hee, as long as I take out this heavenly king token, it will be enough to make those emperors go crazy. Lu Ming, let's go to the sacred city. In a secret hall in the holy city, a round sphere floated in the air, emitting a resplendent light. Inscriptions appeared on the surface of this sphere, shining brightly. If Lu Ming were here, he would recognize that this sphere was identical to the projection of the Heavenly Secrets apparatus floating above his head. This was the Heavenly Secrets apparatus's main body. Above the Heavenly Secrets apparatus, there was an enormous disk array that emitted a mysterious light. Around the Heavenly Secrets apparatus, more than a dozen people stood quietly, observing. Suddenly, the Heavenly Secrets apparatus shone brightly, and a dot of light appeared on the disk array above the Heavenly Secrets apparatus. The dozen or so people present were alarmed. The Heavenly Secrets apparatus has sensed something, and a dot of light has appeared on the disk array. Lu Ming has appeared, and he's within 1 million li. An old man exclaimed in disbelief. Shouldn't Lu Ming be hiding somewhere far away? How did he dare to appear within 1 million li of the holy city? Look, he's rapidly approaching the holy city. He's approaching the holy city. The others exclaimed, their voices filled with disbelief. The disc array showed that the dot of light was rapidly approaching the holy city. This meant that Lu Ming was on his way to the holy city. Quick, spread the news. The old man in the lead ordered. Then, they took out sound transmission jade talismans and sent out the news. In fact, there was no need for them to send out the news. There were people in the holy city who could sense the heavenly secrets force field disc array, and they had also discovered this point. Lu Ming was rapidly approaching the holy city. Many experts in the holy city were alarmed. Even more experts from the imperial Xia family were alarmed, and they flew out from various places towards the holy city's eastern wall. Because according to the disc array, Lu Ming was coming from the east, and he would soon be near the eastern wall. For a time, the holy city's eastern wall was filled with wind and clouds. Many experts had arrived, and the walls were filled with people. He's here, he's almost there. Some people looked at the disc array and found that the dot of light was getting closer and closer to the holy city. Soon, a black-robed youth with long hair casually draped over his shoulders stepped through the air. Lu Ming, it was Lu Ming. At this moment, above Lu Ming's head, the divine secret instrument's projection was suspended in the air. Previously, Xiaowan had brought Lu Ming towards the holy city by tearing through space. When they were within 1,000,000 miles of the holy city, Xiaowan released the seal on the sealing gate and released the projection of the Tianji instrument. Then, it sank into Lu Ming's spine and disappeared. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was flying towards the holy city. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Lu Ming. I didn't expect that Lu Ming would actually come to the sacred city. Isn't this like a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Could it be that he knows he can't escape, so he's here to surrender? It's possible. Speaking of which, it's strange. I remember that during the million-year sacrifice ceremony, Lu Ming took the initiative to enter the 9 underworlds to take Princess 16 away. I'm very curious. How did he come out? Moreover, he was hunted down by the imperial family. They even took out the divine secret instrument and gave him a heavenly treasure to pass the tribulation. Everyone is very curious about this, let alone you. However, many higher-ups in the royal family don't know the exact reason, let alone us. However, there is one thing that we can be sure of. Lu Ming definitely did something very impressive to cause the Xia family of the royal family to behave this way. Some experts from other forces were secretly discussing, but for a moment, no one made a move. Lu Ming stood in the air 100 miles away from the city wall. Lu Ming, how dare you break out of the 9 underworlds without permission? You've committed a heinous crime and should be executed by 1,000 cuts. A gloomy voice sounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. The speaker was Xiaxin. Lu Ming glanced at Xiaxin casually and sneered. What a joke. I entered the 9 underworlds of my own free will. I can stay or leave as I wish. Also, Xie Qitian obviously wants me to stay in the 9 underworlds. For the rest of my life. How dare he make it sound so dignified? What a despicable person. How dare you slander my father? I'll kill your entire family. Today, no one can save you. Xiaxin scolded loudly with a condescending look. Oh? Well, in terms of age, you're older than me. Come and kill me. Lu Ming said. You, Xiaxin was stunned. Humph, loser, do you dare to attack me? I'll suppress you with one finger. Lu Ming said loudly with great disdain in his voice. Xiaxin's face flushed red. In terms of age, he and Lu Ming were of the same generation. In fact, he was older than Lu Ming. However, he did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. Lu Ming could suppress him with one finger. Lu Ming. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The voice was crisp and pleasant, but it was full of faint arrogance. A stunning woman in a snow-white dress, with milky white light all over her body, stepped on the air and came. She was as holy as a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her body was blooming with holy light. Every time she took a step, a milky white lotus would appear under her feet. 9th Princess. Xianxia. Many people's eyes were attracted by this figure. Xianxia, one of the 5 great beauties of Xianxia State, ranked second among the 5 giants of Xianxia State. She was a god's favored daughter with thousands of halos on her body. Lu Ming's eyes also fell on her. Her appearance was very similar to Xianxia's, but her temperament was completely different from Xianxia's. They were worlds apart. Lu Ming had known for a long time that Xianxia and Xianxia only had the same father, but not the same mother. It was amazing that they looked so similar. Xianxia stepped on the air and stood in front of the crowd. Looking at Lu Ming, her cold and arrogant voice sounded again. Lu Ming, it was you who took Xianxia away, wasn't it? Hand her over. She is an alien of the Xia family. She has a lowly and dirty bloodline. She will stay in the devil's domain forever and hunt down the Masha clan for the Xia family for the rest of her life to make up for what she owes the Xia family. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, really ridiculous. Xianxia's words made Lu Ming laugh uncontrollably. You said that Nianqing owes the Xia family? You really know how to twist the truth. In my opinion, the Xia family owes Nianqing and you will never be able to pay it back. Lu Ming laughed. Her bloodline has tarnished the reputation of the imperial Xia family. If she doesn't owe the Xia family, then what is? Xianxia frowned slightly. Bullshit. Bullshit. A bunch of self-righteous people. What is the Xia family? What is the imperial family? They are just a bunch of arrogant fools. No wonder the ancient Saint dynasty is not weak. Being controlled by a bunch of short-sighted fools, it would be strange if they didn't become weak. In my opinion, the ancient Saint dynasty should be destroyed. Lu Ming shouted loudly and his voice spread across the crowd. Especially the last sentence, the ancient Saint dynasty should be destroyed, it shocked many people. He was too bold. He was simply too audacious. Lu Ming actually dared to say such words in front of everyone. This was a blatant insult to the royal family, the Xia family, and a slap to their face. How dare you? How dare you? You're courting death. Let me kill him. Let me cripple him. I'll let him taste the most painful punishment in the world. The members of the imperial Xia family shouted angrily, releasing cold killing intent. Boom, a shocking aura erupted from Xianxia's body. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. She said in a cold voice, Lu Ming, saving your life back then was the biggest mistake I've ever made. But it doesn't matter. It's the same if I kill you today. You think you can kill me? That might not be enough. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Xianxia's cultivation was very strong. She was at the peak of the third-level spirit god realm. Her aura was powerful, and her body contained terrifying energy. Lu Ming felt that she was even stronger than the underworld child. If Lu Ming fought her during the 1,000,000-year sacrificial ceremony, he was not confident that he could win. But now, he did not take Xianxia seriously. Humph, Lu Ming, don't think that you're the strongest in the world just because you defeated the underworld child. If I had fought back then, I would have been able to suppress you. Xianxia took another step forward. Her aura was strong, and a milky white light bloomed from her body. It made Xianxia look even more holy and noble. Is Xianxia going to fight Lu Ming? Many people were looking forward to it. During the 1,000,000-year sacrificial ceremony, Lu Ming had defeated many giant-level geniuses in a row, showing that he was invincible. In the end, when he faced Long Chen, Lu Ming directly admitted defeat. Many people felt that it was a pity that they did not see who was the strongest. And Xianxia did not participate in that battle. This made many people secretly talk about Xianxia and Lu Ming, guessing who was stronger. After all, Xianxia was ranked second among the 5 giants of the central continent, second only to Long Chen. It was hard to say who was stronger without fighting. Now, was it finally time for a battle? At this time, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he waved his hand. A ray of light flashed and Xianxia appeared beside Lu Ming. Just now, Xianxia had sent a message to Lu Ming through Dandan, saying that he wanted to come out. Lu Ming then let Xianxia come out. This is... As soon as Xianxia came out, he attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone in the holy city was looking at Xianxia, and then at Xianxia. Their eyes were filled with shock because the two of them were too similar. This woman, why does she look so similar to Xianxia? Both of them are devastatingly beautiful. Who is she? I know. It is said that the current Holy King has 3 princesses, all of whom are devastatingly beautiful. Among them, Princess 16 has been hidden by the royal family because of her bloodline. This woman should be Princess 16. She should be. The 3 princesses of the current Holy King are indeed devastatingly beautiful. This Princess 16 is not inferior to the 5 beauties at all. I wonder how talented she is in martial arts. There was a burst of discussion around them. Many people had heard of Princess 16's name, but only a few had seen her in person. Naturally, they were surprised at this time. You really left the demon realm with him. Surrender now and go back to the demon realm. Stay in the demon realm for the rest of your life and kill the demon temple clan. Don't even think about walking around outside. You're a disgrace to the royal family. Xianxia looked coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was cold. She looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, you don't have to put on a high and mighty face. Since you were young, you have been doted on by everyone. Is it because of your holy bloodline? What a joke. Today, I will trample you under my feet and let the world see how vulnerable your so-called holy and orthodox bloodline is. As Xianxia's voice was heard, endless demon chi shot up from her body. Her powerful aura was opposing Xianxia's. Since you want to fight with me, I will grant your wish. Xianxia said coldly. A milky white holy light beam shot up to the sky from her body. At the same time, a black demon chi shot up from Xianxia's body. One black and one white, the 2 light beams collided fiercely in the sky. Boom, the clouds in the sky were scattered and strong winds swept across. Let's fight. Xianxia said and flew up to the sky. Xianxia's eyes were cold. She also flew up to the sky. One black and one white, the 2 light beams collided and tore the space into pieces. Sky Demon Force Field. 9 Heaven's Sacred Domain. 2 delicate shouts sounded. The 2 of them used their ultimate skills and fought in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Xianxia and Xianxia's attacks were very similar. However, one was of the demon Tao and the other was of the holy Tao. Black lotuses appeared around Xianxia's body. They turned into lotus swords and shot out horizontally. On the other hand, milky white lotuses appeared around Xianxia's body. They also turned into rays of sword light and fought Xianxia. Sword chi shot up to the sky. For a moment, the 2 of them were locked in a fierce battle. The spectators in the holy city gasped. They were extremely shocked. So strong. The 16th princess is so strong. She can actually fight the 9th princess. Terrifying. It turns out that the 16th princess who has been hidden away is also a peerless talent. She's too strong. She's definitely a giant-level genius. This generation of the royal family is really full of talents. It's rare to have 2 giants in one family. I don't understand. Why would the royal Xia family want to suppress such a peerless genius? I really don't understand. If other forces had such a genius, they would do their best to nurture her. In the future, she'll be a peerless emperor. Discussions could be heard everywhere, especially when they reached the ears of the imperial Xia clan. It was especially ear-piercing. What's the use of having such a high talent? He should be suppressed forever. Otherwise, he'll be a traitor. Xianxian snorted and gritted his teeth. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Xianxia's talent was too high. The higher the talent, the more afraid he was and the more he wanted Xianxia to die. Xianxian's gaze fell on Lu Ming again. It's all because of Lu Ming. I don't know what method he used to rescue Xianxia from the 9 underworlds. Lu Ming, I advise you to surrender. You can't escape today. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death. Xianxian said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Alright, make your move. If you can take one move from me, I'll surrender. Lu Ming said contemptuously. You, don't be arrogant. Xianxian rebuked. Lu Ming, there's no need for the 8th prince to take you down. I'll kill you. A middle-aged man stepped out. His aura was strong and his eyes were cold. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a 7th-level spirit god expert. Alright, Venerable Su, capture Lu Ming for this prince and you'll be heavily rewarded. Xianxia was overjoyed and said. This man was a venerable guardian of the royal family. He was strong and had a 7th-level spirit god cultivation. With him taking action, he could definitely capture Lu Ming. You want to take action? Alright, get over here and die. Young people are so arrogant. They will die young. Venerable Su's eyes were cold. He took a few steps forward and quickly approached Lu Ming. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. Whoosh, a soft whip appeared in his hands. The soft whip was covered with hooks. Under the sunlight, it flickered coldly. He waved the soft whip and it grew rapidly. In the end, it became more than 10 miles long. Like a venomous snake, it coiled toward Lu Ming. The soft whip cut through the air, making an ear-piercing sound. A hideous crack appeared in the space. In the face of such an attack, Lu Ming's face was calm. His body swayed slightly and dodged the attack. He took a step forward and charged towards Venerable Su. You can't escape. Inescapable net, 10,000 layers of death. Venerable Su shouted. The soft whip was like a real dragon circling in the air. It turned into layers of whip shadows. Like an inescapable net, it wrapped around Lu Ming and sealed off all his escape routes. Why should I escape? Just break it. A calm voice came out. Lu Ming's body was filled with the roar of a dragon. His true yuan boiled as he punched out. Boom, this punch seemed to move the entire space, causing it to explode. A terrifying fist energy rushed towards the whip shadows. Those whip shadows were like broken branches, instantly collapsing, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions. The terrifying force even rushed along the soft whip towards Venerable Su. His face changed drastically. His body trembled and he retreated. Whoosh, a figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of him. Not good. Venerable Su was shocked. He subconsciously punched out and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom, Lu Ming threw out another punch. It was as fast as lightning. Even though he launched later, it reached Venerable Su's chest first. Supremacy Su let out a cry of despair as his entire body exploded. Even his spirit deity was not spared. The power of devouring erupted and shrouded Venerable Su. His essence, qi, and spirit were all devoured by Lu Ming. Your lackey is dead. You don't want to fight personally? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with disdain. This made Xianxia grit his teeth, but in his heart, he was also extremely shocked. A 7th-level spirit god expert was actually killed so easily by Lu Ming. Isn't Lu Ming's combat strength too terrifying? The expressions of the other spectators also changed greatly. Lu Ming's strength has greatly increased since the million-year sacrifice. Such astonishing talent is rarely seen in the world. With his current battle prowess, Xianxia is clearly no match for him. I wonder how he will fare against Longchen. I don't know, but it's a pity. No matter how talented Lu Ming is today, the outcome is already decided. Don't forget, this is the holy city. Even a ruler might not be able to leave, let alone Lu Ming. While many people were shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess and talent, they also felt pity for Lu Ming. This was the holy city. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, the outcome was already decided. It's rare to have such cultivation and battle prowess at your age. This old man admires you. If you swear a blood oath and surrender to my imperial Xia family, this old man will plead with the Saint Emperor to spare your life. How about it? A white-haired elder stepped out of the void and walked toward Lu Ming. He had the demeanor of an immortal. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was several times stronger than Venerable Su's. Peak 8th level spirit god, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The white-haired old man didn't hide his cultivation at all. Lu Ming could see it with a glance. You're just an 8th level spirit god. Are you qualified to ask the Saint Emperor to spare me? You think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming curled his lips casually and said disdainfully. This is at least a chance, isn't it? If you refuse, you won't even have a chance. Being looked down upon by Lu Ming, the white-haired old man's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness as he spoke in a deep voice. Haha, with just you? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Lu Ming smiled with even more disdain. Arrogant. You won't have a chance if this old man attacks. The white-haired old man revealed anger in his eyes. A milky white light suffused out from his body, and his gaze was icy cold. Although Lu Ming easily killed a 7th-level spirit god expert, he was at the peak of the 8th level. His strength was much stronger than a 7th-level spirit god and could easily kill a 7th-level spirit god expert. Therefore, he was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming was young after all. No matter how strong he was, it wouldn't be too outrageous. Whoosh, a white sword light bloomed from the white-haired old man's hand. It pierced through the boundless sky and charged towards Lu Ming. This sword was sharp, ruthless, stunning, and terrifying. Just this sword was stronger than the 7th level. Spirit God realm supremacy Su from before. Dragon roars sounded out from Lu Ming's body. Above his head, the third bloodline appeared. A surge of energy poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's strength to increase explosively once again. Bang, he took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The palm force was shocking. It broke open the sky and formed a terrifying palm blade that chopped down on the old man's white sword light. Clang, a sharp explosion sounded out. The white sword light dissipated, and Lu Ming charged towards the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly. The long sword in his hand stabbed out unceasingly. Streaks of snow-white sword light pierced towards Lu Ming like streaks of resplendent sparkling light. The sword light was dense and seemed endless as it poured towards Lu Ming unceasingly. Boom! 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 Lu Ming clenched his fist and struck out unceasingly. Vaguely, Lu Ming's fist seemed to have turned into a prison-suppressing steel that suppressed everything. Dense explosions sounded out in the sky. The white-haired old man's sword light was constantly collapsing. Lu Ming faced the sword light and charged towards the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's expression changed. It became very ugly and dignified. He shouted loudly and his bloodline appeared. He performed bloodline fusion and turned into a milky white battle sword. The battle sword trembled. More and sharper sword light poured towards Lu Ming. Break! 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons and charged upwards. He broke through all the sword light. The 9 dragons' claws continuously clawed at the milky white battle sword. The milky white battle sword trembled violently and then directly collapsed, revealing the white-haired old man's true body. At this moment, the white-haired old man was in an incomparably sorry state. He no longer had the sage-like demeanor from before. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were ragged. His white robe was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with terror as he desperately charged towards the city walls. At this moment, countless people in the city gasped when they saw the scene. They were extremely shocked. A peak 8th level spirit god expert had been defeated. He had been heavily injured by Lu Ming and had fled in a sorry state. This was too unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. A youth who wasn't even 30 years old could heavily injure a veteran 8th level spirit god expert. Such an example was rarely recorded in the divine desolate continent since ancient times. This had already surpassed common sense. It was too terrifying. Now, many people were doubting whether Long Chen, who was known as the #1 expert in the world, was still a match for Lu Ming. High up in the sky, Xianxia, who was fighting Xianxia, naturally sensed this scene. Her heart trembled and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming's battle strength had already far surpassed hers. You're distracted. Xianxia shouted and launched a storm of attacks. For a moment, she actually suppressed Xianxia. Xianxia quickly gathered his thoughts and fought with Xianxia. Below, Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and chased after the white-haired old man. Since you're going to fight, you should be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming's voice came from the 9 dragons' mouths. They stepped out with their dragon claws and their huge bodies were like lightning. They were unbelievably fast and approached the white-haired old man. Save me! Seeing that the 9 dragons were about to catch up, the white-haired old man screamed in horror. He was as panicked as a stray dog. He no longer cared about the demeanor of an expert. At this moment, saving his life was more important. Kill! The 9 dragons shouted and stretched out their claws. A powerful force hit the white-haired old man and almost pierced through his body. He vomited blood and his eyes were filled with fear. Save me! The white-haired old man screamed at the top of his lungs like a helpless young girl facing a group of ferocious bandits. Stop! You're courting death. At this moment, a furious roar came from the city walls of the holy city. A tall figure rushed out and a vast and unfathomable aura burst out. Everyone felt suffocated when they were shrouded by this aura. There was a huge rock pressing down on their hearts and they felt that a disaster was imminent. A sovereign, this word appeared in everyone's mind. It was a sovereign. The sovereign of the imperial family had attacked. Xianxia. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that the person who attacked was Xiaxin's uncle, the younger brother of the current holy emperor, Xianxia. He was a sovereign. How dare you act so presumptuously in the holy city? I'll cripple you now. A cold voice came out from Xianxia's mouth. Then, he slapped out and a huge palm print formed in the air. It covered the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. Under this palm print, Lu Ming was as small as an ant. However, Lu Ming's face was still calm and there was no change in his eyes. Because at this moment, waves of extremely powerful energy surged into Lu Ming's body. It was Xiaowan's energy. So what if he's a supreme being? Xianxia, you won't be able to save him today. The 9 dragons roared, their dragon claws clawed at Xianxia's palm. What? He dares to take a supreme being's attack head-on? Courting death, he's courting death. Driven into a corner, he died a heroic death. To be able to die in the hands of a supreme martial artist, his life was not in vain. Many people believed that Lu Ming was at the end of his rope, that he would rather be killed by a supreme being, dying a heroic death. Some people sighed. Could it be that such a rare genius of the divine desolate continent was about to come to an end? However, what happened next left them flabbergasted. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Boom! Boom! The 9 dragons' dragon claws grabbed Xianxia's palm print. Everyone imagined that Xianxia would be directly shattered by the palm print. The scene of him shattering into pieces did not happen. On the contrary, when the dragon claws grabbed him, heaven and earth shook. Xianxia's palm print was actually penetrated by the 9 dragons' dragon claws and collapsed with a loud bang. Everyone was stunned as they watched this scene in disbelief. Not only did Lu Ming block the supreme martial artist's attack, but he also defeated it. How was this possible? What was going on? Most people were completely dumbfounded. Swoosh! After defeating Xianxia's palm print, the 9 dragons clawed out again. A huge dragon claw appeared out of thin air above the white-haired old man's head and clawed down. The white-haired old man had almost escaped to the city wall. He had just heaved a sigh of relief when his eyes suddenly widened. He let out a desperate roar, no. Bang! In the next moment, he was crushed by the dragon claw. I said that since you're going to fight, you'll die. The 9 dragons shrunk and turned into Lu Ming's real body. A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Many people gasped, especially Xiaxin. His whole body was cold and his face was pale. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. An expert at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm was first seriously injured and fled for his life. However, he was still killed by Lu Ming on the spot with the help of a supreme martial artist. How arrogant, how overbearing. Bastard, you're courting death. Xianxia roared. His killing intent was extremely cold. It was so dense that it seemed to be about to materialize. A terrifying aura spread out. The earth-shattering pressure of a supreme martial artist spread towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and quickly retreated. Xianxia's pressure couldn't stop him at all. Kill! Xianxia shouted and was about to launch a thunderous attack. Qiyu, stop! At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Xianxia was slightly stunned when he heard this voice and stopped. The sky suddenly split open, and 3 figures stepped out of the space crack. The person in the lead was slender and burly. He had endless majesty. Saint Emperor! Greetings, Saint Emperor! Many people hurriedly bowed. This person was the Saint Emperor, Xianxia. On both sides of Xianxia stood two white-haired old men. Most people had seen them at the million-year sacrifice. They were also sovereigns. 3 sovereigns came out together. Many people trembled in their hearts. At the same time, they were filled with endless doubts. Did the Saint Emperor need to come out personally for Lu Ming? Moreover, there were 2 other sovereigns. Xianxia and the 2 sovereigns came out together, stopping the battle between Xianxia and Xianxia. I'll spare you today. Xianxia stared at Xianxia with killing intent in his eyes. We still don't know who will spare who. Xianxia responded strongly. Then, the 2 retreated separately. Xianxia returned to Lu Ming's side, while Xianxia went to Xianxia's side. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Then, his gaze fell on Lu Ming. With a dignified look in his eyes, he said, "Since you're here, why don't you come out? There's no need to hide." Xianxia's words shocked many people. Could it be that Xianxia's target was someone else? Demonic energy spread out from Lu Ming's body. In the end, the demonic energy gathered beside Lu Ming and condensed into a figure. It was Xiao Wan. There's really someone here. Some people were moved. They guessed that the reason why Lu Ming could resist the sovereign's attack just now was related to this person. However, some of them were stunned when they saw Xiao Wan. Then, their pupils and mouths widened. In the end, their bodies trembled violently. Impossible, how is this possible? Why does he look so similar? How can this be? These people muttered to themselves in disbelief. In particular, the people from the imperial Xia family, such as Xia Zhen and Xia Qiyu, widened their eyes in horror as if they had seen a ghost. Who is this person? Why do the people from the imperial Xia family look so frightened? Those who had not seen Xiao Wan's portrait or statue were full of doubts. However, they soon found out the answer. Xiao Wan. Those 2 words were like thousands of thunderbolts that exploded in everyone's hearts. Many people were so shocked that they almost jumped up. What? Xiao Wan? The chaotic Sky Divine Emperor? How is that possible? Didn't the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor die 30,000 years ago? How is he still alive? Even if he's not dead, he can't have lived for 30,000 years. What's going on? There was an uproar in the sacred city. Everyone was shouting and yelling in disbelief. It was too shocking. Who didn't know Xiao Wan's name from a powerful force? The current situation in the Middle Continent was all because of one person, Xiao Wan. Such a famous figure, who existed only in legends, who had long been thought to be dead, actually appeared alive. If Xianxia hadn't said it, no one would have believed it. Ha ha ha, 30,000 years have passed. I didn't expect anyone to remember me. Xiao Wan laughed. His words silenced all the voices at the scene. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Wan. This person was really Xiao Wan. How can this be? Xiao Wan has reappeared. Is the world going to fall into chaos again? Many people had the same thought in their minds. There were also some people who thought of even more. They finally knew why the Xia family of the imperial family activated the divine secret instrument to capture Lu Ming and why they took out a heavenly treasure as a reward. It was all because of Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan and Lu Ming were together. Could it be that Xiao Wan was able to reappear because of Lu Ming? Many people couldn't help but think of that. Hiss, at that moment, the space behind Xiao Wan and Lu Ming split open. 2 figures stepped out of it. As soon as the 2 of them came out, they exuded a domineering aura. It was the aura of an emperor. It's the Wujue Sword Emperor and the Lightning Saber Emperor. Someone recognized the 2 of them and exclaimed in surprise. The others were shocked. They didn't expect 2 more emperors to appear. Was there going to be an earth-shattering battle between emperors today? Xianxia, you're really scheming. You know that Xiao Wan has reappeared, but you want to use us to get rid of him and test his strength. The Wujue Sword Emperor said coldly. This time, the Tianwu Sword sect suffered heavy losses. Not only had many spiritual gods been killed, but even a branch had been annihilated. Not only had they lost an honorable in battle, they had even lost the devil fetus. If the devil fetus was refined, it would be able to fight against a ruler. How could the absolute martial sword emperor not be angry? At first, I wasn't sure if Xiaoluan was born. Xiaqian explained casually. His eyes were still on Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan, I didn't expect you to be alive after being suppressed for 30,000 years. You can even come out. This is really beyond my expectations. Haha, I have to thank you for sending Lu Ming into the 9 underworlds. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Speaking of which, you're the one who started all this. I should thank you. Xiaoluan laughed loudly. Many people were shocked. It turned out that the reason Xiaoluan was able to return to the world was actually really because of Lu Ming. In other words, it was Lu Ming who saved Xiaoluan. Some people who knew the inside story sighed. If it weren't for the imperial Xia family imprisoning Xianxia in the 9 underworlds, Lu Ming wouldn't have entered the 9 underworlds. If Lu Ming didn't enter, how could he have saved Xiaoluan? Everything was because of the imperial family. How ironic. Xiaoluan was right. If it weren't for the imperial family, how could Xiaoluan have escaped? Humph, Xiaoluan, even if you've escaped, what can you do? You've been suppressed for 30,000 years and your vitality is greatly damaged. Your demonic body is damaged and your strength is far from recovered. Today, I'll kill you completely to prevent future troubles. Xiaqian said with a cold murderous intent. Besides Xiaqian, the auras of the other 2 sovereigns spread out and locked onto Xiaoluan to prevent him from escaping. Absolute Martial Sword Emperor, Lightning Saber Emperor, how about joining forces with me to get rid of Xiaoluan today? I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Xiaqian looked at Absolute Martial Sword Emperor and Lightning Saber Emperor. Hehe, Xiaqian, this is your Xia family's matter. I won't interfere. Absolute Martial Sword Emperor chuckled. I'm not interested either. Lightning Saber Emperor shook his head as well. Murderous intent flashed across the eyes of Xiaqian and the others as they were unhappy. They knew what the Absolute Martial Sword Emperor and Lightning Saber Emperor were planning. If the imperial family and Xiaoluan were to be injured in the battle, it would be a good thing for the other overlords. They could take the opportunity to weaken the imperial family's strength and even destroy the Xia family. Why would they help the Xia family? Haha, Junior, I'm not here to fight with you today. I'm here to give you treasures. Xiaoluan suddenly laughed. Give them treasures? His words not only confused everyone in Sacred City, but even Xiaqian, Absolute Martial Sword Emperor, and the others were puzzled and confused. Xiaoluan, what are you trying to do? Xiaqian said solemnly. In the ancient records of the Xia family, Xiaoluan was not only unparalleled in combat strength but also in scheming. He had to be wary of him. You'll know when you see. Xiaoluan smiled and stretched out his palm. A golden light bloomed from his hand. It was a golden token. After it appeared, it expanded rapidly and became a giant token that was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. There were 2 words written on the token: Heavenly King, Xiaqian. The other 2 sovereigns, Absolute Martial Sword Emperor, and Lightning Saber Emperor, widened their eyes when they saw the token. Then, endless greed appeared in their eyes. Heavenly King token, this is the Heavenly King token. The Heavenly King token is in your hands? Sword Emperor Wu Jue roared. His eyes were blazing with greed. His eyes had turned red. Xiaqian and the other sovereigns were also staring at the Heavenly King token in Xiaoluan's hand. Heavenly King token, it's the legendary Heavenly King token. Some senior domain enlightened spirit gods couldn't help but cry out involuntarily, and they were extremely shocked. This made the others look at each other in confusion. What kind of treasure is this Heavenly King token? It made the sovereigns jealous. The Heavenly King token is indeed very tempting to the sovereigns. Lu Ming thought to himself. On the way here, Xiaoluan had already briefly explained to Lu Ming the use of the Heavenly King token. This world was called the Primordial Realm. It was vast and boundless. Although the Divine Wilderness continent was huge, it was just a grain of sand compared to the entire Primordial Realm. There were countless continents like the Divine Wilderness continent overseas. Some were even several times larger than the Divine Wilderness continent. Some were even dozens or hundreds of times larger. However, the true core of the Primordial Realm was a continent called the Primordial Continent. Legend had it that the primordial continent was the true core of the primordial realm. It was vast and boundless, and its area was many times larger than the divine wilderness continent. There were countless forces and powerhouses there. Sovereigns were ordinary there, and saints who surpassed sovereigns could be seen everywhere. Over there was an incomparably terrifying force. That kind of force was not something the so-called overlords of the divine wilderness continent could compare to. The difference between heaven and earth was like the difference between heaven and earth. Any one of them could destroy all the forces in the divine wilderness continent. The cultivation environment of the divine wilderness continent was too bad for a martial emperor. In the divine wilderness continent, it was almost impossible for a martial emperor to break through and improve. In the Yuanlu, a martial emperor could continuously break through. However, the Yuanlu was also extremely dangerous. There were countless forbidden areas and too many powerful beings. It was extremely dangerous for a martial emperor to travel in the Yuanlu, and they could die at any time. Legend had it that in the history of the divine wilderness continent, there were martial emperors who found the Yuanlu to break through. They wanted to cultivate there, but they all died. If they wanted to cultivate in the Yuanlu, they could only join the major factions and seek protection from them. However, the conditions for the major factions to recruit disciples were too harsh. Ordinary martial emperors could not catch their eyes. Only those with special conditions could join. The Heavenly King Palace was one of the major factions in the Yuanlu. The Heavenly King token was a token issued by the Heavenly King Palace. As long as one had the Heavenly King token, even if one's talent was weak, one could join the Heavenly King Palace and cultivate there. According to Xiaowan, the Heavenly King token originally belonged to the Imperial Xia family. The reason why the Imperial Xia family was able to prosper was because of the Heavenly King token. Generations of martial emperors had joined the Heavenly King Palace. That was why they were able to dominate the divine wilderness continent for millions of years. However, 30,000 years ago, the Heavenly King token was stolen by Xiaowan. With the Heavenly King token, one could join the Heavenly King Palace, one of the major factions in the Yuanlu. How tempting was that to a martial emperor? When one reached the martial emperor realm, their goal was to continue breaking through and seek a stronger realm to obtain more lifespan. Otherwise, they might not be able to break through in the divine wilderness continent for the rest of their lives. Who would be willing to watch the end of their lifespan approach and slowly die? Although they could dominate a region in the divine wilderness continent, it was all in vain. When the time was up, they would turn into dust. For a martial artist, only one's realm and strength were real. If they could choose, most of the martial emperors would choose to head to the Yuanlu and join a major faction to seek a stronger realm. Unfortunately, if they headed to the Yuanlu without joining a major faction, the chances of them dying were too high. That was why the martial emperors of the divine wilderness continent stayed on the divine wilderness continent. Otherwise, they would have headed to the Yuanlu to cultivate. The Heavenly King's token was an opportunity. To a ruler, it had a fatal temptation. When Lu Ming heard all of this, he was shocked. The overseas world was much more exciting and mysterious than he had imagined. If there was a chance, Lu Ming would definitely go overseas and experience the Yuanlu. Xiao Wan, the Heavenly King token belongs to the Imperial Xia family. Give it to me now. Xie Qitian could no longer remain calm as he stared at the Heavenly King token with a burning gaze. Xie Qitian, your Xia clan has been in control of the Heavenly King token for 1,000,000 years. Now, it's the turn of the other forces. Xiao Wan, give me the Heavenly King token and I will do my best to protect you. Wu Jue Sword Emperor also shouted. Leave it to me, I'm willing to ally with you. The Lightning Saber Emperor also shouted. They were so tempted that they lost all sense of propriety. If they could obtain the Heavenly King token, they could immediately leave the divine wilderness and head overseas to find Yuanlu. They could then join the Heavenly King Hall to cultivate. As for their disciples, how could they compare with their own future? No matter how strong the Imperial Xia family was, they could just leave. You think you can take my Xia clan's Heavenly King token? Die. Xie Qitian shouted as he charged towards Xiao Wan with the other two sovereigns. A wisp of a grin appeared on the corners of Xiao Wan's mouth, and then he suddenly tossed the Heavenly King's token to the Sword Emperor. The Heavenly King token is for you. Xiaoluan shouted as his demonic aura swept up Lu Ming and Xianxia and retreated to the side. The Heavenly King token is mine. Wu Jue Sword Emperor was overjoyed as he reached out his hand to grab the Heavenly King token. Don't even think about it. It's mine. On the side, the Lightning Saber Emperor revealed a greedy look. A resplendent saber radiance wrapped in thunderbolts slashed towards Wu Jue Sword Emperor. Lightning, you're courting death. Wu Jue Sword Emperor was enraged as a vast sword radiance burst out and slashed towards the Lightning Saber Emperor. Boom, when the sword radiance and the lightning saber radiance clashed, the sky was filled with sword chi and saber aura. The space was torn apart by the collision of the sword chi and saber aura like a spider web, covering the entire sky. A few sword chi and saber aura overflowed and slashed the ground below. The ground was split open and a few huge ravines that were more than 10,000 miles long appeared. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the holy city shone and a light barrier rose, blocking the force outside. Otherwise, the entire holy city would not be able to withstand a few rounds of torment. Hand over the Heavenly King token. Xie Qitian and the two sovereigns of the imperial family pounced towards Wu Jue Sword Emperor and launched a powerful attack. Holy light filled the sky and a few white suns seemed to have appeared in the sky. The entire holy city was shrouded in milky white holy light. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. Boom. Boom. Boom, the sky and the ground seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. The violent tremors caused the entire space to be pierced. Lu Ming looked from afar and could only see a few figures fighting crazily. They fought in the sky and then in the dark space. Whoosh, a sword radiance accidentally overflowed and pierced into the ground. Immediately, an unfathomable hole appeared in the ground. After a while, magma gushed out. That sword had pierced through the earth's crust. The sovereigns were fighting crazily. The scene was too shocking. In the holy city, countless people watched in a daze. They were shocked by such a terrifying scene. If the holy city was not protected by an extremely powerful formation, they would not dare to stand here. Once they were affected by the aftershocks, they would die. Everything that happened today was beyond everyone's expectations. The main characters of today's matter were not involved, but Xie Qitian and the other sovereigns were engaged in a fierce battle. Let's go. They have no time to care about other things. Let's go to the chaotic realm and find the backup I left behind. When I recover my cultivation as a sovereign, I won't have to be afraid of them anymore. Xiaoluan said. Then, he tore through space with Lu Ming and Xianxia and disappeared. 3 days later, a piece of news spread throughout the entire central continent and even the 4 territories at the speed of a hurricane. 3 days ago, Lu Ming went to the holy city and displayed his terrifying combat strength. Then, the chaotic Sky Emperor, Xiaoluan, who was rumored to have fallen 30,000 years ago, appeared and was rescued by Lu Ming from the netherworld demon realm. That was why the royal family chased after him. In the holy city, Xiaoluan took out the Heavenly King's token, causing an intense battle between the sovereigns. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The sun and moon lost their light. It was incomparably tragic. In the end, the Wu Jue Sword Emperor was killed by the royal family in that battle. The Lightning Saber Emperor fled with heavy injuries, and the Heavenly King's token fell into the hands of the Xie family. When this news spread out, many people were dumbfounded. Xiaoluan appeared, the sovereigns fought, and a sovereign fell because of this. How many years had it been since a sovereign fell because of a battle? Now, there was one. In the eastern part of the middle continent, in a large city near the chaotic realm, Lu Ming smiled when he heard the news. The middle continent was going to be in chaos. The Tianwu sword sect would definitely go crazy after a sword emperor was killed. It was said that there were 2 sword emperors in the entire Tianwu sword sect. Now that one of them was killed by the royal family, they would definitely seek revenge. Also, the Heavenly King token was a treasure that all emperors coveted. Which emperor wouldn't be tempted? Now that the royal family had obtained it, would the emperors let it go? Impossible. The battle between the emperors had just begun. Next, it would definitely be more intense. There would be an even more intense fight for the Heavenly King token. The Xie family of the royal family might not be able to protect the Heavenly King token. Of course, this was more beneficial to Lu Ming because the royal family would no longer have the time to care about him. They could barely take care of themselves. The most direct manifestation was that the projection of the divine secret apparatus had disappeared. Obviously, the royal family had stopped the operation of the divine secret apparatus and wanted to spend more time on how to protect the Heavenly King token. Fight to your heart's content. Lu Ming smiled. He rose into the air and flew toward the chaotic realm. Soon, Lu Ming flew into the territory of the chaotic realm. After nearly 2 years, Lu Ming came to the chaotic realm again. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation was no longer the same as before. The various forbidden areas and powerful existences in the chaotic realm were no longer a threat to him. Lu Ming didn't slow down at all and flew past at extreme speed. Below, powerful existences felt the terrifying aura on Lu Ming's body and immediately retreated. They didn't dare to make the slightest movement for fear of attracting disaster. Following Xiaowan's guidance, after flying for tens of millions of miles, Lu Ming came to a dark mountain range. At a glance, the mountain range was black and filled with demonic aura. There were even demonic creatures below. Lu Ming lowered his altitude and flew forward. Roar! Roar! A few demonic beasts roared. Their eyes shone with a ferocious light as they pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out and a few demonic beasts were smashed into pieces. Lu Ming's body released a terrifying aura. Although the magical beasts had low intelligence, they could still feel fear and retreated. Lu Ming went all the way down and finally came to the edge of a pit. This crater had a radius of 100 miles, and was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom of it. Demonic chi continued to seep out of the pit, and it was extremely dense. This was the place that Xiaowan had mentioned. Demonic chi flashed, and Xiaowan's figure appeared. He looked at the pit and muttered, "It's been 30,000 years, I wonder how they are now. Let's go." After saying that, he immediately jumped into the pit. Lu Ming followed suit. The crater was very deep, and only after descending for about 1,000 miles did they reach the bottom. At the bottom, there was a black magic stone with complicated inscriptions carved on it. Xiaowan's hands moved and inscriptions entered the demon stone. The demon stone began to glow. In the end, it cracked open with a cracking sound, revealing a black vortex. Space door. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a spatial door. Let's go. Xiaowan was the first to step into the spatial door, and Lu Ming followed closely behind. The space flashed, and in the next moment, Lu Ming realized that they had appeared on top of a mountain. Looking up, there were vast mountains all around, and there was black demonic chi permeating the space. This was a plain. The backup that Xiaowan had mentioned was actually a plane, and this plane was very similar to the 9 underworlds. Demonic chi surged, and the heaven and earth were filled with demonic chi. However, the heaven and earth spirit chi and origin chi were very thin. The space between his brows flashed, and Xianxia's figure appeared. Xianxia looked at the scene in front of him and was a little surprised. Back then, I was afraid that if I failed, I would be suppressed or severely injured, so I found this plane and left some subordinates here to guard it, and a place for me to recover. It's been 30,000 years, I wonder how they are now. Xiaowan opened his mouth and explained. Who is it? How dare you barge into my 10,000 devil abyss? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. In the distance, dozens of figures flew over at an extremely fast speed. Their bodies were filled with demonic chi, and they were all spirit embryo realm martial artists. In an instant, dozens of burly men in black armor appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. All of them stared at them coldly. However, when their gazes landed on Xiaowan, their expressions changed drastically, revealing looks of disbelief as they exclaimed, "Demonic ancestor, it's the demonic ancestor. How is it possible? The demonic ancestor is still alive?" One of them even waved his hand, and a statue appeared in his hand. This statue was exactly the same as Xiaowan. Demonic chi surged into the sky, and it had a domineering aura that seemed to dominate the world. It's really the demonic ancestor. They shouted in disbelief. Where's your commander? Call him over. Xiaowan ordered. The dozens of burly men in armor looked at each other, their eyes still filled with disbelief. The demonic ancestor that they were talking about was Xiaowan. Obviously, they couldn't believe that Xiaoluan was still alive after 30,000 years. Please wait a moment, we'll go and report this. One of the burly men with the highest cultivation base said, then turned around and left. The others hurriedly followed, turning into dozens of black demonic lights and disappearing from the place. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement at all. No one came here. Xiaoluan frowned slightly and said, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded, and the three of them flew forward. After flying over layers of mountains, an incomparably huge city appeared in front of them. At this moment, the huge city was filled with powerhouses. Many armored warriors guarded the surroundings of the huge city as if they were facing a great enemy. Among them, there were more than 10 people whose auras rose and were incomparably terrifying. Supreme Being. These dozen or so people were all Supreme Being experts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It seemed that the place that Xiaoluan left behind was no small matter. There were actually so many powerhouses. Of course, these powerhouses couldn't be those people from 30,000 years ago. They must be the descendants of those people. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, all eyes on the huge city fell on Xiaoluan, causing a commotion. The demonic ancestor, it's exactly the same as the legendary demonic ancestor. Could it be that the demonic ancestor has really returned? Unbelievable. Voices sounded one after another with shocked expressions. Especially the dozen or so supreme-level powerhouses. While they were shocked, their auras became even stronger as they stared at Xiaoluan. Where's your commander? Who is he? Ask him to come out and see me. Xiaoluan frowned even more, and his cold and commanding voice sounded. No one answered. Even the dozen or so supreme-level powerhouses didn't answer. Instead, their eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. I'm Xiaoluan, the chaotic Sky Emperor. Why aren't you greeting me? Xiaoluan shouted loudly, causing many armored burly men to tremble. How dare you pretend to be the chaotic Sky Emperor? You deserve to die. At this moment, a loud shout came from the depths of the huge city. When the voice sounded, heaven and earth shook. An earth-shattering demonic aura soared into the sky, suppressing all directions. An emperor, this was the pressure of an emperor. There was actually an emperor hidden here. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. There was actually a demon emperor hiding in this place, but he had never heard of it in the outside world. A demon emperor and so many supreme being powerhouses were enough to establish an overlord force in the outside world and compete with the heroes of the world. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the younger generation of the demon abyss to be so good. There's actually an emperor among them. However, his talent is not bad, and his ambition is not small. Xiaoluan laughed out loud. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Obviously, Xiaoluan was referring to the other party's ambition. Now, he did not want to acknowledge Xiaoluan and dominate by himself. Humph. The other party was wearing a black armor and had a monstrous demonic aura. At this moment, he snorted and said, I don't know who you are, but you're so bold. You're still a little bit away from becoming an emperor, yet you dare to impersonate the chaotic Sky Emperor. What a joke. Indeed, Xiaoluan's cultivation had not truly recovered to the emperor realm. He was still a little bit away, so judging from his aura, he was indeed not an emperor. That was also the reason why he was so bold. You guys, go and see what ability he has to impersonate the chaotic Sky Emperor. The war-armored demon emperor looked at the dozen or so supreme beings. The faces of the dozen or so supreme beings changed drastically. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. They were hesitating. They had all seen Xiaoluan's statue or portrait before. Those statues or portraits were all engraved with inscriptions. They were able to engrave Xiaoluan's charm and aura on them. They were practically identical to the person before them. How would they dare to attack? What a bunch of trash. The war-armored demon emperor saw that the dozen or so supreme beings did not dare to step forward and could not help but snort coldly. Don't ask them to come and die. You're very ambitious, but I don't know how strong your combat strength is. Let me test your combat strength. Xiaoluan spoke and strode forward. A powerful and terrifying aura rose from his body. Endless demonic aura gathered above Xiaoluan's head like a demonic cloud. Humph, you want to fight me when you're not an emperor? You're courting death. Demonic domain. The war-armored demon emperor shouted. A dark domain visible to the naked eye appeared around his body. With him as the center, it spread outwards and spread towards Xianxia. A domain evolved from intent. It was somewhat similar to Xianxia's sky demon force field, but its power was many times stronger. On Xianxia's body, there was also a black domain spreading out. With him as the center, it spread out. It was also a domain. Their domains were like two bubbles that collided in midair and emanated deafening rumbling. This was a collision between domains, and ordinary domain enlightened spirit gods would be minced into powder if they approached it. Kill. 10 demonic sky strikes. The Warframe Demon Emperor roared and strode forward, unleashing a powerful attack. Sometimes he clenched his fist, sometimes he changed it into a palm. Together with the demon domain, he attacked Xianxia. Break! Xianxia's attack was very direct. His muscles bulged like a demonic weapon as he punched out. The punch caused the opponent's domain to tremble violently, and it was almost pierced through. Then, the punch collided with the opponent's palm. The sky exploded like a clap of thunder. The two figures trembled and retreated. Immortal devil body, it's the immortal devil body. It really is the devil ancestor. Several supreme beings cried out in alarm, incredibly shocked. In the divine wilderness continent, there were many who cultivated the demonic path, and there were more than one or two who became emperors as demons. However, there was only one person who cultivated the immortal devil body in 1,000,000 years, and that was Xianxia. The other demon emperors broke through to the emperor realm and cultivated the spirit body, but they were not as strong as the immortal devil body. Spirit bodies were also divided into strong and weak. The immortal devil body was one of the stronger spirit bodies. Even if Xianxia was still a little bit away from recovering to the emperor realm, with the immortal devil body and his combat experience, he could fight against ordinary emperors. If some people still had some doubts before, they no longer had any doubts when the immortal devil body appeared. Chaotic demonic art, chaos of heaven and earth. However, the Warframe Demon Emperor's killing intent was even stronger. He performed an unparalleled demonic art, and endless demonic energy gathered. A terrifying aura filled the world as if it was going to turn the world upside down. However, Xianxia's eyes were calm, and there was even a hint of a sneer in his eyes. His body directly rushed into the endless demonic energy. You're courting death. The Warframe Demon Emperor revealed a ferocious expression and was about to attack Xianxia, but suddenly, his expression changed drastically. The endless demonic energy suddenly trembled violently, and his body also trembled violently. Then, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. Swoosh, Xianxia rushed out and struck the Warframe Demon Emperor with a palm that blotted out the sky. Bang, the Warframe Demon Emperor's armor was pierced through, and his body emitted cracking sounds of bones breaking. However, Xianxia did not stop. Following that, he threw another punch. This punch smashed half of the Warframe Demon Emperor's body and caused it to explode. I created the chaotic demonic art. Back then, I passed it to the demon abyss and left a flaw. I was afraid that one day, the demon abyss or the descendants of the demon abyss would rebel. Xianxia's voice was very cold. Just now, the Warframe Demon Emperor used the chaotic demonic art, but Xianxia caught the flaw and severely injured him. Xianxia had already left a backup plan. Xianxia's claw grabbed the Warframe Demon Emperor's neck and said with killing intent, "Traitors should be killed." "No, demon ancestor, please spare me, please spare me. Everything is a misunderstanding. I thought someone was impersonating you, so I wanted to test it out." The Warframe Demon Emperor struggled with all his might and begged for mercy loudly. Half of his body was smashed, but as an emperor who had cultivated a spirit body, his vitality was terrifying. Even if half of his body was smashed, he could quickly recover. Regrowing a broken limb was very simple for an emperor. "Oh? Is that so?" Xianxia's gaze was still cold, and he had a faint smile on his face. "Yes, yes. If I knew that it was you, demon ancestor, I wouldn't have dared to make a move even if I had 10,000 guts. Don't worry, demon ancestor, since you have returned to the world, I will definitely be loyal to you in the future." The Warframe Demon Emperor shouted. "Is that so?" Originally, I would definitely kill a traitor, but now, I am in need of people, so I can spare your life. Make a blood oath and I will give you a chance to redeem yourself in the future. Xiaoluan said. The Warframe Demon Emperor was helpless. At this moment, in order to save his life, he could only make a blood oath to be loyal to Xiaoluan. Only then did Xiaoluan release the Warframe Demon Emperor. The Warframe Demon Emperor panted heavily. Demonic chi spread all over his body and he began to recover. What is your name? Xiaoluan asked the Warframe Demon Emperor. Subordinate Mo Yi greets the demon ancestor. The Warframe Demon Emperor said respectfully. Subordinate welcomes the return of the demon ancestor. The others also bowed. I have been trapped for 30,000 years and need the 10,000 demon pool to recover. Bring me there. Xiaoluan instructed. Mo Yi, the dozen or so supremes, and some spirit gods hurriedly nodded. Lu Ming, little girl, come with me. I have something to say. Xiaoluan looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The two nodded and followed Xiaoluan, Mo Yi, and the others. They flew past the huge city and arrived at a huge mountain peak. Little girl, I've said that if you save me, I'll pass on my legacy to you. I won't go back on my word. With that, Xiaoluan pointed at Xianxing's forehead, and a black light flashed and disappeared. I've already imparted my life's worth of cultivation experience and demonic arts to you. However, everyone's path is different. You can use it as a reference, but you can't copy it. Also, there's a demonic palace here. You can enter it to cultivate. It'll be very beneficial to your cultivation. Xiaoluan said. Xianxia closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. He then nodded and cupped his fists. Thank you, senior. Haha, although we've been apart for more than 30,000 years, our fates are similar. There's no need to be polite. Xiaoluan laughed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Xiaoluan was a man of his words. To be honest, along the way, although Lu Ming had the idea of borrowing Xiaoluan's power, he had always been wary of Xiaoluan. At this moment, his wariness had lessened. At this moment, Xiaoluan looked at Lu Ming. Demonic chi gathered in his palm and condensed into a black token. He handed it to Lu Ming and then looked at Mo Yi and the rest. Brother Lu Ming is my benefactor. In the future, seeing him is like seeing me. He can walk freely anywhere in the 1,000 demon abyss. Do you understand? We understand. Mo Yi and the rest bowed. Also, the outside world is in chaos. Send people to keep an eye on the outside world. When I come out of the 1,000 demon abyss, I'll take you out and dominate the divine wilderness mainland. Xiaoluan said loudly, full of confidence. The demon ancestor is invincible. We'll follow your orders. Mo Yi and the rest bowed again. Xiaoluan nodded, then turned to look at the middle of the mountain and strode forward. The array seemed to recognize Xiaoluan and did not react. Soon, Xiaoluan's figure disappeared. Mo Yi and the rest were shocked. The array of the 1,000 demon abyss was extremely terrifying. Even an emperor like Mo Yi could not break it, but Xiaoluan walked in easily without any hindrance. Obviously, this was the trump card left behind by Xiaoluan all those years ago. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, the demon ancestor needs time to recover. The two of you can move around freely. If you need anything, feel free to look for me. Mo Yi looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. He could see that Xiaoluan seemed to value Lu Ming and Xianxia very much. He even passed down his mantle to Xianxia in front of him. Naturally, he had to treat him politely. You're being too courteous, Demon Emperor. Please feel free to do as you wish. If there's anything else, I'll go and disturb you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right then, feel free to walk around. We won't disturb you anymore. Mo Yi said. Then, he left with the others and arranged for people to go out and scout for information. Xiaoqing, shall we take a walk? Lu Ming held Xianxing's hand and said. Sure. Xianxing nodded. The two of them held hands and walked in the air, casually strolling around. Now that Xiaoluan had recovered more and more, the restraint of the prison suppressing steel on him was getting smaller and smaller. He could stay away from Lu Ming without being affected. The two of them strolled around and chatted. During this period of time, the two of them had been running around and did not get along well. On a mountain peak, the two of them leaned against each other. The two of them quietly enjoyed this peace and tranquility. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the two of them did not cultivate and only got along quietly. 3 days later, Xianxia went to the demon hall to cultivate in seclusion. They knew very well that the divine wilderness continent was about to fall into chaos. In such an environment, the only foundation was to increase one's own cultivation. Otherwise, they would be drowned by the flood sooner or later. Compared to those overlord forces, they were still too weak. As for Xiaoluan, they knew very well that it was just an exchange of benefits. They saved Xiaoluan, and Xiaoluan might help them once or twice. However, it would not last long. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. However, before Xianxia went to cultivate in seclusion, Lu Ming imparted the Divine Gate 9 seals to Xianxia. After Xianxia cultivated the Divine Gate 9 seals, his combat strength would be stronger. Xianxia entered the demon hall to cultivate in seclusion. Lu Ming also prepared to cultivate in seclusion on a mountain peak not far from the 10,000 demon pool. However, there was one more thing to do before he went into seclusion. With a wave of his hand, a pile of storage rings appeared. These storage rings were left behind by the enemies he killed during this period. Many of them were left behind by high-level spirit god experts. Lu Ming had not checked them all this time. Now that he had time, it was a good time to do so. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram and began to sort out the items in the storage rings one by one. After he finished counting, even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded by the amount of wealth. There were more than 1 billion ores. More than 1 billion ores, what kind of terrifying wealth was this? Haha, it's enough for me to use for a long time. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In addition, there were a lot of profound crystals of various grades, and their value was shocking. There were some low-grade, middle-grade, and even high-grade profound crystals that Lu Ming had no use for, but he kept them for the Lu family, Huaqi, and the others. They would be of great use in the future. There were also various kinds of spiritual pills, spiritual herbs, spiritual weapons, and so on. After all, there were dozens of high-level spiritual god experts among them. The wealth they had left behind was too shocking. Lu Ming was grinning from ear to ear. He sorted them all and put them away. During this time, Dandan smelled the spiritual herbs and rushed over. Lu Ming gave him some of the spiritual herbs and told him to recover well. After counting, Lu Ming began to comprehend the intent realm under the Enlightenment ancient tree with the help of the profound crystals. Now, Lu Ming had enough ores. As long as he had a breakthrough in the intent realm, he could use the ores to increase his cultivation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Lu Ming sensed something and came out of the mountain river diagram. He looked in the direction of the 10,000 demon pool. Above the 10,000 demon pool, demonic clouds gathered and demonic chi filled the sky. A supreme pressure spread out. Lu Ming knew that Xiaoluan had come out of seclusion. Buzz, Lu Ming's spine glowed. Lu Ming felt that the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel was vibrating slightly. With a thought, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew towards the 10,000 demon pool. Whoosh, demonic chi surged and finally gathered together. Xiaoluan's figure appeared. After 3 months, the aura emitted from Xiaoluan's body was terrifying. It was as vast as an abyss and unfathomable. Every single one of his muscles seemed to possess a destructive power that could destroy everything. Lu Ming understood that Xiaoluan had completely recovered to the ruler realm. As for what level he had reached, Lu Ming had no idea. At this moment, Mo Yi and the others also flew over. However, with a wave of Xiaoluan's hand, they all stopped in the distance and did not approach. Buzz, at this moment, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel flew out from Lu Ming's body. It quickly grew to the size of a mountain and flew towards Xiaoluan, floating above his head. Boom! Bang! 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 Subsequently, Xiaoluan's palm continuously slapped the remnant piece of the prison-suppressing monument. After 36 consecutive slaps, the remnant piece of the prison-suppressing monument hummed and flew back to Lu Ming, floating above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming sensed carefully and noticed that Xiao Wan had completely broken free from the suppression of the prison-suppressing monument and was completely free. Xiao Wan had said before that he could only completely break free from the suppression of the prison-suppressing monument once he recovered his Emperor Realm cultivation. Huff, Xiao Wan let out a long breath, and his eyes revealed excitement. He had been suppressed by the prison-suppressing monument for 30,000 years, and at this moment, he could be considered to have truly broken free. Lu Ming looked at Xiao Wan and didn't say anything. At this moment, Xiao Wan also looked at Lu Ming. Their eyes met, and each of them had their own thoughts. After a short while, Xiao Wan spoke first. Lu Ming, how about we form an alliance? Lu Ming was slightly stunned by these words. Now, Xiao Wan had completely broken free from the suppression of the prison-suppressing monument. Lu Ming thought of many things that Xiao Wan would say, even turning hostile. Lu Ming thought of all of them, but he never expected that Xiao Wan would actually want to form an alliance with him. Xiao Wan was a figure that roamed the world, and his cultivation had already recovered to the Emperor realm. Coupled with Mo Yi and other powerful subordinates, his strength was formidable. As for Lu Ming, he was only at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Why would Xiao Wan form an alliance with him? What did an alliance represent? It represented that both sides were equal, on equal footing. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, I know you're surprised. To be honest, with your current strength, you're simply not qualified to form an alliance with me. However, your talent is something I've never seen before in my life. Perhaps I'll need your help in the future. Xiao Wan seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts and explained. What are your specific conditions? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, he was very tempted to form an alliance with Xiao Wan. His current strength was still weak. Not to mention that the talisman puppet sect was currently trapped. Even if it wasn't, there were no sovereigns overseeing it. It would be very difficult for them to contend against the overlord forces. He indeed needed powerful reinforcements. If he could really form an alliance with Xiao Wan and be on equal footing without being restricted by Xiao Wan, it would be a good choice. My condition is very simple. I have my eyes on your future. With your talent, you will definitely become an emperor in the future. It won't be too difficult for you to surpass me in the future. With your talent, the Divine Wilderness continent is not your final destination. In the future, you will most likely step out of the Divine Wilderness continent. My condition is that if you step out of the Divine Wilderness continent in the future and join a great force in the Yuan continent, you have to think of a way to let me join that great force as well. Xiao Wan opened his mouth and stated his condition. Xiao Wan's words were very direct. It was clear that Xiao Wan was interested in his future. This was like an investment. He wanted to invest in Lu Ming. A cultivator should pursue the peak of the martial Tao and fight against the heavens. An emperor can only live for 10,000 years, at most 20,000 years, before turning into dust. Only by breaking through to a higher realm can one fight for more lifespan. It is said that a saint can live for 100,000 years. How carefree is that? Only one's cultivation is real. Everything else is just an empty title. Unfortunately, I have been suppressed for 30,000 years and have long passed my peak age. It is already impossible for me to join a great force like the Yuan continent. Xiao Wan sighed and a yearning look appeared in his eyes. The peak of the martial Tao and an even longer lifespan were the lifelong pursuits of every cultivator. From Xiao Wan's words, Lu Ming could hear the helplessness in his tone. Originally, with Xiao Wan's talent, if he hadn't been suppressed for 30,000 years, it was possible for him to join a great force in the Yuan continent. But now, it was impossible and he needed help. Therefore, he proposed such a condition to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was even higher than his when he was young. Lu Ming, this is my condition. If you agree, we will form an alliance and be on equal footing. My force will be your force. I can help you deal with strong enemies. I guess you must have offended many strong enemies along the way. Xiao Wan stared at Lu Ming and said. All right, I agree. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Xiao Wan made it clear. In fact, this was an exchange of interests. Sometimes, Lu Ming was more willing to believe in an exchange of interests as it was more realistic. If Xiao Wan had said that he agreed to form an alliance with Lu Ming to thank him for saving his life, Lu Ming wouldn't have believed him. All right. Xiao Wan was delighted. He waved his hand in the air and a complicated blood-red inscription pattern appeared. I will now swear a blood oath to form an alliance with Lu Ming. Xiao Wan was decisive. He immediately swore a blood oath to form an alliance with Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming also noticed the blood oath. Haha, all of you, come here. Xiao Wan looked at Mo Yi and the others. Mo Yi and the others flew over. As you saw just now, Lu Ming and I have formed an alliance. We are on equal footing. I announce that from now on, Lu Ming and I will be the supreme commanders. His authority is the same as mine. From now on, seeing him is like seeing me. Do you understand? Xiao Wan instructed. I understand. Although Mo Yi and the others had 1,000 doubts in their hearts, they could only nod. Was this young man's talent really higher than the demon ancestors? Mo Yi and the others found it hard to believe. Mo Yi, during this period of time, you have sent people to inquire about the outside world. How is the situation in Xianxia state now? Xiao Wan asked. It's chaotic. The outside world is in chaos. Immediately, Mo Yi introduced the information he had gathered during this period of time. Ever since Xiao Wan took out the Heavenly King token in the Holy City, a battle between emperors had begun. The world was shocked when Wu Ju and Emperor Wu were killed. Following that, the emperors of the various overlord forces in Xianxia state moved out and gathered in the Holy City to fight for the Heavenly King token. In the end, the imperial family was forced to hand over the Heavenly King token under pressure. As a result, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the emperors. That battle could be said to be the most intense and tragic battle after Xiao Wan's rebellion 30,000 years ago. More than 20 emperors participated in the battle, and a terrifying battle unfolded. In that battle, many emperors were injured, and 2 of them even died on the spot. In the end, the Heavenly King token fell into the hands of the heaven-guarding divine army. After this battle, Xianxia state was in complete chaos. First, the Xie family of the imperial family gathered their allied forces and sent out an army to attack the heaven-guarding divine army. The heaven-guarding divine army was not to be outdone. They also joined forces with their allied forces and mobilized an army to fight a fierce battle with the imperial family. As for the other overlord forces that did not participate in the battle between the 2 forces, they also began to attack each other. In the past, although the major forces were constantly in conflict with each other, they were still controlled on a small scale and maintained a delicate balance. However, in the battle for the Heavenly King token, the balance was completely broken. The Xie family of the imperial family and the heaven-guarding divine army attacked each other. The remaining overlord forces also took the opportunity to expand their strength and fought endlessly. The worst were Ji family and Sky Eagle Fort. In the battle for the Heavenly King token, the 2 sovereigns who died were the sovereigns of Ji family and Sky Eagle Fort. These 2 forces only had 1 sovereign each. Now that their sovereigns were dead, they naturally became the target of the other forces. Now, these 2 overlords had been destroyed. Only 16 of the 18 overlords of Central Continent were left. How cruel was it to destroy an overlord just like that? How are the forces near the Chaos Realm? Lu Ming asked. Mo Yi answered honestly, Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain are the closest to the realm of chaos. After Eagle Emperor of Sky Eagle Castle fell, Cold Blood Hall reacted the fastest. They immediately sent an army to attack Sky Eagle Castle and divided up most of their territory. Some of the experts of Sky Eagle Castle also surrendered to Cold Blood Hall, which greatly increased their strength. Now, Cold Blood Hall is at war with Floating Mountain. Today, Cold Blood Hall seems to have attacked Floating Mountain's headquarters. Cold Blood Hall. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Cold Blood Hall had always held a grudge against him. How are the other territories? Did they fight? Xiao Wan asked. The Northern Plains fought. Earlier, sovereigns from the Northern Plains fought for the Heavenly King token. But now, the Northern Plains seems to be in a civil war. The forces in the Northern Plains are fighting with each other. They did not intervene in Central Continent's affairs. However, Western Desert, Southern Ming, and Eastern Wilderness did not fight. No sovereigns fought for the Heavenly King token. Mo Yi answered. Southern Ming and Eastern Wilderness did not fight? Lu Ming and Xiaoluan were surprised. It made sense that Western Desert did not fight. Western Desert had a long history. There were rumors that Western Desert had a strong background and seemed to be related to the overseas. But it was strange that Southern Ming and Eastern Wilderness did not fight. Especially the emperors of the underworld in Southern Ming. They were all very powerful, aggressive, and greedy. They did nothing in the face of the Heavenly King token. Even the sovereigns of Eastern Wilderness did not participate. This was very strange. Senior, what should we do now? After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming asked Xiaoluan. Go to the Northern Plains. Haha, I don't mind telling you, I've left a backup plan in the Northern Plains. The Northern Plains Overlord Force, Demon God Valley, is the backup plan I've left behind. We'll go to the Northern Plains first and unify the Northern Plains major forces. Then, we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We'll see the situation of the central continent and then make our plans. Xiaoluan laughed. Lu Ming was secretly shocked, thinking that the other party was indeed the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor, who was able to cause the collapse of the ancient Saint dynasty when it was at its peak. He was truly unfathomable. Even if he was suppressed, he still left behind a series of backup plans. However, if we want to go to the Northern Plains, we will need to use the Transcendent Domain Teleportation Array. Now that there is a war, who would want to borrow our Transcendent Domain Teleportation Array? We have to destroy an overlord before we can use their Trans-Territory Teleportation Array. Lu Ming spoke, seeing where the problem lay. Haha, that's right. So now, we have to destroy Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain. Lu Ming, which one do you think we should destroy? Xiaoluan said. Destroy Cold Blood Hall. Floating Mountain and I are old friends. Maybe we can form an alliance. Lu Ming said. Okay, then we will destroy Cold Blood Hall. Mo Yi, assemble the army and set off immediately. Xiaoluan ordered. Mo Yi and the others went to assemble the army. Lu Ming walked in the void and came to a tall and ancient palace. This ancient palace was the demonic palace, where Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion. Not long after Lu Ming arrived, Xianxia appeared at the entrance of the ancient palace. Little Qing, let's go. I will take you back to the Eastern Wilderness. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia's little hand. Lu Ming had another purpose for this battle. If Cold Blood Hall was destroyed, Lu Ming could use their Trans-Territory Teleportation Array to link up with the Talisman Puppet Sect. In this way, the Talisman Puppet Sect could use the Trans-Territory Teleportation Array to send people directly to Cold Blood Hall. In this way, the Talisman Puppet Sect's siege would be lifted. Even if De broke through the Yin and Yang formation, there would be nothing to be afraid of. In addition, Lu Ming also wanted to see if he could use the power of Xiaoluan and Mo Yi, the two demon emperors, to get rid of De. If he could get rid of De, then it would be once and for all, and there would be no future trouble. Lu Ming, has Xiaoluan recovered? Xianxia asked with some worry in his eyes. Obviously, Xianxia did not trust Xiaoluan. This was a demon emperor who could shake heaven and earth. If he fully recovered and got rid of the shackles of the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel, who knew what he would do? Xianxia was also worried. Don't worry, Xiaoluan and I have formed an alliance. Then, Lu Ming told him about Xiaoluan forming an alliance with him. After hearing this, Xianxia was relieved. Rumble, Iron Hooves stepped on the air, shaking the void of the myriad demon abyss, and demonic chi soared into the sky. More than 100,000 soldiers, wearing battle armor and riding powerful demonic beasts, jumped in the sky, and the void kept shaking. The 100,000 soldiers were all experts of the Spirit Sea realm and above. This was equivalent to the army of an overlord force. The army of an overlord force had the Spirit Sea realm as the soldiers, the Spirit Embryo as the backbone, and the Spirit God as the general. They could destroy heaven and earth. 100,000 people, riding demonic beasts, gathered in the sky above the giant city. At the front, Lu Ming and Xiaoluan stood side by side. Behind them, Xianxia, Mo Yi, and more than 10 supreme beings stood. This battle is our first battle. After this battle, we will walk out of the myriad demon abyss and establish ourselves in the boundless territory of the divine wilderness continent. Are you confident? Xiaowan's voice came from afar. Yes. The army of 100,000 roared, and their momentum shook the sky. Good, in this battle, our target is the overlord force, Cold Blood Hall. We have received news that Cold Blood Hall's main force is besieging Floating Mountain. In this battle, we will split into two groups. One group will be led by General Lu Ming to kill the Cold Blood Hall army attacking Floating Mountain, with Mo Yi as support. The other group will follow me to attack Cold Blood Hall's lair. Let's go. After Xiaowan's announcement, the army set off. Let's go. Lu Ming led the main force and set off first, heading straight for Floating Mountain. Rumble. A total of 80,000 soldiers, riding demonic beasts, stepped on the void, and followed Lu Ming out of the myriad demon abyss, flying toward Floating Mountain. Lu Ming rode on a great perfection spirit god demonic beast, flying at the front. Looking at the powerful army behind him, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming knew that this army did not belong to him, but to Xiaowan. Although he was still weak, Lu Ming was confident that he would soon be able to dominate the divine wilderness continent, have his own invincible army, and conquer the world. That day won't be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with confidence. After leaving the Chaos Realm, Mo Yi took out a huge warship. The 80,000 soldiers all boarded the warship, and Mo Yi steered the warship, flying toward Floating Mountain at top speed. Of course, they could not fly to Floating Mountain, as it was too far away. Many Sea of Soul Realm martial artists had to fly, and no one knew how long it would take. With Mo Yi's warship, it would be many times faster. The beautiful Floating Mountain was now engulfed in the flames of war. Cold Blood Hall had sent out almost all of its forces to attack Floating Mountain. Floating Mountain had activated its defensive formation, but after days of attacks from Cold Blood Hall, its defensive formation was already on the verge of collapse. A fierce battle was still going on. Blood dyed the divine mountain red. Cold Blood Hall had always been stronger than Floating Mountain. In addition, Cold Blood Hall had acted quickly this time and occupied a large portion of Sky Eagle Fort's territory. Many powerful existences in Sky Eagle Fort had surrendered to Cold Blood Hall, which allowed Cold Blood Hall to completely suppress Floating Mountain. Boom! 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 A terrifying roar came from the depths of the sky. It was the battle between Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain. It was extremely fierce, and it was hard to tell who would win. The battle was even more intense in various parts of Floating Mountain. Cold Blood Hall and Sky Eagle Castle had many more supremes than Floating Mountain sect. In terms of supreme experts and advanced spirit gods, Cold Blood Hall had far more supreme experts than Floating Mountain. In some parts of Floating Mountain, the defensive formation had collapsed. Giant eagles were circling in the sky, launching terrifying attacks. They were all Sky Eagle Fort experts. Sky Eagle Fort experts had just surrendered, so naturally, they were eager to be put in an important position by Cold Blood Hall. Haha, Floating Mountain, let's see how long you can last. Jing Kongling, when we break Floating Mountain, I'll make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Sanguinarum stood in the air, looking at Floating Mountain from afar and laughing coldly. Beside him, there were many experts following him. This time, the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall had given Shui Luozi a lot of power and given him command of a powerful army. Obviously, he wanted to train Shui Luozi as his successor. Sanguinarum was Cold Blood Hall's future hope. Put in more effort to break Floating Mountain. When the time comes, you'll be rewarded. Cold Blood Hall's voice came from afar. His face was beaming with joy, high-spirited and full of lofty sentiments. Sky Eagle Fort, an overlord force that had been fighting with Cold Blood Hall, was still destroyed by them. Yin Bupo, a powerful second-class genius, was killed by Sanguinarum in the end. Cold Blood Hall's strength had skyrocketed. Floating Mountain was about to be taken down. Sanguinarum could already see himself becoming the emperor in the future, leading Cold Blood Hall experts to conquer the central continent. Jing Kongling, Sandalwood Fairy, Lu Yusen, Xian Yanjuan, you're all mine. Sooner or later, I'll take you all. Sanguinarum's imagination. Rumble, suddenly, a deafening rumble sounded in the sky. It was as if there were thousands of savage beasts trampling on the sky. A loud explosion interrupted Shueluazi's daydream. "What's going on?" he asked coldly. A blood-robed old man looked behind him with a solemn expression. Cold Blood Hall's heart sank as he asked. "Demonic chi is soaring. Could it be Demon Mountain's army?" "It shouldn't be. Demon Mountain can't even take care of itself now. How could they have the strength to come here?" The blood-robed elder frowned and whispered. Rumble, the tremors in the sky grew stronger and stronger. The entire sky was trembling slightly. Cold Blood Hall experts gathered to set up defenses and watched from afar. Gradually, demonic chi soared into the sky. Countless experts in black armor rode demonic beasts and rushed over. Finally, they stopped 1,000 miles away from Cold Blood Hall. "Which force do you belong to?" "We are Cold Blood Hall." "May I know what you're here for?" Cold Blood Hall stepped out and spoke first. "We're here to destroy Cold Blood Hall." A voice rang out as two figures stepped into the air and appeared in front of the crowd. "It's you, Lu Xiaoqing." "No, Lu Ming." Sanguinarium's pupils shrank as he exclaimed in disbelief. It was Lu Ming and Xianxia who stepped out. The other experts of Cold Blood Hall also widened their eyes in shock. A few months ago, the Xie family of the imperial family activated the divine secret instrument in order to capture Lu Ming, shocking the entire central continent. But in the end, not only did they fail to capture Lu Ming, but a series of major events also happened. It could be said that all of this started because of Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming appeared in Sacred City, he had disappeared with Xiao Wan. Who would have thought that he would reappear now? Lu Ming had appeared, so where was Xiao Wan? Fear flashed in the eyes of Cold Blood Hall experts as they solemnly glanced at Lu Ming and the others. Xiao Wan's name was so well known that it made them fearful. "No need to look. The chaotic Sky Divine Emperor is not here," Lu Ming said faintly. "Lu Ming, what are you talking about?" Sanguinarium asked. "Didn't I tell you just now? Destroying Cold Blood Hall? It seems that your ears are not working well." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Destroying Cold Blood Hall? Humph, what a boast. Even if Xiao Wan came in person, he wouldn't dare to say that. The imperial family has long spread the news that Xiao Wan has been suppressed for 30,000 years and has damaged his foundation. He is no longer an emperor. Don't think that we are afraid of him. Besides, he is not here yet. Elder Yuan, go and cripple Lu Ming." Sanguinarium gritted his teeth and said. "Kill." A scarlet-robed elder unleashed a terrifying aura as he charged toward Lu Ming. Supreme, this was a supreme. "You're courting death." Behind Lu Ming, a burly man stepped out with a giant axe and chopped at the scarlet-robed elder. Boom, the two of them trembled and retreated after exchanging a blow. "Supreme." Sanguinarium's face darkened. "Senior, I don't know why you were bewitched by Lu Ming, but it won't do anyone any good to go against Cold Blood Hall because of him. Everyone, can you give us face and hand over Lu Ming and leave? Cold Blood Hall will reward you handsomely." Sanguinarium cupped his fists and said to the burly man. In his heart, he was open to negotiation for anything. He speculated that these experts might be Xiao Wan's subordinates, but even if Xiao Wan came in person, conditions were negotiable. He speculated that these diabolism experts had come with Lu Ming to attack Cold Blood Hall because Lu Ming had promised them something. But how could a mere Lu Ming's offer compare to Cold Blood Hall's? How could a mere Lu Ming compare to Cold Blood Hall's value? As long as he persuaded these diabolism experts to take down Lu Ming, it would be a piece of cake. What an idiot. Young Master Lu Ming is the supreme commander of our army. He's on an equal footing with the Lord of Chaos Heaven Demon. You want us to hand him over? The burly man waved his battle axe and sneered. What? What? Supreme Commander? On an equal footing with the Lord of Chaos Heaven? Sanguinarium and the rest of Cold Blood Hall were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was the supreme commander of these people and was on an equal footing with Xiao Wan. How could this be? How could Lu Ming do that? Kill. Destroy Cold Blood Hall. Demonic chi surged like thunder. Following Lu Ming's order, terrifying existences stepped out from behind him and charged at the Cold Blood Hall experts. The Cold Blood Hall experts, including Sanguinarum, turned pale. The experts charging at them were too powerful. There were no less than 6 or 7 supreme masters and many advanced spiritual gods. Kill, kill, kill them all. Xueluozi shrieked, while his body retreated. Kill. The experts from both sides collided, creating a shocking shockwave. Black demonic chi and crimson demonic chi soared into the sky and pervaded the area. Bang, Lu Ming stepped out and walked toward Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum, you managed to escape with your life amulet in the Saint Mansion secret realm. Today, I'll take your life. Lu Ming stared at Sanguinarum and walked toward him step by step. Sanguinarum's face darkened. He retreated quickly and roared, "Kill him. Lu Ming, die." Beside Sanguinarum, a middle-aged man in a crimson robe charged at Lu Ming. He was a spiritual god of perfection expert. However, as soon as he appeared, another expert rushed out from behind Lu Ming and blocked him. "Now, let's see who can save you," Lu Ming said. The spiritual god of perfection expert was the last expert by Sanguinarum's side. The rest were not worth mentioning. Kill him. Sanguinarum continued to yell. 2 LV7 spiritual god experts charged at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming struck out with 2 palms and the 2 LV7 spiritual god experts were torn to pieces. How could this be? Sanguinarum's face turned pale. Lu Ming killed 2 LV7 spiritual god experts with 1 palm. How could he be so powerful? Today, no one can save you. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and quickly approached Sanguinarum. Save me. Patriarch, save me. Sanguinarum screamed in fright. Lu Ming could even kill an expert at the 7th level of the spirit god realm with a flip of his hand, let alone him. He was really scared. The other experts of Cold Blood Hall wanted to help, but they were all entangled by their opponents and could not get away. As for some experts, they were further away and couldn't make it in time. Bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar came from the sky. Then, a blood-red light broke through the sky, carrying an aura that could destroy everything as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Ancestor, haha, Lu Ming, die. Sanguinarum was overjoyed and revealed a ferocious expression. This attack was filled with the aura of an emperor. It was an emperor from Cold Blood Hall who wanted to kill Lu Ming with 1 blow. But at this moment, a burly man in iron armor behind Lu Ming burst out with an earth-shattering aura. With a flash of demonic light, he defeated the blood-red light. I didn't want to besiege you, but since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Emoyi looked at the sky, his eyes cold. The next moment, he turned into a beam of demonic light and rushed towards the Cold Blood Hall Emperor. He joined forces with the Emperor from Floating Mountain to besiege the Cold Blood Hall Emperor. An emperor, it's an emperor. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Xiao Wan was not here, but other than him, there was an emperor behind Lu Ming. This was too shocking. Many people from Cold Blood Hall were in despair. The consequences of 2 emperors besieging a Cold Blood Hall emperor would be dire. Demon Emperor. Sanguinarum screamed in horror, his eyes filled with despair. Kill. Lu Ming took another step forward and appeared in front of Sanguinarum, striking down with his palm. No. Sanguinarum roared. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-winged heavenly bat to resist with all his might. But Lu Ming's palm strike destroyed the blood-red light and shattered the blood-winged heavenly bat. Not only the blood-winged heavenly bat, but even Sanguinarum's body was shattered. Sanguinarum was dead. The people from Cold Blood Hall were shocked. Sanguinarum was dead. It was a great loss to Cold Blood Hall that this genius who had the potential to become an emperor had died. An angry roar came from the sky. What are you shouting for? You can't even save yourself today. Emoye's voice came from the sky. Roar. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and completely devoured Sanguinarum's essence and blood. But Lu Ming immediately frowned. This was because the essence that Xueluozi cultivated was the essence of blood, which was not of much use to Lu Ming. Only the essence and blood were of some use. At this moment, on Floating Mountain, a beautiful woman was looking at the battlefield outside. She was Jing Kongling. Beside her stood several experts from the Hanging Mountain. Open the formation and kill with all your might. Cooperate with Lu Ming and attack Cold Blood Hall from both sides. Jing Kongling gave the order at this moment. Presently, the second-rate geniuses had matured and stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realms successively. As these second-rate geniuses advanced into the domain enlightened spirit god realm, their statuses in their respective sects and powers rose along with it. It was comparable to some exalted figures, and it was even to the extent that their statuses were even higher than exalted figures. This was because it was certain that the second-class geniuses would become supremes in the future. They even had a great chance of becoming emperors. It could be said that their potential was limitless. The major forces had begun to slowly transfer some power to them as a form of training. Just like Sanguinarum, Jing Kongling also had an important right to speak in Floating Mountain. Kongling, it's too dangerous. Who knows if Lu Ming will turn around and attack us? An old man beside Jing Kongling said with a slightly changed expression. Yes, in these troubled times, Lu Ming and Xiao Luan have emperors following them. We have to be careful. Another person also spoke. Don't worry too much. Lu Ming and I are old friends. I believe in him. Open the formation and cooperate with Lu Ming. We must completely destroy Cold Blood Hall in today's battle. Otherwise, we won't have such a good opportunity again. Jing Kongling said in a firm tone. All right, we'll listen to you. An old man said. Then, his voice spread throughout Floating Mountain. Open the formation and kill everyone. Kill. Kill. As the formation was opened, Floating Mountain gathered all their strength and rushed madly toward Cold Blood Hall. They and Lu Ming's men attacked Cold Blood Hall from two sides. Instantly, Cold Blood Hall was in a disadvantageous position and their experts were killed one after another. Boom. 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 The battle was the most intense in the sky, and the sky was constantly shaking. Suddenly, a bloody light flashed. An arm fell from the sky with a soaring bloody aura, exuding a strong emperor's aura. It's the Blood Emperor. He's injured. Someone exclaimed. Especially those from Cold Blood Hall, their faces were pale. The Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall is about to be defeated. Kill. Lu Ming's men and Floating Mountain took the opportunity to shout. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they completely suppressed Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall experts were killed continuously, and their bodies fell like raindrops to the ground. Unfortunately, most of the people from Cold Blood Hall cultivated the essence of blood, while a few cultivated various kinds of essence of weapons. It was of little use to Lu Ming, and did not help Lu Ming's essence at all. Lu Ming's cultivation improved rapidly after devouring a large amount of energy. However, it stopped when he reached the peak of the 4th level of Spirit God Realm. No matter how much energy he refined, he could not absorb it and could only dissipate and waste it. Because the essence of heaven and earth did not improve, his cultivation was stuck. In the end, Lu Ming decided not to devour vital essence, but only blood essence to improve his bloodline. However, Lu Ming's bloodline did not improve even after devouring the blood essence of more than a dozen 8th level, 9th level, and even perfected spirit god experts. Both the 9 Dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing Steel bloodline were at level 8 of the Divine Realm. It was too difficult to improve from level 8 to level 9 of the Divine Realm. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Could it be that he had to devour the blood essence of a supreme martial artist to improve? Lu Ming began to look around to see if any supreme martial artists had been killed. Ah! With a scream, a supreme martial artist from Cold Blood Hall was killed. Blood splattered everywhere and fell to the ground. The fresh blood contained terrifying power. When some strong practitioners of the spirit embryo realm were splashed by the fresh blood, their bodies became riddled with holes. Fall back. Below, some of the myriad demon abyss and Cold Blood Hall troops retreated frantically, afraid of being splashed by the blood. Supreme martial artist blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes burned with passion. Xiaoqing, wait for me here. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Be careful. Xianxia warned. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. He used his movement technique and dashed toward the corpse of the supreme martial artist. Whoosh, a drop of a supreme martial artist's blood shot toward Lu Ming like a blood-red meteor, carrying a terrifying aura. Bam! Lu Ming struck out with his palm, causing the drop of blood to scatter. However, Lu Ming also felt his palm go numb and a faint pain. Supreme Being is really powerful. This is just a drop of his blood, but it has such a terrifying power. It contains a lot of energy. It's a pity that I don't have enough heaven and earth concept right now. Otherwise, I would be able to quickly improve my cultivation after refining this blood. Lu Ming pondered silently. He did not bother about the fresh blood. In a flash, he dashed toward the corpse of the supreme martial artist. The 9 Dragons bloodline opened its mouth and roared. Its devouring power erupted. 9 drops of sparkling and translucent blood essence flew out from the corpse of the supreme martial artist and were devoured by the 9 dragons. Boom! After the 9 drops of blood were swallowed by the 9 dragons, they exploded. Boundless energy rampaged through the 9 dragons' bodies. The 9 dragons' bodies rapidly swelled up like a rubber ball, their volume increasing by several times. The energy within the supreme martial artist's blood essence was too powerful. Refine, refine. Lu Ming roared, frantically manipulating the 9 dragons' bloodline to refine the blood essence. He knew that he had been too impulsive. The amount of energy contained in the blood essence of a supreme being was simply too shocking. Even with his current cultivation base, he had to refine it drop by drop. That would be the safest way to proceed. Devouring all 9 drops in one go, that amount of energy was simply too shocking. Rumble, the 9 dragons' bloodline frantically operated the refining power to refine the blood essence within his body. Fortunately, he managed to hold on and did not explode. Gradually, the supreme martial artist's blood essence was refined and used to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. Die. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed and charged toward Lu Ming. It was a white-haired elder from Cold Blood Hall. He was Sanguinarum's protector. After Sanguinarum's death, he had been eyeing Lu Ming for a long time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he attacked Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The 3rd bloodline emerged and a murderous intent gushed out like a tide. Bam! Lu Ming's palm shattered the elder's blood-red light. His palm force surged toward the elder like a storm. Back then, outside Sacred City, Lu Ming was already at the peak of LV8 Spirit God realm. Now that a few months had passed, Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak of LV4 Spirit God realm. His battle strength was stronger than before, so it was easier for him to deal with a peak LV8 Spirit God realm expert. The elder was shocked. He did not expect his surprise attack to be easily defeated by Lu Ming. He unleashed his true yuan and punched. Bam! Lu Ming's palm struck his fist, causing him to tremble all over. He retreated at high speed. Die, die. Lu Ming's eyes turned blood-red. Endless murderous intent shrouded the elder, causing his body to shiver and his battle strength to weaken. Boom! He activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill and struck out 2 palms in succession. The white-haired elder tried his best to block the 2 palms, but his arms exploded and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Whoosh! The 3rd bloodline turned into a blood-red sword. Under Lu Ming's control, it turned into a beam of blood-red light and pierced through the elder's forehead, killing him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed and returned to Xianxia's side. Because Xianxia had a supreme being by his side, he could ensure their safety. After arriving, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and focused on refining the essence blood. This refining process took more than 10 minutes. Only then did the essence blood in the 9 dragons' bodies calm down and return to Lu Ming's control. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stood up. He still had not completely refined the Supreme Being essence blood, but there was no need to worry. He could slowly refine it. At this time, the situation on the battlefield was clear. Countless experts of Cold Blood Hall had been killed, including a few Supreme Beings. They were completely at a disadvantage. Defeat was inevitable. Rip, at this moment, the space in the sky was constantly cracking. Lu Ming looked up and could barely see 3 figures fighting. One of them was Mo Yi, who had a towering demonic qi. The other was a woman with a graceful figure. She was shrouded in a halo and her face could not be seen clearly. She must be the Emperor of Floating Mountain, Martial Emperor Xian. The last person was shrouded in blood-red light. Needless to say, he was the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall. But at this time, the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall was in a terrible state. His aura was weak, and one of his arms was missing. He had been severely injured by Mo Yi and Martial Emperor Xian. "Blood Emperor, today, you will die," said Xian coldly. Her voice was filled with killing intent. It was Empress Xian. "You want to kill me? Dream on." The Blood Emperor's cold voice rang out. The blood-red light suddenly burst out and forced Martial Emperor Xian and Mo Yi to retreat. He turned into a beam of blood-red light and fled madly into the distance. The Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall had fled. "Don't even think about it." Mo Yi shouted coldly and chased after the Blood Emperor with Martial Emperor Xian. Seeing that the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall had fled, the morale of the Cold Blood Hall members was greatly reduced. "I surrender, I surrender. I surrender too." The giant eagles of Sky Eagle Castle were the first to surrender. They did not have a sense of belonging to Cold Blood Hall. Seeing that the situation was not good, they naturally surrendered one by one. With the surrender of the giant eagles, Cold Blood Hall was even more at a disadvantage. Those who surrender and are willing to engrave the formation in your consciousness sea will be spared. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. I'm willing to surrender too. Me too. In the end, even the disciples and experts of Cold Blood Hall began to surrender. Some of the diehards killed those who did not surrender. Before long, the battle stopped. Almost all the experts of Cold Blood Hall had surrendered. A few supreme martial artists broke through the siege and escaped. The rest of the supreme martial artists had surrendered. Even an emperor had been defeated and fled. If they continued to stubbornly resist, they would be courting death. The battle had ended. Later, Lu Ming ordered the experts to work with Floating Mountain to engrave a formation in the consciousness seas of those who surrendered. "Brother Lu, we meet again." Jing Kongling gracefully walked over. She was surrounded by mist and looked ethereal like an immortal. "Miss Kongling." Lu Ming cupped his fists in greeting. Jing Kongling's gaze landed on Xianxia, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. "I believe this must be Miss Xianxia. She is truly a peerless beauty that Brother Lu is willing to personally come to the 9 underworlds." Xianxia rolled her eyes and took Lu Ming's arm. "You're too kind." Then a voice came into Lu Ming's ears. "You know quite a lot of beauties when I'm not around. I was wondering why you attacked Cold Blood Hall instead of Floating Mountain. It turns out that there's a beauty waiting for you to save her." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Was this girl jealous? Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to find an excuse. Hiss! At this moment, the space cracked and Mo Yi and Martial Emperor Xian walked out. "Mo Yi, how's the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall?" Lu Ming asked hurriedly. His body was shattered and the spirit deity was severely injured. Unfortunately, he escaped with the injured spirit deity. Mo Yi explained with some regret. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Blood Emperor was indeed powerful and difficult to kill. Even with 2 emperors at the same level, he still managed to escape. However, even though he has escaped, he won't be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time. The spirit god was seriously injured, and fled with all his might. He doesn't have much strength left. Mo Yi explained. "Brother Mo Yi, thank you for your help this time," said Empress Xian at that moment, bowing to Mo Yi. Xian Martial Monarch was very beautiful. She looked like she was only in her 30s. She didn't look like an Emperor realm expert who had been famous in the central continent for nearly 10,000 years. "Haha, there's no need to thank me. I'm just following orders. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Commander Lu Ming." Mo Yi smiled and looked at Lu Ming. Xian Martial Monarch looked at Lu Ming with a trace of surprise in her eyes. Mo Yi actually obeyed Lu Ming's orders, a ruler actually obeyed the orders of a young junior. This was truly rare in the world. "Greetings, Senior Moon Heart." Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Xian Martial Monarch. "Commander Lu, you're too courteous. How about we go into the mountains for a chat?" said Xian Martial Monarch. Lu Ming and the others nodded and followed Xian Martial Monarch, Jing Kongling and the others into Floating Mountain. They sat down in a hall. Thank you for your help, Commander Liu. Otherwise, Floating Mountain would be in danger. Xian Martial Monarch thanked Lu Ming again. You're too courteous. Miss Kongling and Xu Kuang are old friends of Floating Mountain. It's my duty to help them. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, the central continent is in chaos now. Many forces are fighting. If they're divided, they'll be weak. If they're united, they'll be strong. What do you think of Lu Ming's proposal to ally with Floating Mountain? Ally? Xian Martial Monarch, Jing Kongling, and the other supreme masters of Floating Mountain were all stunned and pondered. Xian Martial Monarch thought for a while and said, I wonder if Xianxia is here? Xianxia is in Cold Blood Hall's lair. I'm afraid Cold Blood Hall has fallen into his hands, said Lu Ming. 2 allies. Commander Liu, can you represent Xianxia? Said Xian Martial Monarch. Obviously, Lu Ming was not important enough in Xian Martial Monarch's eyes. Don't worry. Commander Liu can make decisions on behalf of Demon Ancestor, said Mo Yi. This shocked Xian Martial Monarch, Jing Kongling, and the others. They did not expect Lu Ming to have such great power in Xiaowan's forces. Xian's eyes flickered slightly. All the rumors about Lu Ming that she had heard flashed through her mind. This guy has a bright future. In the end, Xian's eyes lit up and said, great. In that case, Floating Mountain will ally with Commander Liu. She was talking about Commander Liu, not Emperor Luan. Great. Lu Ming thanks Senior Yu. Lu Ming was overjoyed. To have one more ally was a great advantage for Lu Ming. Immediately, the two sides carried out a simple ceremony to formally form an alliance. After the alliance, Lu Ming said goodbye to Xian and the others, because Xiaowan had sent news that the headquarters of Cold Blood Hall was completely under his control. Lu Ming led the army and went straight to Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall had been completely occupied. Those who had stayed behind had either surrendered or been killed. Experts from Myriad Demon Abyss were everywhere in Cold Blood Hall. Many of them were inscribing formations or repairing formations all over Cold Blood Hall. It did not take long for Lu Ming and the others to arrive at Cold Blood Hall. At Cold Blood Hall, more than a dozen experts gathered at the cross-domain transmission formation. Xiaowan, Lu Ming, Mo Yi, and the others were among them. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be the Zongzi of Eastern Wilderness Talisman Puppet Sect. But you don't have any spirit fire. How strange. Xiaowan laughed. Lu Ming smiled faintly but did not explain further. Senior, please help me adjust the coordinates of Talisman Puppet Sect, Lu Ming said. Immediately, a few supreme martial artists who were stronger in the way of inscription stepped forward and adjusted the coordinates of Talisman Puppet Sect on the huge cross-domain transmission altar. On the other hand, Lu Ming closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, in Talisman Puppet Sect, a cave that had been closed for a long time suddenly opened. Lu Ming's second body stepped out of it. Lu Ming's second body moved and went to Bai Shijin's mansion. Not long after, Lu Ming's second body, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and 2 other supreme martial artists appeared at the cross-domain transmission formation of Talisman Puppet Sect. The chaotic Sky Emperor Xiaowan has reappeared? You even formed an alliance to destroy the Overlord power, Cold Blood Hall? Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others muttered to themselves. Ever since Lu Ming's second body briefly explained the situation in Central Continent, they still could not believe it and had not recovered from the shock. Senior, now, everything is true. Let's adjust the coordinates of Cold Blood Hall and accept their transmission request. Lu Ming's second body said. Good, haha, in this way, DE can't trap us. Bai Shijin laughed. The others also smiled. If they could communicate with the overlord power of Central Continent, they would no longer have to be afraid of DE's siege. Even if the Yin and Yang formation was broken, they would have a way out. Immediately, they began to adjust the coordinates. The transmission formation required the consent of both parties. It could not be transmitted just because one party wanted to. Not long after, the coordinates of the two sides were matched. The altar of the interterritory teleportation formation emitted a dazzling light and a black vortex appeared above it. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest stared at the vortex. Not long after, two figures emerged from the vortex. Lu Ming, Bai Shijin and the rest were overjoyed. One of the two figures was Lu Ming and the other was Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia stepped out of the vortex and appeared in front of Bai Shijin and the rest. Is this your second body? Xianxia's big eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Lu Ming's second body. What? Do you want to give me a kiss? The second body suddenly smiled and said. Lu Ming's consciousness entered the second body and spoke. Xianxia's little face instantly flushed red and she glared at Lu Ming. The second body pointed at Lu Ming and took a step forward. It rapidly shrank and entered the heart of Lu Ming's brows, sitting cross-legged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest were looking at Lu Ming and Xianxia with astonishment. Lu Ming, your cultivation? What realm are you at? Bai Shijin asked. Actually, he had already seen through Lu Ming's cultivation, but he found it hard to believe. Peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Senior, what's wrong? Lu Ming said. CSI, Bai Shijin and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. It had only been around 2 years. When Lu Ming set out from the eastern desolation to the central continent, his cultivation was only at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. But in 2 years, not only had Lu Ming surpassed the spirit god realm, he had even reached the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. This was truly too shocking. After reaching the spirit god realm, they knew very well how difficult it was to advance a level. But to Lu Ming, it didn't seem difficult at all. Also, they looked at Xianxia. They naturally saw through Xianxia's cultivation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. Strong, too strong. The point was that Lu Ming and Xianxia were still so young. It was truly shocking that they had reached this level at such an age. They were at such an age. In comparison, the geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect were a far cry from Lu Ming and Xianxia. Perhaps Lu Ming can really lead the Talisman Puppet sect to rise. They thought. At this moment, the teleportation grand formation trembled slightly, and 2 more figures appeared. It was Xiao Luan and Emoyi. Subconsciously, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others swept their spirit senses towards Xiao Luan and Emoyi. With a sweep, their expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed. Emperor! It's an emperor! 2 emperors! Bai Shijin and the others exclaimed with strong vigilance. Their eyes were filled with shock. Seniors, this is Xiao Luan, Senior Xia, and this is Demon Emperor Emoyi. Lu Ming hurriedly introduced. Emperor Luan, Xiao Luan. The hearts of Bai Shijin and the others trembled. The name of Emperor Luan was not only known by the central continent, but also the experts of the Eastern Desolation, Southern Underworld, and other territories. Bai Shijin and the others naturally knew. After that, Bai Shijin and the others hurriedly bowed to Xiao Luan and Emoyi. Yes, Xiao Luan nodded casually and spread out his spirit sense. I didn't expect that the Talisman Puppet sect wouldn't be here. Back then, it was a famous sect in the Eastern Desolation. Xiao Luan spoke slowly, causing Bai Shijin and the others to feel slightly embarrassed. Senior Xia, I'll show you around. Lu Ming smiled. After 2 years, he returned to the Talisman Puppet sect. Lu Ming was in a good mood. This was the place that truly belonged to Lu Ming. It was the place that could be controlled by him. Xiao Luan's force was just an alliance. Xiao Luan nodded. Everyone stepped into the air and flew into the distance. On the way, Xiao Luan swept his gaze and nodded secretly. It seems that I've still underestimated Lu Ming. Other than not having an emperor, the strength he has isn't weak. What a powerful junior. He's trying to break through to the emperor realm. Once he breaks through, it will be no small matter. Xiao Luan's gaze looked towards the north, his eyes shining brightly. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming knew that Xiao Luan had sensed Supreme Nine Suns. In the past 2 years, Supreme Nine Suns had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the emperor realm. Father, mother. Immediately after, Lu Ming's gaze turned to the front. In front of him, Yan Kuangtu condensed his true origin into a cloud and flew over with Lu Yuntian, Li Ping, Hua Qi, Bai Qi, Shui, and the others. Obviously, they had received news that Lu Ming had returned. Originally, only a few people knew that Lu Ming had gone to the central continent and left his second body to guard the talisman puppet sect. Other than Bai Shijing, Yan Quantu, and a few other supremes, only Lu Ming's parents knew. However, ever since Lu Ming's true identity was exposed during the million-year sacrifice battle in the Holy City, the Wang family's patriarch, the Jiang family's patriarch, Di Shen, and the others returned to the eastern wilderness. News of Lu Ming's appearance in the eastern wilderness spread. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace publicly revealed that Lu Ming's second body was fake outside the Yin and Yang mountain. Only then did the others in the Talisman Puppet sect know that Lu Ming had left the Yin and Yang mountain for the central continent. Of course, no one would think of such a miraculous secret art like the twin life restriction. They all thought that Lu Ming's second body in the Talisman Puppet sect was someone else in disguise. Now that Lu Ming had returned, they naturally wanted to see Lu Ming after receiving the news. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia and flew forward, greeting Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, "Father, Mother. Ming it's good that you're back." Although Lu Yuntian and Li Ping knew that Lu Ming was safe and sound through Lu Ming's second body, they were still overjoyed to see the real Lu Ming. Then, their gazes fell on Xianxia. After being stunned for a moment, a smile appeared on their faces. Li Ping happily held Xianxia's little hand and said, "Miss Nianqing, long time no see. Ming finally brought you back." "Good, good. Uncle, Auntie." Xianxia's little face blushed slightly as she saluted Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The two elders nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. "Haha, so this is my younger sister-in-law. Truly a national beauty, rarely seen in this world." Yan Quangta laughed loudly, causing Xianxia's little face to turn even redder. "Big brother Yan." Lu Ming greeted Yan Quangtu, Hua Qi, and the others. Among the crowd, Bai Qi Shui looked at Xianxia with a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Is this the woman Lu Ming likes? That year, in a fit of anger, she caused a great war in Nine Dragons City. She's truly devastatingly beautiful. Only such a woman is worthy of Lu Ming. Bai Qi Shui sighed in her heart, forcing a smile on her face. She stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming and Xianxia. Then, Lu Ming introduced Xiao Luan and Mo Yi to Yan Quangtu and the others. However, Lu Ming only introduced the names and did not introduce Xiao Luan's cultivation. Only Yan Quangtu was shocked when he sensed Xiao Luan and Mo Yi's cultivation. "Father, Mother, go back to your residence first. I have something to do with the seniors. I'll find you later," Lu Ming said. "All right, it's fine. Go ahead," Lu Yuntian said. Then, they went back. Yan Quangtu stayed behind. Senior Xia, the Talisman Puppet sect is now surrounded by the Emperor God Divine Palace. The palace master of the Emperor God Divine Palace is an emperor. "Senior, are you confident in dealing with him? Since Xiao Luan and Mo Yi were here, it would be best if they could use Xiao Luan to get rid of Martial King De." Xiao Luan did not say anything. He stood in the air and looked to the east, as if he was sensing something. In the east of the Talisman Puppet sect, Martial King De was cultivating in seclusion. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed something. His eyes suddenly opened and two rays of bright light shot out. A shocking aura rose from Martial King De's body. "Who is spying on me?" Martial King De said slowly. "Inside the Talisman Puppet sect." Boom, Xiao Luan's expression changed abruptly. A powerful aura involuntarily rose from his body. However, the aura was quickly withdrawn. What a powerful cultivation. I never thought that there would be such a person in the Eastern Barren territory. Xiao Luan frowned and said seriously. Lu Ming was shocked. Could Martial King De be so powerful? Even Xiao Luan was serious? "Lu Ming, the Martial Emperor De that you mentioned is very powerful. If I was at my peak, I would be able to suppress him. However, I am not his match now. Don't provoke him for the time being. Give me some time and I will not be afraid of him," Xiao Luan said slowly. Lu Ming, Bai Shijing, Du Songjue and the others' faces changed. Was Martial King De really that powerful? Even Xiao Luan thought highly of him and said that he was not his match. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. He knew that Xiaoluan had been suppressed for 30,000 years. Although he had recovered a little, he was still far from his peak. It would be too difficult for him to recover to his peak. Lu Ming, let's go back to Cold Blood Hall and rest for a few days before heading to Northern Plains. If you want to go to Northern Plains, you can come here within 3 days. Xiaoluan said to Lu Ming. After that, he and Mo Yi stepped into the air and returned to Cold Blood Hall through the transdomain teleportation formation. After that, Lu Ming said goodbye to Bai Shijin and the others. He held Xianxia's hand and went to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's residence. In the next few days, Lu Ming stayed at the Lu family's residence. When he had time, he would visit Huaqi, the Mystic Essence Sword sect, and the others. 2 years ago, Lu Ming had left behind a large amount of resources. After 2 years, everyone had made great progress. Both Huaqi and Pangshi had reached the martial emperor realm. His father, Lu Yuntian, had also become a martial king. Among them, his 2 disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao, had made the fastest progress. They had already become high-level martial kings. However, this kind of progress was still far from Lu Ming's expectations. This time, Lu Ming left more resources for the Lu family, Huaqi, and the others. They had all kinds of power Upanishad crystals, pellets, herbs, and weapons. 3 days later, in the Talisman Puppet Sect's assembly hall, Lu Ming, Yan Quantu, and the various elders and eminent elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect were gathered. Lu Ming sat on the main seat at the top of the hall. This was strongly requested by Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had already stepped into the spiritual god realm, and he had reached the peak of the 4th level spirit god realm. He was qualified to take charge of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Therefore, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others strongly requested that Lu Ming take the main seat. In the future, the Talisman Puppet Sect would be officially handed over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was originally a Zongzi. Zongzi meant that when his cultivation improved and he was able to take charge, he could succeed the position of sect master. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, although it was still a little lacking, the Talisman Puppet Sect did not have an Emperor Realm expert. Therefore, the conditions were not too high. Lu Ming did not decline and accepted it calmly. Now, he indeed needed his own strength. Seniors, I've already explained the situation in the Central Continent. If you have any suggestions or ideas, please feel free to speak. Lu Ming said. Zongzi, us old fellows have been sealed off from the Eastern Wilderness for many years. We know nothing about the situation in the Central Continent. You know much better than us. We'll listen to you and do whatever you say. Bai Shijin said. That's what I think too. Du Songjue said. Haha, Lu Ming, I'll do whatever you say. I'll drink with you. Yan Quantu gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and laughed. Alright, then I'll tell you what I think. Now that the Central Continent is in chaos and the various forces are at war and attacking each other, the strong are getting stronger and the weak are getting weaker and weaker. We can't sit still and wait for death. We have to take the initiative to attack and increase our strength. I've formed an alliance with the Chaotic Sky Divine Emperor and the Floating Mountain Sect. The Chaotic Sky Divine Emperor wants to conquer the Northern Plains, we can't miss this opportunity. I plan to gather a group of experts to fight with me. Firstly, we can obtain resources. Secondly, we can train ourselves. In the future, when we conquer the Northern Plains, we'll be able to communicate with the Northern Plains. That way, we'll be able to move freely. What do you think? Lu Ming explained his idea. Then we'll do as Zongzi says. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others nodded. Lu Ming, I'll fight with you. After staying in the Talisman Puppet Sect for so many years, there's no one to spar with. It's so boring. Yan Quantu said with a strong battle intent in his eyes. In the past, Yan Quantu was a war general of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was a battle maniac and had been cooped up in the Talisman Puppet Sect for the past few years. It was truly unbearable. Now that he heard that he could go to war, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. His heart was itching unbearably. I'll fight with Zongzi. I'll go too. 2 founding elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect said. One of them was the founding elder of the puppet sect, Meng Chong. The other was the founding elder of the talisman puppet sect, Jiangku. Both of them had the cultivation of sovereign realm. Great, I'm relieved to have the three of you together. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, they discussed the specific details. In addition to Yan Quantu, Meng Chong, and Jiangku, the other experts of the other levels were also selected to follow Lu Ming to fight. Some of the younger generation were also selected to follow Lu Ming as a form of training. It was difficult to make progress in the path of cultivation by blindly cultivating. One had to take risks and fight to make a breakthrough. After the plan was made, they began to spread the news. Then, Lu Ming led hundreds of people into the cross-domain teleportation formation and headed to Cold Blood Hall. The teleportation formation of Cold Blood Hall flickered and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Not long after Lu Ming appeared, a voice messaging jade charm came. Xiao Wan invited Lu Ming to the conference hall to discuss matters. Lu Ming led Yan Quantu, Meng Chong, and Jiangku to the conference hall and found that Xiao Wan, Mo Yi, and some sovereigns of the myriad demons abyss were all there. When the sovereigns of the myriad demons abyss saw Lu Ming, they used their spiritual senses to scan Yan Quantu and the others. Their eyes flickered slightly. They did not expect that Lu Ming also had sovereigns following him. They knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. They used to think that Lu Ming was alone, but now they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming also had his own forces. Lu Ming, sit. Xiao Wan pointed to the seat beside him. I'll tell you my next plan. The Northern Plains Demon God Valley is my backup plan. However, 30,000 years have passed and I don't know the exact situation. I'll go to the Demon God Valley alone and take control of it. Lu Ming will be in charge here. Wait for my news. After I take control of Demon God Valley, I'll open the cross-domain teleportation formation and connect it with Cold Blood Hall. They'll take the teleportation formation to Northern Plains. Xiao Wan told him his plan. Obviously, this was the best plan at the moment. Naturally, no one objected. Well, in that case, I'll leave now. Lu Ming, I'll leave this place to you. With that, Xiao Wan got up and took a step forward. When he stepped out, the space cracked and Xiao Wan disappeared into it. After Xiao Wan left, Lu Ming made arrangements for the people of Talisman Puppet Sect. Brother Yan, take this Emperor Spirit Pagoda. In front of a courtyard, Lu Ming stopped Yan Quantu and handed him a small fiery red pagoda. It was the Emperor Spirit Pagoda that he had obtained from the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He had lent it to Xiao Wan and returned it to Lu Ming after Xiao Wan recovered his Emperor cultivation. The Emperor Spirit Pagoda was a fire attribute treasure with a fire domain. Yan Quantu's bloodline was the three-legged golden crow and his flame power was unparalleled. It was most suitable for Yan Quantu and would be even more powerful. This is an Emperor Spirit Pagoda. Yan Quantu scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and his face suddenly changed. Lu Ming, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Brother Yan, do you still need to be polite with me? Besides, the war is imminent. This Emperor Spirit Pagoda can only exert its full power in your hands. It's useless in my hands. Lu Ming pushed and the Emperor Spirit Pagoda flew towards Yan Quantu. Seeing Lu Ming's firm attitude, Yan Quantu did not refuse and kept the Emperor Spirit Pagoda. To be honest, the Emperor's spiritual tower was very useful to him. It had a fire domain, which was helpful to his cultivation. It would also be useful for him to break through to the ruler level. Lu Ming, thank you. After Yan Quantu put it away, he solemnly clasped his fists towards Lu Ming with a rare solemn and serious expression. Haha, big brother Yan, I'm not used to seeing you like this. Lu Ming laughed and strode away. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming's glabella shone, and the figure of his second body appeared. A disc array appeared in Lu Ming's hand and flew to the second body. The second body caught it and continued to inscribe array formations with both hands. The second body's Tao of inscription was much stronger than it was 2 years ago. In an instant, numerous inscriptions flew into the disc. This disc array was the disc array given to him by the heavenly profound saint in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. As long as the second body controlled the disc array, he could enter the Saint Mansion's secret realm and obtain the heavenly profound saint's inheritance. Soon, the disk array shone brightly and formed a huge vortex. The second body nodded slightly to Lu Ming, then stepped into it and disappeared. After the second body disappeared, the vortex also disappeared. Everything was ready, and Lu Ming waited patiently. To his surprise, not long after, the floating mountain sect sent 2 supreme beings to assist Lu Ming in the conquest of the northern plains. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. With 2 more supreme beings, their strength would naturally be stronger. Time passed quickly. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lu Ming received news from Xiaoluan that it was a success. Xiaoluan had successfully taken control of the Demon God Valley. Everyone in the Demon God Valley, including the ruler, had surrendered to Xiaoluan. Obviously, like the myriad demon abyss, Xiaoluan had a backup plan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to subdue an overlord so easily. Next, the cross-domain teleportation arrays of the 2 places were connected. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army set out. As for the Cold Blood Hall, only a few people were left behind to guard it. More than 100,000 soldiers were sent to the Demon God Valley through the teleportation array. Lu Ming led Yan Quantu and the rest to set out in the last batch. The Demon God Valley was one of the 5 overlord forces in the northern plains. It was powerful and had an emperor overseeing it. It was located in a vast mountain range. Inside, there were countless valleys of various sizes. Demonic chi filled the air, which was suitable for demonic Dao cultivators to cultivate. On the second day after Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the Demon God Valley, the army gathered in a huge valley. Xiaoluan and Lu Ming stood at the front. Beside them were 2 other people. One was Mo Yi, and the other was a burly old man called Chu Luo. He was the Demon God Valley's emperor. In the valley, the myriad devil abyss, the Demon God Valley and the talisman puppet sect experts that Lu Ming had brought with him were gathered. There are a total of 5 overlord forces in the northern plains. Each of them is very powerful. If we want to take down the other 4 overlord forces, we must attack as quickly as possible. Now, they are not aware of the Demon God Valley. If we wait until they are fully prepared, our battle will be much more difficult. I will discuss with Commander Liu. He and I will each lead an army to attack 2 forces. I will lead the army to take care of Golden Wave Cliff and Light Dragon Tower. Commander Liu, Mo Yi, Chu Luo, you will lead an army to take care of the Mountain Piercing Sect and 100 Beast Tribe. Take them down as quickly as possible. That way, the northern plains will be under our control. Xiaoluan announced. Yes. The army obeyed. Although the people from the Demonic God Valley, Chu Luo, and the rest were puzzled as to why Xiaoluan would form an alliance with Lu Ming, they did not probe further. They only needed to follow Xiaoluan's orders. Rumble, huge warships appeared in the sky. Lu Ming and Xiaoluan each took a warship and flew in 2 different directions. Lu Ming's army's first target was the Mountain Piercing Sect. Enemy attack. When they were close to the Mountain Piercing Sect, a loud roar came from within. Countless rays of light shone from within the Mountain Piercing Sect. The sect protection array rose. Auras burst out and figures flickered as they appeared in front of the Mountain Piercing Sect. Rumble, Lu Ming's warship stopped a few thousand miles away from the Mountain Piercing Sect. Lu Ming stepped out of the warship first. Behind him was a large army that followed Lu Ming. They stepped out of the warship and appeared in front of the Mountain Piercing Sect. Who is it? An angry roar came from within the Mountain Piercing Sect. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky and suppressed everything within a few thousand miles. A tall figure that was covered in yellow light appeared at the front of the Mountain Piercing Sect. An emperor, obviously, this was the emperor of the Mountain Piercing Sect. Pung! Pung! Chu Luo and Mo Yi stepped out and came to the front. They released their emperor's aura and pressed forward. Emperors, 2 emperors. Countless people in the Mountain Piercing Sect exclaimed in shock. Chu Luo, it's you? Why did you bring people to my Mount Piercing Sect? The emperor of the Mount Piercing Sect looked at Chu Luo and shouted. Emperor of Wanshan, I advise you to lead the entire Mount Piercing Sect and surrender. Otherwise, today, the Mount Piercing Sect will be destroyed. Chu Luo said coldly. Haha, surrender? Don't even think about it. Chu Luo, I knew that you have wild ambitions. It's useless even if you find helpers. Today, we'll fight to the death. The Emperor of Wanshan laughed mockingly. If you don't surrender, then let's fight. As soon as Chu Luo's voice fell, the aura on his body burst out violently and became even more terrifying. Boom, on the side, Mo Yi also erupted. The pressure of the Emperor was vast and mighty. Demonic chi formed a pillar of demonic chi that soared into the sky. Boom. Boom, Mo Yi and Chu Luo stepped forward at the same time. Heaven and earth trembled under their feet. Two terrifying demonic lights bombarded the mount-piercing sect. Two earth-shattering explosions were heard. The entire mount-piercing sect shook violently as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. The mount-piercing sect's protective formation trembled violently. Under the bombardment of the two demon emperors, it could not resist and collapsed with a loud bang. In the northern plains, there were no cultivators who were proficient in the path of inscriptions. Therefore, the protective formation was not very strong. Kill. As soon as the protective formation was broken, the Emperor of Wanshan roared and rushed into the sky. Countless mountains appeared around his body. There seemed to be hundreds of them. This was the Emperor of Wanshan's domain, called the Wanshan domain. Wanshan, since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. Chu Luo shouted coldly. Endless black demonic light spread out around his body. Demonic domain. Similarly, Mo Yi also released his demonic domain and attacked the Emperor of Wanshan together with Chu Luo. The three emperors immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. In the sky, there was a terrifying fluctuation. This Chu Luo is so strong. He's slightly stronger than Mo Yi. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Chu Luo's combat strength was slightly stronger than Mo Yi's. Joining forces with Mo Yi, it didn't take many moves to gain the upper hand. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the army set off, charging toward the Chuanshan sect. Kill. The disciples of the mountain-piercing sect also charged out. The two sides fought fiercely. Whoosh, beside Lu Ming, a fiery red light shot out rapidly. It was Yan Quantu. He had his eyes on one of the Supremes. It was a 3-meter-tall man with bulging muscles all over his body. His whole body was emitting an earthy yellow light. He was also staring at Yan Quantu. Kill. The other party shouted as a broad axe appeared in his hand and chopped towards Yan Quantu. Yan Quantu was covered in flames as he punched out. Boom, the flaming fist accurately landed on the axe. The axe shook violently, and the opponent's tall and burly figure also shook violently. Then, he was forced to retreat. Kill. Yan Quantu's combat strength was invincible. Terrifying flames spread out towards Lu Ming, and his fists kept bombarding. The other party tried his best to fend off Xianxia's attacks, but with every move he made, he would be forced back several steps. After a few moves, the other party's body jolted violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. There was a look of horror in his eyes. They were both supremes, but how could Yan Quantu's combat strength be so strong? Explode. He shouted and performed bloodline fusion, but what awaited him was Yan Quantu's storm-like attacks. Yan Quantu transformed into a 3-legged golden crow. With a flap of his wings, he instantly appeared in front of the other party. He grabbed with his claws and directly broke the other party's bloodline fusion. Then, his wings were like a flaming heavenly blade, cutting the other party's body in half. Even the spirit deity couldn't escape. A supreme being was killed just like that, shocking everyone in the surroundings. Kill. Then, Yan Quantu fixed his eyes on another supreme being and attacked him. Join forces, let's join forces. The supremes shouted and joined forces with the other supremes to fight against Yan Quantu, but they were still at a disadvantage. A few years ago, in the Battle of Nine Dragons City, Yan Quantu was able to fight against 3 supremes alone. Now, a few years had passed. Although Yan Quantu hadn't broken through to the Emperor realm, he had taken another step forward. His combat strength was stronger than back then, and he could easily suppress 2 supremes. In the end, another supremes joined the battlefield and barely stopped Yan Quantu. What a powerful supremes! The supremes who followed the myriad demons Abyss and demonic God Valley were secretly shocked when they saw the scene. They were shocked by Yan Quantu's strength and knew that the force behind Lu Ming should not be underestimated. With Yan Quantu fighting against several Supremes alone, the others had a much easier time. Originally, Lu Ming's side had more Supremes than the Mountain Crossing sect. In this way, it was completely one-sided. Earth Essence. This Mountain Crossing sect has a lot of people who practice Earth Essence and other essences. Lu Ming's eyes began to shine. Unlike Cold Blood Hall, the Mountain Crossing sect's essence was very simple. Although the Mountain Crossing sect's essence was mainly Mountain Essence and Earth Essence, there were also many who practiced other essences. Concept of fire, concept of water, concept of thunder, concept of wind. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure dashed out like a flickering light and a passing shadow. He appeared beside the powerful figures of the Pangshan sect who had died in the battle. His devouring power erupted, devouring the intense, runes, and blood essence of the other party. Refine for me. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and frantically refined it. At the same time, his figure flickered and rushed to other places. Every time he devoured, he would sense the other party's essence. Only when he felt that the other party's essence was compatible with his did he begin to devour. As he devoured and refined the 9 dragons' bloodline, Lu Ming's 5 essences began to slowly improve. The corpse of a Supreme. Finally, Lu Ming came to the corpse of a Supreme. It was the Supreme who had been killed by Yan Quantu. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and guided it with his genuine vitality. 9 drops of blood essence, which were like bright red gems, were drawn out and stored in the jade bottle. I need to get more Supreme blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes darted around. It was too difficult for him to upgrade his bloodline now. Previously, he had refined the blood essence of a Supreme being, but his 9 dragons' bloodline had not been upgraded. It was still at level 8 of the divine level. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that after refining the blood essence of a Supreme being, his bloodline was improving and was approaching level 9 of the divine level. This meant that the Supreme blood essence was still very useful. It was just that he needed more of it. As long as there was enough Supreme blood essence, his bloodline would improve sooner or later. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain rocks under Lu Ming's feet shook, and a stone spear condensed. The sharp spear pierced out from under Lu Ming's feet and pierced towards Lu Ming's throat. Sneak attack. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He did not dodge. His neck trembled slightly, and 5 colored essences surrounded him. He executed the hell-suppressing heaven skill, and a powerful force erupted. Bang! The stone spear directly collapsed. Lu Ming had already cultivated the hell-suppressing heaven skill to the point that every part of his body could explode with attacks. Even his throat could explode with powerful attacks. Not far away, a powerhouse from the mountain-piercing sect was shocked. Kill! Lu Ming's killing intent exploded as he took a step forward and charged towards the powerhouse. This person was at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. However, he was defeated by Lu Ming in less than 2 moves. Lu Ming broke his defense and pierced his heart with 1 move. Killed in 1 blow. After killing this person, Lu Ming continued to look for targets to devour. The battle was extremely intense, and the powerhouses of the mountain-piercing sect fell like raindrops. Lu Ming devoured while putting away the storage rings. As time passed, Lu Ming devoured the concept of heaven and earth of dozens of spirit god realm powerhouses. Enough. Spirit god realm powerhouses have very strong self-awareness. I've absorbed too much. Even if I refine it, it will be very impure and affect my foundation. I need time to refine it. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he retreated out of the battlefield and returned to the warship. Xianxia was not on the warship, but fighting outside to temper himself. Lu Ming asked Meng Chong and Jiang Ke to protect Xianxia secretly in case anything happened to Xianxia. Lu Ming stood on the warship, refining the concept runes that he devoured while observing the battle. In the sky, the Emperor of Wanshan was completely suppressed by Chu Luo and Mo Yi. He was already injured, and his defeat was certain. It was the same for the battlefield below the Emperor realm. The mountain-piercing sect was powerless to reverse the situation. Wanshan, surrender. Don't make a meaningless struggle. Chu Luo said coldly. Don't even think about it. Unless you kill me today, you won't have an easy time. The Emperor of Wanshan roared with cold killing intent. He began to attack, intending to escape. As long as he escaped, he would launch a crazy revenge in the future. The crazy revenge of an emperor was terrifying. As long as the emperor was not here, no one was his match. Then I'll kill you today. Chu Luo revealed strong killing intent, and so did Mo Yi. They used all their strength to kill the Emperor of Wanshan. Clang, at this moment, below, a fiery red light bloomed, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Yan Quantu was fighting the three supremes. At this moment, the Emperor's spirit pagoda appeared above Yan Quantu's head. It vibrated gently, and a circle of fire spread out. The three supremes of the mountain-piercing sect were hit by the Emperor's spirit pagoda. Emperor's spirit weapon. One of the supremes roared in horror. Kill. Yan Quantu took out the Emperor's spirit pagoda, and his battle prowess was raised to a terrifying level. He took a step forward, and the Emperor's spirit pagoda enlarged, suppressing one of the supremes. No. The sovereign was locked down by the power of the Emperor's spirit pagoda. It was difficult for him to escape, and he could only passively resist. Bang! Under the suppression of the Emperor's spirit pagoda, that supreme being was unable to resist at all. He was smashed into pieces and died on the spot. After killing one utmost exalted, Yan Quantu charged towards another utmost exalted. The expressions of the remaining two supreme beings changed greatly. They didn't dare to fight, frantically retreating. Yan Quantu stared at one of them and chased relentlessly. In the end, he caught up and killed him. Supreme Blood Essence. Lu Ming's body moved again. He rushed toward the corpse of the Supremes to collect the Supreme Blood Essence. Of course, he wouldn't let go of the Supreme storage ring. He planned to give it to Yan Quantu after collecting it. Lu Ming collected the blood essence of the two Supremes killed by Yan Quantu. In addition, Lu Ming also collected the blood essence of one of the Supremes killed by others. Lu Ming was the commander. When the people on his side saw this, they naturally wouldn't stop him. As for the mountain-piercing sect, they couldn't even take care of themselves. Naturally, no one stopped Lu Ming. Devour a part of the true yuan. Lu Ming used his devouring power to devour the true yuan of several 8th and 9th layer spirit god experts. He then returned to the warship and continued to refine it. Since his intent realm was increasing, his cultivation would naturally increase as well. As the energy was refined and turned into true yuan, Lu Ming began to break through to the 5th layer spirit god realm. Boom! Boom! True yuan surged, stirring up thousands of waves as it constantly attacked the bottleneck. At this time, the battle between the emperors in the sky was even more intense. The Emperor of Myriad Mountains was desperately trying to escape. Chu Luo and Mo Yi attacked with all their strength. At this time, the Emperor of Myriad Mountains was severely injured. His body was almost torn apart, and blood was seeping out of his body. You can't kill me. Explode. The Emperor of Myriad Mountains' eyes were filled with madness. His Myriad Mountains domain erupted, and his spirit body shone. He roared. His body was really about to split apart, and at the same time, his domain exploded crazily. A terrifying power swept towards Chu Luo and Mo Yi. This lunatic. Chu Luo and Mo Yi shouted angrily. The Emperor of Myriad Mountains was using a self-destructive method to block them. He wanted to buy time for himself to escape. It was too difficult to kill an emperor who was desperately trying to escape. Whoosh! After blocking Chu Luo and Mo Yi, the Emperor of Myriad Mountains took the opportunity to escape. But at this time, a fiery red giant pagoda appeared in the sky and suppressed the Emperor of Myriad Mountains. It was Yan Quantu. At the critical moment, he controlled the Emperor's spirit pagoda and rushed towards the Emperor of Myriad Mountains. Emperor's spirit weapon, damn it! The Emperor of Myriad Mountains roared, and his hands bombarded the Emperor's spirit pagoda. The Emperor's spirit pagoda shook violently, and Yan Quantu's body was also pushed back. But in the end, he managed to block the Emperor of Myriad Mountains. Yan Quantu's cultivation was already very close to the martial royal realm. With the addition of the Emperor's spirit weapon, his combat strength could barely contend with an emperor. With this block, Chu Luo and Mo Yi had arrived. Myriad Mountains, your end is already decided. Chu Luo shouted and joined forces with Mo Yi. A terrifying attack burst out and shrouded the Emperor of Myriad Mountains. Clang, Yan Quantu controlled the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda and attacked the Emperor of Myriad Mountains again. The seriously injured Emperor of Myriad Mountains was besieged by the three experts and could no longer escape. Royal blood spilled in the sky. In the end, the Emperor of Myriad Mountains was killed by the three experts and fell in the sky above the Chuanshan sect. An emperor of a generation had fallen just like that. At the sight of this, Lu Ming's heart still trembled. So what if he was an emperor? So what if he dominated the Divine Wilderness continent? Didn't he still fall? This was the Divine Wilderness continent. Overseas, the larger continents, and even the center of the primordial realm. The primordial continent was more dangerous, and there were more experts. The cultivation of an emperor could also fall and not be able to protect himself. Being an emperor is not my end. I need to climb to a higher realm. Otherwise, I can't even protect myself, let alone my family. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were bright. His heart and vision were higher. In the past, his goal was to break through to the Emperor realm and kill DE. But now, his goal was not limited to the Emperor realm. His goal was to become a saint above the Emperor realm, or rather, a saint above the saint realm. Perhaps only by reaching a cultivation level that could dominate the primordial realm could he truly control his own fate and protect his family. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The Emperor is dead. The ancestor has fallen. The 10,000 mountain sovereign is dead. Why aren't you surrendering? Chu Luo stood high in the sky, looking down. His voice spread to every corner of the sect. The vast sovereign's aura covered the entire sect, making it hard for people to breathe. I surrender. I'm willing to surrender. I surrender too. With the sovereign killed, many disciples and experts of the mountain-piercing sect no longer had the courage to fight and surrendered. You traitors, have you forgotten the sovereign's kindness to you? There were also some who were more stubborn and would rather die than surrender. Naturally, they were killed on the spot. This was war, it was life or death. No one would be soft-hearted. Seeing this, more people of the mountain-piercing sect surrendered. Next, the battlefield was cleaned up and the aftermath was arranged. Lu Ming did not participate. He sat cross-legged on the warship, wholeheartedly refining the concept runes and refining the energy to break through. Boom, not long after, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body and rushed into the sky, attracting many people's attention. He broke through? Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and other experts looked at Lu Ming with shock in their eyes. He only wandered around the battlefield once and his cultivation actually broke through. Moreover, at such a young age, he actually broke through to the 5th level of the spirit god realm. It was really shocking. Lu Ming's aura erupted and in the next moment, it was restrained. However, Lu Ming did not end his cultivation. Instead, he continued to refine the concept runes that he devoured. He had devoured dozens of concept runes from experts. At the very least, they were all above the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Their comprehension of the concept of heaven and earth was very profound. Lu Ming had to spend a lot of effort to refine them. Half an hour later, the battlefield was cleaned up. The army gathered and prepared to fight the next force, the 100 Beast tribe. Speed was crucial in war. They had to set off immediately. At this time, Lu Ming finished refining and got up to the front of the army. Set off for the 100 Beast tribe. Lu Ming ordered. The army reboarded the warship and set off for the 100 Beast tribe. As for the people who surrendered, they were engraved with a formation in their sea of consciousness to follow them to fight the 100 Beast tribe. Only a few people were left to guard the mountain-piercing sect headquarters. The warship tore through the air, flying towards the 100 Beast tribe at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in one of the warship's room, continuing to refine the concept runes. In the blink of an eye, half a day. The 100 Beast tribe, Lu Ming had finally refined the concept runes he had devoured. Was. The concept of wind, concept of fire, concept of thunder, and concept of water have all reached greater mastery of the 4th level. The concept of earth has also reached the peak of lesser mastery of the 4th level. My cultivation has risen to the 5th level of the spirit god realm as well. The improvement this time is really great. However, it's too fast, so it's filled with impurities, causing my foundation to be unstable. I won't be able to continue devouring and improving in a short period of time. Teat. Lu Ming got up, walked out of the room, and came to the deck of the warship, looking into the distance. In front of him, thousands of miles away, countless spires appeared. These spires were all made of stone, and they were like sharp spikes that stood tall on the boundless grassland. This was the 100 Beast tribe. It could be said to be the most powerful tribe in the northern plains, an ancient tribe with an incomparably long history. Each of the spires was glowing, and the light from each spires gathered together to form a large formation, enveloping the 100 Beast tribe. Countless figures appeared in the 100 Beast tribe. Some rode on battle beasts, hovering in the air, while others stood on the ground, forming a battle formation. Regardless of gender, they were all strong and burly, full of valiant aura. Obviously, the 100 Beast tribe had received the news of the battle at the mountain-piercing sect and had made preparations in advance. The warship stopped, and Lu Ming and the others flew out, stopping in front of the 100 Beast tribe. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying auras erupted. Chu Luo and Mo stepped out, and the aura of an emperor spread toward the 100 Beast tribe. At this time, another aura rose from the 100 Beast tribe, and a burly middle-aged man stepped out, floating in the air, exuding a shocking aura. There was no doubt that he was an emperor, the leader of the 100 Beast tribe, the barbarian emperor. Chu Luo, it's really you, but I don't think your appetite is that big. First, you destroyed the mountain-piercing sect, and now, you came to my 100 Beast tribe. It seems that you're one of the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor's men. The barbarian emperor said. Previously, Xiaowan had led his army to attack other forces, so the barbarian emperor obviously knew their background. Barbarian emperor, since you already know, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you'll end up like the mountain-piercing sect. Chu Luo said coldly. Haha, my 100 Beast tribe has a long history, and there has never been a case of surrendering before a battle. If you want to attack, then let's fight. The barbarian emperor laughed loudly, incomparably domineering. After he finished speaking, a yellow rod appeared above the barbarian emperor's head. It floated above the barbarian emperor's head and rapidly grew in size, emitting an extremely shocking fluctuation. An emperor spiritual weapon, you also have an emperor spiritual weapon. Chu Luo and Mo exclaimed at the same time, and their eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back in the Saint Mansion's secret territory, there were a total of 4 emperor spiritual weapons. He had obtained one, and Yang Padian, Tuoba and Monk Wuliang had each obtained one. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area, and indeed, he saw Tuoba in front of the 100 Beast tribe. Tuoba came from the 100 Beast tribe, and he must have obtained this emperor spiritual weapon from the Saint Mansion's secret territory. Let's fight, even if my 100 Beast tribe loses, don't think that you'll have an easy time. The barbarian emperor's eyes were filled with malice. Chu Luo and Mo's faces were solemn. The barbarian emperor's combat strength was already very strong, and he was even slightly stronger than Chu Luo. Coupled with the emperor's spiritual weapon, his combat strength was even stronger. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to win. Even if they joined forces with Yan Quangtu, whose combat strength was barely at the emperor realm, it was hard to say. Even if they could win, if the barbarian emperor fought to the death, it was not impossible to drag one of them down with him. Even if they could win this battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. However, at this point, they had no choice but to fight. Barbarian emperor, since you're so stubborn, we can only fight and destroy your 100 Beast tribe. Chu Luo spoke and stepped out, his battle intent even stronger. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Chu Luo frowned and glanced at Lu Ming with a trace of displeasure in his eyes, but when he thought of Xiao Luan's words, he held it in and stopped in his tracks. Lu Ming stepped out and came to the front. Most of the 100 Beast tribe's people's eyes fell on Lu Ming. They were secretly surprised, not knowing where Lu Ming came from to be able to make an Emperor Realm expert obey his orders. A wait a minute made an Emperor Realm expert stop in his tracks. Lu Ming, it's him. What? He's Lu Ming? So he's Lu Ming, the one who defeated all the elites in the Middle Continent's sacred city. Everyone in the 100 Beast tribe was shocked by Tuobasher's words. Back then, during the million-year sacrificial ceremony of the ancient sage dynasty in the sacred city, Lu Ming had consecutively defeated giant-level geniuses. He was already famous in the divine wilderness continent and was regarded as an unparalleled genius, second only to Long Chen. They didn't expect to see Lu Ming here. At this moment, not only Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the rest, but even the people from the 100 Beast tribe were curious. They did not know why Lu Ming had stopped Chu Luo. Lu Ming glanced at the 100 Beast tribe and looked at the barbaric emperor. He said in a clear voice, "The 100 Beast tribe has a long history. Wouldn't it be a pity if it were to be destroyed? Barbaric emperor, why don't we make a bet?" A bet? Many people were surprised. A bet? How? You want to make a bet with me? What are we betting on? How? The barbaric emperor asked. Let's bet on the issue between us and the 100 Beast tribe. This bet, if I win, the 100 Beast tribe will surrender unconditionally. If I lose, I will bring my people and leave immediately. From now on, I will never set foot in the territory of the 100 Beast tribe. Lu Ming said. Everyone was shocked by his words. It was a huge bet on the fate of the 100 Beast tribe. How should we bet? The barbaric emperor asked again. It's simple. Tuobashir is a peerless elite with great combat strength. Let's bet on my battle with Tuobashir, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, let's not bet. I know you're powerful and I'm no match for you. Before Lu Ming could finish, Tuobashir interrupted Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming, I can see that your cultivation has reached the level 5 spirit god realm. Tuobashir is no match for you. The barbaric emperor said. Those words caused the 100 Beast tribe and Tuobashir to reveal astonished expressions. Especially Tuobashir, he was very clearly aware that Lu Ming was only at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm when they were in the holy city. How long had it been since then, yet Lu Ming had entered the 5th level of the spirit god realm. This was too terrifying and too abnormal. Listen to me first. What I mean is that I will suppress my cultivation level to the same level as Tuobashir's. Tuobashir's current cultivation level should be at the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. I will also suppress my cultivation level to the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. Moreover, I will only bet on one move. I will defeat Tuobashir in one move. If I can't defeat Tuobashir in one move, I will lose the battle. Lu Ming said. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Defeating Tuobashir in one move at the same level? How could this be? What? You suppressed your cultivation to the 3rd level of the spirit god realm and defeated me in one move? Tuobashir widened his eyes and glared at Lu Ming in anger. This was an insult to him. That's right. Tuobashir, do you dare? Lu Ming said. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Ming, I agree to fight with you. No one at the same level as me can defeat me in one move. Tuobashir strode forward with anger in his eyes as he glared at Lu Ming. Yes, Tuobashir didn't believe that there was anyone at the same level as him who could defeat him in one move. This was impossible. Long Chen was able to defeat him in one move during the Battle of the Holy City because Long Chen's cultivation base was higher than his. At that time, Tuobashir had just reached the 3rd level of the spirit god realm, while Long Chen was definitely at the 4th level of the spirit god realm or even stronger. He was also very clear about Lu Ming's strength. When Lu Ming fought Ming Zi, it was quite difficult for him. He had to exchange many moves to defeat Ming Zi. Tuobashir's strength wasn't weaker than Yang Potion's. Yang Padian was ranked 3rd among the 5 giants of the central continent. Even if he was weaker than Ming Zi, it was only by a little. Now, Tuobashir was even stronger. Moreover, he had recently made a breakthrough in one of his secret techniques, which leaned towards defense. Tuobashir was originally leaning towards defense. Even Yang Potion's space intent couldn't break through his defense. Now that his defense was even stronger, his confidence was greatly boosted. He thought that he could suppress Yang Padian. Therefore, he didn't fear Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. Now, Lu Ming actually said that he could defeat him in one move. This was an insult to him, which made him furious. Old ancestor, let him fight with me. Let's bet on this. I will definitely make them retreat. Tuobashir looked at the barbaric emperor. The barbaric emperor frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out Lu Ming's strength. However, he had the same thoughts as Tuobashir. Tuobashir's talent was extremely rare in the history of the 100 Beast tribe. He was much stronger than the barbaric emperor when he was young. He also didn't believe that Lu Ming could defeat Tuobashir in one move at the same level. "Alright, I'll bet with you in this battle," the barbaric emperor said after pondering for a moment. "Alright, barbaric emperor, let's make a blood oath. After all, this matter is of great importance. It won't be good if one side goes back on their word," Lu Ming said. "However, I want to know if you can make the decision. If you agree and they go back on their word, what will you do?" The barbaric emperor looked at Chu Luo and Amoyi. "I'm the supreme commander. I have full authority to make the decision," Lu Ming said. His words shocked the barbaric emperor and the others. They found it hard to believe that Lu Ming was the supreme commander, leading an army that included the Emperor realm experts. "Commander, please think thrice." Chu Luo, Amoyi, and the others spoke to Lu Ming through voice transmission. They had heard of Tuobashir's name, but they found it hard to believe that Lu Ming could defeat Tuobashir in one move at the same level. "There's no need to say more. I have my own plans." Lu Ming waved his hand, interrupting Chu Luo and the others. Seeing this, the barbaric emperor was relieved and made a blood oath with Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was defeated, the army would withdraw. If Lu Ming won, the 100 Beast tribe would surrender unconditionally. "Patriarch, if Lu Ming really wins, what should we do?" A venerable from the 100 Beast tribe asked the barbaric emperor worriedly through voice transmission. "I've also considered this matter. Now that the world is in chaos, the major forces are at war with each other. No force can stay out of this and will be implicated. The war will come sooner or later. If we don't handle it well, our tribe will be annihilated. If Lu Ming can really defeat Tuobashir in one move, it will prove that he is a heaven-defying talent. His future will be limitless. If he doesn't die, there's a high possibility that he will dominate the divine wilderness in the future. It might not be a bad choice for us to submit to him." The barbarian emperor secretly transmitted his voice to that paragon, telling him what he was thinking. As the barbaric emperor, he had lived for a long time. Naturally, he wouldn't agree to the bet with Lu Ming on a whim. He had thought it through carefully. In fact, Lu Ming had also considered this point. His current cultivation was still weak. If he relied on his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to intimidate the crowd. Therefore, he had to show his advantage. His advantage was his talent and his age. He was still young, in the golden age of a cultivator. His future was limitless. Only by displaying his astonishing talent would these big shots be intimidated and be willing to submit to him. Just like how Xiao Luan agreed to form an alliance with him because of this point. "Lu Ming, let's fight. Be careful," Lu Ming said as his aura rose. When Lu Ming's aura rose to the 3rd level spirit god realm, it stopped. He suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd level spirit god realm, the same realm as Tuobashir. Roar. Roar. Inside Lu Ming's body, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Waves of dragon power erupted one after another. The surface of Lu Ming's skin was suffused with a purple glow. Lu Ming's muscles bulged and were filled with explosive power. Tuobashir's eyes turned serious. He didn't dare to delay and raised his cultivation to the maximum. At the same time, a bloodline appeared above his head. Tuobashir's bloodline was a rock. To be precise, it was a huge rock that was as big as a mountain. It was crystal clear like a huge diamond. Tuobashir performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a huge rock. His voice sounded, "Lu Ming, come on." His voice was filled with confidence. At this moment, he performed the bloodline fusion. Among his peers, he was confident that no one could beat him in terms of defense. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could defeat him in a single move. Haha, he's going to win. Lu Ming can't break through Tuobashir's defense. He's too confident. Overconfidence is arrogance. The people of the 100 Beast tribe were overjoyed. Fight. The 3rd bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. In an instant, endless killing intent surged from Lu Ming's body. A wisp of power from the 3rd bloodline entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of bloody light. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the power he borrowed from the third bloodline also increased and became stronger. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch at Tuobashir. In this punch, one could vaguely see the shadow of the suppressing prison monument on his fist. It emitted an aura that could suppress the heavens. At his spine, the suppressing prison monument trembled slightly, increasing the power of the suppressing prison skill to the maximum. This, Lu Ming's punch caused the 100 Beast Tribe's experts' expressions to completely change. Lu Ming's punch was too terrifying, too shocking. Block it. Tuobashir also felt the terrifying power of this fist. Before the fist even arrived, the powerful pressure already made his heart tremble. The blood vessels he transformed into trembled, and a layer of light appeared. His defensive power became even stronger. Boom! Finally, Lu Ming's fist landed on Tuobashir's bloodline. The light screen shook violently and then broke. The fist landed on Tuobashir's bloodline. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the space shattered like a spider web. Gotcha! Compared to Tuobashir's bloodline, Lu Ming's fist was very small. However, Tuobashir's bloodline emitted a cracking sound at the place where his fist struck. A huge diamond-like rock revealed a crack. In an instant, the crack expanded rapidly and eventually exploded with a loud bang. Tuobashir's body was revealed from the rubble. His face was pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew backwards like a cannonball and landed on the ground in an arc boom. Tuobashir smashed into the ground, and it took him a long time to get up. The scene was dead silent. He won? Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the others muttered to themselves. Their eyes were filled with shock. Mo Yi spent most of his time cultivating in the myriad demon abyss, so he didn't know much about the geniuses in the outside world. However, Tuobashir's bloodline just now was a 9th grade divine realm bloodline. It was even more talented than him when he was young. With such amazing talent, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Moreover, they were at the same grade. This shocked him greatly. Defeated? How can this be? The 100 Beast Tribe members were also shocked by the scene. They couldn't say a word for a long time. The peerless genius of the 100 Beast Tribe, a genius that only appeared once in 100,000 years. He was regarded as the future genius of the 100 Beast Tribe. However, he was defeated in one move by someone at the same grade. This was hard for them to accept. They looked at Lu Ming and Tuobashir in a daze, as if they were dreaming. I lost. Tuobashir got up and said with difficulty. A dejected look appeared in his eyes. He was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. It was hard for someone as arrogant as him to accept this fact. At the same time, he was also extremely shocked. Compared to the Battle of the Sacred City, Lu Ming had become much stronger. Now, was Long Chen, who was known as the top expert in the world, still a match for Lu Ming? Tuobashir wasn't the only one who was shocked. The barbarian emperor was also shocked. This young man is unbelievable. Unbelievable. The barbarian emperor's eyes flickered and a sentence kept repeating in his heart. Barbarian emperor, I have won. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Lu Ming looked at the barbarian emperor. Don't worry. The people of the 100 Beast Tribe are true to their words. Since you have won, the 100 Beast Tribe will surrender. The barbarian emperor said. His voice reverberated throughout the place. The people of the 100 Beast Tribe sighed, but no one said a word. Yes, the people of the 100 Beast Tribe were true to their words. Moreover, they also understood that if they were to fight today, the 100 Beast Tribe wouldn't be able to escape destruction, just like the mountain-piercing sect. However, at this time, the barbarian emperor's tone changed. His gaze swept across Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the others before landing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the 100 Beast Tribe will only surrender to you and no one else. Chu Luo and Mo Yi's faces changed when they heard this. The barbarian emperor's meaning was clear. He only wanted to surrender to Lu Ming and no one else, not Xiao Wan. Alright, I will be the commander-in-chief. Naturally, you will surrender to me. Lu Ming grinned. This was the result he wanted. The 100 Beast Tribe would only be considered as his force if they surrendered to him. In the future, they would definitely stand on his side. This way, his strength would skyrocket and he would be able to stand on equal footing with Xiaoluan. Brother Tuoba, I apologize for offending you just now. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Tuobashir. I am ashamed of my inferiority to Brother Lu's talent. Tuobashir sighed and shook his head. However, there was admiration in his eyes. Next, the 100 Beast tribe retracted the formation and held a ceremony to surrender to Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming received news that Xiaoluan's side had been successfully conquered. On Xiaoluan's side, one of the overlords was destroyed while the other surrendered. One of the overlords did not surrender and its emperor was personally killed by Xiaoluan. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Xiaoluan's combat strength was truly shocking. He could kill an emperor alone, and this was before he had fully recovered. He wondered how powerful he would be when he recovered to his peak. At this point, the 5 overlords of the northern plains were either destroyed or surrendered. Not to mention the other smaller forces, they all surrendered. The northern plains was considered unified. A few days later, the news of the unification of the northern plains spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Although the heroes of the Middle Continent were shocked, they had no time to care about other things. The war in the Middle Continent was even more intense. The major forces could not even take care of themselves. The Imperial Xia family and the heaven-guarding Divine Army were fiercely fighting in the Earth's core sea in the middle of the Middle Continent. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The remaining overlord forces that did not participate in the alliance were also fighting each other. In a secret chamber in the demonic God Valley, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and took out a jade bottle. There were 9 drops of blood essence that looked like blood diamonds in the jade bottle. This was the sovereign's blood essence. 7 days had passed since the 100 Beast tribe surrendered. In these 7 days, most of the arrangements had been made. Moreover, the demonic aura in the Demon God Valley was abundant, which was beneficial to Xianxia's cultivation. Lu Ming and Xianxia came to the Demon God Valley to oversee it while Xiaoluan led a group of people to oversee the 100 Beast tribe. Moreover, Lu Ming had already connected the Talisman Puppet Sect's trans-territory transportation array with the transportation arrays of the Northern Plains major forces. Now, the Talisman Puppet Sect could travel freely to the Northern Plains. In these few days, many people from the Talisman Puppet Sect had been sent to the Northern Plains to temper themselves. After arranging everything, Lu Ming planned to go into seclusion. The 9 Dragons bloodline appeared and sucked a drop of Sovereign's blood essence into his mouth before he started refining it. It was much easier to devour a drop of Sovereign's blood essence, unlike the last time when the 9 Dragons bloodline almost exploded. A few hours later, a drop of Sovereign's blood essence was refined and Lu Ming continued to devour another drop. Drop after drop, all 9 drops of blood essence were refined in less than 2 days. The 9 Dragons bloodline still hasn't leveled up. Lu Ming was speechless. In total, he had refined the blood essence of 2 supreme beings, as well as some perfected spirit gods, 9th-level spirit gods, and 8th-level spirit gods. However, his 9 Dragons bloodline still did not improve. The difficulty of leveling up a 9th-grade High God Realm bloodline was too shocking. The 8 golden chakras around the 9 Dragons bloodline shone brightly. Lu Ming could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the 9th-grade High God Realm bloodline. I don't believe it. Continue. Lu Ming took out another jade bottle that contained 9 drops of Sovereign's blood essence. Lu Ming continued to refine the blood essence. Inside the 100 Beast tribe's tallest stone tower, Xiaoluan sat at the top. Below him sat Chu Luo and Mo Yi, the 2 sovereigns. Devil Ancestor, Lu Ming's influence is growing bigger and bigger now. The barbarian emperor of the 100 Beast tribe said that he would only submit to Lu Ming and obey Lu Ming's orders. Coupled with the Floating Mountain sect and the Talisman Puppet sect that have allied with him, the future is not good for us. Chu Luo spoke to Xiaoluan. That's right. Moreover, Lu Ming's talent is astonishing. He's too terrifying, and his progress is abnormally fast. I'm afraid that he'll be able to break through to become a ruler within 20 years. Once he becomes a ruler, I'm afraid that it'll affect your power and dignity, Devil Ancestor. Mo Yi added. With a smile on his face, Xiaoluan raised his wine cup and slowly drank. After Chu Luo and Mo Yi finished speaking, Xiaoluan smiled faintly and said, Your vision is still too narrow, too short. Both Chuluo and Moyi were stunned, not understanding what he meant. Moyi, both of you know that Lu Ming's talent is peerless. In the history of the divine desolate mainland, it's rarely seen since ancient times. With such talent, what do you think his future will be? As long as this child doesn't die, his future is unpredictable. Chuluo pondered for a moment and said. Moyi nodded. That's right, Lu Ming's talent is far inferior to this emperor's when I was young. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about this child is that I can't see through him at all. This child's first bloodline is the Nine Dragons bloodline. Needless to say, it's one of the legendary top 10 battle beasts with boundless potential. But this child's second bloodline is even more shocking. It's the prison-suppressing steel. Perhaps you haven't heard of it, but I've vaguely seen a description of it in an ancient book overseas. Its origin seems to be shocking. As for this child's third bloodline, I can't see through it at all. However, I feel that it's unfathomable, as if there's an unimaginable power hidden within it that transcends common sense. That's why I formed an alliance with him. If he goes to Yuanlu in the future, there's a high possibility that he'll join one of those major sections. Then, he might recommend us to join one of those major sects in Yuanlu. Both of you are emperors. You should pursue a higher realm. You should set your sights further. Xiaowan explained his thoughts in detail. It's actually so shocking. Demon ancestors' foresight is far beyond ours. After Chuluo and Moyi heard this, their eyes were filled with shock. They only knew that Lu Ming's talent was peerless, but they didn't see as far as Xiaowan. If they could join a major sect in Yuanlu, it would be a fatal temptation for them. The reason why the central continent was in chaos and war was because of a Heavenly King token, a token that allowed one to join a major force in Yuanlu, the Heavenly King Hall. Therefore, the higher Lu Ming's talent is, the better. If he can break through to the Emperor realm one day, why not let me support him wholeheartedly? In the future, both of you must listen to his orders wholeheartedly. Do you understand? Xiaowan instructed. Yes, demon ancestor. Don't worry. Chuluo and Moyi nodded. Chuluo, return to the Demon God Valley and help Lu Ming guard the Demon God Valley. Xiaowan instructed. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that such an episode had happened. For the next few days, Lu Ming had been refining the Sovereign Blood Essence. Lu Ming had refined 2 more Sovereign Blood Essences. However, his 9 Dragons bloodline still hadn't leveled up. It remained at level 8 divine level. In total, Lu Ming had refined 4 Sovereign Blood Essences. How much Sovereign Blood Essences do I need to level up? Lu Ming sighed and was a little speechless. Now, he had refined all the Sovereign Blood Essences in his hands. Forget it. I'll level it up slowly in the future. Lu Ming had no choice but to put down the matter of bloodline and began to polish his intent and condense his true origin. Lu Ming had improved too much after the battle at Chuanshan sect. Especially his intent, all 5 of his intents had improved by a large margin. He needed time to polish them slowly and stabilize his foundation. Time passed quickly. 2 months passed in a flash. After spending 2 months, Lu Ming's foundation was finally completely stable. It was impregnable. In these 2 months, the outside world didn't change much. The central continent was still fighting and there were no signs of it stopping. On a mountain peak in the Demon God Valley, there was a stone table. Lu Ming and the barbaric emperor sat opposite each other. Lu Ming was asking the barbaric emperor for advice. The barbaric emperor also cultivated the earth intent. Of course, now that the barbaric emperor had transformed the earth intent into the earth domain, his understanding of the earth intent was naturally very profound. The barbaric emperor told Lu Ming everything he knew. Lu Ming was greatly enlightened and learned a lot. He felt that it wouldn't be long before the earth intent broke through. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Barbaric Emperor. Lu Ming raised his wine cup and toasted the barbaric emperor. Haha, General Lu, you're too polite. I'm surprised by your comprehension ability. The barbaric emperor laughed. Lu Ming was the commander-in-chief, so the barbaric emperor and the others addressed Lu Ming as Commander Lu. Although the 2 of them were very different in age, they got along very well. They drank while talking about the martial Dao. Swish. Who is it? the barbarian emperor roared and his aura burst out. He soared into the sky and punched at the huge hand. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Then, the barbarian emperor's body shook. He was no match for the attack and fell down. However, the huge hand did not stop there. It continued to grab at Lu Ming. After being enveloped by the huge hand, Lu Ming felt that the space around him was locked down. Lu Ming's body was pressed down by a boundless gravity, making it hard for him to move. "De!" Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming was very familiar with the aura of the huge hand. It was Martial Monarch De. Lu Ming had not expected Martial Monarch De to make a move at this moment. Previously, Lu Ming had thought that De might make a move. However, there was a Martial Monarch in the Demon God Valley. Lu Ming thought that De would be afraid. Boom! 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 8 strands of dragon energy instantly burst out in Lu Ming's body. At the same time, his third bloodline appeared and a strong energy poured into Lu Ming's body. "Break for me! Break!" Lu Ming roared in his heart. He erupted with all his strength, trying to break the space around him. However, the space around him was extremely firm. Even with Lu Ming's current strength, he could not move it at all. "Who is it? You are courting death." There was a loud roar. In another direction of the Demon God Valley, a shocking demonic light shot up. A vast demonic saber slashed at the huge hand. Boom! First, it was the barbaric emperor's punch. Then, it was the saber. The gigantic hand finally collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. The pressure on Lu Ming also disappeared. Lu Ming's body felt light and he regained his freedom. Shua! There was a flash of demonic light and Chu Luo appeared beside Lu Ming. The barbarian emperor also arrived beside Lu Ming. A metal rod floated above the barbarian emperor's head. It gave off a terrifying aura. It was a martial monarch spirit weapon. The two looked at the sky with grave expressions. There was a flash of golden light in the sky and a figure stepped out of a spatial crack. Martial Emperor De. It was Martial Emperor De. De of the Eastern Wasteland, what are you trying to do by attacking my Demon God Valley? Are you trying to start a war with us? Chu Luo shouted coldly. There were only so many sovereigns in the Divine Wilderness continent, so they naturally knew each other. I'm only here to take Lu Ming away. It has nothing to do with you. De's whole body was shining with golden light. He stood high in the sky like a high and mighty emperor, overlooking the world. Take General Lu away? What a joke. De, today, not only can you take no one away, you can't even leave. The barbarian emperor's eyes flickered with malevolence. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, ear-piercing sounds could be heard from all over the Demon God Valley. Many figures were flying over. The commotion just now had startled the entire Demon God Valley. Stop! Don't come any closer! Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing everyone to stop in the distance. When a ruler made a move, no one else could help at all. 2 people did not stop and flew over directly. They were Xianxia and Yan Kuangtu. Lu Ming. Xianxia pulled Lu Ming's hand and looked at De in the sky with a worried expression. De. Yan Kuangtu licked his lips. The emperor's spiritual pagoda floated above his head, revealing a strong fighting spirit. If you don't hand it over, I'll take it myself. De's cold voice rang out. He clenched his fist in the void and a golden battle sword appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden battle sword emitted endless golden light. A sword ray, as large as a mountain, bloomed with a vast pressure and violently slashed toward the barbarian emperor and the others. Attack! The barbarian emperor shouted and rushed into the sky. He held the iron rod in his hand and it rapidly grew into a giant rod that was tens of thousands of meters long. He swept it toward De's sword ray. At the same time, Chu Luo's body surged with demonic chi. He slashed out a huge saber ray that also slashed toward the sword ray. Above Yan Kuangtu's head, the emperor's spiritual pagoda grew rapidly and blasted toward the sword ray in the sky. Boom! 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 3 consecutive terrifying roars rang out. First was the barbarian emperor. He held the giant rod and slammed it against the sword ray. His body shook violently as if he was facing an invincible force. His body fell like a cannonball. Then, Chu Luo's demonic saber was defeated by the sword ray and finally collided with Yan Kuangtu's emperor's spiritual pagoda. Bang! 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 The barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and Yan Kuangtu were sent flying one after another. They retreated several hundred miles in the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yan Kuangtu was the most injured. His face was pale and bloodless. Di had injured 2 sovereigns and Yan Kuangtu with one move. He had displayed a terrifying combat strength. How can he be so strong? Chu Luo shouted in disbelief. The barbarian emperor and Yan Kuangtu were shocked. The 3 of them had joined forces to block Di's sword, but the result was that all of them were injured. It was unbelievable. They had all dealt with Di before, but they had never expected Di's combat strength to be so strong. I want to take Lu Ming away. No one can stop me, Di said coldly. He stretched out his hand and a big golden hand formed out of thin air. It exuded a vast pressure and grabbed at Lu Ming. Don't even think about it, Yan Kuangtu, the barbarian emperor, and Chu Luo shouted. They exploded with all their strength and blasted out their strongest moves to stop Di. However, Di took a step forward and 3 golden sword rays condensed out of thin air. They attacked the 3 of them and repelled them again. The big golden hand did not stop and continued to grab at Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, the space in front of Lu Ming cracked. A black fist ray blasted out and collided with the big golden hand. The 2 disappeared. Then, a tall figure stepped out. Demon ancestor. Chu Luo was overjoyed to see this person. Xiao Wan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Xiao Wan stood in front of Lu Ming and looked at Di. He said, "It's rare to have an expert like you among the younger generation. However, with me here, you can't take Lu Ming away. Emperor Luan, you have been suppressed for 30,000 years and are no longer the same. Do you really think you can fight with me?" Di said. Even in the face of Emperor Luan, he was still full of confidence. "Whether I can fight or not, we'll know after we try. Let's go up and fight," Xiao Luan said. He took a step forward and rushed up to the sky. Di glanced at Lu Ming and took a step forward. He rushed up to the sky with Xiao Luan. Boom! At an unknown height, there was a sudden roar. It was extremely terrifying. A round of light shone out, like a sun exploding in the sky. It could be seen even millions of miles away. Boom! 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 Then, there was a continuous roar in the sky. Round after round of light shone. It was like a sun exploding at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. Lu Ming and the others looked up to the sky. However, they could only see the dazzling light. They could not see the figures of Martial Emperor Di and Xiao Wan. So powerful. Lu Ming frowned. He was shocked. The fluctuations and aura produced by the battle between Xiao Wan and Di were obviously much stronger than ordinary martial emperors. What realm had they reached? My eyes! Someone exclaimed. There were hundreds of explosions in the sky, as if hundreds of suns had exploded. If such power fell on the ground, it could destroy the earth and break through the earth's crust, causing a terrible disaster. At that moment, the sky suddenly became quiet. All the fluctuations seemed to have disappeared without a trace. What happened? Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure flashed and Xiao Wan appeared. At that moment, Xiao Wan's aura was weak and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Chu Luo, the barbarian emperor and the others found it unbelievable that Xiao Wan was injured in the battle with Martial Royal Di. Demon ancestor, how is Di? Chu Luo asked. Di has retreated, Xiao Wan said with a serious look. I didn't expect the Eastern Barren territory to have such an expert. With my current combat strength, I can't do anything to him. Senior Xia, what realm has Di reached? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, Di's combat strength was beyond his imagination. At first, he thought that Di was just an ordinary ruler. Now, it seemed that he was not. He was much stronger than an ordinary ruler. Xiao Wan had recovered and was stronger than a few months ago. However, he was still injured in the battle with De. Lu Ming, martial royal realm is the same as other realms. There are 9 levels, but the gap between each level is huge. The conditions in the divine region are too poor. It's not suitable for emperors to cultivate. Breaking through to the royal realm is the limit. It's too difficult to go further. Therefore, most of the emperors in the divine region are at LV1 martial royal realm. For example, the barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and most of the emperors in the central continent are at LV1 martial royal realm. Xiaowan explained. Chu Luo and the barbarian emperor nodded. Lu Ming's heart jumped. It seemed that the emperors he had seen were at the lowest level of martial royal realm. Xiaowan continued to explain, once someone is able to break through to the second layer martial dominator realm, their strength will increase tremendously, allowing them to suppress and even kill other martial dominators. The difference between the 2 layers is extremely obvious. I'm guessing that there are people at the same level in the royal family and the heaven-suppressing divine army. When I was at my peak, I was a 3rd layer martial emperor. Now, I have recovered to the peak of the 2nd layer martial emperor. However, it is extremely difficult to recover to the 3rd layer martial emperor. Firstly, the conditions in the divine desolate continent are too poor. Secondly, after being suppressed for so many years, my foundation has been damaged. It will be very difficult for me to recover to my peak without a few years. Is De's cultivation also at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm? Lu Ming asked. That's right. De's cultivation is indeed at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. He is not far from LV3 martial royal realm. I feel that De can break through to LV3 martial royal realm at any time. At that time, he will be unrivaled in the divine wilderness continent. Xiaowan said with a serious expression. De is actually so strong? Yan Guangtu clenched his fists tightly. Lu Ming also had a serious expression in his eyes. He and De were going to fight, but now it seemed that this battle would be much more difficult than he had imagined. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Now, my second body has obtained the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint and is making rapid progress. My martial cultivation cannot fall behind. If my second body and my martial cultivation both break through to the emperor realm, even if De breaks through to the 3rd layer martial royal realm, I will be able to suppress him. Lu Ming's eyes showed strong confidence and fighting spirit. If his main body and second body both broke through to the emperor realm and joined forces, their power would be beyond imagination. You can all leave now. Xiaowan waved his hand and the people below the emperor realm dispersed one by one. Xiaowan looked at Lu Ming again and said, Lu Ming, you don't have to worry too much. The conditions of the divine wilderness continent are indeed too poor. It is extremely difficult for a martial artist of the martial monarch realm to break through. It is not that easy for De to break through to the 3rd level of martial monarch realm. He might not be able to break through to the 4th level of martial monarch realm within a few years. Back then, I was stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of martial monarch realm, unable to break through to the 4th level of martial monarch realm. If he can't break through to the 3rd layer martial royal realm, he can't do anything to you. Xiaowan smiled and comforted him. Senior Xia, I'm fine. The stronger De is, the stronger my motivation will be. I will kill De with my own hands soon. That day won't be too far away. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Good, haha. Xiaowan patted Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed. At this moment, Xiaowan suddenly looked at the sky in the north. The others were stunned. What had Xiaowan discovered? Could it be that De had returned? However, they soon discovered something. In the sky in the north, a huge warship broke through the void and flew rapidly. Rumble, as the warship sailed past, it let out a deafening roar. It was like a divine sword that split the space in half. Everyone's faces changed. Was it coming for them? Who in the divine region would have the guts to do so? Moreover, it was coming from the north. Soon, they realized that they were overthinking. The warship wasn't coming for them, but flew past the Demon God Valley. From afar, the warship was engraved with beautiful patterns and there was a misty light flowing on it. Look, there's someone on the warship! Chu Luo shouted. Everyone saw a middle-aged man at the front of the warship. He was wearing a black robe and stood with his hands behind his back. Although he was standing there casually, he seemed to have a domineering aura. At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed to have felt Lu Ming and the others' gazes. He looked over. With just a glance, Lu Ming felt his heart pounding. It was as if he was in the vast starry sky and he felt extremely small. Xianxia, who was beside him, grabbed Lu Ming's hand and suddenly tightened his grip. His face turned pale. However, that person only gave them a glance before turning his head away and not looking at them again. He's so powerful. It's hard to predict his strength, the barbaric emperor said. Lu Ming turned his head and was shocked. At this moment, the barbaric emperor's forehead was covered in cold sweat and his eyes were filled with shock. Third-level martial royal realm. Xiaowan frowned and muttered to himself. Everyone was shocked. How is that possible? Third-level martial royal realm? How could there be a third-level martial royal realm cultivator in the divine region? Chu Luo exclaimed in disbelief. Who said that they're from the divine region? I saw the patterns on the warship 30,000 years ago. If I'm not wrong, they're from the divine region. Xiaowan said. Divine region? Why would they suddenly come to the divine region? The barbaric emperor said in surprise. On the other hand, Lu Ming, Xia, Nianqing, and Yan Quanta looked puzzled. Divine region? Where was that? The continent of divine ruins is a much more powerful continent than the divine wilderness continent. There are many experts there. Why are they here today? Lu Ming, do you want to go and take a look? Xiaowan looked at Lu Ming and asked. All right. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming was also very curious about the reason why the continent of divine ruins had suddenly descended. The two of you stay here just in case. Lu Ming and I will go and take a look. Xiaowan instructed Chu Luo and the barbaric emperor. The two of them nodded. Little Qing, big brother Yin, wait for me here. Senior Xia and I will be back soon. Lu Ming said to Xianxia and Yan Quangtu. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. Xianxia warned. Lu Ming nodded. Let's go. Xiaowan shouted softly. Demonic light swept Lu Ming and he stepped into the air. He flew out and followed far behind the warship of the continent of God. The warship of the continent of divine ruins kept flying south at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it flew out of the northern plains and arrived at the central continent. The people of the continent of divine ruins seem to be flying towards the place where the imperial family and the divine army are fighting. Xiaowan said softly. Could it be that they are helpers that one of the two sides has invited? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, the situation of the divine wilderness continent would change drastically. The warship broke through space and flew at an extremely fast speed, quickly approaching the central continent. There are people fighting up ahead. Xiaowan looked into the distance and said. Lu Ming's expression was a little serious because there was a terrifying pressure coming from the south. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and could feel the space fluctuating slightly. There were definitely terrifying people fighting there because they were sure that the place of the battle was very far away. The warship of the continent of divine ruins suddenly stopped here. The black-robed middle-aged man standing at the front of the warship looked into the distance, then stepped out and headed south. Let's go. Xiaowan and Lu Ming went around the warship and headed south. Boom. Boom. Not long after, he heard a terrifying fluctuation in the distant sky. Even though he was very far away, Lu Ming could vaguely see two figures fighting in the sky. His aura was so strong that it actually surpassed that of an ordinary ruler. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The two people who were fighting had terrifying combat abilities. They were above Barbarian Emperor and Chu Luo. Although they were not as terrifying as the battle between Xiaowan and De, they were not far off. They should be at the same level as Xiaowan and De. Below the battle, there was a huge lake. On both sides of the lake, there were many experts. Earth's core lake, where the imperial family and the Heaven Suppression Army were fighting. The black-robed middle-aged man from the Godly Ruins continent appeared not far away. He looked at the battle in front of him and did not participate in it. Xiaxing, you are already so old. You are no match for me. In the midst of the great battle, a voice rang out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard from Xianxia that the previous sacred emperor was called Xiaxing. He was the grandfather of the current sacred emperor, Xie. He had stepped down from the position of sacred emperor 6,000 years ago and had been cultivating in seclusion. The outside world thought that Xiaxing had passed away after so many years. However, some people said that Xiaxing was still alive, but it had never been confirmed. Now, it was proven that Xiaxing was indeed still alive. The other side is Baijian martial emperor. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the distance. The person who was fighting with Xiaxing was the Heaven Suppression Army's top expert, Baijian martial emperor, who had won every battle. Both of them were the leaders of their respective sides. Their cultivations had reached LV2 martial emperor and they were fighting fiercely. Whether I am your match or not, no one can tell until the end. Baijian, I advise you to hand over the Heavenly King badge. It is the inheritance of the imperial family. It is not something you can take away. Xiaxing said. His voice was very old, but it was like thunder. It rumbled between heaven and earth and no one knew how far it had traveled. Xiaxing, you are already so old. Don't think about the Heavenly King badge. Baijian martial emperor burst out laughing. The battle between the two became even more intense. In the distance, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows when he heard the words Heavenly King badge. He mumbled, I didn't expect the Heavenly King badge of the Godly Desolation continent to still be here. It seems like my trip here has not been in vain. After saying this, he flung his sleeves and took a step forward, rapidly approaching the battle between Xiaxing and Baijian martial emperor. Who's there? Who's there? Xiaxing and Baijian martial emperor sensed the middle-aged man's presence as he approached. They yelled and separated from each other, staring at the middle-aged man. They had only noticed the middle-aged man when he was so close to them, which gave them a great shock. They scanned the black-clothed middle-aged man with their spiritual senses and found that they couldn't see through him. The two of them were even more shocked. At the sight of this, Lu Ming and Xiao Luan were a little surprised. It seemed that the people from the mainland of Divine Ruins were not helpers of either the royal family or Xiao Luan. Otherwise, Xiaxing and Baijian Wuhuan would not be so surprised. You have the Heavenly King badge? The middle-aged man glanced at the Baijian martial emperor. Who are you? The Baijian martial emperor asked with a frown. That's not what I'm asking. I'll ask you again, do you have the Heavenly King badge? The black-robed middle-aged man's voice turned cold. There was a hint of impatience in his tone and it sounded like he was giving orders. The Baijian martial emperor's face darkened upon hearing this. No one in the Godly Desolation continent would dare to speak to him in such a tone. I do have the Heavenly King badge, so what? The Baijian martial emperor said. Oh? It's good that you have it. Hand it over, give me the Heavenly King badge. The middle-aged man said. Ha ha ha. The Baijian martial emperor burst out laughing and said, You're so funny, appearing out of nowhere and asking me to hand over the Heavenly King badge. Aren't you being too confident? I wonder if you have the ability to do so. The Baijian martial emperor's eyes flickered coldly. So you're not handing it over? Then I'll take it myself. The middle-aged man took a step forward as soon as he finished his words. Bang, following this step, the sky and the ground began to vibrate vigorously. Below him, the earth core lake began to churn violently. Suppress. The middle-aged man said calmly as he lashed out with his palm, causing chi to gather in the sky, forming a towering ancient tree that suppressed the Baijian martial emperor. The Baijian martial emperor straightened his face as soon as the attack was executed. 100 Battle Godly Fist. The Baijian martial emperor immediately lashed out 100 punches. Each of the punches contained a tremendous force that could penetrate the ground and destroy mountains and rivers. 100 punches gathered in the air and combined into a single punch, increasing its power by 100 times. Bang, the punch landed on the towering ancient tree, resulting in a deafening explosion. Suppress. The middle-aged man uttered another word as he pressed down with his palm, causing the ancient tree to expand and emit a green glow. Bang. The Baijian martial emperor's expression changed drastically as he tried his best to counterattack. However, his attacks were all useless as they were destroyed by the ancient tree. In the end, the ancient tree landed heavily on the Baijian martial emperor's body. The Baijian martial emperor screamed as his body fell into the Earth's core lake. Boom! The Baijian martial emperor's body fell into the Earth's core lake. Instantly, the Earth's core lake rippled with waves from the place where the Baijian martial emperor fell into. In just a breath's time, the water in the Earth's core lake was blown away and turned into steam. With the Baijian martial emperor as the center, there was not a single drop of water in the area. The crowd could only see the Baijian martial emperor lying in the Earth's core lake, coughing up blood. The imperial family, Xia family, and the divine troop all widened their eyes in shock. The Baijian martial emperor was severely injured by the middle-aged man with a single attack. How was that possible? The Baijian martial emperor was the leader of the divine troop, the most powerful expert in the divine wilderness continent. He had never lost a battle. That was how the Baijian martial emperor got his name. But now, he had been defeated by a single attack. That was unbelievable. Xianxia was also shocked. The Baijian martial emperor was not weaker than him, but he had been defeated so miserably. Xianxia was terrified. So powerful. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The middle-aged man was indeed a rank 3 martial emperor. You overestimate yourself. The middle-aged man looked down at the Baijian martial emperor and said, "Now, are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't hand it over, I'll take it myself." His voice was filled with a hint of killing intent. His meaning was clear. If the Baijian martial emperor did not hand it over, he would kill him and take it himself. The Baijian martial emperor's face turned ugly and he was not willing to give up. However, he was helpless against such an undefeatable opponent. In the end, he let out a long sigh and threw a badge at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man caught the badge and glanced at it. His face was filled with joy as he said, "It's the Heavenly King badge." Although the deity ruins mainland was much stronger than the divine wilderness mainland, it was still a speck of dust compared to the Yuan continent. It was extremely difficult to join the major forces of the Yuan continent. The Heavenly King's badge was also a supreme treasure to him. "Sir, you're not from the divine wilderness continent, right?" Xianxia looked at the black-robed middle-aged man with unwillingness in his eyes. Now that the Heavenly King token had fallen into the hands of the black-robed middle-aged man, the royal family no longer had a chance. Both the imperial family and the Heaven Suppression Army were shocked when they heard this. If they were not from the divine wilderness continent, could they be from overseas? That's right. I'm from the Godly Ruins continent, Southern God Palace. You've lived for so long, so you should have heard of it, right? The black-robed middle-aged man put away the Heavenly King token and explained in a good mood. What? Are you from the Gate of God? Xianxia seemed to be very surprised. His expression changed, and then he became very respectful. He cupped his fist and said to the middle-aged man in black, "So it's a master from God's Gate. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Forgive me." At the scene, the sovereigns had similar expressions as Xianxia. Other than being shocked, there was also a hint of respect. When the Baijian martial emperor heard this, the unwillingness in his eyes finally disappeared. Instead, it was filled with helplessness. Those below the sovereigns were at a loss. "He's really from God's Gate," Xiaoluan muttered. "Senior, is God's Gate very strong?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Of course. The Yuan realm is vast and boundless. Of course, most of the territory is the sea. The sea is endless and there are countless continents in the boundless sea. Some of the continents are not far from each other. They are gathered in a region and are called the continent group. Just like the islands in the sea, some of the islands are gathered together and are called the archipelago. It's the same for continents," Xiaoluan explained. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Outside the divine wilderness continent, there was no end to it. It was beautiful and colorful. The sea where the divine wilderness mainland is located is called the continent group of divine ruins. It's made up of dozens of large continents. Just from the name, you can tell that the continent group of divine ruins is the leader. The continent group of divine ruins is at least 10 times bigger than the divine wilderness mainland. There are many experts and outstanding people. The number of sovereigns is also much more than the divine wilderness mainland. The continent group of divine ruins is completely ruled by one force. That force is God's gate. Xiaoluan continued to explain. Lu Ming finally knew how strong God's gate was. The continent group of divine ruins was at least 10 times bigger than the divine wilderness mainland and was completely ruled by one force. That was God's gate. The so-called overlords of the divine wilderness mainland were as weak as babies in front of God's gate. The black-robed middle-aged man, or rather the warship, was from God's gate. May I know why the esteemed guest from God's gate has come to the divine wilderness? The Baijian martial emperor flew into the sky and cupped his fists respectfully. The heavenly king token had been taken away by the God's gate expert and he could only choose to forget about it. I'm here to bring opportunities to the divine wilderness mainland. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Bring opportunities? Xiaxing, the Baijian martial emperor and the rest looked at each other in confusion. Rumble, rumble. 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 The warship sailed over and a few figures appeared in front of the warship. There were young and old people and all of them had powerful auras. That's right. Opportunities. Great opportunities. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he raised his voice. A few months ago, God's Gate suddenly received news from Yuanlu. The heavenly god sect of Yuanlu wants to select young talents from the continent group of divine ruins and recruit them as disciples. The God's Gate has asked them to gather all the geniuses from the continent group of divine ruins and head to the continent group of divine ruins together. When the time comes, a messenger from the heavenly god sect will arrive to select disciples. The black-robed middle-aged man's voice spread far and wide and it caused a huge commotion. What? The great sect of Yuanlu wants to select disciples from the continent group of divine ruins? Gosh! Is there such a thing? Since ancient times, the great sect of Yuanlu has rarely selected disciples from the continent group of divine ruins. Opportunities. This is great opportunities. Even the sovereigns could no longer stay calm. They were discussing excitedly. It was understandable. A heavenly king token could only allow one person to join the heavenly king hall of Yuanlu's great sect. It had already caused chaos in the central continent and caused the imperial family to fight against the heaven-guarding divine army. It could be seen how difficult and precious it was to enter the great sect of Yuanlu to cultivate. But now, there was no need for a heavenly king hall of Yuanlu to recruit disciples directly. This was great opportunities. Once one was recruited as a disciple by the great sect of Yuanlu, one would have a bright future. The cultivation environment in the great sect of Yuanlu was incomparable to the divine wilderness mainland. It was countless times better. Yuanlu great sect is coming to the godly ruins continent to recruit disciples? Even Xiaoluan's mind was shaken. Extremely shocked. However, many of the sovereigns sighed. This time, it was only for the younger generation. The older ones had no hope. However, some of the younger generation's eyes were burning with passion. May I ask, when will it start? Xiaxing asked. 10 days later. We'll wait here for 10 days. 10 days later, the geniuses of the godly ruins continent who want to participate will gather here. However, I have to say that Yuanlu Great Sect's recruitment criteria is very strict. Only the top geniuses can be selected. Therefore, 10 days later, I will conduct a test. Those who pass can follow me to the godly ruins continent to participate in the selection of the divine sect. The black-cloaked man said. Of course. Xiaxing nodded. All right, spread the news. The black-cloaked man waved his hand and boarded the warship. The people on the warship also disappeared. The warship quietly floated in the air. The battle between the imperial family and the divine army naturally came to a stop. The news about the arrival of the divine gate and the recruitment of disciples by the Yuanlu Great Sect spread like wildfire across the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming and Xiaoluan also returned to the Demon God Valley. Xiaoluan, Lu Ming, Chu Luo and the others gathered in a large hall in the Demon God Valley. When Chu Luo and the others knew the purpose of the godly ruins continent, they were all shocked. Lu Ming, I think this is your chance, a great chance. Xiaoluan was the first to speak. Senior Xia, you want me to participate in the selection? Lu Ming said. That's right. Your talent is rare in the godly ruins continent. There's a great chance that you'll be selected by the divine sect and become a disciple of Yuanlu Great Sect. Miss Nianqing also has a chance, Xiaolan said. Lu Ming frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. To be honest, he was also very tempted. This was a great opportunity. Now, the martial emperor realm was no longer Lu Ming's goal. His goal was to climb to a higher realm. However, once one attained the monarch realm on Divine Wasteland continent, it would be very difficult for one to advance any further. So, one had to leave Divine Wasteland continent if one wanted to continue advancing. However, when he became an emperor, he would have to leave for Yuanlu alone. Not only would the journey be long, but it would also not be easy for him to join a great sect. Now was undoubtedly a very good opportunity. However, he was still worried about Martial Monarch DE. If he did not deal with Martial Monarch DE, he would not be able to leave in peace and head to Yuanlu to cultivate. Lu Ming, are you worried about DE? As if seeing through Lu Ming's thoughts, Xiaolan asked. That's right. If I don't get rid of this person, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you are too short-sighted. Think about it. Even if you are chosen by the Celestial Divine Sect, you might not have to head to the Yuanlu to cultivate immediately. It is most likely possible for you to wait for a while before going. Even if you can't, once you're selected by the Divine Sect, which is a great sect in Yuanlu, there are many experts there. Any one of them can kill DE. Then, you can ask an expert to kill DE. Everything will be solved. Xiaolan said. His words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. That's right. If he really joined the Divine Sect and became their disciple, it would not be too difficult to ask the Divine Sect to send someone to kill DE. As long as he could get rid of DE, he would not have to worry about the Divine Region anymore. He could head to Yuanlu to cultivate in peace. Alright, I will participate in the selection of the Divine Sect. Lu Ming thought for a while and nodded his head. Xiaoqing, what about you? Lu Ming asked Xianxia. I will go wherever you go. Xianxia said with a smile. Alright, we will depart in a few days. Lu Ming nodded his head. When the news of Yuanlu's great sect recruiting disciples spread, the Divine Region was in an uproar. All the overlords stopped fighting with each other. Many young geniuses started to make their way to Earth's core lake. Geniuses from Eastern Wilderness, Southern Underworld, Western Desert, and other places gathered at Earth's core lake. Soon, the 10 days were almost up. Xiaolan brought Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tuobashir, and other geniuses from the northern plains to Earth's core lake. The warship from the Divine Ruins mainland was still hovering above Earth's core lake. The warship was surrounded by people. They were all experts from various factions who had brought their respective geniuses over. Of course, there were also many who were there to watch the show. It was a gathering of experts. The crowd waited quietly. Soon, the warship shone. A group of people appeared at the bow of the warship. The one leading them was the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black stepped out and flew down from the warship. Behind him were two young men. They were obviously from the younger generation. One of the two young men had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. The other had a cold and arrogant expression. He looked at the people from the Divine Region with a hint of disdain. Younger generation, come forward. The voice of the middle-aged man in black was heard. Swoosh! 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 One by one, the figures flew forward and stopped in front of the middle-aged man in black. There were more than 1,000 of them. The middle-aged man in black frowned and said coldly, those below the spiritual god realm, leave. You want to participate in the selection of Yuanlu sects? Most of the young men looked helpless and could only step back. Suddenly, there were only a few dozen people left on the battlefield. Lu Ming looked around and realized that almost all the geniuses from the Divine Region mainland were here. Long Chen, Xian Yanjuan, Yang Padian, Lion Do, and the others. The underworld child from the Southern Sea region, the Cerberus, and the others. Other than the Heartless Monk and the Bodhisattva from the Western Desert, there were 5 more young geniuses from the Western Desert. It was a shocking sight. Besides, Lu Ming only saw Dishan from the Eastern Wilderness. Obviously, other than Dishan, the others had not stepped into the spiritual god realm. Some of them looked at Lu Ming coldly. For example, Lion Do, Wu Chungkong, Di Shen, and the others. Di Shen. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the Emperor God, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Di still wanted to take him down. If there was a chance, Lu Ming would kill Di Shen and collect some interest. The two young men behind the middle-aged man in black also sized up Lu Ming and the others. The young man with a smile still had a smile on his face. However, there was a burning flame in the eyes of the arrogant young man. He glanced at Xian Yanjuan, Xian Yanqing, Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, and the others. The flame in his eyes burned even brighter. I didn't expect there to be so many beautiful women in the Divine Region mainland. Hee hee. The corner of the arrogant young man's mouth curled up. His heart was burning. Alright, all of you have reached the spiritual God realm. However, I still have to choose. Unless you are a top genius, ordinary geniuses will only embarrass yourselves. Now, all of you stand still. I will test your bloodline. The middle-aged man in black glanced at Lu Ming and the others. Then, a disc array appeared in his hand. The disc array glowed and flew into the sky. It expanded rapidly. After being enveloped by the light pillar, Lu Ming realized that golden rings had appeared on the bodies of the others. Those were chakras. Xian Yanqing had 9 golden chakras, while Lu Ming had 8 golden chakras. The black-robed middle-aged man glanced at them and said, "Alright, those with level 8 divine level bloodlines may leave. Only those with level 9 divine level bloodlines are qualified to participate in the celestial sect selection. Follow me." What? Those with level 8 divine level bloodlines are not qualified? Only those with level 9 divine level are qualified? Everyone was shocked by his words. This condition was a little too high, wasn't it? How many level 9 divine level prodigies were there in the entire divine region? A bunch of frogs in a well. Do you think level 9 divine level prodigies are great? Level 9 divine level prodigies may be the top in the small divine region, but what kind of place is the Yuan continent? The core of the Yuan realm, the celestial sect, is a major sect in the Yuan continent. The minimum requirement for recruiting disciples is level 9 divine level bloodlines. You want to join the celestial sect when you can't even meet the basic requirements? The icily arrogant young man sneered, revealing a mocking expression. His voice carried a haughty attitude. His words made many level 8 divine level prodigies pale, but they did not dare to refute him. Alright, level 8 divine level prodigies, leave. The black-robed middle-aged man said again. The prodigies were helpless. Di Shen, Wu Chungkong, Jing Kongling, and the others all left. Looks like I don't have a chance. Lu Ming smiled helplessly at Xian Yanqing. It doesn't matter. If you don't go, I won't go either. Let's go. Xian Yanqing also smiled. Lu Ming nodded and flew out with Xian Yanqing. Wait. At that moment, a cold shout was heard. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing turned around and saw the arrogant youth staring at Xian Yanqing. He did not hide the fiery light in his eyes. Lu Ming frowned and his eyes turned cold. You are a level 9 divine level prodigy. Why are you leaving? You don't want the creation anymore? The arrogant young man said to Xian Yanqing. If he can't meet the requirements, I'll go with him. If he can't go, I won't go either. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming and said. Him? The arrogant young man looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disdain. He's just a piece of trash at level 8 of the divine level. He doesn't even meet the requirements. What right does he have to participate? You, on the other hand, have pretty good talent. Why waste your future for a piece of trash? Come with us. These words caused Xian Yanqing's expression to turn cold. He said coldly, watch your words. Let me tell you, if he's not going, I'm not going either. Also, he's not trash. Lu Ming, let's go. Xian Yanqing pulled Lu Ming and was about to fly back. Humph. A cold snort was heard. The arrogant young man moved and appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, blocking their way. He said, you've met the requirements and must go. This is not only related to your future, but also to our holy gate. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost. A toad lusting after a swan's meat. Do you think you're worthy of this lady? Lu Ming's expression turned completely cold. That person had looked at Xianxia with malicious intent from the very start, and now, he was calling him trash again and again. Did he really think that he was that noble? Where did this wild dog come from? Why are you barking here? Get lost. Lu Ming's cold and disdainful voice was heard. The commotion here naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes were focused on this place. At this moment, Lu Ming's words shocked many people. This Lu Ming is really bold. How dare he scold a genius of the godly ruins continent? It's over. Lu Ming is in trouble. He's courting death. He's too arrogant. I think he's used to being arrogant in the godly wilderness continent. Some people sighed, some sneered and gloated. Kid, what did you say? As expected, the arrogant young man's eyes turned completely cold and murderous. He was a famous existence even in the godly ruins continent where geniuses were as common as clouds. Not many people in the godly ruins continent dared to speak to him like that. Now, there was someone in the godly wilderness continent who dared to speak to him like that and call him a wild dog. He was courting death. Looks like your ears aren't working well. Wild dog, get lost. Lu Ming scolded again. Kid, you're courting death. I'll cripple you. The arrogant young man was furious. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His aura kept rising. 2nd level spirit god, 3rd level spirit god, 4th level spirit god, finally, it rose to the peak of the 4th level spirit god before stopping. Peak of the 4th level spirit god, many people were shocked and looked at the arrogant young man in shock. The arrogant young man was obviously young and belonged to the younger generation. His cultivation had already reached the 4th level spirit god. It was unbelievable. Now, the top geniuses of the godly wilderness continent such as the underworld child and Yang Padian were only at the peak of the 3rd level spirit god. The only one who could be sure to be at the 4th level spirit god was Long Chen. But this young man was at the peak of the 4th level spirit god. Swoosh, the arrogant young man slapped his palm toward Lu Ming. His palm was covered in a layer of green light, and it smashed the space into pieces. Get lost. Lu Ming scolded and slapped out with his palm as well. Boom, the two palms collided and the palm force swept out like a landslide. Then, a figure staggered back 100 meters in the air with a pale face. It was the arrogant young man. He was repelled by Lu Ming with a single palm. The others were tongue-tied as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. After not seeing him for a while, Lu Ming had obviously become stronger. He could actually repel the arrogant young man with a single palm. Only Tuobusher sneered. He knew how terrifying Lu Ming's battle strength was. Ah! You're courting death. I want you dead. The arrogant young man roared in anger. He was repelled with a single palm, and the one who repelled him was someone from the godly wilderness continent, someone he regarded as trash. He couldn't bear it. Boom, a green tree appeared above his head. There were 9 golden chakras on it, shining brightly. This person had awakened a 9th level divine realm bloodline. He was a giant genius. This made Yang Padian, the underworld child, and the rest look extremely solemn. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level spirit god realm, and his bloodline was also at the 9th level divine realm. His battle strength had already surpassed them. Was there really such a genius in the godly wilderness continent? Or was this person already one of the top geniuses in the godly wilderness continent? While all kinds of thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, the arrogant young man had already used bloodline fusion and turned into a green tree. The green tree was as tall as the sky and as big as a mountain. A terrifying aura bloomed, and green light shot toward Lu Ming to suppress him. So strong, really so strong. With this kind of battle strength, an ordinary 6th level spirit god would die for sure, and a 7th level spirit god would be heavily injured. Let's see how Lu Ming blocks it. The arrogant young man's strength shocked many people. Even Emperor Realm experts were moved. Shatter. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. 8 streams of dragon force erupted from his body as he threw a punch at the green wood. Boom, Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on the green wood. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, the green wood exploded and turned into green energy that dissipated into the air. The figure of the arrogant youth appeared in the green light. At this moment, there was no longer any arrogance on his face. There was only disbelief, shock, and disbelief. He found it hard to believe that the strongest attack he had unleashed after using bloodline fusion was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He found it hard to believe that there was such a strong person in the divine wilderness continent. Moreover, Lu Ming's bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine realm. Not only him, but everyone else present was also shocked. Gosh, Lu Ming's combat strength has become even more terrifying. A peak level 4 spirit god was defeated by him in one move. With such combat strength, could it be that he can compete with Long Chen? Who knows? Many people were discussing. Even some of the sovereigns were shocked. Among the crowd, Long Chen's expression was solemn. He stared at Lu Ming, but he quickly regained his composure and calmness. Damn it! In Lion City, Underworld Child was someone who had a grudge against Lu Ming. While he was shocked, he also secretly gritted his teeth. Lu Ming had become stronger. They wanted to take revenge and defeat Lu Ming, but their hopes were even slimmer. Behind the black-robed middle-aged man, the smile on the youth's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Interesting. The black-robed middle-aged man was also surprised. Lu Ming looked at the arrogant youth indifferently and said, "This is your strength? This is the reason you're so arrogant? You can't even take one move from me. What a joke. You keep calling me trash. Then, what are you?" His voice was indifferent and full of disdain. "Kid, you're dead." The arrogant youth's face turned red and he roared furiously. He stared coldly at Lu Ming, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Whoosh, Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the arrogant young man like a flickering light and passing shadow. Then, he slapped out. The arrogant youth was shocked. He didn't expect Lu Ming to still dare to attack. In a hurry, he tried his best to block, but how could he block? He was sent flying by Lu Ming's slap. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming flew up and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, taking 7 steps in a row. Each step was aimed at the arrogant young man's face. Bang! Bang! The 7 consecutive steps landed accurately on the arrogant young man's face, leaving a row of footprints on his face. The arrogant young man's body was like a meteorite, crashing into the Earth's core lake. With a loud boom, the body of the arrogant young man fell into the Earth's core lake, causing thousands of ripples. His entire body could no longer be seen. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming really had guts. He couldn't have killed all the geniuses of the Godly Ruins continent, right? In the next moment, there was a fluctuation in the Earth's core lake, and the arrogant young man rushed out. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his body was in tatters. Especially his face, which had a row of footprints on it. It was extremely clear. The corner of his mouth, the corner of his eyes, and his nostrils were constantly bleeding. It was a terrible sight to behold. Arg! Arg! Bastard! I want you dead. Men! Men! Kill him for me. Kill him. The arrogant young man screamed hysterically. Enough! A cold shout was heard. It was the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man spoke, causing the arrogant young man to stop. He said, "Elder, this person is too audacious. Hurry up and kill him." I said that's enough. The black-robed middle-aged man frowned and his voice turned cold. The arrogant young man's body turned cold, and he didn't dare to say another word. He has already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. Why are you still yelling? Don't you find it embarrassing? Back off. The black-robed middle-aged man berated. The arrogant young man's face was extremely ugly. He glared at Lu Ming coldly and backed off hatefully. What's your name? The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. Lu Ming. Very well. With your cultivation and combat strength, you are qualified to participate in the Heavenly Divinity Sect's disciple selection. You can go to the Godly Ruins continent with us. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Elder, but his bloodline is only at level 8 divine realm, the arrogant young man said again. Shut up. The black-robed middle-aged man berated, causing the arrogant young man to shut up. Bloodline is very important to the major sects in Yuanlu. However, it isn't the only criterion to determine one's talent. Other aspects are also very important. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Elder, I'm sorry. I don't want to go. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the black-robed middle-aged man and said. These words caused everyone to be stunned. Lu Ming had the opportunity to participate in the selection of the major sects in Yuanlu. However, he didn't want to go now. Even the black-robed middle-aged man was stunned. He found it hard to believe that someone would reject such an opportunity. Why don't you want to go? The black-robed middle-aged man asked. Lu Ming glanced at the arrogant young man and said, If the Godly Ruins continent is filled with trash like you, then I don't want to go. Haha. The black-robed middle-aged man smiled. He understood that Lu Ming was unhappy about it. Lu Ming, the Heavenly Divinity Sect seems to place great importance in this selection. Once you are selected, you will be put in an important position. Our Divine Sect also places great importance in this selection. As long as you are selected by the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Divine Sect will reward you handsomely. The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming and said with a gentle smile. He was indeed stunned by Lu Ming's combat strength. It was indeed rare for a level 8 Divine Realm bloodline to have such combat strength. Besides, the black-robed middle-aged man looked at the arrogant young man and said, Mu Feng, apologize to Lu Ming. What? Elder, you want me to apologize to him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The arrogant young man screamed. Is that so? The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Mu Feng with sharp eyes. Mu Feng's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and his expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stepped out. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I was wrong just now. Having said that, he turned around and walked to the side. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was too lazy to be bothered by it. Lu Ming, what do you think? The black-robed middle-aged man asked. Senior is so sincere. How can I reject it? Lu Ming said. He had rejected the black-robed middle-aged man because he was unhappy. However, he did not want to miss such an opportunity. All right, the 12 of you will board the ship with us and head to the Divine Ruins mainland. The black-robed middle-aged man announced. Senior, please wait for a moment. I still have something to do. 10 minutes will suffice. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke again. The black-robed middle-aged man was taken aback and said, All right, it's fine. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned around to look at someone. Dishin, swoosh. Kill. The Emperor God's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Lu Ming to attack him on such an occasion. Shocked, the Emperor God activated the space will and used the instantaneous step to retreat. However, Lu Ming's palm pierced through the space. A terrifying force rushed toward the Emperor God. Block it. The Emperor God was shocked. He roared in his heart and used all his strength to block it. At the same time, he activated the space will to the extreme. Boom, a terrifying force gushed out. The Emperor God's body flew 1,000 meters away. He spat out blood and his face was pale. Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to attack the Emperor God. Lu Ming, there was a long hell between heaven and earth. A dazzling golden light bloomed. A shocking sword chi appeared in the sky and slashed toward Lu Ming. It was De. Today, all the emperors had gathered. Naturally, he was also present. However, Lu Ming's sudden attack on the Emperor God was also beyond his expectations. At this moment, his murderous intent was piercingly cold. De, why are you interfering in the affairs of the younger generation? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Demonic chi soared into the sky. A vast demonic light defeated De's sword chi. Xiao Wan appeared in front of De. Xiao Wan, get lost, Di shouted and attacked Xiaoluan. Don't you know how to respect your seniors? Xiaoluan smiled faintly and fought with Di. Lu Ming did not stop. He used his extreme speed and quickly approached the Emperor God. The Emperor God frantically activated the space will to escape. Seal. Lu Ming said indifferently. He used the 9 seals of the God's Gate. 2 doors of seals appeared on the left and right sides of the Emperor God. They emitted a dazzling light and suppressed the Emperor God. The Emperor God suddenly felt that the space around him was like a swamp, making it difficult for him to move. Space, chaos. The Emperor God's eyes turned red. He roared crazily and used a self-harming method to escape from behind. However, he was in despair. At this moment, another door of seals appeared behind him and enveloped him. 3 sealing gates. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming of Divine Gate 9 seals had also made a breakthrough, allowing him to condense 3 sealing gates. No. Di Shen screamed in horror. He could not escape. Lu Ming slowly walked up and punched the dantian of the monarch god. A terrifying power surged into the monarch god's dantian and penetrated it, causing the monarch god to vomit blood. Stop. Di Shen's angry voice came from above. Stop? Haha, Di, why didn't you stop when you went to kill me? Lu Ming laughed and swung his hand down like a blade, cutting the monarch god's head into 2 halves. Di Shen, who stood at the top of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness and ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents, was dead. Boom, in the sky, there was a huge explosion. Di and Xiaoluan had exchanged a blow. The 2 of them retreated far away and did not continue fighting. Di's gaze was very cold as he looked at Lu Ming. His murderous intent was so thick that it could not dissipate. Lu Ming sneered and looked at Di. Didn't Di rely on his high cultivation to take him down and rob him of the 9 dragons' bloodline? Then he would kill his strongest descendant now and collect some interest. Haha, Lu Ming, good job killing him. That's how a man should be. Take revenge. Xiaoluan laughed, making the Imperial Xia family members' faces turn ugly. Di, I'll kill Di Shen today. I'll kill you in the future. Lu Ming said. His voice spread out like a storm. The people of the divine region were shocked. Just now, Xiaoluan and Di had fought for a short time. The combat strength displayed was amazing, far exceeding that of an ordinary emperor. However, Lu Ming's courage was even more amazing. He said that he would kill Di in the future. Di was so powerful. How could Lu Ming be so confident? I'll be waiting. Di said coldly. He glanced at Xiaoluan and the people of the divine region. Then he turned around and disappeared with a step. Interesting. The middle-aged man in black whispered. He was even more interested. Senior, I'm done with my business. Lu Ming came to the middle-aged man in black and cupped his fists. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Senior, I have a question. At that moment, a voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Long Chen. What's the matter? Ask away. The middle-aged man in black said. Senior, if I'm selected by the Yuanlu sect and recruited as a disciple, do I have to go to Yuanlu immediately? If I want to return to the divine region to settle some personal matters, I need some time. Do you allow me to do so? Long Chen asked. The others had the same expression, including Lu Ming. That was the question he wanted to ask. Ha ha ha, you're dreaming. Who do you think you are? The Yuanlu sect will select you? I'm just giving you a chance to go. However, the chances are slim. Don't overestimate yourself. Before the middle-aged man in black could answer, Mu Feng sneered and looked at Long Chen disdainfully. Long Chen glanced at Mu Feng indifferently. Then, he ignored him and continued to look at the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black frowned. Apparently, he did not like Mu Feng's temper. He glanced at Mu Feng coldly and Mu Feng's expression changed again. He shut his mouth obediently. The Yuanlu sect is naturally reasonable. They will definitely allow you to do so. After all, you have to settle your personal matters before going to Yuanlu. Then, you can focus on your cultivation. The middle-aged man in black said and gave a definite answer. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he was selected by the Yuan Lu sect, he would have to return to settle some matters. First of all, he would not be at ease if he did not settle De. In addition, his second body was still cultivating in the sacred mansion's secret land. When he went to Yuan Lu in the future, he would have to bring his second body along. Do you have any other questions? Ask all at once so that you won't have any doubts. The middle-aged man in black said. Everyone shook their heads to show that they did not have any more questions. All right, since you don't have any more questions, get on the ship. The middle-aged man in black said. Then, he turned around and flew onto the warship. Lu Ming and the rest of the 12 people also flew onto the warship. The warship was huge and extremely wide. The deck was a few thousand meters long and wide. Behind the deck, there was a large door. Inside the door were some houses. Mu Feng glanced coldly at Lu Ming and the rest, especially at Xianxia and Xianxia. He snorted coldly and took the lead to walk into the door. Brother Lu. I'm Yi Chuan. At that moment, a young man came before Lu Ming and cupped his fists. Lu Ming recognized him. He was one of the 2 young men behind the middle-aged man in black. He had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. Brother Yi, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked. Haha, it's nothing serious. I admire Brother Lu's combat strength, so I want to make friends with you. Yi Chuan said with a smile. Brother Yi, you're too polite. How can my insignificant skills be compared with the supreme talents of the Divine Ruins continent? Lu Ming said politely. Oh? Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yi. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Haha, you're welcome. Brother Lu and Miss, this way please. This ship is not small. There's something else inside. Let me show you around. Yi Chuan said with a smile. Since Yi Chuan was so enthusiastic, Lu Ming could not refuse. He and Xianxia followed Yi Chuan through the door. Of course, Tuobashir had been following behind Lu Ming. Now that the 100 Beast tribe had surrendered to Lu Ming and Tuobashir had been defeated by Lu Ming in one move, he admired Lu Ming very much. Thus, he became Lu Ming's subordinate and stayed by Lu Ming's side. The warship was really big. It had everything, including living rooms, cultivation rooms, alchemy rooms, and weapon forging rooms. There was even a restaurant where they could order food and drinks. However, they had to pay with origin stones. Yi Chuan brought Lu Ming and the others around, which was an eye-opener for Lu Ming and the others. In the end, Lu Ming and the others randomly chose a room to stay in. Although the speed of the ship was extremely fast, the distance between the Divine Wilderness continent and the Divine Ruins continent was too far. Even with the ship, it would take a month to fly. Therefore, they would have to spend the time on the ship. Rumble, the hull of the ship shook slightly. The ship started and flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the Earth's core lake. After the ship started flying, it completely stabilized as if it was on flat ground. Lu Ming walked into the room and closed his eyes to rest. Half a day later, Lu Ming and Xianxia went to the restaurant to eat. When they arrived at the restaurant, they saw a few familiar faces. Lion Capital and Kong Lin were sitting at a table. When they saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with deep fear. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated Mu Feng in one move. His combat strength had shocked them. In addition, Lu Ming also saw Long Chen sitting alone at a table, slowly drinking wine. At another table, Lu Ming saw 2 bald heads. It was Moonless and Monk Wuliang. At this moment, Moonless was slowly sipping his tea while Monk Wuliang picked up a large piece of demonic beast meat and chewed on it. His mouth was filled with oil. Seeing Lu Ming and Xianxia, Monk Wuliang called out, "Almsgiver Lu, Miss Ya, come, this way please, my treat." "Grandmaster, please go ahead. I won't disturb you any further." Lu Ming smiled and walked to the side with Xianxia. On the other side of the table, a beautiful woman in white sat alone. She was Xianxia. Seeing Lu Ming and Xianxia, Xianxia's cold eyes landed on Xianxia. He coldly said, "When we return to the Divine Wilderness continent, I will personally capture you and suppress you in the 9 underworlds." "You?" Don't worry, there's no need to return to the divine wilderness. In the divine ruins, I will trample you under my feet. Xianxia spoke, tit for tat. With that, she pulled Lu Ming and walked to a table at the side, ignoring Xianxia. At the entrance of a passage, Mu Feng saw this scene. So these two beautiful women who look almost the same are not in the same group. It seems like they have a grudge. Hee, then I'll take down the white-clothed woman first. As for Lu Ming and the black-clothed woman, when we return to the Divine Ruins continent, humph. Mu Feng coldly snorted. Xianxia and Xianxia, this pair of sisters, were peerless beauties. However, their temperaments were different. It really moved Mu Feng's heart and made his heart burn. Originally, when he saw Xianxia and Lu Ming walking so close, he thought that Xianxia was also in the same group as Lu Ming. He was afraid of Lu Ming and did not dare to make a move. However, now that he saw that Xianxia and Lu Ming were not in the same group, his heart immediately became active. Revealing a smile that he thought was charming, Mu Feng walked towards Xianxia. He came to Xianxia's table and said, "Miss, may I sit here?" Xianxia coldly glanced at Mu Feng, but did not say anything. Mu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat down and said, "My name is Mu Feng. I believe that Miss should have heard of me before. There are many things that Miss needs to pay attention to when you go to the Divine Ruins continent. This is because the Divine Ruins is not like the Divine Wilderness. The Divine Wilderness is a small place, but there are many experts and geniuses in the Divine Ruins." Mu Feng's tone revealed a trace of arrogance. It was as if he was saying, "You people from a small place have to pay more attention when you go to a big place. But it doesn't matter, I can give you some advice." In Mu Feng's heart, the fact that he could tell Xianxia these things already showed that he was taking care of her. Scram. A cold voice came out of Xianxia's mouth and spread throughout the restaurant. Mu Feng's words came to an abrupt end. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes as he said, "Miss, what are you talking about?" "Scram, can't you hear me?" Xianxia said coldly. There was a trace of disgust in her eyes as she looked at Mu Feng. "How dare you, you bitch. I kindly reminded you, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. You dare to insult me. Now, kneel down and apologize." Mu Feng's face was incomparably gloomy as he coldly berated. His heart was filled with anger. In the beginning, it was Lu Ming who dared to injure him. His stomach was filled with anger. Now, even a Xianxia dared to berate him. Who did she think he was? Xianxia glanced at Mu Feng with disdain, then stood up and turned to leave. Since Mu Feng shamelessly refused to leave, she could only leave. "Bitch, if you want to leave, kneel down and admit your mistake. Be my servant for 3 years." Mu Feng coldly shouted as he sent a palm strike towards Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and sent out a palm strike. Bang! When the two palms collided, Xianxia's body trembled and she took 5 steps back. However, Mu Feng also took 3 steps back. 4th level spirit god. You have some ability. However, you just broke through to the 4th level spirit god. It's still too early for you to fight me. Mu Feng's face changed at first. Clearly, he didn't expect that an expert like Lu Ming would appear in a mere divine wilderness continent. Now, this woman's cultivation was actually so profound, reaching the 4th level spirit god. But immediately, Mu Feng's face turned colder and the fiery light in his eyes blazed even more. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mu Feng's palm strike continuously enveloped Xianxia. Whoosh! At this moment, a wine cup broke through the void and flew towards Mu Feng's face. The wine cup carried a terrifying gale that disrupted Mu Feng's palm strike. Who is it? You're courting death. Mu Feng smashed the wine cup with a palm strike. His cold gaze swept across the scene and finally landed on Long Chen. The wine cup had just flown out from Long Chen's hand. Kid, it's you? Mu Feng stared coldly at Long Chen. Let her go. Long Chen said calmly. Haha, kid, who do you think you are? You're overestimating yourself. I'll cripple you right now and see what you're capable of. Mu Feng coldly shouted. Rage soared in his heart. These trash from the divine wilderness continent actually didn't put him in their eyes. They were simply hateful and deserved to die, Did they really think he was a pushover? First it was Lu Ming, then it was Xianxia, and now it was Long Chen. With his talent, although he was also a genius in the Divine Ruins continent, he was not considered the top. His status was very awkward, so he applied to come to the Divine Wilderness continent. He originally thought that he could be awe-inspiring in the Divine Wilderness continent and suppress all the so-called geniuses under his feet. In his imagination, wouldn't the country bumpkins of the Divine Wilderness continent try to curry favor with him? Some of them would even throw themselves at him. However, the reality was far from what he had imagined. In the beginning, he was beaten up badly by Lu Ming. However, the elder seemed to value Lu Ming's talent and asked him to apologize. Now, Xianxia and Long Chen were the same. He wanted to make a move. He wanted to cripple Long Chen as an example so that the others in the Divine Wilderness continent would be afraid of him and Xianxia would obediently throw herself at him. He strode towards Long Chen. On the side, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and scrupulous monk, Lion Do, and the others watched with interest. Long Chen was now engaged to Xianxia, and Xianxia was Xianxia's sister. If Xianxia was in trouble, Long Chen would naturally not sit idly by. They were curious that Mu Feng wanted to fight Long Chen. They did not know if Mu Feng could test Long Chen's strength. Swoosh, Mu Feng was very direct. He directly attacked Long Chen with his palm. The wind from his palm whistled, and the energy surged in the restaurant. Nonetheless, this was the interior of the Cross-Sea spaceship. The entire spaceship was made of an extremely hard metal, and its entire body was engraved with inscriptions. Even a ruler would not be able to easily destroy it, so it could naturally block the force. Get lost. Long Chen sat still and slapped out with his palm. Bang! When the palms collided, Mu Feng's body was pushed back 7 or 8 steps. As for Long Chen, he was still sitting there, motionless. Damn it! Mu Feng roared, his face flushed red. The aura on his body became more violent, and the bloodline on his head appeared. He shouted and attacked Long Chen again. Apart from the fact that he didn't use bloodline fusion, this was his strongest move. He did not believe it. He did not believe that the people of the Divine Wilderness continent were so strong. Long Chen stood up. One of his arms suddenly became thicker. It was twice as thick as usual. He threw a punch. This punch smashed through all of Mu Feng's attacks and landed on Mu Feng's palm. Gotcha! Mu Feng's palm was completely deformed. He screamed as his body flew far away like a kite with its string cut. He slammed heavily into the wall and coughed up blood. At the side, Monk Wuliang, Sherdou, and the others narrowed their eyes and looked at Long Chen with solemn eyes. Long Chen's combat strength has become stronger again. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was the same move that Zhang Xian had used to defeat Tuoba Shi back in the Holy City, and now, he had defeated Mu Feng with a single move. Other than the people from the Divine Wilderness continent, the people from the Divine Ruins continent were even more shocked. Looks like the Divine Wilderness continent has produced a few outstanding geniuses. Some people from the Godly Ruins continent sighed. Scram! Long Chen's gaze landed on Mu Feng. Mu Feng struggled to get up. His eyes were about to spit fire. He was aggrieved. He originally thought that he could show off in the Divine Wilderness continent, but he did not expect to be beaten up again and again. You guys wait for me. Mu Feng left behind a ruthless sentence and retreated dejectedly. Long Chen continued to sit down and drink. The scene returned to calm. Lu Ming, if you go against Long Chen, are you confident? Xianxia transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head and said, I know too little about Long Chen. I don't know what his bloodline is. I don't even know his specific cultivation. It's difficult to measure it. Looks like you have an opponent. Xianxia said with a smile. Don't worry. In the future, I will suppress all my enemies. The man you like will be invincible. Lu Ming said with a smile. He was full of confidence. How could he be so confident? When his 9 dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline both reached level 9 of the divine realm, his combat strength would increase greatly. He would be invincible against those of the same level. Shameless! Xianxia blushed slightly and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. However, his eyes were filled with a happy smile. After eating and drinking for a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia paid the bill and left. After walking around the ship for a while, they came to the deck. Outside, the wind was howling. With the speed of the cross-sea ship, the wind formed by breaking through space was terrifyingly powerful. As long as anyone below the spirit god realm came to the deck, they would be crushed into pieces by the storm. Lu Ming and Xianxia emitted their true essence to block the storm. They looked around. What entered their eyes was an endless ocean. On the ocean, the wind howled. Under the ocean, the waves were thousands of layers and tens of thousands of meters high. The scene was spectacular. Lu Ming and Xianxia held hands and looked at this spectacular scene together. A month's time was very short for cultivators. It passed in the blink of an eye. A month later, they arrived at the Godly Ruins continent and entered the territory of the Godly Ruins continent. The geniuses of the Godly Wilderness continent gathered on the deck and looked at the magnificent mountains and rivers below. What rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth! The spiritual chi is mixed with rich origin chi. Tuobusher took a deep breath and looked intoxicated. Not bad. This cultivation environment is much better than the Godly Wilderness continent. Even if an emperor cultivates here, it would be easier for him to break through. The conditions are much better than the Godly Wilderness continent. Lu Ming sensed carefully. The Godly Ruins continent not only had rich spiritual chi and origin chi, but it also seemed to be easier to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Cultivating in such an environment would naturally be faster and there would be more experts. It's said that the Godly Ruins continent is still worlds apart from the Yuanlu. I wonder what the cultivation environment of the Yuanlu is like. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The warship flew quickly in the air and endless mountains and rivers passed by below. After another 2 days, a vast ancient city appeared in front of him. Everyone, that ancient city is where the South God Palace of the God sect is located. You will be staying in the South God Palace for the next 3 months. The black-robed middle-aged man said. For the Celestial God sect's selection of disciples, I will briefly explain the process and the situation of the Godly Ruins continent. The God sect reigns supreme in the Godly Ruins continent. The God sect is divided into the North, South, East and West God palaces. However, the 4 great God palaces each govern a region and have been governed separately for countless years. Therefore, although the 4 great God palaces belong to the God sect, they can be considered as 4 forces. They compete with each other and even fight. The Godly Ruins continent has a total of 42 continents called the Godly Ruins continent group. The 4 great God palaces are in charge of one direction. The Godly Wilderness continent is in the south of the Godly Ruins continent and belongs to the South God Palace. There are a total of 9 continents. When the geniuses of the 9 continents gather, we will head to the ancient city of the Godly Ruins in 3 months. Everyone nodded. So that was how it was. As for the geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent, they were secretly shocked. There were actually a total of 42 continents around the Divine Wilderness continent. The vast Divine Wilderness continent was actually just one of them. It was truly shocking. It was said that there were many such continents in the entire Yuan realm. It was simply impossible to count. No one knew how big the Yuan realm was. Alright, I'll tell you all this first. As for the details of the celestial sect's selection of disciples, I'll tell you all when the 9 continents gather. Now, we need to fly into the Southern Divine Palace. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he stepped out and flew out of the sea-crossing ship. Mu Feng, Yi Chuan, and some other people from the Divine Wilderness continent, including Lu Ming and the rest, flew out to look at the sea-crossing ship. Then, the sea-crossing ship turned around and flew in another direction. They stepped into the air and flew towards the Southern Divine Palace. The ancient city in front of them belonged to the Southern Divine Palace. It was very vast and there were countless people living inside. When the powerhouses guarding the ancient city saw the black-robed man, they bowed respectfully. They entered the ancient city without any obstructions. The ancient city was really huge. It was like a small world inside with mountains and lakes. Soon, everyone landed on a square. Wait here for a while. Soon, someone will arrange your accommodations. the black-robed man said, then rose into the air and disappeared. Beside him, Mu Feng's face was cold. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Soon, two middle-aged burly men flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the rest. You must be the prodigies from the divine wilderness continent. Come with us. We'll arrange your accommodations. After saying that, they rose into the air. Lu Ming and the rest followed. Not far from the square, there were two mountain peaks. The two mountain peaks were connected. There were two peaks, one tall and one short. They were like brothers. From afar, one could see that there were courtyards built on both mountain peaks. The two burly men led them and flew towards the tall mountain peak. Soon, they landed on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was filled with rich spiritual qi and origin qi. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were spiritual beasts running around. The environment was very good. Some courtyards were built in the forest. This mountain is called the General's Peak, and that short mountain is called the Soldier's Peak. It's as if the soldiers are paying their respects to the general. A muscular man casually introduced. Lu Ming and the others looked over. Indeed, that short mountain peak was like a soldier greeting a general. From their side, they could overlook the Soldier Peak. You can choose any courtyard to stay in here. Alright, we've brought you the location. Let's go. A brawny man said. Then, the two brawny men left the place. My hair, this little monk will choose this courtyard. Junior sister Wu Yue, do you want to stay with me? Monk Wuliang chanted the name of Buddha and walked towards a courtyard. Before he left, he glanced at Moonless and asked. Moonless ignored Monk Wuliang and found another courtyard to enter. There were many courtyards here, and they could choose as they pleased. Lu Ming and Xianxia strolled around for a while. They chose a courtyard near the cliff and walked in. The courtyard was elegant, and there were several rooms that could accommodate several people. Moreover, the environment was elegant, so the two of them were quite satisfied. Time passed quickly, and it had been 3 days since Lu Ming and the others arrived at Southern God Palace. On this day, another spaceship arrived outside the ancient city. A group of people flew out of it. Is this the Southern God Palace of the Godly Ruins continent? Among the crowd, there were more than a dozen youths. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the ancient city in front of them excitedly. After that, they flew into the ancient city like Lu Ming and the others and landed on the square. Soon, a young man and a brawny man flew over. That young man was Mu Feng. Friends from the Godly Crocodile continent, your accommodations have been arranged. Follow us. Mu Feng said. The skybrides of the Godly Crocodile continent nodded. There were a total of 15 of them. They followed Mu Feng and the brawny man and flew in a direction. They were heading towards the direction where Lu Ming and the others were staying. However, they did not arrive at the General's Peak, but at the Soldier's Peak. They landed on the Soldier's Peak. Brother Mu, I think the scenery on that peak is better. Can we stay on that peak? A young man from the Godly Crocodile continent looked up at the General's Peak and asked. Brother Crocodile, I'm sorry. That peak is already occupied by a continent. Mu Feng said with a smile. Occupied by a continent? Which continent? Not only that young man, but the other young men from the Godly Crocodile continent were also shocked. The Soldier's Peak was obviously shorter than the General's Peak. They had to look up and it made them uncomfortable. It's the people from the Godly Wilderness continent. The peak where the people from the Godly Wilderness continent live is called the General's Peak. This peak is called the Soldier's Peak. Mu Feng explained. General's Peak? Soldier's Peak? Ridiculous. Why should the people from the Godly Wilderness continent live on the General's Peak and we live on the Soldier's Peak? What right does the Godly Wilderness continent have to live on the General's Peak? I've heard of the Godly Wilderness continent. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Godly Wilderness continent was ranked far behind our Godly Crocodile continent. What right do they have to live there? Mu Feng's words made the skybrides of the Godly Crocodile continent furious. The General's Peak and the Soldier's Peak were obvious. Didn't that mean that the Godly Crocodile continent were the soldiers and the Godly Wilderness continent were the generals? How preposterous. Everyone, this is the arrangement of the elder of Southern God Palace. Maybe the elder thinks that the skyprites from the godly wilderness continent are stronger? However, in Southern God Palace, everything is based on strength. Those who are stronger will naturally be able to live in a better place. Alright, everyone, you can stay here. I'll take my leave first. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he turned and flew away with the middle-aged man. Mu Feng's lips curled into a smug smile. Godly wilderness continent, aren't you very powerful? Then I'll let you have a taste of the power of the godly crocodile continent skyprides. Mu Feng sneered. That's right. Mu Feng had arranged the accommodations through his connections. It wasn't too difficult to arrange the accommodations. He had purposely arranged for the godly wilderness continent to live on the General's Peak and the godly crocodile continent, a relatively strong continent, to live on the Soldier's Peak. It was to provoke the conflict between the two continents. If the godly wilderness continent didn't let him off, he wouldn't let them off either. After Mu Feng left, the skyprites of the godly crocodile continent shouted. Just now, Mu Feng said that in Southern God Palace, everything is based on strength. How dare the godly wilderness continent live on top of our godly crocodile continent? What right do they have? Since it's based on strength, then get the people from the godly wilderness continent down here. The General's Peak is ours. Who's going to attack first? I'll go. I alone am enough to deal with the godly wilderness continent. For the past 3 days, Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion, comprehending the will of heaven and earth and comprehending martial skills. The cultivation environment of the Divine Ruins continent was indeed better than the Divine Wilderness continent. He felt that it was easier to cultivate here than on the Divine Wilderness continent. Suddenly, a violent roar came from outside. Lu Ming opened his eyes in surprise. There were people fighting outside, but who was fighting here? Lu Ming got up, opened the door, and walked out. When he saw Xianxia walking out of his room, both of them were surprised. When they walked out of the courtyard, they saw that the sky not far away was filled with dazzling light and energy. Some people were watching from the sky. Monk Wuliang, Yang Padian, Underworld Child, Tuobashir, and the others were all there. On the other side, there were more than a dozen unknown young men. Lu Ming looked at the battlefield. It was Shirdu fighting with a young man in scaled armor. At this moment, Shirdu had already transformed into his original form. He was a majestic golden lion. His entire body was dazzling with golden flames dancing around him. Shirdu was stronger than when he was in the holy city. His cultivation had also broken through to the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. With a long roar, heaven and earth shook, and the mountains trembled. However, Shirdu was completely at a disadvantage at this moment. The young man in scaled armor was obviously much stronger than Shirdu. His punches made Shirdu tumble in the air. What a majestic lion. Not bad, quite mighty. What do you think? Be my mount in the future and follow me to eat and drink well. The young man in scaled armor mocked, making Shirdu even more furious. His roar shook the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the distance, a figure flashed and flew towards them. Obviously, they were alarmed by the battle here. Many of them were young men. Lu Ming guessed that they might be geniuses from other continents or Southern God Palace's own geniuses. Hee, they're really fighting. Mu Feng sneered in the crowd. He hadn't gone far when he heard the commotion and rushed back to watch the show. Which 2 continents are these geniuses from? Someone asked. The Divine Wilderness continent and the Divine Crocodile continent. Mu Feng replied. Oh? So it's these 2 continents. In ancient times, the Divine Alligator continent's ranking has always been very high. At its peak, it even made it into the top 10. On the other hand, the Divine Wilderness continent's ranking has always been below average. I wonder how it is now. I heard that the Divine Crocodile continent is very powerful. Although they might not be able to enter the top 10, they are not too weak. Most of the geniuses of the Divine Barren continent are no match for them. That lion of the Divine Wilderness continent is about to be defeated. The surrounding onlookers were discussing animatedly. Tuobashir, what happened? Lu Ming and Xianxia came to Tuobashir's side and asked. General Lu, they are from the godly crocodile continent. Originally, they were assigned to the Soldier's Peak. Now, they want to drive us to the Soldier's Peak. They are living in the General's Peak. Tuobusher explained. With just one sentence, Lu Ming understood. The General Peak was high and mighty, overlooking the Soldier Peak. The skybrides of the godly crocodile continent were proud and arrogant. How could they be looked down upon by the skybrides of other continents? Boom, in the sky, Shurdo roared madly. However, it was useless. The difference in their combat strength was too great. Shurdo's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. However, his opponent's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. The difference was too great. Moreover, without a doubt, those who were able to participate in the heavenly god sex selection must have awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. Bam, after exchanging a few more blows, Shurdo spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily on the ground of the General's Peak. You want to participate in the Yuanlu sex selection with such strength? You are overestimating yourself. The scaled youth stood in the sky and looked down at Shurdo. Shurdo roared. He was extremely sullen. However, he was not as strong as his opponent. The other people of the Divine Wilderness continent did not look too good either. After all, they were all from the Divine Wilderness continent. No matter what kind of conflicts they had on the Divine Wilderness continent, they were all on the same side in the Divine Ruins continent. The scaled youth's eyes were cold and arrogant. He continued to stare at Shurdo and said, "What do you think? Be my mount. In your dreams." Shurdo roared. "Then I will beat you until you become my mount." Haha, there is also a peacock with the 5 elements peacock bloodline. It is not bad. I will take it as my mount too. This trip is not bad. After saying that, the scaled youth glanced at Kong Lin and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. Then, he continued to attack Shurdo. "Shurdo, I will help you." Kong Lin's expression was unsightly. He let out a long cry and turned into a 5-colored peacock. He pounced at the scaled youth. Shurdo saw the opportunity and cooperated with Kong Lin. The two of them fought against the scaled youth. "Hee, what's the use of working together?" The scaled youth sneered. A huge crocodile appeared above his head. 9 golden chakras shone around the crocodile. Divine Beast, Overlord Crocodile, the scaled youth performed bloodline fusion and turned into a huge Overlord Crocodile. "You will be defeated." The Overlord Crocodile roared. Its tail swept out like a divine whip and hit Kong Lin. The 5 elements divine light on Kong Lin's body was shattered. He wailed and 5-colored feathers flew. His body was sent flying. At the same time, the Overlord Crocodile's palm hit Shurdo and sent him flying. Shurdo and Kong Lin were no match for the scaled youth. "Trash. You can barely be my mounts. How dare you resist?" The Overlord Crocodile glanced at them and said disdainfully. Then, it looked at Lu Ming, Underworld Child, Yang Padian, and the rest. "I will say it again. The Divine Crocodile Continent wants General Peak. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, I will fight you one by one." How arrogant. Tuobusher licked his lips. He wanted to fight, but his cultivation had not broken through to the 4th level spirit god realm. He knew that he was no match for the scaled youth. "My hair." Heartless Monk chanted Buddha's name and squinted his eyes. However, it was obvious that no one would leave this place easily. "You don't want to get lost? Then I will fight you one by one." An ominous glint flashed in the giant crocodile's eyes as it swept its gaze over the crowd. In the end, it landed on the Underworld Child and said, "The next one is you. Just now, you revealed killing intent towards me. Don't think I didn't sense it. Kneel." The Overlord Crocodile was very domineering. As soon as it finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from its eyes and blasted towards Underworld Child. Underworld Child's eyes turned cold. Endless underworld chi erupted. Within the underworld chi, there were waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was extremely horrifying. A saber appeared in his hand. It was a black curved saber. Evil spirits appeared on it. They were extremely lifelike, as if they were about to crawl out. Whoosh! Underworld Child held the curved saber in his hand and slashed out, shattering the beam of light shot out by the Overlord Crocodile. At the same time, Underworld Child rose into the air and stood in front of the Overlord Crocodile. A powerful aura erupted. Fourth level Spirit God Realm. Obviously, Underworld Child had also made a breakthrough during this period and stepped into the fourth level Spirit God Realm. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. A cold voice came from Underworld Child's mouth. Fourth level Spirit God Realm. The Divine Wilderness continent finally has a decent figure. However, you have just broken through to the fourth level Spirit God Realm. You want to fight me? You are still far from it. Bang! 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 The Emperor Crocodile's four limbs stepped into the air, releasing rumbling sounds as it crawled towards Underworld Child. Its entire body's scales shone, and it opened its mouth to roar, appearing extremely sinister. Whoosh! A huge claw slammed down at the Underworld Child. The nether energy around the Underworld Child grew thicker as the bloodline of the Grim Reaper appeared above his head. He didn't hide anything. Facing such a powerful enemy, Underworld Child used his bloodline fusion to transform into a death god. The death god scythe swung towards the giant crocodile. Clang! The death god scythe struck the Overlord Crocodile's claws, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions. The death god transformed from the Underworld Child stepped on the void and retreated continuously. However, the giant crocodile's body trembled, and it didn't immediately give chase. So it can attack the soul directly. Unfortunately, it's not powerful enough to do anything to me. Kill. The Overlord Crocodile was a bit surprised. Its body began to glow, and it let out a furious roar as it charged toward the Underworld Child. Underworld Child's expression changed drastically. The Grim Reaper's body began to split apart. In the end, it turned into 12 Grim Reapers and surrounded the giant crocodile. The Nether Child's 12 Citadel. Battle formation, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, 12 Death God avatars and 12 Death God scythes slashed at the giant crocodile. Petty tricks. The Great Emperor Crocodile's voice rang out. Its tail swept out, shattering space. 7 or 8 Death Gods were sent flying. The remaining Death Gods were also sent flying by the Overlord Crocodile's claws. As for the Overlord Crocodile, its body merely trembled a few times, and light spread out as if it was blocking the Death God's soul attacks. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to attack the Nether Child. Bang! With a flick of his tail, a Death God exploded. Next, the Overlord Crocodile opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light, destroying a Death God. In the end, the Underworld Child was no match for his opponent. After exchanging over 10 moves, he was completely suppressed. His 12 clones were being defeated one after another. Soon after, of the 12 Death Gods, only one was left. It was grabbed by the great crocodile's 2 claws and directly ripped apart. Underworld Child's true body appeared, and he frantically retreated while coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Underworld Child was defeated, similarly not a match. He can't even withstand a single blow. It looks like the strongest in the Divine Wilderness is only at this level. The giant crocodile's eyes swept over Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions didn't change, but the rest of the people didn't look too good. Even Underworld Child had been defeated. The remaining ones, such as Monk Wuliang and Yang Padian, were not confident at all. Their combat strength might not be comparable to Underworld Child's. Looks like the Divine Wilderness continent is bound to lose. There aren't any outstanding geniuses. That's right. I wonder what the rank of the person who did it is in the Divine Crocodile continent. Peak LV4 Spirit God. I think his ranking in the Godly Crocodile continent wouldn't be low. The Godly Crocodile continent isn't stupid. Of course, they will send out experts. The surrounding people were discussing. Who's going to attack next? The giant crocodile continued to speak. It seemed like it really wanted to fight them one by one. Heartless Monk, Yang Padian, and the others' expressions changed, but they didn't say anything. Humph, what a bunch of trash. How about this, all of you come at me together, and I'll take care of all of you together. I'll let all of you roll off the General's Peak willingly. The Emperor Crocodile opened its mouth, extremely arrogant. It actually wanted the people of the Divine Desolate Continent to attack together. Damn it. Ta Basher gritted his teeth and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he knew he couldn't win, he would have charged forward. What's with that look? Are you not convinced? Then I'll start with you. The Emperor Crocodile glanced at Ta Basher and a cold glint flashed across its eyes. A tail covered with scales whipped towards Ta Basher. Chi-chi, as the tail whipped past, the space shattered like paper. The tail carried a terrifying spatial storm as it whipped towards Ta Basher. Ta Basher's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was only at the peak LV3 spirit god realm, which was one level lower than his opponent. He was no match for his opponent at all. He gritted his teeth and was about to use his full strength to resist the attack when a voice sounded. Let me do it. Bang, Lu Ming stepped forward and appeared in front of Ta Basher. The dragon force in his body roared and his true yuan boiled. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the Emperor Crocodile's tail. How dare you grab my tail with your bare hands? Break your arms. The Emperor Crocodile's eyes revealed a trace of malevolence. However, in the next moment, its eyes flashed with astonishment. Its tail whipped heavily on Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's palm did not move an inch and neither did his body. Instead, its tail was grabbed by Lu Ming. Ha! Lu Ming exhaled and grabbed the Emperor Crocodile's tail with both hands. It was as if he was swinging a big hammer. He swung the Emperor Crocodile's huge body up and smashed it heavily towards the mountain peak. Bang! The Emperor Crocodile's huge body smashed heavily on General Peak, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. Countless inscriptions appeared on the surface of General Peak and neutralized the terrifying force. If it was not for the protection of the inscription array, the entire General Peak would have exploded and not a single stone would be left. The remaining people from the Divine Crocodile continent were stunned. The onlookers in the distance were also stunned. They had never expected that there would be a fierce person in the Divine Wilderness continent who could swing the Emperor Crocodile's huge body like a big hammer. It's not over yet. It's coming again. Someone shouted. Sure enough, Lu Ming was not done yet. He swung the Emperor Crocodile's body and smashed it down again. Kid, let go of me. The Emperor Crocodile roared and struggled violently. However, it was useless. At that moment, Lu Ming had unleashed 8 dragons. His divine strength was invincible and the Emperor Crocodile could not struggle at all. Boom, the Emperor Crocodile's huge body smashed down again, causing the mountain to shake non-stop. Boom. Boom. Boom, following that, loud explosions could be heard from the mountain peak. The Emperor Crocodile was repeatedly smashed on the mountain peak and let out a blood-curdling scream. The skybrides of the Divine Wilderness continent such as the Underworld Child and Yang Padian gasped. Especially Lion Do, who broke out in cold sweat. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. How violent. They silently mourned for the Emperor Crocodile. However, they felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. Wasn't the Emperor Crocodile arrogant? Now, it's going to be a dead dog. Boom, after being smashed more than 10 times, the Emperor Crocodile could no longer maintain its bloodline fusion state and reverted back to its human form. Lu Ming kicked the Emperor Crocodile's face and sent it flying far away. A young man from the Divine Crocodile continent flew out and caught the Emperor Crocodile. Otherwise, no one knew where the Emperor Crocodile would have flown to. I didn't expect the Divine Wilderness continent to have such an expert. I really didn't expect it. Interesting. It's the Divine Crocodile continent's turn to have a headache. Some people were discussing in the distance. To them, no matter which side won, it had nothing to do with them. They were just there to watch the show. Humph. That kid does have some strength. However, the real experts of the Divine Crocodile continent have not appeared yet. Mu Feng snorted and said. Lu Ming's combat strength was within his expectations. Since Lu Ming could easily defeat him, it was normal for him to defeat a peak level 4 spirit god from the Divine Crocodile continent. As far as I know, there are at least 2 or 3 level 5 spiritual gods in the Divine Crocodile continent. Mu Feng explained with a smirk. There are at least 2 or 3 level 5 spiritual gods? Someone sucked in a cold breath. That's right. This is just the beginning. Mu Feng sneered as the sharpness in his eyes intensified. A level 5 spiritual god was much stronger than a level 4 spiritual god. At that moment, the elites of the divine crocodile continent had ugly looks on their faces. Among them, a burly young man in golden armor stepped out. His eyes were golden as he stared at Lu Ming, releasing a powerful aura. I didn't expect that there would be a decent expert in the divine region. Not bad. The young man in golden armor said coldly. If you want to fight, then do it. Cut the crap. Lu Ming said flatly. Ha ha ha, you're arrogant, but, the young man in golden armor started to laugh, but his eyes were cold. His eyes swept past Lu Ming and landed on a courtyard in the forest. Pretending to be calm in front of the elites of the divine crocodile continent makes me uncomfortable. So, I'll take care of this guy first, then I'll take care of you. Having said that, the young man in golden armor stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A giant golden claw formed above the courtyard and grabbed at it. He's attacking Long Chen. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and smirked. He had already noticed that Long Chen was living in the courtyard. From the very beginning, Long Chen had not appeared. He had only been cultivating in that courtyard. Obviously, the young man in golden armor had also noticed that Long Chen was cultivating in the courtyard. He was unhappy and wanted to take down Long Chen before dealing with Lu Ming. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Lu Ming muttered as he retreated to Xianxia's side. He was happy to be free. Get lost. When the giant golden claw was about to grab Long Chen, a cold shout came from the courtyard. A fist radiance flew out and smashed the giant golden claw. Swoosh, a figure stepped out from the courtyard and appeared in the air. It was Long Chen. Were you the one who attacked? Long Chen stared at the golden-armored youth. Not bad, I didn't expect your cultivation base to be, whoosh. Before the golden-armored young man could finish his sentence, Long Chen's figure had already approached the golden-armored young man at an extremely fast speed. Long Chen threw a punch at him. The pressure of this punch caused the golden-armored young man's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly punched out as well. When the two fists collided, the golden-armored young man's face immediately turned the color of pig liver. With a loud bang, his body was sent flying backward. His arm was trembling non-stop, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you sneak attack me? Despicable. The young man in golden armor roared, and a giant crocodile appeared above his head. Unlike the previous person, this giant crocodile was golden, as if it was made of gold. Both of them possessed a 9th-rank divine bloodline. The golden-armored man unleashed bloodline fusion, and his aura surged violently. This person's cultivation was at the mid-5th level of the spirit god realm, and he was slightly stronger than the scaled young man from before. The golden-armored youth transformed into a giant crocodile and charged towards Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen's aura skyrocketed, and his arms became thicker. They were twice as thick as before. That's dragon scales? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He saw scales that looked like dragon scales on Long Chen's thick arms. Could it be that Long Chen's bloodline is a type of true dragon? Lu Ming guessed. Boom. Boom, Long Chen continuously punched out with both hands. The first punch sent the golden-armored young man's tail flying. The second punch landed on the giant crocodile's head. With a loud bang, the giant crocodile's body was sent flying backward. Whoosh, Long Chen took a step forward and closed in on the giant crocodile. He raised his huge fists and continuously punched down. The fist energy broke through everything, and the giant crocodile couldn't resist. The golden-armored young man let out a miserable cry. Damn, another monster has appeared in the divine wilderness continent. He's so strong that even a 5th-level spirit god realm expert isn't his match. It seems like this person is the strongest person in the divine wilderness continent. Long Chen's battle strength made the onlookers tremble. Humph. Mu Feng's face was cold as he snorted. However, there was shock in his eyes. Long Chen was someone that he had to deal with. However, Long Chen's battle strength had exceeded his expectations. Bam! Bam! After a few punches, the golden-armored young man wailed in pain. Stop! A young man from the divine crocodile continent shouted as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Nonsense, if you want to fight, then fight together. Don't disturb my cultivation. Long Chen scolded. Damn it, he's too arrogant. He's too arrogant. I suggest that we fight together to suppress this person. That's right, let's fight together. Long Chen's disdainful attitude made the young men from the divine crocodile continent roar in anger. They were all peerless geniuses and stood at the peak of the divine crocodile continent. Even the sovereigns didn't dare to look down on them. When had they ever been looked down upon? All of them roared and wanted to fight together. Boom! Boom! At least 7 or 8 young men from the divine crocodile continent had bloodlines above their heads. All of them had level 9 divine grade bloodlines and were giant crocodiles. Most of the people from the divine crocodile continent had inherited the bloodlines of the ancient divine crocodile, overlord crocodile and giant crocodile. A total of 7 young men had merged their bloodlines and turned into giant crocodiles. 2 of them had powerful auras. One is a late level 5 spiritual god and the other is a peak level 5 spiritual god. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he saw the cultivation of the young men from the divine crocodile continent. Other than them, the rest were level 4 spiritual gods. As for those with lower cultivation, they didn't fight. The 7 experts turned into giant crocodiles and pounced towards Long Chen. This time, they should be able to force Long Chen to show his strength. The other young men from the divine region, including Lu Ming, were curious as they wanted to see Long Chen's true strength. Long Chen's eyes revealed a rare trace of fighting spirit. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded as a giant creature appeared above Long Chen's head. It was a giant elephant that was even bigger than a mountain. However, this giant elephant was different from an ordinary elephant as it was covered with scales like a dragon's armor. There were also 9 golden chakras around the giant elephant. However, the aura emitted by the giant elephant was much stronger than the aura emitted by other level 9 god-level bloodlines. This is the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Someone has awakened the bloodline of the immemorial dragonesque elephant? A surprised voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. It was Dandan. Dandan seemed to have sensed the aura of Long Chen's bloodline as he appeared from the mountain river diagram. Immemorial dragonesque elephant? Is it a hybrid of a true dragon and a divine elephant? Lu Ming was stunned. No, the immemorial dragonesque elephant is a separate race that has nothing to do with the true dragon. It is even stronger than the true dragon because it is as famous as the 9 dragons. It is one of the top 10 battle beasts with me. Dandan explained. The immemorial dragonesque elephant is one of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The strength of the bloodlines of the top 10 beasts could be seen from the 9 dragons bloodline. The 9 dragons bloodline was only a level 8 divine grade bloodline, but it contained 8 dragon forces. Coupled with the devouring power, its combat strength was already shocking. Moreover, the 9 dragons bloodline's strongest point was its devouring power. It could refine all kinds of energy, even wills, to quickly increase one's cultivation and upgrade one's bloodline. The 9 dragons bloodline played an important role in Lu Ming's current achievements. One could imagine how terrifying the primordial dragonesque elephant bloodline, which was on par with the 9 dragons bloodline, was. The immemorial dragonesque elephant is famous for its combat strength among the top 10 beasts. It's so powerful that it can penetrate the world and suppress everything. It's amazing that this guy could awaken the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline. Dandan exclaimed. Roar! The dragonesque elephant roared and its aura spread out, causing the divine crocodile continent's skyprides to turn pale. Boom! Long Chen transformed into a dragonesque elephant and stepped out, stomping heavily on the golden armored youth's giant crocodile body. The golden giant crocodile exploded and the golden armored youth's figure appeared. He was bleeding profusely and blood gushed out of his mouth as he fell to the ground. Apparently, Long Chen had shown mercy and did not kill him. However, he was still severely injured. Roar! Then, the immemorial dragonesque elephant roared and swept its trunk. 3 level 4 spirit god Skypride's bloodlines collapsed and their bodies were sent flying as they screamed in pain. Let's work together. The strongest person in the divine crocodile continent was a level 5 spirit god. He shouted and whipped his tail at the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Bang! Bang! The immemorial dragonesque elephant was actually very agile. It took 2 steps forward, and a terrifying energy burst out, blocking the opponent. At the same time, its 2 tusks glowed, and 2 rays of light shot out like 2 heavenly blades, flying out. A few more heaven's favorites had their blood and bodies destroyed, and they were sent flying away while screaming in pain. Only 2 level 5 spirit god sky prides from the divine crocodile continent were left in the sky. The immemorial dragonesque elephant stepped out, causing the sky to shake. Although the 2 sky prides from the divine crocodile continent tried their best, they could not withstand it and were completely crushed. In just a few moves, the 2 of them screamed in pain. Their bloodline power dissipated and they reverted to their human forms. And blood gushed out of their mouths as they looked at the dragonesque elephant in the sky in fear. Whoosh, the Archean dragonesque elephant shrunk and Long Chen's body reappeared. He glanced at the geniuses of the godly crocodile continent and said coldly, "Get lost." The sky prides of the divine crocodile continent had ugly expressions on their faces. However, they did not dare to stay any longer. They brought those injured people and retreated back to the Soldier's Peak. So powerful. Who is this person? He's so powerful that even a peerless genius at the 5th level of the spirit god realm couldn't withstand a single blow. He's indeed too strong. To think that a mere divine wilderness continent would have such a person. Such fighting strength can only be found in the top 10 continents. How shocking. We have another strong opponent in the heavenly god sect's selection of disciples this time. In the distance, the geniuses from the other continents and the godly ruins continent looked at Long Chen with solemn expressions. Damn it, how can this person be so strong? Mufeng gritted his teeth and his face turned ugly. Initially, he wanted the people of the divine crocodile continent to torture the divine wilderness continent. Unexpectedly, the result was the complete opposite. Long Chen's expression was calm. He didn't say a word and directly returned to his courtyard to continue cultivating. What a weirdo. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. How is it? Are you confident? Xianxia blinked his big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. What he meant was Lu Ming confident in defeating Long Chen? The peak of the 5th level of the spirit god realm and the ancient dragonesque elephant bloodline is indeed abnormally strong. However, when have I ever lost in a battle of the same level? Lu Ming smiled confidently. He had a rough idea of Long Chen's strength. Shameless. Xianxia curled his lips, but there was a smile on his face. The two chatted as they returned to their courtyard and continued cultivating. There were less than 3 months before the heavenly god sect's selection. Everyone wanted to seize the time to cultivate and increase their strength. The stronger they were, the higher their chances of being selected. Time passed quickly and half a month had passed. Lu Ming cultivated diligently every day and made great progress. His various intents had improved by quite a bit. However, his earth intent was still at the peak of the 4th level for the time being and had yet to reach the 4th level of the greater mastery. On the other hand, Lu Ming had actually reached the 8th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The 8th step was equivalent to the prowess of a superior grade divine level martial technique. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, he could not unleash its full prowess. However, once he executed it, its prowess would undoubtedly be stronger and Lu Ming's combat prowess would be enhanced. On this day, Lu Ming and Xianxia went out together. It had been more than half a month since they came to the southern divine palace in the godly ruins continent. The two of them planned to walk around and experience the local customs of the godly ruins continent. Then, they would see if there were any treasures, spiritual herbs, or materials that they could buy. Especially the materials for the Nirvana pill. Some of them were already very difficult to find in the godly ruins continent. However, that might not be the case in the godly ruins continent. Perhaps they could find some. The two of them flew out of the General's Peak and toward a bustling street. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, what a coincidence. A voice came from the side. Brother Yi. Lu Ming turned and saw that it was Yi Chuan. Are the two of you planning to go shopping? Yi Chuan asked. That's right. We've been here for more than half a month and we haven't gone shopping. Lu Ming said with a smile. Do the two of you have a place to go? Yi Chuan asked. No, we're just looking around to see if we can buy some materials and spiritual herbs. Lu Ming said. If it's ordinary spiritual herbs and materials, you can find them in the ordinary market. If it's some rare materials and spiritual herbs, it's hard to find them in the ordinary market. I know a place where you can find some very rare materials and spiritual herbs. Yichuan said. Oh? Where is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Treasure Exchange Pavilion. Treasure Exchange Pavilion? Lu Ming was puzzled. As the name suggests, the Treasure Exchange Pavilion is a place where you can exchange for treasures. As long as you enter, you can take out treasures that you don't need and exchange them for treasures that you need. If someone needs them, they will naturally take them out to exchange. That way, you can get some rare treasures. Yichuan explained. There's such a place? Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Haha, I was going to the Treasure Exchange Pavilion anyway. Let me lead the way. Yichuan said straightforwardly. Yichuan led the way and the three of them landed on a street. They walked along the street and took a detour before arriving in front of a huge building. It was a pavilion that was incomparably spacious and occupied a large area. It had 7 floors and towered into the sky. It stood out among the other buildings. The Treasure Exchange Tower used to be a place for the older generation of experts to exchange for treasures. But recently, prodigies from all over the continent have gathered here. I heard that Xianxia has reserved this place for the younger generation of prodigies to exchange for treasures. Yichuan explained. Xianxia? Lu Ming and Xianxia were slightly taken aback. Haha, Xianxia is one of the 3 strongest prodigies in our southern god palace. She's a peerless beauty. Perhaps she's on the highest floor today. If there's a chance, we might be able to meet her. Yichuan's eyes lit up when he mentioned Xianxia. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and the 3 of them walked towards the Treasure Exchange Tower. There were 7 floors in total, and one had to pay a fee to enter. The first floor was 1,000 ores per person, and the higher the floor, the higher the price. The 3 of them paid the fee and stepped into a door made of light. Yes, the door of the Treasure Exchange Tower was not an ordinary door. It was a portal, and entering it was a portal. After the 3 of them stepped into the portal, they appeared on the side of a large hall in the next moment. The hall was extremely spacious, and there were rows of tables and chairs around the hall. At this moment, there were many people sitting at the tables and chairs. There was a large empty space between the tables and chairs, and a young man was standing there with a treasure in his hand. A piece of Xianxia iron. It's a top-level 7 refining material. I'll exchange it for 3 wind god pills. Whoever has 3 wind god pills can have this piece of Xianxia iron. The young man looked around, and his voice echoed throughout the hall. I happen to have 3 wind god pills. I'll exchange it with you. After a long while, a young lady stood up, took out a jade bottle and handed it over to the young man. The young man opened the jade bottle and looked inside. His face lit up with joy as he said, It's really the wind god pellet. Many thanks, this piece of star iron is yours. The young man handed the Xianxia iron to the young woman, and the 2 of them sat down happily. The first floor is filled with people with low cultivation. It's rare to see high-quality items here. Let's go up. Yichuan said. Lu Ming nodded. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that most of the young men on this floor were below the spiritual god realm. The 3 of them walked towards another door of light. The passageway between each floor required a teleportation gate. There were also people guarding the portal. The 3 of them handed over the ores and stepped into the portal. The layout of the second floor was exactly the same as that of the first floor. The only difference was that there were fewer people on the second floor, but their cultivation was higher than that of the first floor. In the first few floors, the 3 of them did not stop. Soon, they arrived at the 5th floor. Brother Yi, do you still want to continue upwards? I'll see if there's anything I need on this floor. Yichuan said. Brother Yi, please go ahead. We'll go up and take a look. Lu Ming said. The materials needed to concoct the Nirvana pill were all extremely rare. The higher the level, the higher the cultivation of the geniuses, the more likely it was to appear. Lu Ming planned to continue upwards. Alright, then I wish the 2 of you good luck in exchanging for what you need. Yichuan cupped his fists and walked towards the hall. He sat down on a chair. Lu Ming and Xianxia continued to walk towards another door of light and arrived at the 6th floor. There were fewer people on the 6th floor. At a glance, there were only about 50 people. Each of them was a young man with a strong aura. They had the potential to be dragons and phoenixes. Obviously, they were all geniuses from different continents. After arriving at this floor, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not continue upwards. Instead, they walked towards the tables and chairs at the side of the hall. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed a few cold gazes sweeping towards them. So, they're from the almighty crocodile continent. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. He ignored the gazes of the geniuses from the almighty crocodile continent and sat down at a table. At this moment, a young man was holding a treasure in the middle of the hall. He wanted to exchange for the treasure that he needed with someone else. However, the young man asked a few times, but no one answered him. Obviously, no one had the treasure that he needed. In the end, the young man sighed and left helplessly. After the young man left, another young man stepped forward. A milky white horn appeared in his hand. This is the horn of the Holy Light Tiger. It's a level 8 material. It can be exchanged for a lower divine martial arts movement technique. Anyone who has it can have it. The young man introduced. The treasures on the 6th floor are indeed of a higher level than the ones on the lower floors. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, the horn of the Holy Light Tiger was not something that he and Xianxia needed. Naturally, they did not say anything. I'll exchange a movement technique with you. A young man stood up and took out a secret manual. The two of them exchanged happily. Next, the young men and women stepped forward one by one. They took out their treasures and said what they needed. Of course, not everyone could exchange for the treasures that they needed. Some people would settle for the next best thing. If someone could offer a good price, they would sell it to get some origin stones. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked around for half an hour. Unfortunately, they did not find the treasures that they needed. It seems that we have to go to the 7th floor to take a look. Lu Ming smiled bitterly at Xianxia. I have a piece of sky thunder wood. I'll exchange it for a purple smoke fruit. At this moment, a voice sounded, shocking Lu Ming. Sky thunder wood. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The sky thunder wood actually had powerful lightning energy. It was very effective in comprehending the concept of lightning. Lu Ming had comprehended the concept of lightning. If he used the sky thunder wood to comprehend the concept of lightning, he could save a lot of time. However, Lu Ming did not have a purple smoke fruit. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Fortunately, some of the people present were also tempted. However, no one said anything. Obviously, there were no purple smoke fruits. No purple smoke fruits? The young man who took out the sky thunder wood asked with a disappointed expression. Brother, can I buy it with origin stones? Someone asked. The young man who took out the sky thunder wood pondered for a while and said, since there are no purple smoke fruits, let's buy it with origin stones. You guys bid, and the highest bidder will get it. I bid 500,000 origin stones. Immediately, someone made a bid. I bid 600,000. I bid 650,000. Soon, the price rose steadily and was called to 800,000 origin stones. The concept of lightning was one of the 9 common concepts. Naturally, there were many people who comprehended it. Therefore, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to bid. Soon, the price rose to 1 million origin stones. I bid 2 million origin stones. At this moment, a voice sounded and doubled the price. It's him, the genius of the divine crocodile continent. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He recognized the young man who suddenly increased the price. This person was the strongest person on the divine crocodile continent. He was at the peak of the 5th level spirit god realm. Half a month ago, he was easily defeated by Long Chen. At this moment, he was staring at the sky thunderwood with a burning gaze. The sudden increase of 1 million showed that the divine crocodile continent's prodigy was determined to get it. Many people chose to give in. However, there were still people who continued to bid. I'll bid 2,100,000. 2,200,000. There were still 2 people who bid, raising the price to 2,200,000. 3 million. The divine crocodile continent's prodigy opened his mouth again. He was determined to get it and raised the price to 3 million. Yi Kwang, since you want the Sky Thunderwood so much, I'll give it to you. A young man who originally bid said and withdrew from the competition. Yi Kwang was the name of the strongest prodigy in the divine crocodile continent. Forget it. 3 million isn't worth it. I'll keep it and buy something else. Another young man shook his head and gave up the competition. Yi Kwang's face showed a smile. His thunder essence had reached a bottleneck. This Sky Thunderwood might help him break through the bottleneck. Now that no one competed with him, he was naturally overjoyed. Haha, in this case, I'll buy the Sky Thunderwood, Yi Kwang laughed. Wait a minute, I'll bid 3,500,000. At this moment, a voice sounded, causing Yi Kwang to stop mid-sentence. Then, his eyes flashed sharply as he looked at the person who spoke. It's you from the Divine Wilderness continent. Seeing the person who spoke, the sharpness in Yi Kwang's eyes intensified. The one who bid was naturally Lu Ming. I'll bid 3,500,000. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, the Sky Thunderwood is mine. Lu Ming glanced at Yi Kwang and said lightly. I'll bid 4 million. Yi Kwang gritted his teeth. 5 million. Lu Ming directly increased the price by 1 million. Right now, Lu Ming's primordial stones were piled up like a mountain in his storage ring. He had plenty of primordial stones. He would not even bat an eyelid at the addition of 1 million primordial stones. Yi Kwang's face was completely gloomy. 5 million ores had already exceeded his budget. Kid, you're determined to go against me, aren't you? Yi Kwang stared at Lu Ming with unkind eyes. What a joke. Naturally, everyone wants treasures. You're not the only one who can use the heavenly lightning wood. I can use it too, so I naturally want it too. What does it have to do with you? If you want it, then add the raw stones. If you don't have any raw stones, then shut up. Lu Ming said calmly. Brat, don't think that just because Long Chen has appeared in the Divine Wilderness continent, you trash can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, if Long Chen isn't here, I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Yi Kwang yelled angrily and completely turned hostile. During this time, Long Chen's name had also spread, so Yi Kwang knew about it. Idiot. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Everyone, there's no rule against fighting in the treasure exchange pavilion, right? Yi Kwang's voice sounded, asking others. No, there is indeed no rule against fighting in the treasure conversion pavilion. Someone spoke with the mentality of watching a good show. Well, this person deliberately provoked me and raised the price with me. I can only teach him a lesson and let him know that everyone's actions and words have to be linked to his strength. Without strength, some actions can't be done and some words can't be said. Yi Kwang got up, stepped out, and closed in on Lu Ming. His eyes were cold. Hee, it seems that Yi Kwang is furious. That brat is most likely going to be abused. Someone sneered. Indeed, Long Chen of the Divine Wilderness continent is indeed powerful, but other than Long Chen, the rest are trash. Yet, they want to use Long Chen's name to do whatever they want. It's normal for them to be abused. Such a person will be killed sooner or later. There was a burst of discussion all around. These discussions were all heard by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. When did he use Long Chen's name to do whatever he wanted? Could it be that when he wanted to buy something at a high price, it became borrowing Long Chen's name? These people were too imaginative. In fact, it was no wonder. In the past, the Divine Wilderness continent wasn't considered strong among the continents. This time, there was an existence like Long Chen with amazing combat strength. In the eyes of others, Long Chen was a special case. The rest of the Divine Wilderness continent were still trash. Now that a trash was so arrogant, they naturally thought that Lu Ming was borrowing Long Chen's name to do whatever he wanted. Humph, brat, get out of here now. Give up bidding with me and I will let you go. Yi Kwang said. After all, he was still a little afraid of Long Chen. They lived in Soldier Peak and General Peak, which were next to each other. If Long Chen found trouble with him later, he was also afraid. Lu Ming shook his head and said, Little Qing, such trash also came to participate in the Celestial Divine Sex selection. Why do I feel that our chances of winning have greatly increased? I think so too. Hey, look, this person's face has become darker than a pig's liver. Xianxia squinted his eyes and muttered along with Lu Ming. The two of them talked back and forth, directly making Yi Kuang's face turn into a pig's liver color. Courting death, I will cripple you. Yi Kuang roared. Sharp nails emerged from his claws, and his palms were covered with scales like a crocodile's claws. Moreover, there were traces of lightning on them. Swish, Yi Kuang's claw grabbed at Lu Ming's throat. It was as fast as lightning, unbelievably fast. This claw was terrifyingly powerful. Even an ordinary 7th-level spirit god martial artist would be killed by this claw. Boom! Boom! The 8 dragon forces in Lu Ming's body erupted. His arm muscles bulged, and he blasted out a punch. Boom! A muffled sound of impact rang out. Kacha! Kacha! Immediately, there was a sound of bones breaking. Yi Kuang snorted. His face changed drastically, and his body retreated wildly. In the main hall, dense inscriptions emerged on the ground, removing Yi Kuang's power. This person is so powerful. On the side, the others were shocked and a little aghast. At this moment, Yi Kuang's claws were completely deformed and twisted together. Obviously, Yi Kuang's 5 fingers were broken by Lu Ming's punch. Not only did this punch block Yi Kuang's attack, but it also broke Yi Kuang's fingers. This kind of power was amazing. You're courting death. Yi Kuang was furious. With a roar, the aura of a 5th-level spirit god erupted. At the same time, his bloodline emerged on top of his head. He transformed into a giant crocodile flashing with lightning. However, because he was in the treasure redemption house, his giant crocodile had become much smaller, unlike the mountain-like ones outside. Here, the giant crocodile's body had shrunk to 10 meters long, but its power had not weakened at all. It was still terrifying. Yi Kuang roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Lu Ming got up, and the 3rd bloodline emerged. His hair turned blood red. Endless murderous intent shrouded Yi Kuang. Whoosh! The sword light was like blood, filled with cold murderous intent as it cut through the void. Poochie! In front of everyone's shocked eyes, the giant crocodile transformed by Yi Kuang was directly split into 2 halves. The giant crocodile's huge body dissipated into energy light. In the light, a figure retreated quickly with blood splattering in the air. It was Yi Kuang. At this time, his face was pale with horror. One of his arms was missing. He controlled his body to stop the bleeding and looked at Lu Ming in shock. At the scene, the other young skyprides also showed shock and disbelief. One sword. With just one sword, Lu Ming broke through Yi Kuang's bloodline fusion and severed one of Yi Kuang's arms. Such combat power was really amazing. The divine wilderness continent was too frightening. First, there was Long Chen. Now, this young man gave off an even more unfathomable feeling. Originally, they thought that the divine wilderness continent only produced a powerful skypride like Long Chen occasionally. The others were still trash, but now they realized that they were wrong. Originally, there was no need for Lu Ming to take action. Long Chen alone was enough to deal with all the people of the divine crocodile continent. To borrow your own words, everyone has to pay the price for their words. Consider this an arm as a lesson for you. Now scram. Lu Ming withdrew his 3rd bloodline, and the aura on his body became calm again. He looked at Yi Kuang and said indifferently. Yi Kuang's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to say a word. He turned around and disappeared from the teleportation array. Brother, here are 5 million raw stones to buy your Sky Thunder wood. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and walked to the young man who sold the Sky Thunder wood. Okay. Take the Sky Thunder wood. The young man was shocked and quickly handed the Sky Thunder wood to Lu Ming and kept Lu Ming's storage ring. Feeling the powerful thunder and lightning power in the Sky Thunder wood, Lu Ming smiled and returned to his seat. Little Qing, see if there's anything you need. Buy it together. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Yes, but I need items that contain demonic aura. They might be rare. Xianxia said. The treasure exchange continued. However, they didn't see anything that Lu Ming and Xianxia needed. After a period of time, Lu Ming walked to the center of the hall, cupped his fists and said, Everyone, this one is Lu Ming. I need 9-leaf Ganoderma, Emperor's Essence, Emperor's Blood Stone. If anyone has any of these treasures, feel free to name your price. Lu Ming will definitely find a way to achieve it. Lu Ming listed 5 materials in a row, all of which were the main materials for refining the Nirvana pill. The Nirvana pill required a total of 7 main ingredients. Now, he had already collected 2 of them, and he was still short of 5. These 5 are all extremely rare spiritual herbs and treasures. I don't have them on me. Indeed, neither do I. The surrounding young men shook their heads, indicating that they did not. After a while, seeing that everyone was shaking their heads, Lu Ming was somewhat disappointed and returned to his seat. Xiaoqing, shall we go to the top floor to take a look? Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and left with Lu Ming, walking towards the portal. This was the 6th floor, and there was another floor above it, which was the 7th floor. After stepping through the portal, the 2 of them appeared on the 7th floor. There were even fewer people on the 7th floor. There were only about 20 of them, sitting around. When Lu Ming and Xianxia made their moves, pairs of eyes immediately looked towards them. However, most of them glanced at Lu Ming and ignored him. Most of them stopped at Xianxia. What a beautiful girl. I wonder which continent she's from. Her appearance is not inferior to Ji Hongchen's. Low murmurs could be heard. It's them, Lu Ming. In the crowd, there was a person with a cold gaze. It was Mu Feng. He was also here. Mu Feng, do you know them? Beside Mu Feng, there was a very handsome young man. He wore a jade crown on his head and a golden robe, looking like a noble young master. At this moment, he looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. I know them. They are the geniuses of the divine wilderness continent. The man is Lu Ming and the woman is Xianxia. Mu Feng said. Divine wilderness continent? I heard that Long Chen's combat strength is not bad. What about these 2? What do you think? The noble young master said. Lu Ming's combat strength is slightly stronger than mine. The woman should be average. Mu Feng said, deliberately saying that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than his. That woman is not bad. I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in the divine wilderness continent. The noble young master stared at Xianxia, his gaze burning even more. If cousin wants her, why don't you accept her? Mu Feng suggested. That's good too. After the treasure auction is over, I'll send someone to bring this girl to my residence. The noble young master said. His words were filled with strong confidence, as if he had made such a decision. The 2 of them spoke through voice transmission, so Lu Ming could not hear them. However, Lu Ming could still feel their gazes. Mu Feng. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he walked towards a table with Xianxia. At the same time, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the entire hall. There were only 20 or so people on the 7th floor, but all of them were full of essence Qi. Their bodies faintly emitted an astonishing aura. Clearly, they were all geniuses among geniuses. Among them, there were a few whose auras made Lu Ming frown, feeling a sense of danger. What caught Lu Ming's attention the most was a woman sitting at the head of the table. She was wearing a fiery red dress, like a blooming flower. She was incomparably beautiful, but there was also a heroic spirit exuding from her. It was a very strange temperament, but on her body, it did not seem abrupt. Instead, it was very harmonious, forming a different kind of beauty. She was indeed beautiful, not inferior to the 5 great beauties of the central continent. What's wrong? You can't take your eyes off a beauty. Are you tempted? Xianxia's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia teasingly. I'm not. Xianxia pouted. How can she be as beautiful as you? How could I be tempted? Lu Ming said softly, causing Xianxia's face to turn slightly red, and she gave Lu Ming an expression that said, at least you know what's good for you. The 2 of them sat to the side. At this moment, a young man took out a treasure and wanted to exchange it with the crowd. As expected of the 7th floor, the treasure that was taken out was different. It was a piece of golden mother iron, which was extremely rare. It was an excellent material for refining spirit weapons, and even Lu Ming was tempted. Unfortunately, he did not have what the other party needed. Very quickly, the young man sighed and put it away. Then, his palm lit up and another piece of yellow stone appeared. "This is the ancient mine of the ruins of God?" someone asked. "That's right, it's the ancient mine of the ruins of God," the young man replied. Everyone knows that the ancient mine of the ruins of God might contain peerless treasures. Right now, I have 3 pieces in my hands. They were all obtained from the ruins of God. Now, I will sell these 3 pieces. The highest bidder will get them. The ancient mine of the ruins of God? Lu Ming's expression changed, and he was a little curious. Previously, they had taken the cross-sea flying ship to the continent of God for a month, so they more or less had some understanding of the continent of God. The reason why the continent of God was called the continent of God was because there were several ruins of God on the continent of God. It was very dangerous inside, but it was also filled with endless treasures and mysteries, so it was called the ruins of God. Legend had it that the ruins of God originally did not exist. Countless years ago, the sky split open and countless things fell from the sky, forming the ruins of God. From the ruins of God, one could excavate a type of ore called the ancient mine of the ruins of God. The ore might contain supreme treasures. Some people had cut out supreme divine weapons, some had cut out supreme secret manuals, and some had cut out the bones, blood, essence, and so on of supreme experts. They were all supreme treasures. Of course, it was more likely that there was nothing inside. For a moment, no one made a sound. Buying the ancient mine of the ruins of God was like gambling. If one bought it, they might not get anything. The chances of getting treasures from the ancient mine of the ruins of God were too small. Beside Mu Feng, there seemed to be flames dancing in the eyes of the noble young master. His eyes were fixed on one of the ancient mines of the ruins of God as if he had sensed something. "Lu Ming, I suggest you buy it because there's something good in one of the ancient mines. It might be of some help to you." At this moment, Dandan's voice sounded. After this guy entered the treasure exchange tower, he had been lying on Lu Ming's shoulder without making a sound. Now, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "You can sense the things in the ancient mine of the ruins of God?" Lu Ming was stunned. It was said that the layer of yellow ore outside the ancient mine of the ruins of God was very strange. It could block the scanning of spiritual senses. If one did not cut open the ancient mine, one would not know in advance whether there was anything in the ancient mine, let alone what it was. Only in very rare cases would one be able to sense something. For example, the noble young master's bloodline was faintly beating. He felt that there was something in the ancient mine that was extremely compatible with his bloodline. That was why there was a slight reaction. "This ancient mine is mine." The young master's eyes lit up as he said, "I'll bet 100,000 origin stones on my luck." 100,000 primordial stones was not considered high, but it was not low either. If the 3 ancient mines were empty, the 100,000 primordial stones would have been wasted. "Haha, Muju, you're rich and overbearing. 100,000 raw stones is just a drop in the ocean for you. I'm not as rich as you, so I won't bet with you." "Me too." At the side, the other youths laughed. There were many ancient mines of the godly ruins in other places of the southern divine palace. If they wanted to buy them, they could buy them at any time. Therefore, the others all shook their heads and did not bid. This made the corner of Muju's mouth curl into a smile. If he could buy a primordial stone that contained a treasure with 100,000 primordial stones, then it would be a huge profit. His heart trembled. "I bid 200,000 ores. This is the first time I've seen an ancient mine in the ruins of God. It's interesting. I'll try my luck too," Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming's words made Muju's eyes turn cold. 300,000. Muju said. "Then I'll bid 500,000. Lu Ming said. This made Muju's face turn even uglier. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Kid, you're new here, so you probably don't know the market price of the ancient mines of the godly ruins. Let me tell you, it's rumored that there are peerless treasures in the ancient mines of the godly ruins. However, the chances of that are very small. 99% of the ancient mines are empty. If you buy it, you might lose out. You don't have to worry about that. Also, don't you want to buy it too?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Humph. Muju snorted and continued to bid, 600,000. At this time, the other's eyes flickered. Looking at Muju's expression, he seemed to want it very much. Could it be that he sensed something? Haha, I feel like I'm in luck today. I'll buy it too. I'll bid 700,000. Is that so? I feel the same way. I'll bid 800,000. I'll bid 900,000. The other youths also bid. For Skype rides like them, 100,000 primordial stones was nothing. If there were really treasures in the ancient mines of the godly ruins, then they would make a fortune. Soon, the price rose to 1,500,000 primordial stones. This made Muju's face turn even uglier. All of this was because of Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming competing with him, he might be able to buy the 3 ancient mines of the godly ruins with just 100,000 primordial stones. Now, he couldn't even buy it with 2 million. Although Muju didn't really care about 1 or 2 million primordial stones, he was very unhappy to have spent so many primordial stones. 2 million primordial stones. Muju gritted his teeth and called out a price. This guy called out such a high price. Could it be that he really sensed something? The other's eyes flickered and continued to bid. Soon, the price rose to 3 million. Lu Ming, forget it. Although there are things in there, the value is at most 3 million. Any higher and you'll lose money. Dandan said. Lu Ming was very surprised. It seemed that Dandan could really sense the specific things inside. Otherwise, how could he even measure the price? At this point, Lu Ming stopped bidding. On the other hand, Muju and the other young men were still bidding. In the end, the price rose to 5 million primordial stones and was bought by Muju. Damn it. Muju looked coldly at Lu Ming, killing intent flashed in his eyes. On the side, Mu Feng was ecstatic. This Lu Ming is really courting death. How dare he offend Muju? It seems that I don't need to find someone to deal with him. Mu Feng sneered in his heart. After that young man sold the ancient mines of the godly ruins, he went down. Then, another person went up and took out treasures to exchange. Some people succeeded in exchanging treasures, while others returned disappointed. After seeing the treasures taken out by several people, Xianxia and Lu Ming didn't have what they wanted. The two shook their heads in disappointment. It seemed that it wasn't easy to find what they needed. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a fire spiritual root here. I need to exchange it for a sword-shaped stone. I don't know who has a sword-shaped stone, but one is enough. Suddenly, a voice sounded. What? Fire spiritual root. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. Fire spiritual root happened to be one of the main ingredients for refining nirvana pills. Finally, he found something he needed. Fire spiritual root, it's the fire spiritual root. Peng Yuan actually took out such a precious treasure. On the side, voices sounded. Fire spiritual root was a level 9 treasure. It was very rare in the world, and many people were tempted. But, a sword-shaped stone, many people frowned. A sword-shaped stone was a treasure of the same level as the fire spiritual root. It was also rare in the world. Who would have it? It's the fire spiritual root. Muju's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a blazing light. It was incomparably hot and greedy. Peng Yuan, must you exchange it with a sword-shaped stone? I can use other treasures or raw stones to buy it from you. Name your price. Muju stood up and stared at the fire spiritual root in Peng Yuan's hand. No, the fire spiritual root is useful to me, but I need a sword-shaped stone more. If you have one, I'll exchange it with you. If you don't, then forget it. Peng Yuan said. Peng Yuan, the fire spiritual root is useful to me. Can't we talk about it? Muju did not give up and said with a fiery gaze. What does it have to do with me if it's useful to you? Peng Yuan sneered. Muju's face darkened. However, Peng Yuan was a famous sky pride in the South God Palace and had a powerful force behind him. Hence, Muju was wary of Peng Yuan. If it was someone else, he would have taken action. Who has a sword-shaped stone? If you don't, then forget it. Peng Yuan said. I have one. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. It's him. Many people were stunned. The one who spoke was Lu Ming. You have a sword-shaped stone? Peng Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming stood up and his palm glowed. A small stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The stone sword was the size of a palm. It was milky white and there was a faint sword chi being emitted from it. This was a sword-shaped stone. Lu Ming also felt lucky. This sword-shaped stone was found when Xiao Luan killed the Tianwu sword sex expert and Lu Ming was sorting through the storage rings of the Tianwu sword sex expert. When Xiao Luan killed so many experts, Lu Ming obtained a lot of good stuff and put them together. Now, it came in handy. It's really a sword-shaped stone. Peng Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. The sword-shaped stone was very useful to a sword cultivator. This sword-shaped stone should be enough to repay your fire spiritual root. Lu Ming said. Of course. Peng Yuan said with a smile. Wait. At this moment, Mu Ju said coldly. He took a step forward and stopped in front of Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, sell your sword-shaped stone to me. Sell it to you? I'm sorry, but my sword-shaped stone needs to be exchanged with Brother Peng for the fire spiritual root. I don't have any extra sword-shaped stones. Lu Ming said. If you don't have any extra, sell the one in your hand to me. Hurry up, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Name your price. Mu Ju said impatiently. Lu Ming frowned and said, Don't you understand what I said? I said that I have a use for this stone. Nonsense, I don't care if you're useful or not. Sell him to me now, do you hear me? Mu Ju coldly scolded. Haha. Where did this idiot come from? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming was really speechless. This Mu Ju obviously wanted to use his sword-shaped stone to exchange for the fire spiritual root with Peng Yuan. He didn't dare to do anything to Peng Yuan. But he dared to bully him. At the side, the others looked on indifferently and didn't say anything. Kid, what did you say? Do you know who I am? I am Mu Ju, the young master of the Mu clan, one of the top 10 clans of the Southern Divine Palace. You dare. Get lost, I don't care who you are. It's none of my business who you are. A good dog doesn't block the way. Before Mu Ju could finish his words, he was coldly scolded by Lu Ming. He forcefully swallowed his words back. You're courting death. A mere trash from the divine wilderness continent dares to be so arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mu Ju's face was completely gloomy. His eyes were cold and the aura on his body became violent. A layer of flame spread out from his body. At the side, the others looked on quietly and no one stopped him. In this world, treasures could only be obtained and protected if one had the strength to do so. Whoosh, Mu Ju waved his hand and a long whip condensed from flames lashed towards Lu Ming's face. You really think I'm a pushover? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His palm was like a knife as he slashed out. With a puff, the flame whip condensed by Mu Ju was cut into two. You have some ability, but you're still too inexperienced to be arrogant in front of me. Mu Ju said coldly. Boom, the aura on his body became even more violent. A terrifying pressure bloomed in the hall. The pressure was so strong that it surpassed the 5th level of the spirit god realm. The 6th level of the spirit god realm. Moreover, it was the peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Mu Ju's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm. He was 1 level stronger than Lu Ming. Is this the strength of the Southern Divine Palace's genius? Lu Ming's eyes moved. The Godly Ruins continent was indeed the strongest continent in the Godly Ruins continent. The Southern Divine Palace could be considered as one of the 4 strongest forces in the Divine Ruins continent. The geniuses of the Southern Divine Palace were naturally extraordinary. In the Divine Wilderness continent, a genius like Long Chen was only at the peak of the 5th level of the spirit god realm. The other geniuses like Xianxia and Underworld Child had just broken through to the 4th level of the spirit god realm. The difference between them was too great. Kneel down. Mu Ju snorted coldly. He struck out with his palm, condensing a huge palm print that blasted toward Lu Ming. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming with one palm and make him kneel on the spot. So what if you're at the 6th level of the spirit god realm? Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. The dragon force in his body erupted as he threw out a punch. Boom! The terrifying fist energy bombarded the flaming hand and directly pierced through the flaming hand condensed by Muju. Again. Muju's eyes turned colder when he saw that his palm was destroyed by Lu Ming. Come on, it's my turn now. Lu Ming took a step forward. The ground trembled and countless inscriptions appeared. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure instantly closed in on Lu Ming. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared above his head. A wisp of energy flowed into him, causing his body to emit a bloody light. Boom! Borrowing the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength surged again as he threw out a punch towards Muju. A cold murderous intent shrouded Muju as a terrifying force pressed down on him. This made Muju's countenance change slightly. With a roar, flames flared and he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Boom! The two fists collided. Muju's expression changed drastically as his body retreated a few steps. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. What? Muju was repelled. How is this possible? Muju is at the peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm. How could he be repelled? That Lu Ming is only at the 5th level of the spirit god realm. How could this happen? The scene was in an uproar when Muju was repelled with a punch. Many people cried out in shock. Among them, there were a few young men whose eyes flickered with splendor. For example, the beautiful woman in the fiery red dress had a look of astonishment in her eyes. Damn it, kid, I'm going to kill you. Muju roared furiously after being repelled by Lu Ming's punch. The killing intent on Muju's body was extremely dense. The flames on his body were jumping crazily, and his bloodline emerged above his head. Muju's bloodline was a vine that was filled with flames. There were 9 golden chakras shining on the vine. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a flaming vine. A terrifying aura filled the air. Die for me. The flaming vines waved like long whips, rolling towards Lu Ming. The blazing flames seemed to be able to burn everything. The other youths around him got up one after another. Their true essence shone on their body, and intent revolved around them to resist the remaining power of the flames. Bang! Lu Ming used the suppressing hell art and struck out a palm. It hit one of the vines and made a dull collision sound. Lu Ming felt a gush of scorching flames spreading toward him. His palms felt slightly numb. To be honest, Muju was very strong. A 9th level divine ranked bloodline and a peak 6th level spirit god realm cultivation base. His battle strength was extremely terrifying, much stronger than Yi Kuang. Swish! 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 The flaming vines kept waving and whipping towards Lu Ming. This kind of vine could crack the earth with a single strike. Its power was terrifying. Lu Ming's 5-colored intent enveloped his body. The suppressing hell art's power was getting stronger and stronger. He struck out palm after palm. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's palm kept colliding with the flaming vines. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. The two of them were evenly matched. This had already shocked the others. So strong. This Lu Ming is so strong. It's unbelievable that he can fight Muju above his level. It's indeed unbelievable. The divine wilderness continent is amazing. The rest of the people exclaimed. Their gazes toward Lu Ming were filled with fear. They had all awakened 9th level divine ranked bloodline and stood at the peak of all the prodigies. Their battle strength was unparalleled, and fighting above their level was as common as eating rice. For prodigies like them, it was almost impossible for others to fight above their level. Among prodigies with 9th level divine ranked bloodline, who would be weaker than the other, but now, Muju, who had reached the peak 6th level spirit god realm, was fighting above his level. And the person who fought above his level was from the divine wilderness continent, which wasn't very famous. Ah! Die! Die! Muju howled madly. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's, but he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. This made him extremely angry. If news of this got out, his reputation would definitely take a huge hit. What was a genius? Geniuses needed to surpass levels to defeat others, and not be defeated by others. If one was defeated by others, what kind of genius was that? He was bound to become a joke. He was furious. He wanted nothing more than to grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. He launched an even more violent attack. What are you shouting for? Would shouting louder increase one's combat strength? Peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Just this bit of combat strength is really disappointing. It's time to end this. Lu Ming laughed disdainfully. Roar, the 9 dragons. Bloodlines appeared above his head. That's his bloodline? It seems to be the legendary 9 dragons bloodline, but it's only at level 8 of the divine realm. Only at level 8 of the divine realm. As soon as Lu Ming's bloodline appeared, it caused another uproar. Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons, opened his mouth and roared. His devouring power enveloped Mu Ju, causing the flaming vines to tremble. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons stepped forward and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping step. The violent power bombarded the flaming vines. After a few consecutive explosions, 3 of the flaming vines exploded into pieces. The 9 dragons let out a long roar and each of their claws grabbed a flaming vine. With a forceful tear, the 9 flaming vines were all torn apart and turned into flames. Bang! The divine dragon swung its tail. The 9 dragons' tails executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art and whipped the main position of the flaming vines. The roots of the flaming vines were directly sent flying and heavily crashed into the wall. Boom! Countless inscriptions flickered on the wall, but it still shook violently. Mu Ju let out a miserable scream. He was completely suppressed, completely crushed. After Lu Ming executed the bloodline fusion, he completely crushed Mu Ju. Swish! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and instantly appeared in front of Mu Ju. Their dragon claws clawed out continuously. The rumbling sound was unceasing, and Mu Ju's miserable scream was also heard, causing many people to shiver. After a dozen consecutive moves, Mu Ju finally couldn't resist anymore. His bloodline collapsed and he reverted to his original form. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was vomiting blood. His body was covered in injuries and looked extremely miserable. In the crowd, Mu Feng's face was pale without a trace of blood. Mu Ju, who had reached the peak of the 6th level spirit god realm, was defeated. He never dreamed that he would be defeated so miserably. He originally thought that he could borrow Mu Ju's hand to cripple Lu Ming and take revenge for the day he was beaten up by Lu Ming. He never thought that such a powerful Mu Ju would follow in his footsteps. Bastard, you dare to hit me? You're dead. Mu Ju roared furiously. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. After today, he, Mu Ju, would definitely become the laughingstock of the Southern Divine Palace. The 9 dragons shrunk and Lu Ming reverted to his human form. His eyes were cold as he kicked Mu Ju's face. Mu Ju screamed as his head heavily hit the wall. His face was deformed. How dare you threaten me? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? The killing intent on Lu Ming's body was so intense that it chilled Mu Ju's heart. Damn it! Damn it! Mu Ju roared furiously in his heart, but he didn't dare to say another word. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered and his eyes were blood-red. That killing intent was too intense and cold. He really suspected that Lu Ming would kill him if he said another word. He reached out and sucked. His vital essence swirled and the storage ring in Mu Ju's hand flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed it. Take the storage ring as your punishment. It's compensation for my mental trauma. Lu Ming slowly kept Mu Ju's storage ring. You can't do this. Mu Ju wailed. Mu Ju wailed. That storage ring was all of his savings. Also, what mental damage compensation? Speaking of compensation, shouldn't he be the one who should be compensated? Why was he beaten so badly? Do you want to die? Lu Ming's blood-red eyes narrowed. Mu Ju didn't dare to utter a word. However, his body was trembling slightly due to anger. Get lost. Lu Ming said faintly as he turned around and left. If this happened in the Divine Desolate Continent, he would have been slapped to death by Lu Ming. However, this was the Divine Ruins Continent after all. Lu Ming had just arrived here, so he was merciful. Mu Ju glared at Lu Ming with hatred. He staggered to his feet and walked towards the portal. Cousin, wait for me. Mu Feng's legs were trembling in fear. He quickly followed Mu Ju and left this place. Brother Peng, here's the sword-shaped stone you wanted. Lu Ming walked towards Peng Yuan and passed the sword-shaped stone to him. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu's combat strength is really admirable. Mu Ju, that arrogant and despotic fellow, finally kicked an iron plate today. Peng Yuan laughed and passed the fire spiritual root to Lu Ming. Brother Peng, you're too polite. Lu Ming said. Both of them were happy with their gains. Interesting. The auction continued. Following this, the others went up and took out their treasures. I have 2 ancient mines of the godly ruins too. I'm not sure if anyone needs them. A while later, another young man went up and took out 2 yellow ancient mines of the godly ruins. Xianxia raised his eyebrows when the young man took out the 2 ancient mines of the godly ruins. Lu Ming, I can sense something in one of the mines. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Xiaoqing, you can sense it? Lu Ming was surprised. Lu Ming, there is indeed something in one of the mines that is suitable for the girl. That's why she sensed it. However, it's not too valuable. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and decided to buy it. Just like before, buying the ancient mines of the godly ruins was like a gamble. Almost no one bid. I'm quite curious about the ancient mines of the godly ruins since it's my first time here. I'll buy these 2 ancient mines for 100,000 primal stones and study them. Lu Ming said casually. It seemed like he had bought the 2 ancient mines purely out of curiosity. After Lu Ming spoke, no one else spoke. The young man was slightly depressed. The previous 3 ancient mines of the godly ruins had been sold for 5 million primal stones, but his 2 ancient mines were only sold for 100,000 primal stones. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one else was bidding, he had no choice but to sell them to Lu Ming for 100,000 primal stones. Lu Ming handed the primal stones to the young man and kept the 2 ancient mines, but he did not go down. Instead, he scanned the crowd and said, Lu Ming would like to buy the royal bloodstone, 9-leaf Ganoderma, Earth Emperor Essence, and Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass. If you have these materials, feel free to state your conditions. Lu Ming will try his best to fulfill them. Royal Bloodstone, Earth Emperor Essence, the others were startled. These 4 materials are extremely valuable. Their value is comparable to the fire spiritual root. In fact, the Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass is even more valuable. That's right, I've only heard of these 4 herbs and materials, but I've never seen them before. The others discussed among themselves. Almost all of them shook their heads, indicating that they did not. Royal Bloodstone, I have one. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked towards the source of the sound. The one who spoke was the stunning woman in the fiery red dress. It's Ji Hongchen. Someone whispered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This woman was indeed Ji Hongchen. Yi Chuan had mentioned one of the 3 strongest prodigies of the younger generation of Southern God Palace. Miss Ji, you have the royal bloodstone? Lu Ming looked expectant. Ji Hongchen's palm glowed, and a dark red stone appeared. This stone looked like a blood-red jade, but strangely, there was a pleasant fragrance coming from it. It really is the royal bloodstone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Miss Ji, what treasure do you need to exchange royal bloodstones for? See if I have it on me. If I don't, I'll definitely think of a way to get it. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, this is your first time in the ruins of God. Since you're a guest, I don't need to exchange for any treasure. Brother Lu can buy it with origin stones. 30 million origin stones it is. Ji Hongchen said. 30 million? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. It was not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. A rare treasure like the royal bloodstone belonged to the top of level 9. It was rare in the world, and its real price was definitely more than 30 million. Miss Ji, 30 million origin stones is a great bargain for me. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you're a guest. Just treat it as a friend. Ji Hongchen smiled and was very forthright. Everyone knew that Ji Hongchen's attitude was because of Lu Ming's strength. If Lu Ming's battle strength was weak, Xianxia would not have bothered with him. However, Lu Ming's strength had attracted Xianxia's attention, which was why he wanted to befriend him. "Thank you, Miss Ji." Lu Ming was not a shy person. He took out a storage ring, put 30 million origin stones in it, and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia handed the royal blood stone to Lu Ming. After putting away the royal blood stone, Lu Ming returned to his seat in a good mood. Today's harvest was not bad. Next, more people took out treasures to exchange, but Xianxia and Lu Ming were not interested. After looking for a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia stood up and left. They went to the 5th floor and said goodbye to each one. They left the treasure exchange building and returned to their residence in the general peak. In the room, Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the mountain river diagram and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. An ancient mine of the ruins of God floated between the two of them. This was the one that Xianxia could sense. Lu Ming's true essence condensed into a true essence blade and slashed at the ancient mine of the ruins of God. The ancient mine of the ruins of God was very hard, even harder than many metals. However, it was easily cut open by Lu Ming's true essence blade. Suddenly, a wisp of black demonic chi spread out. "There's really something." Lu Ming's expression changed. This ancient mine of the ruins of God was really mysterious. There was something sealed in it. Crack, in the end, the ancient mine of the ruins of God cracked open and a drop of dark red blood appeared. A dense demonic light soared into the sky. "This is the blood of an expert that was sealed in the ancient mine of the ruins of God." Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. Legend had it that the ancient mine of the ruins of God did not come from the ruins of God. Some people guessed that it came from beyond the heavens. There was a great battle between experts, and treasures, blood, and essence blood splashed onto the ancient mine of the ruins of God. Due to various reasons, some treasures and blood were sealed in the ancient mine of the ruins of God and preserved after a long period of time. The owner of this drop of blood is an expert who cultivates the demonic path. Although many years have passed and the power of this drop of blood is not much, it is still very useful to me. If I refine it, my cultivation will definitely increase. Xianxia said. "Well, little Qing, then hurry up and refine it, lest the energy dissipates." Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded, and a bloodline appeared on his head. He formed a seal with both hands, attracting a drop of blood to his hand and began to refine it. Lu Ming estimated that it would take at least a few days for Xianxia to refine a drop of demonic blood. Lu Ming came to a nearby mountain and took out the remaining ancient mines of the ruins of God. 3 of them were bought by Mu Ju, but his storage ring was taken by Lu Ming, so the 3 ancient mines of the ruins of God naturally fell into Lu Ming's hands. One of them was the one that Dandan sensed had a treasure. Lu Ming put it aside and cut the other 3 ancient mines of the ruins of God one by one. There was indeed nothing inside, just 3 pieces of ore that were useless. Lu Ming looked at the last ancient mine and cut it with the blade of true origin. Suddenly, a blazing aura spread out from the ancient mine of the ruins of God. Lu Ming was overjoyed and cut open the ancient mine completely. This is a weapon fragment. This weapon fragment was only the size of a fingernail, but it was filled with a blazing aura like a ball of raging flames. This must be the weapon fragment of a supreme powerhouse. It contains a strong fire energy. If I extract it and refine it, my fire concept will definitely improve greatly. Lu Ming pondered and was a little tempted. He then circulated his true yuan and wrapped it around the weapon fragment, beginning to extract it. As Lu Ming continued to condense, a flame was extracted from the weapon fragment and jumped on Lu Ming's fingertip. Refine. His true yuan wrapped around the flame and began to refine it. On the other hand, Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully sensed the power of fire in it, improving his fire concept. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. In more than 10 days, Lu Ming had completely refined the ball of flame. Fire concept, peak 4th level greater mastery. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and a ball of flame flashed through his eyes. The pinnacle of level 4 greater mastery was only a step away from level 4 perfection. Boom, a demonic aura surged from a nearby mountain, and a demonic aura soared into the sky. Peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Little Qing's cultivation has improved greatly as well. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. When he first met Xianxia in the 9 underworlds, Xianxia had just broken through to the 3rd level spirit god. Later on, after receiving Xianxia's inheritance and cultivating for a period of time, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the 4th level spirit god. However, he was only at the early 4th level spirit god. Obviously, Xianxia had refined that drop of demonic blood in this half a month, and his cultivation had directly reached the peak 4th level spirit god. However, although the energy of that drop of demonic blood had been completely refined, Xianxia was still cultivating. Lu Ming felt that the heavenly demon concept was restless in Xianxia's body. Little Qing wants to take this opportunity to break through the heavenly demon concept in one go. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew Xianxia's plan. That drop of demon blood also contained a strong demonic intent realm, which had greatly affected Xianxia. It was normal for him to have a breakthrough in his intent realm. Lu Ming didn't disturb Xianxia. A section of heavenly thunder wood appeared in his hand. Lu Ming planned to use the heavenly thunder wood to continue cultivating and comprehend the concept of thunder. Similar to refining the weapon fragment earlier, Lu Ming first extracted a strand of lightning from the heavenly thunder wood, then refined this strand of lightning to improve his lightning concept. In the blink of an eye, another dozen days passed. In total, Lu Ming had been in seclusion for a month. Lu Ming had also completely refined a wisp of thunder. His thunder concept had also reached the peak of the 4th level in one fell swoop. The heavenly thunder wood that he bought for 5 million origin stones could allow his concept of thunder to reach the peak of the 4th level of large success. Swoosh, a figure stepped on the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was Xianxia. Little Qing, your intent realm has broken through? Lu Ming asked. Yes, the heavenly demon intent has reached the peak of the 4th level of large success. Unfortunately, I'm only one step away from reaching the peak of the 4th level. Xianxia said. This time, she had gained a lot. Her cultivation was only one step away from breaking through to the 5th level of spirit god. That ancient mind of God is really amazing. I reckon that there must be a supreme expert who cultivated the demonic Tao who was killed. Their flesh and blood scattered, and some of them were sealed in the ancient mind of God. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about the ancient mind of God. Woo woo woo, at this moment, a cry sounded in the sky. The cry sounded very sad and mournful. This made Lu Ming's expression change drastically. This cry definitely did not come from the mountain and river diagram, but from the outside world. However, the mountain and river diagram was a heavenly abode treasure. It formed a world of its own and was isolated from the outside world. Sound could not be transmitted in at all. But how did this sound come in? Obviously, Xianxia also thought of this, and his expression changed. Swoosh, Dandan flew over from afar and appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. He said, "What's the crying sound? It's so unpleasant to hear, and it even came here? It's coming from outside. Let's go out and take a look," Lu Ming said. With a thought, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Dandan came out of the mountain and river diagram together. As soon as they came out of the mountain and river diagram, the crying sound became even clearer. It came from the east. The two of them went out of the room and came to the courtyard. That's, Lu Ming and Xianxia looked to the east, and their eyes widened in shock. At this time it was night. The world was dark, and the moon and stars could not be seen. But in the east, the sky was blood red. It was like the sunset, but it was not sunset. The light rushed out from the ground and dyed the sky red. And the mournful crying sound came from that direction. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew out of the courtyard and into the sky. They could see more clearly. At this moment, the sky above the southern divine palace was full of people, all looking to the east. Tuobashir, do you know what's going on? Tuobashir was beside the two of them. Lu Ming asked. General Lu. Tuobashir cupped his fists and said, during this period of time, I specially asked around. As far as I know, that direction is the direction of the ruins of God. I heard that there will be such a phenomenon every year in the ruins of God. The sky will be dyed red, and there will be cries. Ruins of God? Lu Ming and Xianxia were slightly surprised. They did not expect such a phenomenon to come from the ruins of God. The ruins of God is very mysterious. It contains treasures like the ancient mine of the ruins of God, but it is also very dangerous. There is no danger outside the ruins of God, but it is very dangerous inside, especially in the core area. There have been emperors who have entered, but they have never come out. Tuobusher said. This made Lu Ming and Xianxia even more surprised. It was indeed shocking that even emperors could not come out. At this time, the crying sound suddenly disappeared, but it was followed by a kind of sacrificial sound. It was very grand and solemn. Listening carefully, it was like a war song. Cultivate my battle spear, kill the 9 heavens, slaughter the foreign races, return my mountains and rivers. Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to have heard these words. They were filled with grief and emotions of facing death with equanimity. Roar, vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar, shaking heaven and earth. Lu Ming was shocked. What was in the ruins of God? Lu Ming was incomparably curious. This strange phenomenon lasted for an entire night. It was only when the sun rose the next day that the strange phenomenon disappeared. At this time, Lu Ming saw many people flying towards the east. Are they going to the ruins of God? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yes, they are indeed going to the ruins of God. It is said that there will be a phenomenon in the ruins of God every year, but after a period of time, the ruins of God will be the safest. The ruins of God are divided into the outer area, the inner area, and the core area by the people of Southern God Palace. Usually, the outer area is not dangerous, but the inner area is full of danger. If you are not careful, even supremes will fall, and the core area, even emperors will not be able to come out. But after a period of time, the inner area will become much safer. As long as your luck is not too bad, you will not be in great danger. You can go in to look for treasures and ancient mines of the ruins of God. General Liu, why don't we go to the ruins of God to take a look? Tuobusher said. Alright, the ruins of God is the most famous wonder in the continent of God. Since we're here, how can we not go? Let's go. Lu Ming said with a smile. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Tuobusher flew towards the east. Along the way, they saw many people flying towards the east. For example, Long Chen and Underworld Child of the Divine Wilderness continent were also flying towards the east. On the continent of God, there were several ruins of God, and they were all very famous. There was only one near the South God Palace, which was more than 50,000 miles east of the South God Palace. More than 50,000 miles was soon reached. How wonderful and spectacular! Lu Ming and the others stood in the air and looked into the distance, full of amazement. What entered their eyes was an endless stretch of ruins. Yes, it was really ruins. Endless rocks, endless broken palaces, broken mountains, and broken pavilions were scattered on the boundless land in front of them. It was as if there was a rich country in the sky that fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, forming a stretch of ruins. Some people speculate that the ruins of God is another world. There was a fierce battle, and the space cracked open and fell here. Tuobusher said. Another world? Could it be the heavenly realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had once been to a small island in the heavenly realm and learned some unknown secrets. The heavenly realm and the primordial realm were twin worlds. Other than these two worlds, there were no other worlds. Moreover, it seemed that there was a fierce battle in the heavenly realm. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another rushed into the vast ruins of God. Let's go in and take a look too. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them also flew into the ruins of God. The ruins of God was vast and boundless, covering an extremely large area. Right now, they were at the periphery of the ruins of God. Looking up, Lu Ming saw a huge palace that had fallen to the ground in ruins, filled with the aura of ancient times. He also saw an enormous ancient city, which was also extremely dilapidated and deformed. It is said that a long time ago, there were many ancient mines in the outer regions of the ruins of God. However, after so many years, the ancient mines in the outer regions of the ruins of God have long been excavated. Only the inner regions still have ancient mines. Tuobusher said. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded. The 3 of them did not stop and continued to fly forward. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the interior of the ruins of God. At this point, the three of them landed and did not fly in the sky. That was because the inner region was filled with danger, especially when flying in the air. The speed was too fast, and once one encountered danger, it would be too late to dodge. Furthermore, Lu Ming also wanted to look around and see if he could find the ruins of God Ancient Mine. Why do I feel so familiar with this place? It's like I've seen it before. Dandan's eyes darted around as she mumbled. You've really seen it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he transmitted a message to Dandan. I think I've seen it before, but I can't remember it clearly. Strange, it seems that the more important something is, the more I can't remember it. Dandan muttered, as if he was recalling carefully. Lu Ming was speechless. Dandan, this guy, always dropped the ball at the crucial moment. The three of them slowed down and carefully sensed the ruins to see if they could find the ruins of God Ancient Mine. What a huge palace. Xianxia looked ahead and revealed a look of surprise. In front of them, there was a huge dilapidated palace that smashed onto the ground. It was dilapidated, but it could be seen that the original palace must be extremely tall and majestic. Lu Ming, I seem to have a feeling that there seems to be an ancient mine of the ruins of God here. Xianxia said. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. The three of them carefully rushed into the ruins of the palace and carefully examined it. Finally, they came to a remote corner. Xianxia sensed that there seemed to be something under the ground in this corner that was resonating with her. Let me dig it out. A big axe condensed by qi appeared into Obasher's hand and he began to hack at the ground. The soil of the ruins was very hard, and it was very difficult for Obasher to dig. Lu Ming and Xianxia also joined in the excavation. The three of them worked together to clear out the ruins and dug a big pit that was dozens of meters deep. Sure enough, they found a few pieces of the ruins of God Ancient Mine in the big pit. Haha, there are a few pieces of the ruins of God Ancient Mine here. It's really easy to find them without any effort. At this moment, there was a loud laugh. Figures flashed and three figures appeared, looking down at Lu Ming and the other two in the deep pit. The three of them were all young men with strong auras and a faint arrogance on their faces. Now, this place belongs to us. The three of you can go. One of the bald young men said, his tone was full of a commanding tone. The three of you, we found this place first, and we also worked hard to dig it out. Don't you think it's too much to ask us to leave as soon as you come? Tuobasher said. The three of them clearly wanted to rob them halfway. Too much? I don't think it's already a great mercy for us to let you go and keep your lives. Why aren't you scramming? We don't have so much time to waste here. After digging out these pieces of the ruins of God Ancient Mine, we still have to go to other places. The bald young man berated coldly. Tuobasher's face was gloomy and ugly, and he said, You want us to leave with just one sentence? What a joke. Kid, you talk too much nonsense. You don't have to leave now. Bang! As soon as the bald young man finished speaking, he took a step forward and pounced towards Tuobasher like an eagle pouncing on its prey. At the same time, he threw a punch at Tuobasher. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A mace appeared in Tuobasher's hand and he shouted loudly. His aura surged out violently, and the mace whistled towards the bald young man. 4th level Spirit God. In the past month, Tuobasher's cultivation had finally broken through and reached the 4th level of the Spirit God realm. Bang! The bald young man's fist and Tuobasher's mace collided heavily. A loud bang resounded, and Tuobasher's expression changed drastically. Even with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Spirit God realm, it was difficult for him to resist. He retreated with a bang and spat out a mouthful of blood. Die! A ruthless expression flashed in the bald young man's eyes, and he threw a punch at Tuobasher's heart. Heavenly Demon Force Field. A delicate shout resounded, and a force field formed and enveloped the bald young man, causing his speed to decrease greatly. At the same time, Xianxing's figure charged out and slapped out with his palm, and it collided with the bald young man's fist. With a bang, Xianxing and the bald young man retreated at the same time. Little Qing, are you all right? Lu Ming looked at Xianxing. He could tell that the bald young man's cultivation was at the early stage of the 5th level of the Spirit God realm, and he was slightly stronger than Xianxing. However, Xianxing's combat strength was extremely strong. Even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he should be able to fight the bald young man. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head and said, Lu Ming, leave this person to me. You have to be careful of those two. Don't worry, it's just two early-stage 6th level spirit gods. Lu Ming said. The remaining two had reached the 6th level spirit god realm. Little girl, you dare to stop me? You're courting death. The bald youth shouted as his true essence surged and pounced at Xianxia. Black lotuses appeared beside Xianxia and formed sharp lotus swords. Together with the heavenly demon force field, Xianxia fought with the bald youth. The two of them were evenly matched and it was difficult to determine the winner. This little girl's combat strength is not bad. She has such combat strength at the peak of the 4th level spirit god realm. It's really rare. One of the two remaining youths said. Indeed, but her cultivation is too weak. There's still a 5th level spirit god kid. Leave him to me. After speaking, one of the youth's figure flashed and pounced at Lu Ming. He was as fast as lightning and his palm was like a blade as he slashed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't move at all. He didn't even look at him and similarly slashed at the other party with his palm. Bang, the two palms collided. Lu Ming didn't move, but the other party's figure flew back. You have some combat strength. Looks like I won't be able to take you down if I don't use my full strength. The youth's eyes turned cold and serious. A spear appeared in his hand and flickered with a sharp aura. Whoosh, he and the spear became one and stabbed at Lu Ming. Dragon power erupted from Lu Ming's body as Lu Ming continued to strike with his palm. Clang, Lu Ming attacked later but arrived first. His palm was like lightning and slashed at the spear. The spear vibrated continuously. The other party's expression changed drastically as his body trembled and flew back again. This time, not only him, but the other youth's expression also turned serious. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th level spirit god realm, but the combat strength he erupted with was shocking. He actually easily repelled existences at the 6th level spirit god realm again and again. They weren't ordinary spirit gods, but top geniuses. Treasures are obtained by those with strength. Since you have the strength, then these few ancient mines of the ruins of God will be yours. Zhang Luo, let's go. One of the young men spoke, and in the end, he was speaking to the bald young man. Lu Ming's battle prowess made them feel that it was unfathomable. It was not worthwhile to fight with Lu Ming for a few pieces of the ruins of God ancient mines. Bang, after exchanging a blow with Xianxia, the bald youth flew backwards. As soon as you arrived, you injured my friend. Now, you want to leave after saying those words? Haha, who do you think we are? Lu Ming sneered. His aura rose and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Brat, we've already taken the initiative to retreat. What else do you want? Do you really think that we're afraid of you just because we've defeated the entire continent? The bald youth shouted. You are from Zhanping continent? Tuobusher let out a cry of surprise. Fighting the continent to a draw? Lu Ming's heart stirred. There were a total of 42 continents in the Ruins of God continent group. Of course, there were strong and weak continents. Although the Divine Wilderness continent was not at the bottom of the Ruins of God continent group, it was still in the bottom 10. And the Divine Wilderness continent was truly number 1. Other than the Divine Wilderness continent, the Zhanping continent was also very strong and ranked in the top 10. It was also the only 2 continents in the Southern God Palace's 9 continents that were in the top 10. And the 3 young men in front of him were from the Zhanping continent. No wonder they were full of arrogance. No wonder they were so strong. 2 of them had reached the 6th level spirit god realm. Seeing Tuobusher's surprised expression, the bald youth and the other 2 revealed a smug look. I don't care which continent you are from. If you don't leave something behind today, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming continued to speak as he walked forward. The bald youth and the other 2 had ugly expressions as they approached. You want to do this the hard way? Let's see what you're capable of. The young man who attacked Lu Ming earlier had a cold look in his eyes. A long spear appeared above his head. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a long spear. A terrifying sharp force spread out and pierced holes in the void. Whoosh, the long spear slashed down and pierced towards Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared and a wisp of energy poured in. Lu Ming roared as killing intent surged out like a tide. He punched out. Clang, the fist hit the long spear, causing it to vibrate and fly back. This shocked the other young men from the Zhanping continent. Let's attack together. Another young man at the 6th level spirit god realm shouted as a battle sword appeared above his head. He turned into a battle sword and slashed towards Lu Ming. Needless to say, their bloodlines were all at the 9th level of the divine realm. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming threw out 2 consecutive punches, hitting the long spear and the battle sword. The long spear and the battle sword were both sent flying and kept vibrating. How can he be so strong? The bald man's expression changed drastically. He was shocked. Lu Ming and he were both at the 5th level of the spirit god realm. However, he felt that if he fought with Lu Ming, he wouldn't even be able to block one of Lu Ming's moves. Lu Ming was too strong. Lu Ming strolled out and attacked continuously. Both of his fists were swinging out continuously. Terrifying power erupted and bombarded the combat sword and the long spear continuously. Clang. Clang, the sound of iron being struck rang out. The battle sword and the long spear were vibrating non-stop. So strong. Is this General Lu's battle strength? He's too strong. Tuobusher widened his eyes in shock. Back then, Lu Ming defeated him in one move when they were at the same level. He was already convinced. Now that he saw Lu Ming going all out, he admired him even more. Lu Ming didn't use bloodline fusion. He kept punching with both fists. Each of his punches contained the powerful power of the suppressing hell heaven art. Since he got the suppressing hell steel fragment, his suppressing hell heaven art had become stronger and stronger. Even if he used the same amount of Jin Yuan, the power was much stronger than before. However, he felt that the power of the suppressing hell heaven art could be even stronger. There was still a lot of potential that hadn't been discovered. Lu Ming was comprehending as he fought. The speed of his punches became slower and slower. However, each of his punches seemed to suppress and confine everything in the world. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. He forced his opponent to meet him head-on. Clang! Clang! Clang, explosions rang out continuously. The battle sword and the long spear vibrated more and more violently. In the end, they exploded with 2 bangs and turned back into their human forms. Their faces were pale and they spat out blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Both of them were at the early 6th level of the spirit god realm. Their cultivation was higher than Lu Ming's. However, they were completely suppressed by Lu Ming and were seriously injured. How was this possible? Who are you? Are you a peerless genius of the Southern Divine Palace? One of the young men asked. They suspected that Lu Ming was a peerless genius cultivated by the Southern Divine Palace. Only an overlord of the godly ruins continent like the Southern Divine Palace could cultivate such a powerful genius. You want to know who I am? You're not qualified. You, leave your storage ring and get lost. The faces of the 3 youths from Zhanping mainland were ugly, especially the bald youth. Lu Ming actually wanted him to leave behind his storage ring? Friend, don't go too far. We have stronger geniuses from Zhanping mainland. Going too far won't do anyone any good. The bald man said. The storage ring was all he had. Nonsense, I'm not handing it over. Leave him behind. Lu Ming scolded and walked towards Zhanping mainland. A cold murderous intent covered Zhanping's body, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Zhan Luo, leave the ring. Another youth from Zhanping mainland said. In the end, Zhanping had no choice but to take off his storage ring and throw it to Lu Ming. Let's wait and see. One of Zhanping mainland's youths left a ruthless sentence and then the 3 of them left dejectedly. Tuobusher, this ring is for you. Lu Ming threw the bald youth's storage ring to Tuobusher. I can't take this. Tuobusher waved his hand repeatedly. Why are you being so polite with me? Take this as compensation for your injuries. Lu Ming said with a smile. Tuobusher finally kept it, and there was a trace of emotion in his eyes. Then, they dug out a few pieces of ancient minds of God. There were a total of 5 pieces of ancient minds of God, and they all looked the same. They were yellow like gold ore, but the material was not gold. They were hundreds of times more valuable than gold. Of course, for them, even if it was tens of thousands of times more valuable than gold, it was useless to them, unless it was a precious refining material. However, this kind of yellow ore seemed to have no other use except for its special sealing ability. Xiaoqing, you can sense this ancient mind of God, which means that it contains something useful to you. You can keep it. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and kept the 5 pieces of ancient minds of God. Then, the few of them searched carefully and found nothing else, so they left the place. Next, the 3 of them searched many places, but unfortunately, they did not find any other ancient minds of God. Follow me, there might be an ancient mind of God ahead. Dandan sprinted forward. In front of him was a huge stone forest. At a glance, there were stone pillars. Some of the stone pillars were as thick as mountains, while others were as thin as sticks. Lu Ming and the other 2 followed Dandan into the stone forest and carefully sensed their surroundings. Dandan's eyes spun around, and in the end, he sensed something in a certain place. The few of them dug out a large pit, and sure enough, they found a few more ruins of God ancient minds. This place is very magical. Let's take a look again. Lu Ming said. The group continued to venture deeper into the stone forest. Suddenly, a booming sound rang out and the 3 of them saw the stone pillars before them explode one by one. Rubble flew everywhere as a figure flew over. That figure had clearly been knocked flying by someone, and crashed into the stone pillars one after another. That was why those stone pillars had exploded. Bang! In the end, the figure crashed into a stone pillar as large as a mountain not far from Lu Ming and the others. It only came to a stop after smashing half of the stone pillar. That's Long Chen. The 3 of them narrowed their eyes and were shocked. That figure was actually Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and also saw Lu Ming and the others. Let's go! Long Chen roared. Swoosh! Swoosh, silhouettes flickered and appeared one after another. Powerful auras shrouded the entire stone forest. Among these people, there were middle-aged people and also white-haired old men. The auras released from their bodies were very shocking. The weakest were at the 8th level of the Spirit God realm. There were also 9th level spirit gods, and there were even perfected spirit gods. Long Chen, let's see how you'll die today. An arrogant voice sounded. 2 young men stepped out. Mu Feng, Mu Ju. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. One of the 2 young men was Mu Feng, and the other was Mu Ju. The one who spoke just now was Mu Feng. At this moment, Mu Feng and Mu Ju turned their eyes and also saw Lu Ming and the others. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, it's you guys. What a coincidence. I originally planned to kill Long Chen before looking for you guys. I didn't expect to meet you guys here. Haha, then I'll kill you guys together and save myself the trouble of looking for you guys. Mu Ju saw Lu Ming and let out a crazy laugh. Lu Ming's mind turned and he could roughly guess what had happened. It seemed like Mu Feng and Mu Ju were harboring hatred in their hearts and led experts to kill them in the ruins of God. The first person they encountered was Long Chen. They planned to kill Long Chen before going to kill Lu Ming and the others. However, they didn't expect that Lu Ming and the others would also come here. Kill them. Mu Ju roared. Boom, an old man appeared above Lu Ming and the others. A vast aura erupted and a huge fireball appeared in his palm. No, it wasn't a fireball, but a huge meteorite. Great Circle Spiritual God. Not good, retreat. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. The old man's aura was too shocking. He was a Great Circle Spiritual God. Without any hesitation, they frantically retreated. Boom, the moment they retreated, the meteorite came crashing down at an incredible speed. Get out of my way. At this moment, the 8 dragon energies in Lu Ming's body erupted and his 3rd bloodline appeared. In an instant, Lu Ming threw out dozens of punches. Each punch was powerful and he hoped to weaken the meteorite's power. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Xianxia used the Heavenly Demon Force Field to weaken the meteorite's power. Boom, the meteor exploded, and a violent energy spread out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated thousands of meters at high speed. They crashed into more than 10 huge stone pillars before they managed to stop themselves. Little Qing, are you all right? Lu Ming asked with concern. I'm fine. Xianxia shook her head. Her body was surrounded by the heavenly demon force field, which weakened the meteorite's power. She was fine. Oh no, Tuobashir. Lu Ming's expression changed. He did not see Tuobashir beside him. Soon, the smoke and dust dissipated and the scene in front of them became clear. Tuobashir also managed to block the attack. However, he was sent flying in another direction. That direction was closer to Muju and the others. Bam! Tuobashir stood up from the rubble and blood flowed out of his mouth. Although he blocked the force, he was obviously injured. Tuobashir, run! Lu Ming shouted. Haha, you can't run away. Muju laughed. His figure flashed and he pounced on Tuobashir at lightning speed. Tuobashir's cultivation was originally 2 realms lower than Muju's. Coupled with the fact that he was injured at the moment, Muju was able to grab his throat without any resistance. Lu Ming, kneel down and beg me. Otherwise, I'll kill your friend immediately. Muju laughed and looked at Lu Ming proudly. Lu Ming, run. Don't worry about me. Shut up. Muju's eyes turned cold as he cut off Tuobashir's arm like a knife. Tuobashir let out a beast-like roar. Muju. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. He stared at Muju and said, I'll kill you and make you die a miserable death. Haha, Lu Ming, are you joking? Kill me? Today, I've mobilized so many experts of the Mu clan. Do you think you can escape? All of you will die. Muju laughed out loud, extremely arrogant. Kill them. In the end, Muju waved his hand and gave the order. Kill. Die, brat. Cold shouts could be heard and terrifying auras erupted. Their vital essence boiled and terrifying murderous intent shrouded Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Long Chen. Roar! The archaic dragonesque elephant appeared on Long Chen's body and he turned into a giant elephant as big as a mountain. The archaic dragonesque elephant let out a long roar and took a step forward. An 8th-level spirit god expert's expression changed drastically as he screamed miserably and his body was torn apart. Then, the elephant swung its trunk and a 9th-level spirit god expert spat out blood and was sent flying in horror. Previously, one of their perfected spirit god experts suddenly attacked Long Chen and sent him flying. They thought that Long Chen was only SOSO. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so terrifying when he exploded. Xiao Qing, help me! Lu Ming shouted as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. He stepped on the void and dashed toward Muju. Muju's expression changed drastically as he carried Tuobashir and retreated. He shouted, kill him for me. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, 5 or 6 experts rushed towards Lu Ming. The weakest among them was at the 8th-level spirit god realm. Heavenly demon force field. Xianxia also used the bloodline fusion and turned into a peerless heavenly demon. He pressed his jade-like hands and a powerful heavenly demon force field erupted. The expressions of those 8th and even 9th-level spirit god experts changed one after another. This was because they were all obstructed by the heavenly demon force field, especially those at the 8th level of the spirit god realm. Devour. The 9 dragons roared, and the power of devouring erupted, enveloping the 5 or 6 experts, weakening their battle prowess once again. Bang! 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 Then, the 9 dragons stepped out. Oh no! Ah! A few shrill cries resounded out successively as a few 8th-level spirit god realm experts were split into pieces under the 9 dragons' claws, and they perished on the spot. Bang! Bang! The 2 9th-level spirit god realm experts retreated madly as well, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood while their countenances were ghastly pale. Kill! The 9 dragons roared as they took a few steps forward. Their 2 dragon claws clawed at the 2 9th-layer spirit god realm experts. The might of the hell-suppressing heaven art erupted, making it impossible for them to dodge. Help! The 2 experts at the 9th level of the spirit god realm roared loudly with terror, and then they executed their bloodline fusion techniques and erupted with all their strength to resist. However, it was useless. Under the 9 dragons' dragon claw, his bloodline collapsed. When he returned to his human form, he was torn apart by the dragon claw. Roar! The power of devouring erupted and completely devoured the blood essence energy of the spirit god realm experts. Muju and Mufeng were almost scared out of their wits, and they retreated madly. This was too terrifying and too shocking. Long Chen and Lu Ming had erupted with power, and they could kill 8th level spirit god realm experts like they were slaughtering chickens. Even 9th level spirit god realm experts were dead. They were only at the 5th level of the spirit god realm, so how could they be so terrifying? Bastard, you're courting death. An explosive shout resounded as a white-haired old man stepped out and struck out with his palm. Surging lava roiled in his palm, and it condensed into a meteorite that blasted towards Lu Ming. Perfect spirit god realm, the perfect spirit god realm expert attacked again. Bang! A perfect spirit god realm expert was too powerful, and his battle prowess was several times stronger than a 9th level spirit god realm expert. His true essence erupted, and with a shake, it shattered Xianxia's heavenly demon force field. Xianxia's delicate body trembled, and she retreated repeatedly with a pale face. Bang! 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 The 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously, bombarding the meteorite, and 9 explosions resounded. With each explosion, Lu Ming retreated a few steps. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming retreated repeatedly, and his dragon body trembled. Lu Ming was suppressed by a perfect spirit god realm expert in the end. Roar! On the other side, the primordial dragonesque elephant let out a long roar. Its power was incomparably powerful, and it killed several experts in succession. Even a 9th level spirit god realm expert died in Long Chen's hands. But at this time, a perfect spirit god realm expert also attacked and suppressed Long Chen. Lu Ming, retreat quickly, don't worry about me. Tuobasha roared. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, if they wanted to break out of the encirclement, they might be able to break out. Lu Ming, if you break out of the encirclement, I'll kill him immediately. Muju shouted. Lu Ming and Long Chen's battle prowess really scared him. If he let such powerful figures escape, he wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. Don't even think about using me to threaten them. Even if I die, I won't die in such a cowardly manner. Tuobasha roared furiously. A terrifying fluctuation erupted from his body, emitting a dazzling radiance. You, lunatic! Muju's expression changed drastically. He suddenly shook off Tuobasha and retreated frantically. Haha, let's die together. Tuobasha laughed and rushed towards Mufeng and Muju. Bang! Then, Tuobasha's entire body exploded, and violent energy swept towards Mufeng and Muju. Self-explosion, Tuobasha self-exploded, and there was nothing left of him. 2 figures flew out. They were Mufeng and Muju. At this time, Mufeng was incomparably miserable. Both of his arms were gone, and half of his body was blown up. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. However, his vitality was quickly dissipating, and even a deity couldn't save him. Muju's cultivation was strong, and he was much better off. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. Young lord, are you all right? 2 experts appeared beside Muju. I'm fine. Attack, kill them. Attack together and kill them all. Muju roared. The remaining experts rushed towards Long Chen, Lu Ming, and Xianxia. There were as many as 4 people in the Great Perfection Spirit God realm. The remaining people were all in the 9th level Spirit God realm. Tuoba. At this moment, Lu Ming calmed down. However, the extremely cold killing intent in his eyes was unimaginably dense. Xiaoqing, enter the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. She knew that Lu Ming would be able to perform better if he was alone. With a roll of light, Xianxia's figure was sucked into the mountain river diagram. Kill. With a loud shout, a huge stone tablet appeared. Suppressing prison steel bloodline, the 9 dragons turned into a ray of light and entered the suppressing prison steel bloodline. Buzz, the suppressing prison steel bloodline vibrated and became 10,000 feet tall, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. Especially the word steel at the bottom, it had a shocking energy. Bang, the suppressing prison steel suppressed a great perfection spirit god realm expert. Break! The hell-suppressing steel collided with the meteor like two stars colliding, and a terrifying energy fluctuation swept out in all directions. Countless stone pillars were turned into powder by the energy fluctuation. Bang, amidst the flaming radiance that filled the sky, the enormous meteor was blasted back violently and fiercely collided with the ground, creating a huge hole. The perfection stage spiritual god expert was no match for Lu Ming and fell into a disadvantageous position. Not far away, Muju was almost scared to death. This is too terrifying. Even a perfection stage spiritual god expert is no match for him. What combat strength is this? Suppress. A cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the hell-suppressing steel and continued to suppress the enormous meteor. Swoosh, at this moment, an enormous palm blasted out from the side and blasted onto the hell-suppressing steel, blocking it for a moment. It was another perfection stage spiritual god expert. Bang, seizing this opportunity, the enormous meteor flew out of the ground and converged with the other perfection stage spiritual god expert. Let's attack together. This person is too monstrous. An aged voice sounded out from the enormous meteor, and it was filled with dense astonishment. Attack! The other perfection stage spiritual god shouted loudly. The two perfection stage spiritual gods joined forces and charged towards Lu Ming. A perfection stage spiritual god was several times stronger than a 9th level spiritual god and was extremely terrifying. In a sense, a perfection stage spiritual god was already at the peak of the spiritual god realm and stood at the peak of the spiritual god realm. On the other hand, a perfection stage spiritual god was actually just a transitional stage on the way to becoming an emperor. An emperor needed to transform one's intent into a domain, whereas a sovereign had already comprehended the embryonic form of a domain but hadn't completely transformed it into a domain. Kill. Even when facing two perfection stage spiritual gods, Lu Ming's killing intent still soared into the sky. The hell-suppressing steel emitted a dazzling radiance and madly pressed down on the two. Bang! Bang! The two perfection stage spiritual gods joined forces to resist and erupted with terrifying attacks, but the result was that they were suppressed by Lu Ming and were constantly bombarded by the steel, causing them to retreat repeatedly. The two of them joined forces but were still at a disadvantage. Heaven battling Dracophant. On the other side, the archaic dragonesque elephant went berserk. Its body swelled up, and dense scales covered its body. It was 30,000 meters tall and had a terrifying might that could trample mountains and rivers. Long Chen was facing two perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods as well. At this moment, the terrifying combat strength of the primordial dragonesque mammoth was vividly displayed. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all when fighting two perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods by himself, and he was even in an advantageous position. Perfect bloodline of one of the top 10 beasts, its power is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sensed the situation over there and was secretly shocked. At the same time, Lu Ming was also looking forward to the 9 Dragons bloodline. Right now, the 9 Dragons bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine realm and had yet to reach perfection. However, once the 9 Dragons bloodline reached perfection, it would definitely become even stronger and give birth to the 9th dragon force. Its power would definitely be even more terrifying. At that time, with just the 9 Dragons bloodline, his power would not be weaker than Long Chen's. When the two of them joined forces, they'd actually forcefully suppressed 4 perfection stage spirit god realm experts. How could this be? How could this be? Muju muttered to himself as his eyes widened in fear. They were too strong. The strength of Lu Ming and Long Chen had far exceeded his expectations. He'd already overestimated Lu Ming enough. He'd brought 4 perfection stage spirit god realm experts along with more than 10 8th level and 9th level spirit god realm experts. With such terrifying combat strength, not only had they failed to kill Lu Ming and Long Chen, but they'd also fallen into a disadvantageous position. He'd never dreamt of this. Buzz, the prison-suppressing steel shook and repelled the 2 perfection stage spirit god realm experts. Then, it moved horizontally and killed a 9th level spirit god realm expert. Then, the prison-suppressing steel directly pressed down on a perfection stage spirit god realm expert who was fighting with Long Chen. That expert had never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly attack him. At this moment, he was fighting with Long Chen with all his strength. He was caught off guard and was hit by the prison-suppressing steel. He let out a miserable cry as half of his body exploded. He only had half a breath left as he fell to the ground. "Join forces," Lu Ming said. "All right," Long Chen replied without the slightest hesitation. He let out a long roar and stomped out with his elephant leg that was like a heavenly pillar. The other perfection stage spirit god realm expert spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Buzz, then, Lu Ming pressed down and killed the perfection stage spirit god realm expert. "Not good. Young master, retreat." The two perfection stage spirit god realm experts who were fighting with Lu Ming earlier had a drastic change in expression. Lu Ming suddenly shifted his opponent and joined forces with Long Chen to kill the two perfection stage spirit god realm experts. It was already too late for them to help. At this moment, all they could think of was to escape. "Run! Run! Run!" Muju roared in his heart as he turned around and fled madly. The two perfection stage spirit god realm experts followed closely behind him. There were also a few 9th level spirit god realm experts. Kill. How could Lu Ming let Muju escape so easily? The huge prison-suppressing steel broke through space and charged towards Muju. Bang! Bang! The primordial dragon-esque elephant stepped on the void, causing space to explode as he chased after Muju. The distance between both sides was constantly closing. "Run! Run! You guys take me and run quickly. You guys go and block them." Muju ordered the two perfection stage spirit god realm experts to take him and escape. He also ordered a few 9th level spirit god realm experts to block Lu Ming's group. The faces of the few 9th level spirit god realm experts turned red. Asking them to block Lu Ming's group? Wasn't that just courting death? They naturally didn't want to go. "If you guys don't go, I'll go back and report to my father. You guys will also die." Muju roared in anger. He was the young master of the Mu family. Moreover, he was extremely talented and would definitely step into the Emperor realm in the future. Therefore, he had a lot of authority. The few 9th level spirit god realm experts looked at each other and suddenly flew to both sides. They actually fled directly. They would die if they went to block Lu Ming's group. They would also die if they went back. They might as well run away directly. "Damn traitor!" Muju roared and almost wet himself. The two perfection stage spirit god realm experts took Muju and ran at top speed. However, Lu Ming and Long Chen were getting closer and closer. Not good. Lu Ming, a supreme being expert, is approaching. It might be the Mu family's supreme being. Dandan suddenly shouted. Supreme being. Lu Ming's face changed. With his current cultivation, he would definitely die if he went against a supreme being. A supreme being was already half a step into the Emperor realm. Once the embryonic form of the domain was released, who could compete with him? Killing a perfection stage spirit god was as easy as eating and drinking. Lu Ming's group was no match for him. Lu Ming, retreat quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. A supreme being can tear space apart and travel. Dandan anxiously shouted. Lu Ming's face changed. He then shouted, Long Chen, go. After saying that, Lu Ming turned around and flew away. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Xianxia in the future. However, he couldn't bring Xianxia along to face a supreme being with him now. Although Long Chen didn't know why, seeing Lu Ming acting like this, he must have discovered something. Without hesitation, he turned around and followed Lu Ming, running wildly to the rear. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were far away. Huff, Muju heaved a long sigh of relief after escaping with his life. His body was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Ming, Long Chen. Muju gritted his teeth. This time, their losses were too great. They had lost more than a dozen 8th and 9th level Spirit God Realm experts and 2 great perfection Spirit God Realm experts. They were all high-level Spirit God Realm experts. Even if the Divine Ruins continent was filled with experts, he would still be punished by his father for losing so many of them. Rip, suddenly, the space cracked and a middle-aged man stepped out. Elder Muyu, it's you? Muju's eyes lit up when he saw the middle-aged man. He was excited. Supreme, the Mu family's Supreme is here. He finally knew why Lu Ming and the others were in such a hurry to escape. They must have sensed the arrival of a Supreme. Young lord, what's going on? Muyu frowned when she saw Muju and the others in a sorry state. Someone killed the Mu family's people. Elder Muyu, they are in front of us. Quickly chase after them and kill them. Muju shouted. Who dares to kill my Mu family's people? Courting death. Young lord, I'll bring you with me. Let's chase after them. Muyu's true essence wrapped around Muju and tore the space apart. She brought Muju into the space and chased after Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, what's going on? Lu Ming and Long Chen were running at full speed. A Supreme is coming. Lu Ming said. Long Chen's face changed. Although he didn't know how Lu Ming could sense the Supreme, they would die if they were to face a Supreme with their current strength. Both of them were extremely fast. They were like two streaks of lightning that pierced through the void. At this moment, Lu Ming had already transformed into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons stepped on the void and their speed was shocking. Long Chen's ancient dragonesque elephant might have a huge body and boundless strength, but its speed was terrifyingly fast. Every step it took caused the void to explode. It covered 1,000 li in a single step. The two of them were heading towards the core of the divine ruins. Not good. Hurry up. The Supreme is coming. Dandan urged anxiously. Quick. Lu Ming shouted. He and Long Chen erupted with all their strength and rushed forward. When Lu Ming heard that the Jizun was coming, he did not hesitate to fly towards the core of the ruins of God. If they had headed in any other direction, they definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. A Jizuan could tear through space, and no matter how fast they were, they wouldn't be able to outrun a Jizuan. They would definitely be caught. The only way to survive was the core of the ruins of God. Although the core of the ruins of God was rumored to be very dangerous, he could only take a gamble. Almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The area ahead was filled with blood-red mist. Looking from afar, it looked hazy. That was the core area of the ruins of God, the legendary forbidden area. Anyone who entered would die. However, Lu Ming and Long Chen had no choice but to enter and hide temporarily. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both of them were decisive people. Without any hesitation, they charged into the blood-colored area and disappeared. Rip! Just as the two of them charged into the core area, the space outside the core area cracked open. Muyu and Muju stepped out of the crack. Young master, they've entered the core area. Muyu frowned. Humph, the core area is a place where even emperors will die. They're dead for sure. It's a pity that they're going to die just like that. Muju's face was hideous as he gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to take down Lu Ming and Long Chen and make them wish they were dead. Also, Xianxia was such a beauty. He wanted to take her down and enjoy her, but now, he could only let them die for free. They naturally did not dare to enter the core area of the ruins of God because even emperors would die if they entered. It was too strange and dangerous. However, Muju was still worried and said, Elder Muyu, please stay here for half a month. No one has been able to survive for more than half a month in the core area. If they don't come out after half a month, it means that they're dead for sure. Alright, young master, please rest assured. Muyu nodded. Then, Muju waited for a day. After a day, Lu Ming and the rest did not come out, so Muju went back alone, leaving Muyu to wait for them. As soon as Lu Ming and Long Chen rushed into the core area of the ruins of God, the environment behind them changed abruptly, as though the stars had changed. What's going on? The two of them stopped at the same time and looked behind them. There was a blood mist behind them and they could not see the situation clearly. Logically speaking, although there was blood mist, they should be able to see some things with their eyesight. But now, everything was blurry. This place, could it be that we're in a formation? Lu Ming guessed. Phew, we're safe. I can't sense that prime anymore. Dandan patted its chest with its claws and let out a long breath. The 9 dragons shrunk their bodies. Lu Ming and Long Chen turned into their human forms. Prime did not chase after us. Let's recover first. With that, Lu Ming landed. This area was still in ruins. Below them was the remains of an ancient palace. Lu Ming landed and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of ores appeared. Lu Ming swallowed them and began to refine them. After a series of battles, his true essence was severely depleted and needed to recover. Longchen did the same. He took out a pile of ores and began to recover. Half an hour later, their true essence had recovered to its peak. Whoosh whoosh, the cold wind whistled, and it was the only sound in this silent land. The blood mist seemed to have thickened. Lu Ming, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. I feel that this place is very strange. If we stay here for too long, it will be very dangerous. Dandan's eyes darted around as she said. Lu Ming nodded. His glabella shone and Xianxia's figure appeared. This is? Xianxia looked around and was slightly stunned. Xiaoqing, this is the core of the ruins of God. Lu Ming gave a brief account of what had happened. Then, they chose the direction they came from and walked in that direction. However, after walking for a while, they found that they couldn't get out at all. It was as if they didn't come from this direction at all. Is it really a formation? Lu Ming frowned. No, this is more advanced than a formation. There is an inexplicable force that changed the field of the area, making it impossible to tell the direction in this place. Right now, we seem to be walking out, but it is possible that we are walking in. Dandan frowned and analyzed. Dandan, can you see the flaws and find a way out? Lu Ming asked. If I was at my peak, this would be nothing. But now, I can only try my best. Dandan smiled awkwardly. Buzz, at this moment, not far from Lu Ming, a huge blue stone suddenly emitted a bright light. Endless inscriptions shone, forming chains that were filled with flames. In the light was Long Chen. There was an array hidden in the green stone. Dandan was careless and did not notice it. Whoosh, whoosh. The flaming chains wrapped around Long Chen. Break! Long Chen shouted angrily and threw out both his fists. Boom! Boom, the two fists were powerful and they pierced through the space. However, the flaming chains were very sturdy. Long Chen's fists only shook the flaming chains but did not break them. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. The green stone glowed and more flaming chains appeared. Long Chen shouted angrily. His body glowed and his arms became thicker. A layer of scales appeared on his arms and he threw out a punch. Clang, one of the flaming chains was finally broken. Following that were even more chains. Two of the chains had already wrapped themselves around Long Chen's body. Whoosh, whoosh. The chains wrapped around Long Chen's body and there was green smoke coming out of his body. The flaming chains were extremely terrifying. They ignored Long Chen's protective true origin and acted directly on his body. A layer of scales appeared on Long Chen's skin. It was exactly the same as the scales on the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Whoosh, the chains acted on the scales, making them sizzle. It looked like it would not last long. Break! Long Chen's muscles bulged and he grabbed the two chains. He struggled with all his might and finally broke the two chains. However, more chains appeared in the surroundings and enveloped Long Chen. The flaming chains are terrifying. They can break objects. I don't think Long Chen can last long. Xianxia said solemnly. Lu Ming stared at the green stone and the runes without blinking. He was looking for a way to break it. Whoosh! Whoosh, as time passed, the green stone glowed brighter and more flaming chains appeared. Long Chen was having a harder time. There were already a few marks on his body and he was almost cut in half by the flaming chains. Long Chen, take 2 steps to the right and 3 steps back. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Long Chen was stunned and did as he was told without hesitation. He took 2 steps to the right and 3 steps back. A few chains swept past Long Chen's body. 4 steps to the right, 2 steps forward, 5 steps to the left. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on Xianxia as he constantly gave out instructions. Now, Ming Lian's second body had already obtained the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He had been cultivating diligently in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, and his progress in the Tao of Inscription had been terrifying. Lu Ming's main body and second body were connected. As the second body's Tao of Inscription improved, Lu Ming's eyesight also improved greatly. Although he didn't have the spiritual fire and couldn't inscribe inscriptions, he could still see the flaws in the formation. Longchen followed Lu Ming's instructions. Sometimes right, sometimes left, sometimes behind, sometimes in front. He avoided all of the chains and slowly left the range of the bluestone. "Dandan, I need your help," Lu Ming said to Dandan when he saw that Longchen had reached the edge of the bluestone. "Don't worry, watch me." Dandan flew out and waved his claws. Inscriptions appeared, forming a large formation and rushed into the bluestone. "Longchen, you're out," Lu Ming shouted. Longchen didn't hesitate and rushed out. The formation formed by Dandan shone and temporarily imprisoned the flame chains. However, in the next moment, it collapsed one by one. Longchen took this short opportunity to rush out of the range of the bluestone and let out a long breath. "Brother Lu, thank you for saving me." Longchen cupped his fists at Lu Ming. "You're welcome." "It's nothing." Lu Ming smiled. Longchen, clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. "Longchen will remember you saving my life this time," Longchen said solemnly. Lu Ming smiled and didn't say much. "You have to be careful in this place. It looks dilapidated, but there are some places with broken formations. Even after countless years, they are still very powerful," Dandan reminded. "Dandan, do you know how to get out?" Lu Ming asked. "I can only try my best. Follow me and don't wander around." Dandan flew out and circled around the area, carefully sizing it up. "This way." After a while, Dandan pointed in a direction. "This way? Aren't we heading towards the core of the ruins of God?" Lu Ming was puzzled. Xianxia and Longchen also looked at Dandan in confusion. "What are you looking at? If you don't believe me, then look for it yourself." Dandan curled his lips and scampered forward. Lu Ming was speechless and could only believe the sky. The three of them followed Dandan and moved forward carefully. Dandan observed carefully, and Lu Ming also observed carefully. Along the way, they avoided many broken formations and moved forward. "There's an ancient mine of the ruins of God." Xianxing's eyes lit up as he looked not far away. There were a few ancient mines of the ruins of God that were exposed to the outside world. No one had ever entered the core of the ruins of God to excavate it. It was definitely a huge treasure trove. "There are no formations there. We can take them." Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and took the few ancient mines of the ruins of God. "You have to remember that some of the broken formations are very powerful. If you enter, even an Emperor Realm expert will die. Even if you see the ancient mines of the ruins of God, don't take them. Don't be blinded by greed." Dandan had a mature look on her face as she patiently and kindly warned everyone. But in the next moment, Dandan's eyes lit up as he stared to the right and shouted, "Level 9 spiritual medicine." Then, he ran over, grabbed a sparkling and resplendent spiritual medicine, and stuffed it into his mouth. Buzz, in that place, inscriptions flickered, forming terrifying beams of light that shot towards Dandan. Dandan jumped up and down in a panic. In the end, it relied on its strong defensive power and profound inscription path to escape. Lu Ming and the others were speechless. This fellow had just warned them, but when he saw the spiritual medicine, he immediately rushed over. However, they were also secretly shocked. The spiritual medicine that Dandan had obtained just now was indeed extremely shocking. It was a level 9 spiritual medicine. This area was truly a treasure trove. The group moved forward carefully. Along the way, they had indeed encountered many treasures, mainly the ancient mines of the ruins of God and spiritual medicines. Most of the spiritual medicines went into Dandan's mouth, while the ancient mines of the ruins of God were divided equally between Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Longchen. Of course, in some dangerous places, even if they saw spiritual medicines and ancient mines of the ruins of God, they did not take them and directly gave up. "This is a 9-leaf Ganoderma." Not long after, they saw a spiritual medicine with 9 leaves. It was crystal clear and had a medicinal fragrance. It was actually a 9-leaf Ganoderma, one of the main ingredients for refining the Nirvana pill. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter a 9-leaf Ganoderma here. However, the place where the 9-leaf Ganoderma grew had an incomplete formation. In the end, Lu Ming and Dandan worked together and spent a lot of effort to successfully pluck the 9-leaf Ganoderma. For this, Dandan vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and cried out that he had suffered a loss. Whoosh whoosh, the cold wind whistled and the blood mist rolled. They did not know how long they had been walking, but they still could not get out. The blood mist around them was getting thicker and thicker. Dandan, can we get out or not? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough. Don't be impatient, trust me. Dandan coughed a few times and said. Hearing Dandan's dry coughing, Lu Ming felt even more uncertain. This guy's dry coughing was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, after walking for a while, there were no signs of getting out at all. Instead, there were more and more broken formations around them, and Lu Ming judged that the formations were getting stronger and stronger. They walked even more carefully. There's a palace in front. Suddenly, Xianxia exclaimed. Lu Ming and Longchen looked over, their eyes revealing shock. A palace appeared in front of them. It was a complete black palace that was incomparably huge. It was thousands of meters tall, magnificent and full of the traces of time. Ever since they entered the ruins of God, they had not found a complete building, let alone a complete palace. But in front of them, there was a complete palace. A complete palace, there must be treasures inside. Dandan's eyes lit up. If there are treasures, it means more danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, everyone discussed and decided to explore. Since they were already here, it would be a pity if they did not explore. The 3 people and 1 tortoise carefully approached the huge palace. They could see that there was a huge door in the middle of the palace. The door was open, but it was dark inside and they could not see the situation clearly. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the palace, as if a huge monster was walking. It seems like something is coming. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes solemn. Let's retreat first. Dandan swallowed his saliva, feeling a little scared. They retreated for a while before finding a huge rock to hide behind. Dandan inscribed an array formation to restrain their auras. After concealing their auras, they began to observe the battle quietly. Bang! 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 The sounds became louder and louder, one after another, very rhythmic, as if a huge monster was walking. It's out. That's a dragon. Xianxia exclaimed softly. His voice was filled with shock. A decapitated dragon, and Longchen spoke. This peerless genius, who had always been very calm and expressionless, suddenly changed his expression. His voice was very shocked and very hoarse. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. At the entrance of the palace, a huge monster finally revealed its true body. It was a dragon with 5 claws under its belly. It was a true dragon, a 5-clawed true dragon. However, the most shocking thing was that this true dragon did not have a head. Its head seemed to have been chopped off. Its entire body was covered in black scales and emitted a terrifying aura. The most shocking thing was that there was a knight sitting on the back of the dragon. A knight in black armor was holding a dragon spear that was several meters long. Like the true dragon, this black-armored knight did not have a head. A headless knight riding a headless true dragon walked out of the palace, giving off a terrifying aura. Lu Ming and the others felt their scalps go numb. Roar! The headless true dragon actually let out an earth-shaking dragon roar, causing Lu Ming and the others' eardrums to hurt. Then, the headless knight riding the headless true dragon actually walked in their direction. As the true dragon stepped, the earth rumbled. Oh no, they've discovered us. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Run, run quickly. Dandan exclaimed and turned to run. However, Buzz, the headless true dragon knight emitted a terrifying fluctuation. This fluctuation was stronger than any emperor that Lu Ming had encountered. The space around them seemed to have solidified. Their bodies were suppressed by the space and could not move at all. It was as if they were fixed in place. Lu Ming exerted all his strength, but it was still useless. He could not even activate his bloodline. Too strong. This headless true dragon knight was too strong. Its combat strength was terrifying. Dandan, you're in big trouble this time. Lu Ming shouted. I don't know either. Dandan maintained its running posture and was fixed in the air. Its mouth was crooked. Bang! Bang! The headless true dragon knight stepped closer and closer to them. Its powerful aura caused the boulders in front of them to shatter. They were directly exposed to the headless knight. Trespassers, die! A cold and emotionless voice came from the headless knight. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. This time, they were most likely doomed. Lu Ming, as long as I'm with you, so what if I die? Xianxia transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, his eyes full of affection. No way, I didn't die in that earth-shattering battle back then, but I'm going to die here? No way, no. Dandan shouted, his voice full of unwillingness. Bang! The headless knight stood in front of them and pointed the dragon spear in his hand. A cold murderous intent enveloped them. Kill. Nobody knew where the headless knight's cold voice came from. But at this moment, Lu Ming's body glowed. A purple gold token floated out from Lu Ming's body. Hunyuan token, this was the Hunyuan token that Lu Ming had obtained in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming didn't know how to use it, but now, it floated out on its own. At the same time, on the other side, a purple gold token appeared on Long Chen's body. It was also a Hunyuan token. Long Chen had also obtained a Hunyuan token when he participated in the Battle of Providence. 2 Hunyuan tokens flew out, emitting a dazzling light. The headless true dragon knight stopped moving instantly, as if it was looking at the 2 Hunyuan tokens. Hunyuan tokens, you are disciples of the Hunyuan sect. It's been countless years. I didn't expect to see disciples of the Hunyuan sect again. Since you are disciples of the Hunyuan sect, you are one of us. Come in. A cold and dry voice came from the headless true dragon knight. The pressure on Lu Ming and the others also disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming and the others immediately regained their freedom. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming held Xianxing's small hand and looked at the headless true dragon knight cautiously. How many years has it been? I finally see disciples of the Hunyuan sect again. How is the Hunyuan sect now? Is it still resisting, or has it been destroyed? A leisurely voice came from the headless true dragon knight. Then, the headless true dragon knight turned and left. Step by step, it walked into the dark palace and disappeared without a trace. Come in. What opportunities you can get will depend on your luck. The headless true dragon knight's voice came from the palace. Then, it was completely silent. This, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Long Chen were a little stunned and confused. Strange, too strange, obviously, the headless true dragon knight recognized the primordial chaos token. Also, the primordial chaos sect? What was that? A sect? Could it be the controller behind the War of Providence? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things, but he also had more questions. However, one thing was certain. The headless true dragon knight seemed to be on the same side as the primordial chaos sect. At least, they were not enemies, which was why they were let go. This is a supreme powerhouse. After death, his battle soul did not dissipate and turned into a headless true dragon knight to protect this territory. Also, the primordial chaos sect? Dandan said slowly, as if trying to recall something, frowning. Suddenly, Dandan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. Dandan, what did you remember? Lu Ming asked. The primordial chaos sect, the number 1 sect in the world, the most powerful force. Dandan said. The number 1 sect in the world? You mean the primordial realm? Lu Ming asked. The world is very big, and it's not just the primordial realm. Dandan said. You mean the heavenly realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was very shocked. Of course, the conversation between the two was in the form of voice transmission. No one else could hear it. Xianxia did not mind if he heard it. He was not familiar with Long Chen, and there were some things that he did not want Long Chen to know. Yes, the primordial chaos sect is the number 1 sect in the world. Unfortunately, it was destroyed back then. Moreover, this place is most likely related to the Primordial Chaos sect. Therefore, you have the Primordial Chaos token, so the Headless True Dragon Knight will not kill you. Dandan said. Dandan, what happened to the Heavenly Realm? Lu Ming stared at Dandan and asked. Lu Ming was really curious. He found that many things in the Primordial Realm were related to the Heavenly Realm. Legend had it that in ancient times, corpses fell from the sky and formed the 100 Gods slope in the Xianxia domain. There was also the ancient desolate city, which was also an object of the Heavenly Realm. In the end, it broke through the void and arrived on a small island in the Heavenly Realm. There was also the Gate of Heaven, which was connected to the Heavenly Realm. Dandan came out of the Gate of Heaven. Now, the Battle of Providence was also suspected to be controlled by the Primordial Chaos sect of the Heaven Realm. And the current ruins of God. The Primordial Realm seemed to be inextricably linked to the Heaven Realm. Dandan would often mutter about the battle back then. What was that battle referring to? Since the Hunyuan sect was the #1 sect in the world, why was it destroyed? Was it because of the three-eyed divine race? I can't tell you. Firstly, my memory is fuzzy and I can't remember it clearly. Secondly, your cultivation is too weak. Telling you won't do you any good. There are some things that you will naturally know when your cultivation reaches a certain level. Dandan said in a deep voice. It was rare for him to be so serious. Lu Ming pursed his lips, but since Dandan didn't say anything, he didn't bother to ask. Indeed, that kind of thing was too far away from him. His current goal was to improve his cultivation and deal with DE. Lu Ming, are we going in? Xianxia asked as he looked at the palace in front of him. Let's go in. Since the Headless True Dragon Rider isn't hostile to us, let's go in and explore. Lu Ming said. Longchen nodded without hesitation. Indeed, there might be some opportunities inside. If there are treasures, I'll be rich. Dandan's eyes lit up again. Immediately, the three of them and the tortoise walked into the palace gate. After walking through the gate, their vision widened and they could vaguely see the main hall. The main hall was very spacious. In the middle, there was a huge aisle. On both sides of the aisle, there were stone rooms. The few of them checked several stone rooms in a row, but found nothing. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed as if he had sensed something. He strode forward and came to a sealed stone room. When he arrived, Long Chen's body glowed. The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline automatically appeared above his head. Roar! The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline howled and slammed into the stone door of the stone room. Crack! The stone door opened and a domineering aura emanated from inside. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked to see a statue in the stone room. The statue was obviously a huge elephant. The elephant was covered in scales and its aura was domineering. It was obviously an Archean dragonesque elephant. There was actually an Archean dragonesque elephant statue here. It was lifelike and looked exactly the same as Long Chen's bloodline. However, its aura was stronger, more shocking, and more domineering. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He strode in and sat under the Archean dragonesque elephant statue. The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline above his head resonated with the statue. The statue flashed with light. This kid is pretty lucky to have obtained a great opportunity. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. Long Chen had indeed obtained a great opportunity. The Archean dragonesque elephant statue was definitely left behind by a supreme expert. It contained the charm of the Archean dragonesque elephant. Long Chen will probably be cultivating here for a short period of time. Let's go. Lu Ming said. Then, he left with Xianxia and Dandan. They walked forward and looked at every secret room on both sides of the passage. Unfortunately, they found nothing. Soon, they passed through the passage. Behind them was a ruin. Suddenly, Xianxing's glabella flickered. There seems to be something underground. Xianxia said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He began to dig under the ruins. Soon, he dug dozens of meters deep. Below, a huge ancient mine of the ruins of God appeared. Yes, the ancient mine of the ruins of God was the size of a water tank. It was dozens of times bigger than the other ancient mines of God. It's so heavy. Lu Ming mentioned it, but he didn't manage to lift it. Get up. Lu Ming unleashed 8 strings of dragon force to lift the ancient mine of the ruins of God and fly it out of the deep pit. Xianxia's true yuan boiled and demonic qi shone on his body. Above his head, the heavenly demon bloodline appeared. I have a strong reaction to this ancient mine of the ruins of God. It seems that there is a devil inside. Xianxia's eyes revealed curiosity and nervousness. Rich, this girl is rich. There is indeed something extraordinary sealed in this ancient mine of the ruins of God. Dandan circled around the ancient mine of the ruins of God, his eyes shining as he muttered non-stop. Break it and take a look. Lu Ming said. Wait a minute, let me set up a formation, just in case. Dandan called out to Lu Ming, and then set up a dense array around the ancient mine of the ruins of God. That's enough. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. His true yuan condensed into a blade and began to cut the ancient mine of the ruins of God. The yellow ore was cut off layer by layer. Slowly, the ancient mine of the ruins of God became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was only the size of a fist. It's so small, what could be inside? Lu Ming was curious. His true yuan shook. Crack, the ancient mine of the ruins of God cracked open. Immediately, a powerful demonic qi spread out from the crack. This demonic qi was extremely terrifying. Although it didn't feel strong, that kind of aura was high and mighty, like an emperor looking down on all living things. Bang! The black bead was the size of a longan, but it contained a shocking demonic aura and a vast demonic aura. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing a supreme being of the demonic path. The feeling was many times stronger than when he faced Xiao Wan. This is a sacred heart? No, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming was shocked. At first, he felt that it was a sacred heart left behind by a sage. Lu Ming had seen a sacred heart left behind by a heavenly profound sage before, but after taking a closer look, it didn't seem like it. Buzz, whoosh, the black bead let out a buzzing sound and then shot into the sky as if it had a mind of its own. I knew it. Dandan said. Inscriptions appeared around them and a large array was formed, forming countless dense ribbons that blocked the black bead like an inescapable net. The black bead didn't rush out and immediately changed its direction, but it was still blocked by the array. The black bead rushed left and right with a monstrous demonic aura, but unfortunately, it didn't rush out. Dandan was already prepared and set up the array just in case. Naturally, it wasn't that simple. At this time, the demonic aura on Xianxia's body became denser. Her bloodline was glowing as if it was resonating with the black bead. Buzz, in the end, the black bead seemed to have no choice but to turn around and fly directly toward Xianxia. Oh no! Lu Ming's face changed and he wanted to stop it. Lu Ming, you're confused because you're too concerned. This is a great opportunity for this girl. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he stopped. He also knew that he was confused because he was too concerned. Whoosh, the black bead flew into Xianxia's glabella and disappeared. Lu Ming, I want to cultivate here for a while. Xianxia said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Xianxia sat down cross-legged. A layer of demonic light shrouded Xianxia like a cocoon formed by demonic aura. Dandan, could that be the sacred heart left behind by the saints? Lu Ming asked curiously. Not the sacred heart. Dandan shook his head. His small eyes glowed as he said, that's a core left behind by an existence more powerful than a saint. It's 100 times more precious than a saint's heart. That's why I said that this chick had obtained a great opportunity. Fortunately, the owner of this thing had died in battle a long time ago. The killing intent and murderous intent on it had long dissipated, and there wasn't much energy left. Otherwise, if we were all dead, this chick wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance. Stronger than a sage? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. At the moment, a ruler was an insurmountable mountain for him, and a saint was much more powerful than a ruler. Moreover, there were existences stronger than a saint. Lu Ming, let's continue forward. No one else can come in here. Your little lover will be fine here. I feel that there is a lucky chance waiting for us ahead. Dandan's eyes lit up as he looked ahead. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Then, the man and the tortoise continued forward. There were still ruins in front of them, but they could still see the outline. It should also be a palace, but it had been smashed and fallen here. It had long been ruined. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a behemoth lying in front of him. It was the headless true dragon knight. The black headless true dragon was lying on the ground, and the headless knight was sitting quietly on the true dragon, holding a dragon spear, motionless. Next to the headless true dragon knight, there was an area where various weapons were stuck upside down. However, they seemed to have been corroded and were in tatters. He could even see various kinds of armor, which were also rotten like those weapons. Taking a closer look, there were skeletons under those weapons and armor. Could it be that these were the burial places of the powerhouses who died in battle? Was the headless true dragon knight guarding this place? Lu Ming secretly guessed. That's 10,000 spirit crystals? I'm rich, I'm rich. Dandan's eyes suddenly lit up. She sprinted forward and rushed into the area filled with bones. Then, she dug out a multicolored crystal the size of a human head from the center of the area. It hugged the crystal and began to chew on it. Crunch, 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 it ate with relish. During the process, the headless true dragon knight did not move and did not stop it. Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. When he walked into the place of skeletons, his face changed drastically. Kill, kill, kill. Countless roars that were filled with murderous intent suddenly exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Those were extremely powerful killing intent, the killing intent of those powerhouses who were unwilling to die. They were too powerful. If it were anyone else, they would have been drowned by the endless killing intent in an instant and become an idiot. However, Lu Ming was different. In his third bloodline, the murderous intent and murderous intent were many times stronger than the murderous intent here. Lu Ming was often under the influence of such murderous intent, and he had long learned how to resist it and maintain a clear mind amidst the endless murderous intent. What a strong killing intent, but it's useless against me. But Dandan is too unreliable. He didn't even warn me. If it were someone else, it would be dangerous. Lu Ming thought. Dandan was still gnawing on the crystal, squinting and enjoying it very much. Kill. 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 Those killing intents were full of strong unwillingness and unyielding fighting intent, as if they were going to kill all enemies in the world. Huh? What's this? Lu Ming's expression changed, and he closed his eyes. In the next moment, the surrounding environment seemed to change. Lu Ming came to a vast land, where countless light pillars shot up into the sky. Those light pillars were all auras, the auras of various essences of heaven and earth. No, in essence, they were countless times stronger than the essences of heaven and earth. Are they left by those powerhouses? Are they related to the essences, or are they more powerful than the essences? Lu Ming's heart jumped, and then he was overjoyed. Because Lu Ming felt that in those light pillars, there were auras similar to the essences of fire and thunder. Lu Ming could find all 5 essences that he had comprehended. If I can comprehend them here, the essences of heaven and earth will definitely improve rapidly. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. For him, this was a great opportunity. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend quietly. Dandan quickly finished eating the 10,000 spirit crystal, and then he lay there motionlessly, glowing all over. Fire essence. The first thing Lu Ming comprehended was the concept of fire. Now, his fire essence and thunder essence had reached the peak of greater success of level 4, and he was only one step away from level 4 perfection. At this time, Lu Ming's fire essence was rapidly improving again. In this way, time passed day by day. After 7 days, Lu Ming made a breakthrough in his fire essence, making it the first to reach level 4 perfection. Level 4 perfection of concept was already the highest level. The next step would be domain. Boom, a layer of flame jumped on Lu Ming's body, and then it burned through the space. Level 4 perfection, so powerful. Perfected level 4 meant that one's comprehension of the concept had reached the peak. Once one's control of the heaven and earth concept reached the perfected realm, the power of the concept would increase greatly. In 7 days, I was able to raise my fire concept from greater success level 4 to perfected level 4. This place is a great opportunity for me. Lu Ming thought to himself. Although there was only one step between greater success level 4 and perfected level 4, the difference was like heaven and earth. Many geniuses would need at least half a year or even a few years to break through. Some people might even spend their entire lives without being able to break through. With Lu Ming's cultivation speed, he would need at least half a year to break through if there were no opportunities. But now, he had broken through in 7 days. Next, Thunder Concept. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he began to comprehend Thunder Concept. Similarly, in 7 days, Lu Ming's Thunder Concept had broken through and reached perfected level 4. Whoosh, Lu Ming waved his hand and the sky was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning surrounded Lu Ming's body. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Just as his Thunder Concept had broken through to perfected level 4, the Thunder Cauldron in his sea of consciousness that had been silent for a few years suddenly moved and vibrated slightly. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that he had made a connection with the Thunder Cauldron. Lu Ming had obtained this Thunder Cauldron from the 100-God Slope. When he first saw it, the Thunder Cauldron was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, so Lu Ming had put it away. Lu Ming had used it a few times. Although it would absorb Lu Ming's life essence, it had helped Lu Ming overcome difficulties several times. Unfortunately, after being hit by De in the Battle of 9 Dragons, it had flown back to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and remained silent. No matter how Lu Ming tried to sense or call it, he could not get a connection. Now, when Lu Ming's Thunder Concept had broken through to perfected level 4, he had made a connection with the Thunder Cauldron again. Immediately, Lu Ming activated Thunder Concept and carefully sensed with the Thunder Cauldron. Wang, the lightning cauldron vibrated even more intensely. In the end, it flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and floated above Lu Ming's head. It emitted a supreme lightning might from above. This pressure is so strong. Lu Ming sensed the lightning cauldron and his eyes revealed shock. The pressure emitted by the Thunder Cauldron was even stronger than that of a ruler. Move. Lu Ming tried to control the lightning cauldron. To his surprise, he was able to control it. The lightning cauldron flew up and down according to Lu Ming's will. It was many times stronger than before. In the past, he would only be able to activate the lightning cauldron when he was fighting for his life. The lightning would absorb his true essence and his life essence. Only then would he be able to activate the lightning cauldron. How could he control it as he wished now? However, I still feel that this lightning cauldron is unfathomable. I don't know how much power I can unleash from it. However, even if I can unleash a little bit of its power, it will still be of great help to me. Let's find a chance to test it out. Lu Ming smiled and put the Thunder Cauldron back into his sea of consciousness. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend other concepts. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's heaven and earth concept also improved very quickly. Chirp chirp, on this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard a sound not far away from him. Lu Ming was shocked and hurriedly opened his eyes. There were actually other living beings here. If they wanted to harm them, the consequences would be unimaginable. When he opened his eyes, he saw a ball of white hair squirming not far away. No, upon closer inspection, it was actually a living being that looked very similar to a squirrel. Its entire body was chubby and round, and it was very fleshy. Moreover, its entire body was covered with white hair. The white hair was crystal clear without any impurities. Coupled with its chubby body, it was very cute. It was not big. It was only the size of 2 fists. At this moment, it was blinking its big black eyes and looking at Lu Ming curiously. It was making chirping sounds from its mouth. There's actually such a living being here? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Wasn't this place filled with mortal enemies and no living beings? Lu Ming and the others had not encountered any living beings along the way except for the headless true dragon rider. Strictly speaking, the headless true dragon rider was not a living being. Could it be a spirit mouse? Strange, why would it appear here? Moreover, isn't it afraid of the endless killing intent here? Chirp chirp, the white spirit mouse looked at Lu Ming curiously while chirping. It wriggled its chubby body and wandered around Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked carefully and found that the white spirit mouse looked very ordinary. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse was shocked and ran away quickly. After running for a while, it stopped and turned around to look at Lu Ming curiously. "Little guy, what's your name?" Lu Ming asked. When a demonic beast reached the king realm, it would be able to speak. Chirp chirp, however, the white spirit mouse only chirped and did not speak. "You haven't reached the king realm? But if you haven't reached the king realm, how can you resist the endless killing intent here?" Lu Ming's curiosity was aroused and he chased after the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse turned around and ran at an incredible speed. In a flash, it disappeared without a trace. This is the space essence? Lu Ming stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. A white spirit mouse could actually use the space essence. Moreover, it seemed to be more mysterious than the space essence that Lu Ming had seen Yang Padian and Dishan use. What kind of spirit mouse was this? What kind of demonic beast was it? Lu Ming had never heard of it. Forget it. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and continued to sit cross-legged to comprehend the space essence. But not long after, the chirping sound was heard again. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw the white spirit mouse again. It was lying not far away and looking at Lu Ming. "This guy," Lu Ming muttered. Suddenly, he moved and pounced on the white spirit rat. Chirp chirp, the white spirit mouse was startled and turned around to run. In a flash of white light, it was far away. Lu Ming did not even see how it left. Its use of space is too strong, isn't it? Lu Ming was really stunned. After a while, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged. But this time, Lu Ming just closed his eyes and did not cultivate. Instead, he spread out his soul consciousness and paid attention to the situation around him. As expected, not long after, with a flash of white light, the white spirit mouse appeared not far away from Lu Ming and looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Let's see where you can run to this time." The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. The vital essence in his body suddenly erupted, forming a vital essence light shield that enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Even the space was sealed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming suddenly moved and pounced on the white spirit mouse like a ray of light. Chirp chirp, the white spirit mouse made a sound, but there was no trace of panic in its big eyes. It spat out a bubble from its mouth. Yes, it was a bubble. The bubble expanded rapidly and enveloped Lu Ming. As for the white spirit mouse, it ran away without a trace. When the white spirit mouse went far away, the bubble on his body burst with a poof. This is the time concept? This time, Lu Ming's heart was really in a perilous situation. His eyes were full of disbelief. The reason why the bubble slowed down Lu Ming's speed was not because of other reasons. That was because the flow of time in the bubble slowed down. Therefore, Lu Ming's speed slowed down. That was clearly the time concept. Among thousands of concepts, time and space were king. The time concept and space concept were the kings of thousands of concepts. But in fact, the time concept was stronger, more mysterious, and rarer than space concept. That was the legendary concept. Almost no one could comprehend it. But now, a white spirit mouse actually mastered the time concept. The most shocking thing was that this white spirit mouse not only mastered the time concept, but also the space concept. To master time and space at the same time, this was unheard of. It was too shocking and too terrifying. Lu Ming was stunned there. It took him a long time to recover. This spirit mouse's origin is absolutely amazing. But it seems to have no malice towards me. It's just curious and as timid as a mouse. No, it's just a mouse. Lu Ming thought in his heart. After a while, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged. Sure enough, not long after, the white spirit mouse came again. Not far from Lu Ming, it blinked its big eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously. This time, Lu Ming ignored it. He closed his eyes and pretended to cultivate. The white spirit mouse wandered around Lu Ming and looked at him. After half an hour, it ran away. Lu Ming smiled slightly and continued to comprehend the world concept. The next day, the white spirit mouse came again and still looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored it and continued to cultivate. This time, the white spirit mouse seemed to be a little bolder and got closer to Lu Ming. After half an hour, it left again. But the next day, the white spirit mouse came again. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered and focused on cultivating. As for the white spirit mouse, it would come every day to carefully size up Lu Ming. Furthermore, it became bolder and bolder, slowly approaching Lu Ming. 7 days later, it simply climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. In this way, after a few more days, he decided not to leave. He curled up at Lu Ming's feet. His chubby body curled up and he actually fell asleep. There was even a bubble on his nose. As the white spirit mouse breathed, the bubble would grow bigger and smaller. It was very cute. Lu Ming opened his eyes and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. The white spirit mouse suddenly woke up and subconsciously wanted to escape. However, it immediately realized that Lu Ming was just gently stroking it. Then, it looked comfortable and continued to lie down. Chirp chirp, after a while, the white spirit mouse actually fell asleep again, and it was even making chirping sounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a cute little guy. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated every day. The white spirit mouse seemed to be dependent on him and stayed by Lu Ming's side all day long. This is a space-time spirit mouse? Suddenly, a shocked voice sounded. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw Dandan looking at the white spirit mouse in shock. Space-time spirit mouse? Dandan, you know it? Lu Ming asked. Dandan carefully sized up the white spirit mouse. There was a complicated look in his eyes. It seemed to be nostalgic and sad at the same time. Of course I know it. Space-time spirit mouse is one of the top 10 battle beasts. How can I not know it? Dandan said leisurely. One of the top 10 battle beasts? Lu Ming was shocked. Space-time spirit mouse can control space-time. Don't mention how terrifying it is. A space-time spirit mouse in its heyday is a headache even for me in my heyday. Kid, you're really lucky. It seems that this space-time spirit mouse is dependent on you. Dandan said. His tone was full of envy. Isn't it said that the top 10 battle beasts are unique in the world? Could it be that this one is the one from ancient times? Lu Ming asked curiously. He had already determined that this was the real space-time spirit mouse. Lu Ming had seen it use space-time essence with his own eyes. It shouldn't be. The space-time spirit mouse from back then had already died in battle. If I'm not mistaken, this one should be the descendant of the space-time spirit mouse from back then. I don't know what kind of method it used to seal it until now, but this space-time spirit mouse shouldn't have been born for too long. I know. This is the space-time spirit palace. The space-time spirit palace was an important place in the Hunyuan sect. It was the residence of the space-time spirit mouse. The Archean dragonesque elephant and the space-time spirit mouse were good friends, so there was a statue of the Archean dragonesque elephant. Unfortunately, this place has been destroyed. Dandan kept muttering and revealed many secrets. Dandan, you seem to have recovered a lot. Lu Ming said. Haha, of course. I've refined the Thousand Spirit Crystal. The Thousand Spirit Crystal is the condensation of the essence of countless experts. Now that my cultivation has improved greatly, I can protect you in the future. Dandan said proudly. Oh? Can you deal with the Emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ahem, I haven't fully digested the Thousand Spirit Crystal. I can't deal with the Emperor for the time being. Dandan said awkwardly. You can't deal with the Emperor. What's there to be proud of? Lu Ming despised. Kid, you. Dandan glared at Lu Ming. If you can't deal with the Emperor, what about the Supreme Being? Lu Ming asked. Ahem, I should be able to barely deal with a Supreme Being, right? Dandan said with some lack of confidence. Lu Ming curled his lips. This guy was most likely unreliable and didn't have any confidence in his words. Kid, what's with your expression? I haven't digested the Thousand Spirit Crystal yet. After I've digested it, I can kill a Supreme Being with a slap. Dandan shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming didn't seem to believe him, which made Dandan very depressed. He stayed at the site alone and continued to refine the Thousand Spirit Crystal. Xiaoqing and Long Chen haven't finished cultivating yet. I'll continue to comprehend the concept. Lu Ming pondered and then continued to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before they set off for the ancient city of gods. At this time, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. They had to think of a way to get out. A few days ago, Xianxia and Long Chen had finished their cultivation and came here. At first, Long Chen and Xianxia also wanted to step into the land of bones, but they retreated in shock. It was difficult for them to resist the killing intent, so they could only give up. Whoosh, Lu Ming stood up and took a step out of the land of bones. During this period of time, each of them had gained a lot. Long Chen seemed to have comprehended a terrifying battle skill while cultivating under the primordial dragonesque elephant. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through from the peak of the 5th level to the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Xianxia's cultivation had improved the most. She was originally at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm, but now, she had stepped into the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Yes, the 6th level of the spirit god realm, and she had already reached the middle stage of the 6th level. Of course, Lu Ming's gains were also very shocking. Among his concepts of heaven and earth, the fire concept, thunder concept, and wind concept had all broken through to the peak of the 4th level. In addition, the water concept was at the peak of the 4th level, and the earth concept, which was the hardest to cultivate, was also at the peak of the 4th level. It could be said that his 5 concepts could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. If he cultivated normally, it would take at least a few years, but now, he only needed a little more than a month. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Lu Ming really wanted to raise all 5 concepts to the peak of the 4th level here. Now, although Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the 5th level of the spirit god realm, his various concepts had far surpassed his cultivation. Lu Ming only needed to spend some time to devour and refine origin stones, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. For Lu Ming, the advancement of concepts was the most important. As long as he had origin stones, his cultivation could increase crazily. Of course, Lu Ming's greatest fortuitous encounter was obtaining the spacetime spirit mouse. Now, the spacetime spirit mouse pestered Lu Ming all day and hung on Lu Ming's body. What a cute spirit mouse! Xianxia's eyes lit up when she saw the spacetime spirit mouse. She really wanted to hug it. However, the spacetime spirit mouse seemed to be shy with strangers. It hung on Lu Ming's body and didn't let Xianxia hug it. This made Xianxia's little mouth pout. Haha, this little guy. Lu Ming laughed loudly, making Xianxia's little mouth pout even higher. Dandan, can you find a way out? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Cough cough, I can try. Dandan coughed again and flew onto Lu Ming's shoulder. This guy is coughing again. Lu Ming had a bad feeling in his heart. When this guy coughed, it meant that he wasn't confident. Bang! At this moment, the spacetime spirit mouse kicked Dandan in the face, sending Dandan flying off Lu Ming's shoulder. Then, it curled up its body and nestled on Lu Ming's shoulder, looking at Dandan with its big round eyes. It seemed to be saying that this territory was his. Nestle, little guy, you dare to kick this seat? Audacious, impudent. Dandan's anger soared to the sky. Chirp chirp, the spacetime spirit mouse looked at Dandan innocently and chirped. Lu Ming and Xianxia laughed heartily. Even the usually reserved Long Chen revealed a smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of something, and his eyes lit up as he rubbed the spacetime spirit mouse and said, Little fellow, are you willing to leave with me? Chirp chirp, a small bubble emerged from the spacetime spirit mouse's nose, and it nodded its head repeatedly. Then do you know the way out? Can you take us out? Lu Ming continued to ask. Chirp chirp, the spacetime spirit mouse nodded again. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and said, All right, then bring us out. Chirp chirp, the spacetime spirit mouse extended its small claws and pointed in a direction. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and the few of them followed the direction pointed by the spacetime spirit mouse. The headless true dragon knight did not move at all. Very quickly, the few of them left the direction of the palace. On the way, the spacetime spirit mouse would often give them pointers. Everyone followed the direction of the spacetime spirit mouse and walked forward. Just like that, they walked for half a day. Half a day later, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. They discovered that they had already left the core region and arrived at the inner region of the ruins of God. They had really walked out of the core region of the ruins of God. little guy, you're so powerful. Lu Ming patted the spacetime spirit mouse. Chirp chirp, the spacetime spirit mouse squinted its eyes and curled up its chubby body. It had a comfortable look on its face as the bubble on its nose fluctuated between big and small. So cute. Xianxia's eyes were already filled with light as he stared at the spacetime spirit mouse. He couldn't wait to rush up and hug it. Lu Ming, this little spirit mouse is much more reliable than your little tortoise. Xianxia said. What? Little girl, what did you say? How can this little thing be compared to this seat? You. Dandan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He jumped onto Lu Ming's other shoulder and glared at Xianxia. At the same time, he carefully paid attention to the spacetime spirit mouse, afraid that it would kick him down again. Isn't it? Xianxia curled his lips, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, have you given it a name? In my opinion, why don't we call it Bubbles? How cute. Xianxia carefully approached and stroked the spacetime spirit mouse. Bubbles, be good, let me hug you. Xianxia whispered very gently. This time, the spacetime spirit mouse didn't refuse and let Xianxia approach. Xianxia stroked it a few times first, then hugged the spacetime spirit mouse in his arms with a happy look. Bubbles, it's quite appropriate. Lu Ming smiled. Everyone's attention was on Bubbles, which made Dandan angry. Let's go back to the Southern Divine Palace. Mu family, this debt will be settled sooner or later. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. The Mu family could only secretly send people to deal with them. They wouldn't dare to do so in public. Otherwise, what would the young experts from other continents think if they knew? Therefore, they could swagger back to the Southern Divine Palace. In less than an hour, they returned to the Southern Divine Palace. The Southern Divine Palace was even more lively, with people coming and going. The young geniuses from the 9 continents in the southern part of the continent of God had already arrived. They had all ended their seclusion and were wandering around the streets. Because there were only 2 days left before they set off for the ancient city of God to participate in the heavenly god sex selection, everyone came out to relax. The Mu family is holding a stone gambling event. Is that so? Let's go and have a look. Suddenly, someone shouted on the street, and suddenly, many people gathered in one direction. Stone gambling event? The few of them were stunned. Lu Ming casually pulled a person over and asked, then he knew what was going on. The continent of God's ruins was the ancient mine of God's ruins. Peerless treasures could be found in the ancient mine of God, which made many people very tempted. However, not all ancient mines of God could produce treasures, and the probability was very low. Every once in a while, the major forces of the Southern Divine Palace would take out many ancient mines of God for people to choose from. Of course, they had to pay the price of origin stones. The Mu family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Together with Xianxia and Long Chen, they followed the crowd and headed forward. Soon, they arrived at a large square. At this time, the square was surrounded by a sea of people. There were many shelves in the square, and on the shelves, there were pieces of ancient mines of God. At a glance, there were thousands of pieces. Thousands of pieces seemed like a lot, but it was nothing to a major force. How many people were there in a major force? There were people wandering around the ancient mines of God every day. After a few years, it was normal to have thousands of pieces of ancient mines of God. On one side of the shelves, there was a high platform where the experts of the Mu family sat. Muju was sitting in the middle. Lu Ming, Long Chen, you guys are lucky to have died in the core of the ruins of God. Otherwise, I would have killed both of you. Also, it's a pity for that Xianxia, such a beauty. Muju thought in his heart. Seeing that more and more people were gathering in the square, he felt that it was about time. He stood up and looked around. His voice came from afar. Today, my Mu family is holding a stone gambling event. I have taken out all the ancient mines that my Mu family has collected for decades. There must be a peerless treasure inside. If you want to gamble, you can come up and choose carefully. If you choose one, you can take it away for 100,000 origin stones. Muju announced the rules of the stone gambling event. 100,000 origin stones, it's really expensive. Some people gasped. It's really expensive. In the past, when other families held a stone gambling event, it wasn't that expensive. It's too expensive. Usually, it's not that expensive to buy ancient minds of God. Many people began to discuss. For a moment, no one went up. In fact, many people knew that the ancient minds of God that these big families took out were all carefully selected. The ancient minds of God that might contain treasures had already been filtered out. Those that were taken out were all carefully selected. The probability of a treasure being found was not high. It was too expensive to sell it for 100,000 origin stones. Muju's face turned cold. Usually, when we buy ancient minds of God, we can't let you choose carefully. But now, we can. Moreover, I guarantee that these ancient minds of God are all of high quality. I guarantee it with the Mu family's reputation. Let me try. Let me try too. As soon as Muju's voice fell, a few burly men stepped forward and carefully selected among the thousands of origin stones. After a while, the burly men finished their selection and paid 100,000 origin stones each. Cut it open and see. Someone shouted. All right. The burly men nodded. In the beginning, 2 burly men cut open the ancient mine of God. There was nothing inside. When the 3rd burly man cut open the ancient mine of God, a rainbow light shot out from the ancient mine of God. A treasure has appeared, a treasure has appeared. The crowd was in an uproar as they stared with their eyes wide open. A jade sword. God, it's so powerful. Someone exclaimed. Inside the ruins of God ancient mine that the burly man had cut open, there was actually a small and exquisite jade sword that emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Even though countless years had passed, causing it to lose some of its essence, as long as it was nurtured properly, it would still be a formidable weapon. This seems to be an Emperor spirit weapon. Someone cried out in alarm, causing the crowd to burst into a frenzy. We really found treasures. Muju was right. This batch of ancient ores is really exquisite. This jade sword is worth at least tens of millions of primordial stones, or even more. 100,000 primordial stones for tens of millions of primordial stones. Looking at the jade sword, many people's eyes lit up. Haha. The big man quickly put away the jade sword and left. It's only 100,000 origin stones. Let's take a gamble. If we get it, it'll be worth it. Yes, let's take a gamble. At this moment, many people were moved. They walked onto the plaza and began to carefully sense it. Then, they each chose a piece of the ruins of God ancient mine. Of course, every piece of ancient mine of the ruins of God had to pay 100,000 origin stones. Soon, more than 10 people had chosen the ancient ores. A smile appeared on Muju's face. Cut it open and see. Someone shouted. Immediately, those who had chosen the ancient ores began to cut them open one by one. Unfortunately, none of the dozens of people present found any treasures. How unlucky. I wasted 100,000 origin stones. Damn it, if others can choose, I can too. Damn it, again. Some people were ruthless and picked a few pieces in a row, but they found nothing. That big man is most likely a drag. Lu Ming and the others were mixed in the crowd. At this moment, Lu Ming said with a smile. Xianxia and Long Chen nodded. At the beginning, those big men were most likely cooperating with the Mu family to put on a show to provoke others to go up and pick the ancient ores. In a few moments, dozens of ancient ores were sold and millions of origin stones were earned. It was completely a free profit. Gradually, fewer people went up, but there were still people who went up from time to try their luck. In the end, they came up empty-handed. Dandan, you can sense the treasures in these ancient ores. Are there really treasures in these thousands of ancient ores? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Yes, but there are very few of them. Only a few of them have good things. Do you want them? I can pick them out one by one. Dandan said. Of course I want them. Only a fool would not want the treasures. Moreover, they belong to the Mu family. Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the square. Muju was originally sitting lazily on a chair. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to show his prowess in the heavenly god sect's disciple selection. How to be chosen by the Heavenly God sect and enter the Heavenly God sect of Yuanlu to cultivate. From then on, he would soar to the 9 heavens and break through to the martial emperor realm or even the sage realm. Just as he was dreaming, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking into the square. Muju's eyes suddenly widened. His body trembled and he jumped up from the chair. Lu Ming, you're still alive? How is that possible? Muju shouted in disbelief. He was truly in disbelief. Didn't Lu Ming enter the core of the ruins of God? Moreover, he had been in the core of the ruins of God for more than half a month. Even an Emperor realm expert would not be able to come out after such a long time. Now, Lu Ming actually swaggered in front of him. How could he not be shocked? Then, he looked around. As expected, he found Xianxia and Long Chen in the crowd. This made him even more shocked. What's wrong? Young Master Mu, what's so strange about me being alive? Lu Ming asked with a cold smile. Nothing. After a long while, Muju finally calmed down. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, why aren't these guys dead yet? Damn it, I must find a chance to kill them. Otherwise, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Muju thought to himself. His killing intent was extremely strong. I want to gamble a few rounds. Young Master Mu, do you not welcome me? Lu Ming asked with a faint smile. My Mu family is open to business. Anyone who wants to gamble on stones is welcome. You can choose as you wish. Muju said. After saying that, he sat back down on his chair with a gloomy face. He was thinking about some conspiracy in his heart. Lu Ming smiled and casually strolled around the many ancient mines of the ruins of God. After a while, he casually pointed at an ancient mine and said, "This one." Picking up this ancient mine of the ruins of God, Lu Ming paid 100,000 ores. Cut it open and take a look. Someone shouted. Alright, then I'll cut it open and take a look. Lu Ming smiled. His true essence was like a knife, cutting the ancient mine of the ruins of God into 2 halves. Suddenly, a golden light spread out from the ancient mine of the ruins of God. A treasure has appeared, another treasure has appeared. Someone exclaimed. Muju also suddenly stood up from his chair. His eyes were wide open. Lu Ming had actually chosen an ancient mine of the ruins of God with a treasure. Many people opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what kind of treasure it was. Earth Emperor Spirit, it's actually an Earth Emperor Spirit. It was a block-shaped object that looked like a tree root. Its entire body was golden like gold, but it emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. Earth Emperor Essence, one of the main spiritual materials to refine Nirvana pill. Lu Ming never thought that he would find it in a piece of God Ruin's ancient mine. How could Lu Ming not be happy? After obtaining this piece of Earth Emperor Essence, he only lacked one of the 7 main materials to refine Nirvana pill. As long as he gathered the 7 main materials, the other auxiliary materials would be easy to find. At that time, he could start refining Nirvana pill. That's Earth Emperor Essence. It's really a piece of Earth Emperor Essence. It's really a big profit. A piece of Earth Emperor Essence is worth tens of millions of ores. His luck is too good. It's just the first piece and he already found a treasure. Around the square, there were people who recognized the Earth Emperor Essence and exclaimed in envy. Damn it, this Lu Ming, how can his luck be so good? He actually found a treasure. Muju's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was very clear in his heart that each piece of God Ruin's ancient mine was carefully examined by the Mu family's experts. As long as there was a possibility of a treasure being found, the Mu family would keep it. There were thousands of pieces of God Ruin's ancient mine here. There might be some that slipped through the net and might contain treasures, but there were very few of them. Thousands of pieces added together, there might not be many pieces. But Lu Ming had found a piece that was worth tens of millions of ores. Muju felt a little heartache. He had just sold dozens of pieces of God Ruin's ancient mine and only earned a few million ores. Lu Ming happily took out a jade box and carefully put away the Earth Emperor Essence. Then, his eyes lit up as he glanced at the other God Ruin's ancient mine. At the same time, he laughed, ha ha ha, my luck is really good today. It seems that I have to choose another one. After saying that, he wandered around the pile of ancient mines. Humph, you're just lucky. Choose, I don't believe you can find another one. Muju thought in his heart. Lu Ming wandered for a while and casually grabbed an ancient mine, saying, "This is it." After grabbing it, he went to the Mu family and paid 100,000 ores. "Cut it open and see." Someone jeered. Just now, Lu Ming had obtained a treasure on the first piece. Many people were very curious and wanted to know if Lu Ming would be able to obtain a treasure on the second piece. "All right." Lu Ming smiled, condensed his true essence, and started cutting. "It's impossible for me to get another treasure this time. I was just lucky to get the first one. There are very few people who can get 2 treasures in a row," someone said. But in the next moment, his mouth fell open, and he was dumbfounded. This was because the ancient ore in Lu Ming's hand was emitting a blinding crimson light. Many people were stunned, and then a commotion broke out. "Treasure, there's another treasure. He actually got a treasure twice in a row. How rare. This person's luck is too heaven-defying. 1 drop of blood essence. What a powerful blood essence. It's actually a drop of blood essence." Lu Ming himself was a little stunned. He carefully cut open the ancient ore, and a drop of crystal-clear blood essence like a blood gem appeared in Lu Ming's palm, exuding an incomparably rich blood essence. This was definitely an extremely powerful existence. After his death, his blood essence was coincidentally sealed in the ancient ore of God ruins and passed down. Its value was immeasurable. If it was used to refine pills, it would bring out the energy in the blood essence. It would be of great help to a cultivator's cultivation. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking blood essence to improve his bloodline. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he refined this drop of blood essence, his bloodline would be greatly improved. How can this be? Muju's eyes widened, and he subconsciously crushed a purple jade teacup in his hand. Damn it! Muju roared in his heart. The value of this drop of blood essence was even higher than the Earth Emperor essence. He felt that he had suffered a great loss. How good would it be if they cut it out themselves, now that it had been chosen by someone else, and it was Lu Ming? Muju gnashed his teeth in anger. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He took out a jade bottle and kept the drop of blood essence. He could not stop muttering, "Luck. I'm really lucky today." "Haha, let's continue." Lu Ming's gaze began to look around the ancient ore of God ruins again. Muju and the rest of the Mu family couldn't help but feel nervous. They were worried that Lu Ming would choose another ancient ore of God ruins that contained treasures. Muju wanted to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose, but they were open to do business. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, what reason did they have to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose? They could only hope that Lu Ming was just lucky the first 2 times, and that he wouldn't be able to choose anything later. This time, Lu Ming was even faster. After taking a few casual glances, he chose an ancient mine and paid 100,000 primordial stones. Cut it open and take a look." Right, take a look." Many people shouted in excitement. Lu Ming had cut out treasures twice in a row. Would he be able to cut out treasures 3 times in a row? Muju and the other members of the Mu family also stared with their eyes wide open. Impossible. There aren't that many treasures in all of the ancient ore of God ruins here. Muju kept praying in his heart. Crack, Lu Ming's true essence was like a blade as he began to cut. After a few consecutive slashes, the ancient ore of God ruins cracked open and a faint brilliance emitted out. Accompanying the brilliance was an extremely dense medicinal fragrance. The crowd was stunned. After a long while, an earth-shattering clamor erupted. He had cut out another treasure. He had actually cut out another treasure. It had happened 3 times in a row. It was simply too shocking. Could it be that this time, the Mu family really had a conscience and took out so many high-quality ancient ore of God ruins? As Lu Ming continued to cut open, the treasures in the ancient ore of God ruins revealed their true colors. It was a spiritual medicine. It was purple like a lotus flower. On it, there was an indescribable fluctuation. The medicinal fragrance was extremely rich. Could it be a saint medicine? A white-haired old man exclaimed in disbelief. Saint medicine? How is that possible? Oh my God, that's impossible. The others also exclaimed in disbelief. What was a saint medicine? It was a supreme treasure that surpassed level 9 spiritual medicine. Even saints could use it. Even emperors would fight crazily when they saw it. Many people's eyes revealed a fiery light as they stared fixedly at the purple lotus flower in Lu Ming's hand. No, it's not a saint medicine. It hasn't completely evolved. It's a half-saint medicine. Moreover, it's been sealed for many years. Most of its spiritual essence has been lost. What a pity. The white-haired old man carefully identified it and shook his head with a sigh. So it's not a saint medicine. Some people let out a long breath, but many people's eyes lit up. No, impossible. Mu Ju's eyes almost popped out as he stared at Lu Ming and the semi-sage medicine in Lu Ming's hand. He couldn't wait to swallow the semi-sage medicine in one gulp. The expressions of the other members of the Mu family weren't any better. Pain in the flesh, heart, liver, and lungs. This was originally a treasure of their Mu family, but now, it had become someone else's, Lu Ming's. These carefully selected ancient mines of the ruins of God actually contained such a treasure. If they had known earlier, they would never have taken it out to sell. Semi-sage medicine. Dandan's eyes lit up as he stared at the semi-sage medicine. His eyes lit up and his mouth began to drool. Give it to me, give it to me. Dandan kept muttering. It's a waste to give it to you now. Keep it first and plant it in the mysterious yellow silicon soil later. When it recovers, its value will be great. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and then carefully kept it. Although the semi-sage medicine had lost most of its spirituality, Lu Ming had a supreme treasure like the mysterious yellow silicon soil. He might be able to cultivate it again. The value of an intact semi-sage medicine was many times higher. After all, it had the word sage in it. I want to try too. So many treasures, it's amazing. The others' hearts were burning. Their eyes lit up as dozens of people went up to choose ancient mines of the ruins of God. Dozens of people carefully selected a piece and paid 100,000 origin stones each. However, it still didn't make Mu Ju and the other members of the Mu family feel better. Dozens of people only added up to a few million origin stones. It couldn't be compared to the treasures that Lu Ming had obtained. Lu Ming had obtained 3 treasures, each more precious than the other. They were worth at least tens of millions. Cut it open and let's see. A young woman hurriedly cut open the ancient mine she had chosen. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside. Then, the others also cut it open, but there was nothing inside. In the end, out of the several dozen people, not a single one of them had any treasures. What's going on? We've picked dozens of pieces, but we can't even cut one. That Lu Ming picked one and hit one. The difference is too big. Someone sighed. Could it be that he can sense the situation inside the ancient mine of God? Otherwise, how could he choose one piece and hit the jackpot? Someone guessed. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were shocked. That's right, Lu Ming was able to be selected 3 times in a row. This was too shocking. If it was the first time, it was still possible. Even if it was the second time, it was still possible. Although the probability was very small, if it was the third time, the probability was simply too small. Lu Ming, it was extremely likely that he could sense the specific situation inside the ruins of God ancient mine. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile, and his gaze swept across the ancient mine of God again. Lu Ming, that's enough. Suddenly, Mu Ju opened his mouth, looking coldly at Lu Ming. Enough? Young Master Mu, I wonder what you mean by this. Lu Ming said indifferently. Today, you have already cut out 3 treasures in a row, it's time to stop. Mu Ju said coldly. Stop? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Is this how you open the door to do business? Seeing that I have cut out a few more treasures, you don't let me cut it out. Then why didn't you stop others from cutting out treasures? Could it be that you can only earn and not lose when doing business? If that's the case, then there's no need for others to do business with your Mu family in the future. Lu Ming sneered and mocked. You. You're talking nonsense. Muju shouted angrily. Oh, since I'm talking nonsense, then don't stop me. Lu Ming sneered, then strode forward, grabbed a piece of ancient mine with one hand, and paid 100,000 origin stones. Cut it open and see. Many people shouted, their eyes burning with passion. Could it be that Lu Ming could really sense the treasures inside the ancient mine? Then, what treasures would he be able to cut out this time? Countless people were looking forward to it. Muju's face was cold, but he didn't stop him. Swish. Swish, Lu Ming's true essence was like a blade, and began to cut open the ancient mine. Gotcha, the ancient mine cracked open, but only one layer. Inside was still a piece of ancient mine. Eh? It's actually 2 layers of ore. Someone said. Lu Ming was also curious, and continued to cut. Soon, another layer was broken, but below, it was still yellow ore. Another layer. What's going on? It's actually 3 layers. Could it be that this is a waste mine, and Lu Ming finally failed? It seems like he failed. It's impossible to cut out treasures every time. Some people discussed, while Muju and the other members of the Mu family also let out a long sigh of relief. Dandan, is there really a treasure inside? Lu Ming secretly sent a sound transmission to Dandan. Of course, what kind of existence am I? How could I be wrong? Dandan stretched out its head with a proud face. Lu Ming nodded and continued to cut. However, after breaking open a layer of ore, there was still a layer of ore below. Lu Ming continued to cut, and one after another, there were 7 layers of ore wrapped around the ore. Everyone was speechless. How could there be so many layers of ore wrapped around the ore? The other ancient mines only had 1 layer, and it was rare to see 2 layers. This time, there were actually 7 layers. Now, it was only the size of an egg, and it was basically impossible for there to be any treasures inside. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm, and he continued to cut. Gotcha, the ancient mine cracked open. This time, strands of red light seeped out from the ancient mine. At the same time, a terrifyingly high temperature seeped out from the ancient mine, causing the temperature of the entire square to rise rapidly. However, no one felt the heat. Everyone just looked at Lu Ming in a daze, looking at the egg-sized ancient mine in his hand. A treasure was cut out, and another treasure was cut out. A treasure was cut out 4 times in a row. Everyone felt numb, but they instinctively thought that a treasure was cut out this time. Damn it, how is this possible? Damn it! Muju roared in his heart, and his eyes were bloodshot. Gotcha, Lu Ming used a little force, and the ancient mine completely cracked open. A red stone the size of a longan was revealed. The red light spread out, and a terrifying heat wave swept in all directions, causing the temperature of the square to rise by a few thousand degrees. It's so hot, too hot. What kind of treasure is this? It looks like a small sun. Many people had to circulate their true essence to resist the terrifying heat. Oh my God, is this the divine sunstone? Someone exclaimed, full of disbelief. Divine sunstone, yes, this is the divine sunstone. Legend has it that it can only be born in the core of the sun. I've read about it in ancient books. Oh my God, it can't be, is this really the divine sunstone? A supreme treasure. It's actually a piece of divine sunstone. Even Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. He was very shocked. Legend has it that the divine sunstone was born from the core of the sun. It would take countless years for one to be born. Its value was immeasurable. If used properly, it could unleash terrifying power. Lu Ming never thought that he would find such a treasure in the ancient mine of God. How is it? Kid, I said there's a treasure. Why would I lie to you? Why would I make an error in judgment? Dandan was immensely proud of herself, looking as if she was about to ascend to the heavens. In the crowd, Xianxia revealed a smile while Long Chen was a little stunned. He realized that he couldn't see through Lu Ming anymore. Divine sunstone, it's actually a piece of divine sunstone. Muju's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered in a daze. After a while, his eyes emitted blazing flames. Lu Ming, quickly hand over the divine sunstone to me. Muju shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the divine sun stone into the mountain river diagram. Then, he looked at Mu Ju as if he was looking at an idiot. Hand it over to you? This is mine. You want me to hand it over to you? You want to buy it from me? Sorry, I'm not selling it. Lu Ming said indifferently. What do you mean it's yours? This is clearly my Mu family's treasure. You dare to take my Mu family's treasure? Quickly hand it over. Mu Ju shouted. His eyes were blazing. What an idiot. Your Mu family? Just now, it was yours. But now that I bought it, it's mine. Do you think so many people are blind? Can't they see it? Lu Ming mocked. Ridiculous. I just said enough. I told you not to pick any more stones. I haven't agreed to let you pick any more stones. You're the one who wants to pick. This divine sunstone naturally belongs to my Mu family. Mu Ju quibbled. Then why are you still accepting my 100,000 origin stones? Since you've taken my origin stones, this is mine. Lu Ming sneered. I don't care. I didn't agree. Hurry up and hand over the divine sunstone. You can't swallow such a treasure. Mu Ju shouted. His voice was cold, revealing a strong sense of threat. Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. You've taken out so many ancient ores of the ruins of God for people to gamble on. Furthermore, each piece is sold for a high price of 100,000 origin stones. Now that you've seen someone else take out a treasure, you want to act shamelessly and force them to hand it over to you. Alright, I'll hand it over to you. How many people have spent their money on useless ores in the stone gambling convention that your Mu clan has held for so many years? Spit out all the money. If you spit it out, I'll hand it over to you. Lu Ming sneered. Mu Ju was speechless, his face flushed red. How many years has it been since the Mu family held the stone gambling event? It was impossible to calculate. After so many years, it was impossible to calculate how many raw stones they had earned. How could they hand it over? When others earn a little from you, your heart aches. What about when you earn from others? Why aren't you spitting it out? How laughable. Let me tell you. Although your Mu clan is powerful, the Southern God Palace is not your Mu clan's Southern God Palace. If you want to cover the sky with one hand, you'll have to ask everyone here if they agree. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he turned around and flew towards Xianxia's direction. Stop right there. Two Mu clan experts in front of Lu Ming stretched out their claws and grabbed at Lu Ming. Both of them were at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. Get lost. Lu Ming yelled and struck with his palm. The majestic palm force sent the two powerful figures of the Mu family flying out. What? You want to use force? Is this how your Mu clan does business? Then, I don't think anyone else will do business with your Mu clan in the future. Lu Ming shouted. Many people looked at the Mu clan with unfriendly eyes. If the Mu clan did business like this, they would snatch other people's treasures. In the future, who would do business with the Mu clan? If the Mu clan held a stone gambling convention, who would choose stones? If they were like Lu Ming and obtained a supreme treasure, wouldn't the Mu clan have to take it back? Damn it. Mu Ju roared in his heart. He really wanted to ask people to cut Lu Ming into pieces, but he didn't dare. If he really did so, the Mu clan's reputation would be ruined. He could only watch as Lu Ming left. Let's go. Lu Ming came to Xianxia and Long Chen's side. Then, the three of them rose into the air and flew towards General Peak. After flying for a while, Lu Ming stopped again. His voice came from afar. Everyone, I can indeed sense the situation in the ancient mine of God. So, the remaining ancient mines are all useless. There are no treasures. With that, Lu Ming laughed loudly. He stepped out with Xianxia and Long Chen and left in an instant. Mu Ju gritted his teeth and shouted out Lu Ming's name. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. After hearing Lu Ming's words, who else would go up to choose stones? Sure enough, there was a burst of discussion around the square. There's no more. The rest are all useless. Lu Ming must be able to sense the situation in the ancient mine of God. If he said there's no more, then there's no more. There are thousands of ancient mines in the ancient mine of God, and only 4 of them have treasures. The Mu clan is really a scam. Let's go. They're all useless. What's the point of choosing? The people in the square shook their heads and then flew in all directions. After a while, there was no one left in the square. Only the Mu clan's people were left. Ah! Muju let out a sound like a wild boar. He was incomparably angry. This time, the Mu clan's stone gambling conference was completely ruined. Lu Ming took out 4 treasures. Moreover, no one would buy them anymore. With so many ancient mines in the ancient mine of God, the loss was disastrous. Lu Ming must die. Damn it, I must find a way to kill him. Muju roared crazily in his heart. Lu Ming's mood was the opposite of his. He was very happy. The 4 treasures were each more precious than the last. Especially the divine sunstone at the end, it was simply a priceless treasure. They spent a total of 400,000 origin stones to get 4 such precious treasures. They made a big profit. Soon, the 3 of them returned to the General's Peak. When they arrived at the General's Peak, Xianxia's eyes looked forward. In front of them, Xianxian was wearing a snow-white robe. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Beside Xianxian, there was a young man in white. He was extraordinarily handsome. He was the kind of person who would attract everyone's attention when he stood in the crowd. He was born high and mighty and everyone looked up to him. This was an extraordinary hero. Because with just a glance, Lu Ming felt a strong pressure from this person. It was a dangerous pressure. Xianxian looked at Xianxia and Lu Ming. He snorted with slight disdain and hostility. That girl is your sister? The white-robed man looked at Xianxia and asked Xianxian. He was a little surprised. Just a weirdo. Don't bother about him. Xianxian said. Then, he left the General's Peak with the white-robed man. I'm the FA, benefactors, you have to be careful of that man in white. At this moment, a Buddhist chant sounded and Monk Wuliang appeared. Monk, do you know who he is? Lu Ming asked. Yes, because Xianxian has been very close to this person. There are 3 strongest supreme talents in the younger generation of South God Palace. This person is one of them, Wang Zhen. Monk Wuliang said. This person is Wang Zhen. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 3 strongest geniuses of the younger generation of Southern God Palace were all extraordinary geniuses. Each of them was terrifying, and their cultivation levels were unfathomable. One of them was Ji Hongqian. Lu Ming had met him before and he was indeed extraordinary. He did not expect Xianxian to be so close to Wang Zhen, one of the 3 great geniuses of the Southern God Palace. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and returned to his room with Xianxian and Long Chen. Lu Ming entered his room and entered the mountain river diagram. First, he planted the purple lotus, a sage-level herb, beside the tree of enlightenment, on the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain and a drop of blood essence appeared in his hand. It was the blood essence that he had cut out from the ancient mine of the ruins of God. Lu Ming planned to devour and refine this drop of blood essence to see if the 9 dragons' bloodline could be promoted to a level 9 divine grade. Previously, Lu Ming had refined 4 drops of sovereign blood essence, but the 9 dragons' bloodline had not been promoted. This time, it was a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, the 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed the drop of blood essence. After the drop of blood essence was swallowed, it did not immediately crumble. Instead, it turned into wisps of pure energy and was constantly refined and converted into the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. The energy of this drop of blood essence was extremely vast and boundless. Lu Ming tried his best to refine it. In the blink of an eye, almost 3 days had passed. The energy of this drop of blood essence was finally completely refined. On the 9 dragons' bloodline, 8 golden chakras shone brightly. It was so bright that one could not open their eyes. Suddenly, above the 8 brilliant golden chakras, the 9th golden chakra emerged. The 9th golden chakra represented a level 9 divine level bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline had finally advanced to the 9th level of the divine realm. Moreover, after the ninth golden chakra appeared, it was dark golden at first, but it soon became brighter and brighter. Finally, all the 9 golden chakras became as bright as the last one. The 9 dragons' bloodline had finally reached perfection. Roar! At this time, Lu Ming heard an earth-shattering dragon roar in his mind. At the same time, Lu Ming seemed to see an enormous dragon with 9 dragon claws under its abdomen soaring and dancing in the air. The 9 dragons stepped on the sky, their might shocking the heavens. Boom! Lu Ming's mind was buzzing and exploding. At this moment, many things seemed to appear in Lu Ming's mind. This is? Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that it was a memory about the 9 dragons. Unfortunately, it was fragmented, only some memory fragments, extremely rare. The foundation of the true dragon of battle arts. Lu Ming found the foundation of the true dragon of battle arts in the 9 dragons' memory fragments. Only the foundation of battle arts, what a pity! Lu Ming sighed. There should be more chapters of the true dragon of battle arts, but in the fragmented memory fragments of the 9 dragons, Lu Ming only found the foundation of battle arts. And the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. Lu Ming found the cultivation method of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. Unfortunately, he already had it and did not need it. In addition, he found a few martial techniques, but they were not as good as the true dragon of battle arts and the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps, so they were not useful to Lu Ming. My 9 dragons' bloodline was only awakened with a drop of 9 dragons' blood essence. Is it because it was only a drop of blood essence that I received fragmented memory fragments? If I want to get more, I need more 9 dragons' blood essence. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming sat cross-legged for a while and checked carefully. Finally, he found something new. Is this about the 9 dragons' ruins? Lu Ming discovered some content and was deep in thought. The 9 dragons' ruins were located at the border between Eastern Wilderness and Middle Continent, in the chaotic region. Back then, Supreme 9 Suns had risked his life to enter the 9 dragons' ruins. In the end, he had obtained 2 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence, the true dragon of battle arts, and the cultivation method of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. Because of that, he had been seriously injured. The 9 dragons' ruins might contain all 9 dragons' blood essence. If I can obtain all 9 dragons' blood essence, I might be able to obtain all 9 dragons' legacies. It seems that after I'm done with the Godly Ruins continent, I'll have to go to the 9 dragons' ruins when I return to the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming pondered. The only thing that excited Lu Ming was that the 9 dragons' bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine grade and had finally produced another dragon force. The 9th dragon force. The 9th dragon force is so powerful. Lu Ming sensed it and showed a hint of excitement. The 9th dragon force was much stronger than any of the previous dragon forces. If I release the 9th dragon force, I might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prison-suppressing monument bloodline. Lu Ming pondered. The prison-suppressing monument bloodline was a fragment of the prison-suppressing monument's original body. It was very powerful and was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. However, Lu Ming felt that if he released the 9th dragon force, it might not be weaker than the prison-suppressing monument bloodline. This way, Lu Ming had one more killing move. Suddenly, Lu Ming's mind moved and he exited the mountain river diagram. When he appeared in the room, Xianxia opened the door and walked in. Lu Ming, it's time. We have to go to the ancient city of gods. Xianxia said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Clang. Clang. At this time, a melodious bell rang from somewhere in the southern divine palace. This was the bell that summoned the elites of all continents. At this moment, Long Chen, Yang Padian, and Scrupulous Monk, Underworld Child, and the others walked out of their rooms and flew towards the sound of the bell. Soon, they arrived at a square. There were already some young experts standing in the square. These young people were divided into different regions and gathered together. Obviously, they were all elites from different continents. There were more and less people. Some had 7 or 8 people and some had 30 to 40 people. Lu Ming was shocked. Those who could come here were basically peerless elites who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. There were only 12 of them in the entire Divine Wilderness continent, but some continents had 30 to 40 of them. It was really shocking. The difference in strength between the continents was obvious. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as 50 to 60 young figures flew over. Lu Ming saw Wang Zhen in white and Ji Hongqian in the crowd. However, Wang Zhen and Ji Hongqian were half a step behind another purple-haired youth. This purple-haired youth was flying at the front. Lu Ming also saw Mu Ju in the crowd. Mu Ju looked around, and when he saw Lu Ming, his eyes emitted a cold light. The number of geniuses from the Southern Divine Palace who were qualified to participate in the Celestial God Sex selection was around 50 to 60. The Godly Ruins continent was indeed the number one continent in the Godly Ruins continent. The number of geniuses there was shocking. The Southern Divine Palace was only one of the 4 major factions in the Godly Ruins continent. With so many geniuses, one could imagine how terrifying the top 3 geniuses were. When the geniuses from the Southern Divine Palace arrived, a loud cry could be heard from the horizon. Huge beasts were flying toward them. They were flying leopards. Their bodies were pitch black, but they had fleshy wings. When they spread their wings, they were more than 100 meters wide. There were at least 20 of them, and each of them had a powerful aura that made people feel pressured. Great Circle Spiritual God Realm, there were more than 20 flying leopards, and they were all at the Great Circle Spiritual God Realm. A black-robed middle-aged man stood on one of the flying leopards. He was the same man who had brought Lu Ming and the others to the Divine Wilderness continent. He was a 3rd-level Martial Royal Realm Elder of the Southern Divine Palace. Behind him stood 2 old men who emitted the aura of martial emperors. However, their status was obviously lower than the black-robed middle-aged man. All of you, get on the flying leopards and follow me to the ancient city of the Godly Ruins. The black-robed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Yes. The geniuses from the Southern Divine Palace were the first to respond. They stepped into the air and flew onto different flying leopards. Then, the geniuses from the other continents also flew into the air and flew toward the flying leopards. Lu Ming and the rest of the people from the Divine Wilderness continent gathered on a flying leopard. Let's go. The black-robed middle-aged man announced. More than 20 flying leopards roared and flew into the sky. Then, like black lightning, they flew toward the ancient city of the Godly Ruins at an astonishing speed. The flying beasts at the Great Circle Spiritual God Realm were traveling at full speed. However, the ancient city of the Godly Ruins was in the center of the Southern Divine Palace. Even with the flying leopard's speed, it would take them 2 days to reach the ancient city of the Godly Ruins. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming and Xianxia stood side by side and looked at the mountains and rivers below. Lu Ming, there are people from 2 continents watching us. Xianxia said to Lu Ming. Yeah, I saw it too. Lu Ming nodded and looked to the left. On one of the flying leopards, there were many youths wearing feathered clothes. Regardless of gender, they all had sharp eyes and there were many of them. There were actually more than 40 of them. Apart from the Southern God Palace, this was the continent with the most people. Mu Ju. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold because he saw Mu Ju's figure among these people. At this moment, Mu Ju was also coldly looking at Lu Ming and the others. Brother Mu, are they the ones who offended you? One of the feather-clad youths looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently. That's right, it's them, especially that Lu Ming. I want him dead. Mu Ju said resentfully. He's just a piece of trash from the Divine Wilderness continent. Don't worry, if there's a chance, we'll get rid of him. That woman, on the other hand, isn't bad. We can keep her and enjoy her. The feather-clad youth said indifferently as if killing Lu Ming was as simple as eating and drinking for them. They didn't put Lu Ming in their eyes at all. Then, I'll learn from Brother Yu. Mu Ju was overjoyed. At the same time, on another flying leopard, there were also some youths looking coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming knew a few of them. They were the few Heaven's Prides who were defeated by Lu Ming in the Divine Ruins. You were defeated by that person? One of the Heaven's Prides from the continent asked indifferently. Yes, this person's combat strength is pretty good, one of the youths who was defeated by Lu Ming replied. What do you mean by pretty good combat strength? He's just a piece of trash from the Divine Wilderness continent. What's so good about him? You're just trash. That young man scolded coldly. The few young men who had been defeated by Lu Ming blushed and did not know what to say. However, no matter what, you're still from the Divine Wilderness Continent. Knowing that you're from the Divine Wilderness Continent, you still dared to make a move. I'll remember this. I'll kill those people when I see them. The youth spoke. He had short hair and looked very confident. On the flying leopard that Lu Ming was on, Long Chen walked towards Lu Ming and Mu Ju. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The people from the White Feather Continent and the Divine Wilderness Continent have their eyes on us. Long Chen reminded. The 4th-ranked White Feather Continent and the 9th-ranked Divine Wilderness Continent? If they don't know what's good for them, we can only send them on their way. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He nodded and left without saying anything. Hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers passed by in a flash. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. An ancient city that was even more magnificent than the southern Divine Palace appeared in front of him. This was the ancient city of Divine Ruins, the most majestic and ancient city in the Divine Ruins continent. In the Divine Ruins continent, the 4 major forces were the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Southern Divine Palaces. In fact, a long time ago, the 4 Divine Palaces belonged to one force, which was the Divine Gate. The ancient city of Divine Ruins was the headquarters of the Divine Gate. But now, the 4 Divine Palaces reigned supreme, and the Divine Gate was divided into 4. No force could occupy the ancient city of Divine Ruins for their own use. Therefore, the ancient city of Divine Ruins was very special. It was a city shared by the 4 Divine Palaces. Usually, some people would be stationed here. If the 4 Divine Palaces had any major matters, they would discuss it in the ancient city of Divine Ruins. The flying leopard didn't stop and flew directly into the ancient city of Divine Ruins, towards the center of the city. When they arrived at the center of the ancient city of Divine Ruins, Lu Ming saw that there were 36 straight mountains that reached into the sky, forming the 36 heavenly dipper positions. In the sky above the 36 mountains, there were 9 ancient altars suspended in the air. They were filled with an ancient aura. At this time, the 36 mountains were surrounded by people. They were all local warriors of the ancient city of Divine Ruins. It's the Southern Divine Palace. The Southern Divine Palace and the 9 southern continents have arrived. A local warrior of the ancient city of Divine Ruins said. Roar, the roars of ferocious beasts came from the west. Many huge tigers with wings on their backs flew over, carrying many young geniuses. The Western Divine Palace and the 9 continents have arrived. Someone shouted. Western Divine Palace. Lu Ming looked to the west. There were also young prodigies riding on the giant tigers. They were also looking at them with sharp gazes. Ha ha ha, you guys are early. A loud laugh came from the east. A fiery red divine eagle flew over. The leader was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His aura suppressed the world and was not inferior to the middle-aged man in black from the Southern Divine Palace. There were many young geniuses on the fiery red godly eagles as well. There were more of them than the South God Palace and the West God Palace. The Eastern Divine Palace and the 11 continents in the east had arrived. Whoosh whoosh. North Divine Palace and the 12 continents in the north. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, the skyprides of South Divine Palace, West Divine Palace, and East Divine Palace all looked at the skyprides of North Divine Palace with solemn expressions. The 4 great Divine Palaces also had differences in strength. South Divine Palace and West Divine Palace were similar in strength and ranked last. East Divine Palace was slightly stronger than South Divine Palace and West Divine Palace. Among them, North Divine Palace was undoubtedly the strongest. That was because the second continent in the continent of Divine Ruins was in the north. In the direction of North Divine Palace, skyprides stood proudly. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies without restraint. There were close to 300 of them. At that moment, around the 36 mountains, sharp gazes pierced through the void like sharp swords. They were sizing each other up in the void. Gathered here were the strongest young skyprides of the continent of Divine Ruins. There were close to 1,000 of them. Close to 1,000 skyprides was a huge number. These skyprides were all experts who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. Every single one of them was a skyprides with great luck. Lion Do, Kong Lin, Yang Padian, Underworld Child, and the others of the Divine Wilderness continent all had solemn expressions. Deep in their eyes, there was shock. In the Divine Wilderness continent, they were undoubtedly at the peak of existence. Each of them was destined to become sovereigns. They would be the center of attention and be invincible among their peers. They were all arrogant and thought that even if they were to leave the Divine Wilderness continent, they would not be weak. They were the best skyprides. However, at that moment, their confidence was shaken. That was because there were close to 1,000 skyprides here. Every single one of them was no weaker than them. Some were even stronger. So many skyprides. This is more interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt the blood in his body boiling. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Beside him, Long Chen was also filled with fighting spirit. They stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Wilderness continent and were invincible. But now, they had so many opponents. This made their blood boil once again. Swoosh! 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 At that moment, a dozen figures moved. In a flash, they flew toward the 36 mountains. Lu Ming saw that there were 3 people from South Divine Palace. They were Ji Hongchen, Wang Zhen, and the purple-haired youth. Western Divine Palace also had 3 people, while Eastern Divine Palace and Northern Divine Palace had 4 each. There were a total of 14 of them, and they were the 14 strongest geniuses of the 4 Divine Palaces. Their names had long since shaken the entire Divine Ruins continent. The 14 of them each landed on the peak of a mountain, looking down on the other geniuses. Only the strongest geniuses could enter the 36 astral peaks. It was a symbol of status. The 14 peerless geniuses of the 4 godly palaces obviously had the right to do so. Looking at the 14 heaven's favorites, many people's eyes lit up. Whoosh! 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 Then, one figure after another leaped onto the remaining mountains like flickering lights and passing shadows. More than 22 people leaped onto the remaining 22 mountains. Naturally, some of the mountains had more than one person. Scram! Someone shouted. You're the one who should get lost. What qualifications do you have to occupy this mountain? Boom, then, a great battle broke out. It was very intense. Those who wanted to enter the mountains were extremely powerful geniuses. They were confident in themselves. Otherwise, they would not have dared to go up. Most of them were the strongest geniuses of the top 10 continents of the Divine Ruins continent. Boom. Boom. Boom, the sky rumbled. The battle was extremely intense. Various lights flickered in the sky. Heavens, are these the strongest geniuses of the Divine Ruins continent? This is too shocking. Their strength is comparable to a perfect spirit god, right? Even a perfect spirit god isn't this terrifying. Many people discussed among themselves in astonishment. Meanwhile, the eyes of Underworld Child, Lion Do, and the others were filled with astonishment. These people were too strong. 7th layer spirit god realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. These young men in the battle were all at the 7th layer spirit god realm. Their strength was extremely shocking. In the end, the battle was still decided. Someone was knocked flying while spitting out blood. Then, a young man stood on each of the 36 astral peaks. However, the battle was obviously not over yet. Scram! This is not a place where you can stand. Young experts flew up from 4 different directions. They each chose a target and launched a fierce attack. On the Southern God Palace's side, 3 people from the White Feather continent had set foot on the Divine Ruins continent, 1 from the Zhanping continent, and 1 youth from another continent. This continent was called the Flaming Tide continent. This youth was wearing a long robe with a flame pattern. He was the number 1 genius of the Flaming Tide continent. At this moment, a short-haired youth from the Zhanping continent flew out and attacked the Flaming Tide continent's genius. Scram! The short-haired youth from the Zhanping continent shouted coldly. His iron fist was like a mountain as he punched the Flaming Tide continent's genius. The Flaming Tide continent's genius's gaze turned cold. Flames surged from his body as he engaged in a fierce battle with the short-haired youth. Both of them were at the 7th layer spirit god realm. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, the short-haired youth from the Xianping continent was stronger and sent the Flaming Tide continent's genius flying. The Xianping continent is indeed worthy of being ranked 8th. This person is called Lu Qingzhou. He's the number 2 genius of the Xianping continent. His strength is actually so shocking. The top 10 continents are indeed amazing. They have as many experts as the clouds. The other continents can't compare at all. The geniuses of the smaller continents around Lu Ming and the others were discussing. Their words were filled with awe and admiration. They were all geniuses who stood at the peak of their respective continents. However, compared to these geniuses, there was a huge gap. However, many of them clenched their fists. They were confident that their talent wasn't inferior to others. It was just that their resources weren't as good as those of the top continents. That was why their cultivation was lagging behind. As long as they were given time, they were confident that they could catch up. Lu Qingzhou stood at the top of a mountain and looked around. His gaze was especially cold when it landed on Lu Ming. "You too, scram." Unfortunately, Lu Qingzhou didn't even stand there for a minute before a genius from the Eastern Divine Palace rushed out and attacked Lu Qingzhou. The two of them fought fiercely. However, after just a dozen moves, Lu Qingzhou was beaten until he vomited blood and was sent flying far away. "Damn it!" Lu Qingzhou growled. He looked unwilling, but his eyes were filled with shock. The genius from the Eastern Divine Palace had defeated him in a dozen moves. He was too strong. The fierce battle continued. However, the 14 strongest geniuses of the 4 divine palaces, as well as the geniuses from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th continents, didn't dare to challenge them. That was because these people gave off a very dangerous feeling. The battle went on for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. 36 Big Dipper peaks were occupied by 36 sky brides. They stood high and proud as they looked down on the other geniuses. For a moment, no one went up to challenge them. Of course, it didn't mean that the 36 sky brides were the strongest among the 1,000 sky brides present. There might be some who didn't want to challenge them. For example, Long Chen. Currently, Long Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level spirit god. With the terrifying power of his immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline, he could definitely occupy one of the peaks. There was also Lu Ming. Now that his 9 dragons bloodline had reached the 9th level of the divine realm, his combat strength was even stronger. It wouldn't be a problem for him to occupy one of the peaks. Among the remaining geniuses, how could there not be any skyprides with terrifying strength? It was just that they didn't make a move due to various reasons. After all, the Celestial God sect hadn't started the selection process yet. There was no need for some to expose their strength. Ha ha ha, looks like the Southern Divine Palace isn't going to make it. You only occupy 7 peaks. A loud laugh came from an emperor of the West Divine Palace. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned ugly. There were a total of 36 peaks, and the Southern Divine Palace only occupied 7. It was obvious that they were weaker. The Western Divine Palace and the Southern Divine Palace's strength had always been on par. The competition between them was naturally fierce. Moreover, the Celestial God sect was selecting disciples this time. Whoever succeeded in joining the Celestial God sect would naturally receive more rewards from the Celestial God sect. The skybrides of the Southern Divine Palace aren't that high profile. The black-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly. Haha, so you're saying that the Southern Divine Palace is hiding many skybrides who can step onto the Big Dipper Peak? The sovereign from the Western Divine Palace sneered. The black-robed middle-aged man's face was cold. He didn't say anything as he wasn't confident. He was just putting on a brave front. Buzz, at this moment, one of the altars in the sky suddenly vibrated slightly. Countless inscriptions flashed and radiance spread out. Many people were shocked as they looked at the altar with hopeful eyes. Legend had it that the 9 ancient altars were the spatial passageways that led to the major forces of the Yuan continent. A long time ago, the Divine Ruins mainland was connected to the 9 major forces of the Yuan continent. Therefore, the 9 altars were left. But now, the Godly Ruins mainland had long lost contact with the 9 major forces. The 9 ancient altars had not been activated for a long time. Some time ago, one of the forces, the Heavenly God sect, suddenly got in touch with the Divine Ruins continent and issued an order to select disciples. Were the experts of the Celestial God sect, one of the major forces of the Yuan continent, about to arrive? That was one of the major forces in Yuan continent. Most of the people were staring at the altar with burning gazes. Yuanlu was the core of the primordial realm. It was a place that all cultivators yearned for. It was a holy land for cultivation. Over there were powerhouses who truly stood at the peak. Legend had it that there were peerless almighty beings who had survived since the ancient times. There were countless geniuses there. That place was prosperous to the extreme. Unfortunately, no one had been there. Even many rulers had not been there. Now, he was finally going to meet the experts of the major forces in Yuanlu. The light grew brighter and brighter. In the end, a door of light appeared on the ancient altar. Then, everyone saw figures emerging from the door of light. There were a total of 6 figures. The leader was an elder with a head full of silver hair. Behind the elder were 2 middle-aged burly men. The 3 of them stood there casually, but their bodies exuded an unparalleled pressure. That pressure was like a sacred mountain that weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. It pressed down on everyone's hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. So powerful. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The pressure that the 3 of them gave off was far greater than that of the black-robed middle-aged man. In other words, the 3 of them had surpassed level 3 martial royal realm. Behind the 3 of them were 3 young men. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the woman was beautiful. The 3 young men and women scanned the crowd. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, arrogance, and disdain. It was as if they were high and mighty emperors facing a bunch of beggars. Greetings, emissary of the Heavenly God sect. The rulers of the 4 sacred palaces quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, emissary of the Heavenly God sect. The others, including the emissary of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, also bowed respectfully. Are all the geniuses of the continent of the Divine Ruins here? The silver-haired elder asked. His voice was melodious and resounded in everyone's ears. No matter how far away they were, they could hear him clearly. Emissary, all the strongest geniuses of the continent of the Divine Ruins are here. A ruler of the Northern Sacred Palace said respectfully. Very well. From now on, the Heavenly God sect will choose a group of geniuses to join the Heavenly God sect. There is no limit to the number. It mainly depends on your performance. If you perform well, you will be able to join the Heavenly God sect. Therefore, you will have to go through a series of tests. There will be 2 rounds in this test. Now, we need to set up the venue for the first round of tests. It will take 7 days, so the first round of tests will take place in 7 days. Come back 7 days later. The silver-haired elder announced. Yes, we will take our leave. The rulers of the 4 sacred palaces bowed and left with the geniuses. The 4 sacred palaces all had branches in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. Soon, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a huge mansion. There were many palaces and buildings in the mansion. Lu Ming and the others each had a spacious room. Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the room together and entered the mountain river diagram. Xianxia sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and quietly comprehended. In the Divine Ruins, Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert who cultivated the demonic Tao. He needed time to comprehend it carefully. The Enlightenment ancient tree could help Xianxia improve quickly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on another mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, a pile of origin stones appeared in front of him. There were millions of them. Now, Lu Ming's various wills of heaven and earth had been greatly improved, far surpassing his current cultivation. It was time to use the origin stones to improve his cultivation. In this selection, there were many geniuses in the Divine Ruins. With Lu Ming's current cultivation of the 5th level spirit god, it was obviously not enough. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and swallowed millions of origin stones in one gulp and began to refine them. The 9 dragons' bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine realm, and the power of devouring and refining had increased to a terrifying level. The refining of origin stones had also reached an astonishing level. Millions of origin stones were constantly being refined and turned into true origin qi, which surged in Lu Ming's body like a tide. Rumble, true origin chi flowed and rumbled. Lu Ming's spirit god became more and more condensed and dazzling. Lu Ming's cultivation also became stronger. Soon, millions of origin stones were all refined. Lu Ming took out millions more and continued to devour and refine them. At his current level, Lu Ming needed even more origin stones. Just like this, Lu Ming had refined a shocking 20 million origin stones. At this moment, a fierce whistling sound came from Lu Ming's body. His aura suddenly soared. 6th level spirit god. However, Lu Ming did not stop at this point. Instead, he continued to devour and refine origin stones. His current intent realm cultivation was enough to support his cultivation to skyrocket. Piles of origin stones were constantly refined and turned into Lu Ming's true yuan. Early 6th level spirit god, mid 6th level spirit god, late 6th level spirit god, Lu Ming's cultivation was rising at a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. When the 7th day arrived, Lu Ming's aura had reached an unprecedented height. 7th level spirit god, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7th level spirit god in one go. So strong. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon art and felt the true yuan in his body that was 10 times stronger than before. He smiled. Compared to 7 days ago, his current combat strength was many times more powerful than before. The stronger his cultivation and true yuan were, the stronger the hell-suppressing heaven skill's power would be, and his battle strength would skyrocket. Whoosh, Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, arriving in front of Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia also stood up and smiled. In 7 days, Xianxia's cultivation had actually risen by 2 levels, from the early 6th level spirit god to the late 6th level spirit god. The speed was also shockingly fast. Xianxia had just obtained the inheritance of a supreme existence. This period of time was the time for her cultivation to explode. As she comprehended more of the inheritance, her cultivation would continue to rise. Time's up. Let's go out. Lu Ming smiled with confidence in his eyes. The two of them exited the mountain river diagram. As expected, the crowd had already begun to gather. In a courtyard, the prodigies of the southern god palace were gathered. The black-robed middle-aged man was sitting at the front. The black-robed middle-aged man had a solemn expression. This time, the prodigies of the other 3 forces are all shockingly strong. You must work hard. Once you're selected by the Celestial God sect and become their disciples, not only will you be able to join the Celestial God sect to cultivate, but the Southern God Palace will also reward you greatly. Therefore, you must do your best. Yes. Everyone nodded. All right, come with me. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded and led the group into the sky. Soon, they arrived near the 36 Tiangang Mountains. Whoosh! Whoosh, in the sky, ear-piercing sounds could be heard continuously. The geniuses of the other 3 factions had arrived as well. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the heavenly god sect's silver-haired elder and the others appeared in the air above the 36 mountains. The silver-haired old man swept them with his gaze and said, "This time, the first round will be carried out in a small dimension. There are no rules there, and you can utilize any method. Your mission is to stay in that dimension for 15 days, and you'll be able to enter the next round if you stay there for 15 days. As long as I stay for 15 days, I can enter the next round?" Many people were surprised. This sounded very simple. If he stayed for 15 days, wouldn't he be able to enter the next round if he found a place to hide? It shouldn't be that simple, many people thought. Also, there are some opportunities in this small plane. I can tell you that these opportunities are very rare in the continent of God and can greatly increase your strength. The silver-haired old man's voice was full of temptation. Many people's eyes lit up. These opportunities were given by the Heavenly God sect. How valuable would they be? Of course, if you want to obtain these opportunities, you'll need the key, and the key is with each of you. The silver-haired old man continued. You need the key? The key is with each of us? Many people were flabbergasted and puzzled. However, the silver-haired old man didn't want to explain further. An earth-shattering aura burst out from his body. The aura was so strong that even the black-clothed middle-aged man, who was a rank 3 martial royal realm expert, was shocked. Whoosh, the silver-haired old man waved his hand and a huge light door appeared in the air. "You can enter from here," the silver-haired old man said. "Let's go." Whoosh! 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 Immediately, some people rushed into the door of light and disappeared. The silver-haired old man had said that there were great opportunities inside. If they entered first, they would have a higher chance of obtaining great opportunities. Go, go, go. Young people rushed into the light door one by one. Xiaoqing, be careful when you enter. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand. I will, you too. Xianxia nodded. Following this, the two sprang into the air and entered the light door. Following this, the surroundings changed abruptly. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a mountain range. There was no one around him. As expected, the place was random. He had been separated from Xianxia. Lu Ming took out a sound-conducting jade talisman and sent a message to Xianxia. Unfortunately, the message could not be sent out. At that instant, Lu Ming discovered that his spine was slightly warm, with streams of blood qi lingering in the air. These streams of blood qi gathered above Lu Ming's head and formed a blood-red key. Key? The silver-haired old man said that the key is with each of us. Is he referring to this key? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps, each of them had a key above their heads. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming chose a direction at random and flew into the air. Eh? That's... After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw a floating palace high in the sky. There was actually a floating palace here. Lu Ming was very curious and he flew up. The door of the palace was tightly shut. In front of the door, there were two young men. Sure enough, it's a blood-red key. Lu Ming saw a key floating above the two young men's heads. Open! One of the young men heavily punched the door of the palace. However, the door of the palace did not move at all. Instead, it was the young man himself who was pushed back by the rebounding force. It can't be broken. I've tried before, the other young man said. At that moment, the two of them also noticed Lu Ming and looked over at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stopped at a spot not far away and sized up the hall carefully. He did not know what material the palace was made of. The young man who attacked just now was very strong and had reached the 6th level of the spirit god realm, but he still could not break it open. There are 9 small holes over there. Could they be keyholes? Lu Ming suddenly looked at a stone tablet beside the door. There were 9 small holes on the tablet, arranged in a strange pattern. The other two young men's eyes lit up. 9 small holes. Could it be that 9 people and 9 keys are needed to open it? One of the young men in black robes guessed. Swoosh! Suddenly, the 6th level spirit god realm young man pounced toward the young man in black robes like lightning. A saber light condensed in his hand and slashed toward the young man in black robes. What are you doing? However, the black-robed youth's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm, and he was much weaker than his opponent. Coupled with the fact that he was in a hurry, he couldn't block the attack at all. Poochie, a bloody light burst forth as the black-robed youth's head flew high into the sky. Even his spirit god was minced into pieces. If I can seize your key, then I don't need 9 people. The youth at the 6th level of the spirit god realm revealed an icy cold smile. Subsequently, a strange scene appeared. The bloodline energy in the spine of the black-robed youth started to converge towards the blood-colored key. The blood-colored key shone resplendently as it suffused the air. Subsequently, it flew towards the youth at the 6th level of the spirit god realm and appeared above his head. 2 blood-colored keys appeared above the head of the 6th level spirit god realm youth. Ha ha ha, it was only a guess. I didn't expect that I would really be able to seize it. So long as I gather 9 keys, I'll be able to open this hall by myself and obtain the fortune within. The young man at the 6th level spirit god realm laughed and looked at Lu Ming coldly. You actually didn't flee just now. Now, become my key as well. The youth revealed a ferocious expression as his killing intent was icy cold. It's actually a blood-colored key condensed from bloodline energy. How miraculous! Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the youth as he muttered with a curious expression. Die, kid. Killing intent bloomed in the youth's eyes when he saw Lu Ming directly ignoring him. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. A blade light slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. Just now, he'd killed the black-robed youth with a blade strike like this. Now, the might of this blade strike was even stronger than the previous one. It seemed like the blade light was about to slash Lu Ming's neck. 3 keys. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the youth's face as if he'd already obtained 3 keys. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and there was an extremely terrified expression in his eyes. A spear light had appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his dantian. It went straight through his body and minced his spirit god into pieces. Fast, the spear light's speed was too fast, and its might was terrifying. The true essence that covered his entire body was pierced through by the spear light like paper. No. He opened his mouth with great difficulty, wanting to beg for mercy. The spear light shook, and the 6th-level spirit god youth's body was torn into pieces. As soon as the youth died, his bloodline power gathered towards the blood-colored key. Finally, the 2 blood-colored keys floated above Lu Ming's head. Including his own, there were 3 blood-colored keys floating above Lu Ming's head. 3 keys. It seems that killing one person will allow me to obtain the other person's key. As long as I gather all 9 keys, I will be able to open the palace and obtain the fortune inside. I just don't know if there are many of these palaces. If there are many, then it will be a bloody massacre. Lu Ming sighed. In order to obtain the opportunities left behind by the heavenly god sect in the palace, those geniuses would definitely kill others to obtain the keys. Little Qing. Lu Ming was a little worried about Xianxia. First, we have to find Xiao Qing. Lu Ming made up his mind and was about to leave. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light tore through the void and appeared not far away. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Lu Ming knew both of them. Both of them were geniuses who had fought to a draw with the mainland. One of them was one of the people whom Lu Ming had defeated in the ruins of God. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the spirit god realm. The other one had short hair and looked capable. He was the 2nd strongest genius of the continent, Lu Qingzhou. There were 2 blood-colored keys above Lu Qingzhou's head, and the other one had 1. They first glanced at the palace before looking at Lu Ming. It's him. It's that kid from the Divine Wilderness continent. 3 blood-colored keys. Their eyes lit up when they saw Lu Ming, and then they were overjoyed. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were blazing as he laughed. It's actually this kid who dares to touch the people of the continent. Haha, give me your keys. Lu Qingzhou laughed as his figure flashed and charged towards Lu Ming, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Whoosh, a scimitar appeared in Lu Qingzhou's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming moved his feet and his figure swayed slightly, avoiding Lu Qingzhou's saber gleam. Kid, don't even think about running. Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly. Run? I'm afraid that you'll run away. Lu Ming sneered. Whoosh, he took a step forward and instantly approached the other young man from the continent. You. Get lost. The young man shouted and performed bloodline fusion to launch his strongest attack, trying to stop Lu Ming. Although he wasn't a match for Lu Ming in the ruins of God, he could still exchange a few blows with him. Now, he was confident that he could stop Lu Ming. Bang, Lu Ming punched the young man's bloodline. Immediately, the young man's bloodline exploded and even his physical body was turned into dust. The young man's bloodline power gathered on the blood-colored key above his head and appeared above Lu Ming's head. There were a total of 4 blood-colored keys above Lu Ming's head. Lu Qingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ming's punch had shocked him. However, he was still confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. It's not bad for a mere divine wilderness continent to have a genius like you. However, you still have to die. Kill. Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly as his saber light tore through the void, creating a hideous crack in space. Whoosh, the sharp saber light went straight for Lu Ming's throat. You want to kill me after fighting the 2nd strongest genius of the continent? Let's see what you're capable of. Lu Ming punched out and 8 dragon forces erupted from his body as he activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The void seemed to be groaning under Lu Ming's fist. The space within a radius of 1,000 miles was vibrating violently, creating many ripples. Clang, the fist collided with Lu Qingzhou's saber light. Lu Qingzhou's expression changed drastically as his body flew out like a cannonball, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. 7th level spirit god, but how can a 7th level spirit god be so strong? Lu Qingzhou roared in his heart. He could sense that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early 7th level spirit god realm. The fact that there was a 7th level spirit god in the divine wilderness continent had already shocked him. However, his cultivation was at the late 7th level spirit god realm, which was even higher than Lu Ming's. It was shocking that he was heavily injured by a single punch. He was afraid in his heart. This is a monster. Let's go. Whoosh, Lu Qingzhou turned around and fled frantically. It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and crossed the void in a few steps, chasing after Lu Qingzhou. He approached Lu Ming in a few breaths' time. I'll fight you to the death. Lu Qingzhou roared as he executed the bloodline fusion and turned into a saber. The saber emitted a dazzling light and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang, Lu Ming still punched out. The saber shook violently and flew far away. Clang, then, Lu Ming punched out again. Currently, 3 of Lu Ming's 5 intents had reached the peak of the 4th level, and 2 of them had reached the peak of the 4th level. Just the combination of the 5 intents was already very powerful, not to mention the other intents. Now, Lu Ming could easily crush ordinary geniuses of the same level, even if they had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. The machete exploded, and Lu Qingzhou's body flew far away. His body was almost smashed, and he was covered in blood. Blood was also spurting out of his mouth. How could this be? How could he be so strong? He roared in his heart, extremely terrified. Being ranked 8th among the 42 continents of the Divine Ruins continent group meant that there were many geniuses there. For him to be ranked 2nd among so many geniuses, he was definitely second only to one person and above millions of others. He was an invincible existence at the same level. But now, he was seriously injured by Lu Ming in a few punches. It was really unbelievable. All he wanted now was to escape, as far as he could. But obviously, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Bang, Lu Ming took a step forward and punched out. A violent force crushed towards Lu Qingzhou. No, no. Lu Qingzhou roared hysterically, but in the next moment, his body suddenly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Bloodline power gathered towards the keys, and in the next moment, 6 blood-colored keys appeared above Lu Ming's head. Buzz, at this moment, the 6 blood-colored keys vibrated as if they were resonating with each other, emitting a strong blood-colored light. Then, the light of the 6 keys gathered, forming an extremely strong blood-colored light pillar that shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. At this moment, even Lu Ming could see this blood-colored light pillar from a very far distance away. What's that? What a strong blood-colored light. Could a rare treasure have appeared? Let's go and take a look. Let's go. One by one, figures pounced in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the light pillar above his head and was stunned. Could it be that gathering 6 keys would cause such a phenomenon? Then it would be too difficult to gather 9 keys. It would be strange if such a phenomenon did not attract other experts. There was nowhere to hide. It was too difficult to obtain the opportunity mentioned by the Heavenly God sect. If that's the case, I'll kill whoever dares to touch me. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He decided not to leave. He stood quietly in the void and waited. Not long after, whoosh. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. 7 or 8 youths in feathered robes appeared first. It's him. It's Lu Ming. One of them was actually Mu Ju. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, he shouted loudly, revealing a cold light. 6 keys. A mere piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent actually managed to gather 6 keys. It looks like his luck is pretty good. The moment he arrived, he encountered a pile of trash. A young man with black wings sneered. How strong could a person from the divine wilderness continent be to be able to gather 6 keys? He must have encountered a continent that was even more trashy, allowing Lu Ming to obtain the 6 keys. If I kill him, I'll be able to gather the 9 keys. A young man in silver-white feathered robes licked his lips and sneered. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. You were lucky last time. Muju laughed. There were 7 heavens prides from the white feather continent here. One of them, the young man in white feathered robes, was an existence that had stepped onto the 36th Tiangang peak. He was superior to the other heavens prides. With the heavens prides from the white feather continent here, he was sure that Lu Ming was going to die. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air continued to ring out. A group of youths appeared behind Lu Ming. The one in the lead had a face full of green whiskers and an extremely powerful aura. There are 6 keys. Haha, these 6 keys are mine. The young man with the green whiskers saw the 6 blood-red keys above Lu Ming's head and his eyes emitted a blazing light. There were 4 keys above his head. Adding Lu Ming's, he had 9 keys. Man Feng, it's you. On the white feather continent, the young man in silver feathered robes had a slight change in expression. The young man with the green whiskers came from the yellow verdant continent and was ranked 5th in the Divine Ruins continent group. The young man with the green whiskers was also an expert that had stepped onto the 36th Tiangang peak. Haha, Silver Wing, what a coincidence. The young man with the green whiskers grinned. Man Feng, I found this brat first. You should leave as soon as possible. Silver Wing said coldly. Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is the Heavenly God sex assessment. Who told you about first come first serve? It depends on ability. The keys will belong to whoever kills him first. Man Feng grinned. He looked simple and honest, but the cruel killing intent in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, there were sounds of something breaking through the air from other directions. More young heavens prides had arrived. But when they saw Man Feng and Silver Wing, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's the heavens prides that stepped onto the 36th Tiangang peak. Retreat. Let's go. The faces of those who came later changed drastically as they retreated. Lu Ming is dead meat. One of them was the Divine Wilderness Continent's heavens pride, Lion Capital. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a gloating light as he fled far away. Kill. At this moment, Silver Wing suddenly launched an attack. A pair of silver wings appeared behind his back. Like a silver lightning bolt, he pounced towards Lu Ming. His sharp claws could tear through everything as he clawed at Lu Ming. Silver Wing, you're despicable. How dare you launch a sneak attack? This brat is mine. Man Feng roared. The roar of a beast could be heard from his body. He took a few steps in the air and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them had completely treated Lu Ming as their prey, their key provider. In their eyes, Lu Ming's fate was already sealed. He was dead for sure. They had to be wary of him. He's mine. Silver Wing's eyes were cold. He had killed Lu Ming in one move. In this way, if he killed Lu Ming first, Lu Ming's blood-colored key would naturally belong to him. Hee hee, you're just ignoring me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. He shifted his feet slightly and dodged Silver Wing's claw. Brat, you still dare to dodge? Die. Silver Wing roared. His claws swiftly clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually dared to dodge. He was furious. He had seized the opportunity with great difficulty. If Lu Ming dodged, wouldn't he lose it? In his heart, he did not consider that if he wanted to kill Lu Ming, wouldn't it be normal for Lu Ming to dodge? He only thought that if Lu Ming dodged, wouldn't he destroy his opportunity? Then I won't dodge. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, boom, an extremely shocking aura erupted from his body. The aura of a 7th-level spirit god was completely released. The 5-colored concept revolved around him as he punched out. This punch directly hit one of Silver Wing's claws. Crack! What? Man Feng was originally rushing towards Lu Ming, worried that Silver Wing would take the initiative. But suddenly, he saw that Silver Wing's claw was injured by Lu Ming's punch, and he kept retreating. He was a little stunned. In his imagination, this was not the case at all. He was still worried that Lu Ming would be killed by the Silver Wing in 2 moves. In his heart, he was silently praying that Lu Ming could dodge and block a few moves. Never did he expect that it would actually be such a scene. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His killing intent was extremely strong. Shrouded by Lu Ming's killing intent, Silver Wing felt cold all over and quickly retreated. You don't want to kill me. Why are you retreating now? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward, caught up with Silver Wing in an instant, and struck out with his palm. The power of this palm made Silver Wing's hair stand on end, and his muscles trembled in fear. Caw! A sharp cry was heard. Silver Wing turned into a big silver bird, exuding a silver light and extraordinary power. It turned out that Silver Wing was not a human, but a demon. This was his original form. In his original form, Silver Wing folded his wings and blocked in front of him, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. Bam! Lu Ming's palm slashed down, crushing the Silver Wing's protective demonic power. The palm slashed on the Silver Wing's wings, emitting a loud clang. The Silver Wing directly exploded and silver feathers flew all over the sky. Silver Wing screamed and retreated like crazy, like a silver lightning bolt. Bam! 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 Lu Ming stepped forward, using the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. The power of each step was stronger than the previous one, and the power of each step fell on Silver Wing's body. With each step, Silver Wing's body shook violently. When Lu Ming took the 8th step, Silver Wing let out a shrill scream, and then his body was torn apart. Silver blood scattered in the air. How can he be so strong? On the other side, Manfeng was flabbergasted. Then, he felt a chill in his heart. It was too shocking. Silver Wing's battle prowess was about the same as his, but in Lu Ming's hands, he was killed in just a few moves. This was too terrifying. Run! Run! This was the first thing that flashed through his mind. Then, he turned around and ran. Didn't you want my key? Why are you running away now? A cold voice rang in Manfeng's ears. Manfeng roared in fright. He exploded with all his strength and punched towards Lu Ming. But what welcomed him was Lu Ming's punch. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, Manfeng felt a sharp pain in his arm. The bones in his arm had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! 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 Following that was Lu Ming's storm-like attacks. The shadows of his fists were like mountains, enveloping brute wind. No! Manfeng roared, but in the next moment, he was drowned out. Then, with a scream, Manfeng was killed. 2 top powerhouses who could step foot on the 36th Tiangang Peak were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. How could this be? Not too far away, the geniuses of the White Feather Continent and the Yellow Verdant Continent looked at this scene in shock. They were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Especially Mu Ju, he kept muttering, completely unable to accept everything in front of him. Lu Ming's battle prowess was very strong. He had long known that Lu Ming had killed so many experts in the ruins of God. Even the experts at the Great Perfection Spirit God realm were no match for Lu Ming. However, the geniuses who could set foot on the 36 Tiangang peaks had the battle prowess of a Great Perfection Spirit God. They could even kill a Great Perfection Spirit God. Their battle prowess was incomparably close to that of a Supreme Being. They were definitely above Lu Ming at that time. He originally thought that with Silver Wing's battle prowess, it was enough to kill Lu Ming. But now? Lu Ming effortlessly slashed Silver Wings and brute wind consecutively. He did not even unleash his bloodline. This kind of combat power was simply too shocking and terrifying. Mu Ju, it's your turn now. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Mu Ju with eyes full of killing intent. No, Mu Ju was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He screamed and ran back frantically. The others also dispersed in an uproar. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure was like lightning, rushing towards Mu Ju. No, don't kill me. Help! Help! Mu Ju screamed crazily, completely without the courage to resist. Didn't you want to kill me? Lu Ming said. No, please, let me go. Mu Ju was about to cry. Why didn't you consider letting me go when we were in the ruins of God? Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was incomparably cold. He must kill Mu Ju. Lu Ming, I'm the young lord of the Mu family. My father is the patriarch of the Mu family, an emperor. If you want to kill me, no one can save you. You're dead meat. Muju screamed. Seeing that begging for mercy didn't work, he began to threaten. That's my business. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered, unmoved. No. Muju was trembling in fear. He only knew how to scream. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with Muju. With a palm strike, Muju didn't have the slightest strength to resist and was killed by Lu Ming. Buzz, at this moment, the light above Lu Ming's head was even more dazzling. The blood-red light pillar was even more brilliant. Because there were a total of 9 blood-red keys floating above Lu Ming's head. Why are there only 9? Lu Ming was surprised. Just now, he had killed Silver Wing and Man Feng. Logically speaking, he should have obtained more than 10 keys from them. But now, there were only 9 keys above Lu Ming's head. It seems that I can only get 9 keys at a time. Any more and it would be a waste. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Let's open that palace first. Lu Ming's eyes looked at the palace. Suddenly, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of danger approaching rapidly. Whoosh, in the sky, a sword light fell from the sky, aiming at Lu Ming. Before the sword light arrived, a terrifying chill descended, as if it was going to freeze Lu Ming completely. Boom, without any hesitation, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sword light. With a bang, the sword light exploded and turned into ice shards that scattered in all directions. It was an ice sword. As for Lu Ming, he took 3 consecutive steps back. So cold, such a terrifying chill. Lu Ming felt his fist go numb. He looked down and saw a layer of ice crystals on his fist. His fist was covered with 5 types of essence of heaven and earth and was covered by his vital essence. Under his skin, there was also a layer of dragon power due to the outburst of dragon power. However, the cold air actually penetrated multiple layers of defense and was about to freeze Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming had never seen such a chill before. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and saw a young man in white walking towards Lu Ming step by step. There were 5 keys floating above this person's head. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This person was one of the 4 strongest geniuses of the North Divine Palace. He was as famous as Ji Hongqian and Wang Jin. Ice Dragon. Not bad. You were able to take one of my attacks and only took 3 steps back. You're pretty strong. Ice Dragon stepped down step by step and spoke calmly, looking high and mighty. He had seen how Lu Ming killed Silver Wing and Man Feng, but he was still full of confidence. Stepping onto the 36th astral peak didn't mean anything. He didn't care about Silver Wing and Man Feng at all. You want my key too? Lu Ming looked at Ice Dragon and asked. Haha, I can't miss this chance. You can only blame yourself for being too unlucky. Ice Dragon said coldly, as if he was certain that Lu Ming would be defeated. You're that confident? Silver Wing and Man Feng were also that confident, but they ended up giving me your key. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me with those 2 trash. Otherwise, you'll realize that you've made a huge mistake. Ice Dragon smiled confidently. He walked toward Lu Ming as he spoke, and a terrifying chill spread out from his body. Lu Ming's true yuan boiled and burned fiercely. It seems like you want to fight to the death. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ice Dragon's voice turned cold, and countless ice crystals appeared around him. That was the condensation of the water vapor in the air, which had been frozen by the cold air. Even the wind around the Ice Dragon had stopped, as if it had been frozen. Whoosh, Ice Dragon pointed at Lu Ming, and a terrifying chill shot toward Lu Ming. The chill seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. Boom, Lu Ming's true yuan roared in his body, and the 5 intents of heaven and earth were circulated to the extreme. A pair of 5-colored gloves formed on his fists, and he punched out at the attack. Bang, an intense explosion rang out, and a white, cold chi ripple spread out in all directions. At this moment, with them as the center, the sky for thousands of miles around them turned white, and countless ice crystals appeared. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he took 2 steps back. So cold. This time, not only Lu Ming's fists, but even his body was covered in a layer of white ice crystals. Ice Dragon raised his eyebrows. He was surprised that Lu Ming had managed to block his attack. He was confident that he could kill geniuses like Silver Wing and Man Feng with this single finger. Icebound 10,000 miles. The cold aura around Ice Dragon's body became even colder. This time it changed from a finger to a palm. With a palm strike, cold aura filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, space seemed to have been frozen. Lu Ming felt as if his body had sunk into a swamp, unable to move. Die. It's your honor to die from this move of mine. Ice Dragon's cold voice sounded. Really? Then let's try the 9th dragon force. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer as a dragon's roar resounded from within his body. The 9th dragon's force erupted. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was suffused with a layer of purple sparkling light. Even his muscles were slightly wriggling. This power? Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon power was boiling, and he was filled with endless power. Boom, with a punch, with Lu Ming as the center, the space within a 10-mile radius was annihilated and turned into nothingness. The feeling of sinking into a swamp also disappeared without a trace. Boom, then, another punch was thrown towards Ice Dragon, colliding with his palm. This power, when the fist and palm collided, Ice Dragon's face changed drastically. His body trembled as 9 layers of ice crystals appeared in front of him. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Boom boom, the 9 layers of ice crystals turned into ashes under Lu Ming's terrifying power. Chi, the ice crystals contained endless cold aura. They wanted to freeze Lu Ming, but they were all repelled by Lu Ming's power. This cold aura seems to be the ice concept. But why is it so terrifying? The temperature is so low. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He had come into contact with the concept of ice many times. Although its power was great, it was still worlds apart from the Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon's ice concept was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had never seen it before. Lu Ming was surprised, but Ice Dragon's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming could actually force him back, which was beyond his expectations. Looks like you were hiding your strength before. Your strength is indeed shocking, but it's still too early to fight with me. Ice Dragon's voice became colder and colder. The aura on his body also became stronger and colder. 8th level Spirit God Realm was Ice Dragon's cultivation. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the 8th level Spirit God Realm. Coupled with the terrifying ice concept, it was easy for Ice Dragon to kill a perfected spirit god. Concept martial technique, absolute 0. Hoo, at this moment, Ice Dragon performed bloodline fusion and turned into an ice sword. The sword light was shocking. The moment this sword light appeared, everything in the world seemed to stop moving. It was as if everything in the world had stopped moving. There was only that sword light in the world. The ice sword slashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes also became serious. Ice Dragon's cultivation was originally 1 level higher than his. Coupled with the terrifying ice concept, his battle strength was extremely shocking. Ice Dragon did have the right to be arrogant. People like Silver Wing and Man Feng weren't even worthy of carrying Ice Dragon's shoes. They were too far apart and could be killed with a casual move. Roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming also performed bloodline fusion and turned into 9 dragons. Kill. The 9 dragons stepped into the air and charged towards Ice Dragon. The 2 of them started a great battle. Boom boom boom, this part of the world exploded. Endless energy mixed with terrifying coldness wreaked havoc in the world. In the distance, some people saw Lu Ming's blood-colored light pillar and wanted to rush over to check the situation. But thousands of miles away, they all widened their eyes in horror and then turned around to leave. Heavens, how can he be so strong? Is he still in the same generation as us? Too terrifying. With such strength, he can almost fight with a sovereign, right? Run quickly. Those skyprides scattered in all directions in fear, not daring to get too close for fear of being sucked in and dying an unnatural death. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Ice Dragon had exchanged dozens of moves. Dragon roars shook the sky. Lu Ming became more and more courageous as he fought. Every inch of the 9 dragons' body was a weapon of war. He used the true dragon battle technique, 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, and the suppressing hell heaven skill one after another. The power of the 9 dragons seemed to be able to destroy everything. The power of the suppressing hell heaven skill seemed to be able to suppress everything. Although the ice dragon's frost concept was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming had comprehended 5 types of heaven and earth concepts after all. If he gathered them together, he would be able to contend with it. Rip, with a swipe of his dragon claw, he broke through Ice Dragon's layer of ice battle armor and left a deep mark on it. Bang, the divine dragon swung its tail and the suppressing hell heaven skill exploded, sending Ice Dragon flying. Who is this person? Which continent is he from? He actually has such shocking battle strength. I'll let you off this time. Let's fight again next time. After saying that, the ice dragon turned around and left. Just like that, it escaped. Lu Ming did not chase after him. He transformed back into his human form and looked coldly in the direction that Ice Dragon had left. Ice Dragon was indeed very strong. Lu Ming still had some tricks up his sleeve and had not activated his 3rd bloodline. However, even if he did, he might not be able to kill Ice Dragon. Moreover, he already had 9 keys. Even if he killed Ice Dragon, he would not be able to obtain more keys. Let's see what's inside the palace. Lu Ming flew into the sky and came to the front of the palace. There was a stone tablet in front of the door of the palace. There were 9 small holes on the tablet that looked like keyholes. With a thought, the 9 keys above his head flew toward the 9 small holes. The 9 keys all entered the small holes. Crack, the door of the palace opened. Just as I thought. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Without hesitation, he stepped out and walked into the main door of the hall. As soon as Lu Ming walked in, the door of the palace closed again. There was a large hall in the palace. Lu Ming looked around. Lu Ming found that there were several platforms in the hall. There were balls of light on the platforms. He could see that there were symbols under the balls of light. On one of the platforms, there were some elixir symbols under the balls of light. The expert of the Heavenly God sect said that there was an opportunity in this small plane. The key was with each of them. The opportunity he mentioned should be these balls of light. Lu Ming guessed and continued to look around. The symbols under the balls of light on the other platform were much more complicated. Below some of the balls of light, there were lightning patterns. Below some of the balls of light, there were flame patterns, water patterns, tornadoes, and so on. What's in these balls of light? How many can I choose? They can't all be mine, right? Lu Ming guessed. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming walked to the ball of light with the lightning pattern and reached out to grab it. Poof, the ball of light shattered, and a jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. So easy? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Then, his eyes lit up and he reached out to grab another ball of light. He didn't move an inch. That ball of light seemed to be a layer of protective shield, firmly blocking Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and even unleashed his dragon power. However, the ball of light did not budge at all. He could not break it at all. Following that, Lu Ming switched to another ball of light, but the result was still the same. Lu Ming tried almost all the balls of light, but none of them could be broken. It seems that I can only obtain the items in one light ball each time I enter. Lu Ming guessed, but he could only give up. I wonder what's recorded in the pendant. Lu Ming was a little curious. What was the opportunity that the Heavenly God sect was talking about? His soul sense submerged into the jade plate, and he began to examine it carefully. It's a martial skill, a low-grade deity level martial skill. Intent level martial skill? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with doubt after he took a look. What was an intent level martial skill? Lu Ming only knew about bloodline martial skills. Apart from bloodline martial skills, all other martial skills were ordinary martial skills. How could there be an intent level martial skill? Lu Ming had never heard of it before. Immediately, Lu Ming read the contents carefully. Thunder God Strike was the name of this martial skill. So amazing, so magical. After reading for a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was filled with amazement. He finally understood what an intent level martial skill was. Ordinary martial artists comprehended the intent level of heaven and earth. As their cultivation level increased, their power would become stronger. However, they had not unearthed the true power of the intent level. Ordinary martial artists could only use the power of the intent level crudely. For example, Lu Ming's fusion of 5 types of intent levels was only used to increase Lu Ming's attack power. However, the deeper aspects of each intent level were not unearthed. As for intent level martial skills, through special operations and application of martial skills, the power of the intent level could be displayed to the fullest, and the hidden power of the intent level could be used to the extreme. Lu Ming had never heard of intent level martial skills in the Divine Wilderness continent. Intent level martial skills were the same as ordinary martial skills. They were low-grade deity level and high-grade deity level. Low-grade deity level intent level martial skills were mainly about the deeper application of the intent level. As for high-grade deity level martial skills, they were not considered intent level martial skills. They should be called domain martial skills, and they could be used to the extreme of an emperor's domain. The power of intent level martial skills was several times stronger than ordinary martial skills, and even bloodline martial skills. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming looked carefully, and the more he looked, the more shocked he was. What a powerful and terrifying power. However, this is too profound. The difficulty of cultivating it is shockingly high. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Intent level martial skills were powerful, but at the same time, it was even more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming felt that even though they were both inferior grade divine level martial techniques, the concept martial techniques were 100 times more difficult to cultivate than ordinary inferior grade divine level martial techniques. Yes, 100 times, intent level martial skills were 100 times harder to cultivate than ordinary martial skills. Lu Ming frowned and looked carefully. In the end, he simply took out the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and placed it beside him to help him comprehend. Unknowingly, Lu Ming's mind sank into the Thunder God Strike, carefully comprehending its mysteries. After the War of Providence, Lu Ming's comprehension had increased tenfold. At this moment, under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, his understanding of the Thunder God Strike was rapidly increasing. Lu Ming was completely immersed in the cultivation of the Thunder God Strike. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. Zzz, bolts of lightning swam around Lu Ming's body, as if they were alive, as if they had spirituality. In the end, there were more and more thunderbolts on Lu Ming's body and they became thinner and thinner. In the end, the endless thunderbolts were thinner than a strand of hair. Countless such thin thunderbolts were actually woven together to form a thunderbolt combat suit. It looked exactly the same as ordinary clothes. There was no difference at all. However, if anyone touched it with their hands, they would be struck to ashes by the power of lightning. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The first level of the Thunder God Strike has been successfully cultivated. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After 7 days of comprehension, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the first level of the Thunder God Strike. This speed was already very shocking. Some peerless geniuses could not cultivate the first level even if they spent their entire lives. Intent level martial skills are indeed amazing. It can fully unleash the potential of the lightning intent level. I'm still at the first level. The further I cultivate, the stronger the power will be. Lu Ming looked at the thunder battle suit on his body. With a thought, the thunder battle suit dissipated into nothingness. It seems that Ice Dragon should also be cultivating intent level martial skills. No wonder the ice intent level can unleash such terrifying power. Lu Ming thought of Ice Dragon. The Divine Ruins continent was worthy of being the top continent in the Divine Ruins continent. Martial techniques that had never been heard of in the Divine Wilderness continent were actually passed down here. Perhaps, the 4 great palaces all had their own martial techniques. Most of the strongest geniuses in the 4 great palaces had come into contact with them. After cultivating for many years, their power must be extraordinary. Lu Ming guessed that Ice Dragon should have cultivated the ice will martial technique to the 2nd level. I didn't expect that 7 days have passed unknowingly. It's time to go out. I wonder how Xiaoqing is doing? Lu Ming was a little worried. He had fallen into the previous comprehension unknowingly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to comprehend it at this time. He would have definitely looked for Xianxia first. This place was too dangerous. The geniuses were killing each other to seize each other's keys and obtain opportunities. Even with Xianxia's cultivation and combat strength, it was still dangerous. Without hesitation, Lu Ming walked out. Gotcha. When Lu Ming came to the door opened automatically. Lu Ming stepped out. When Lu Ming went out, the door closed automatically. Whoosh, a blood-red key flew out of the 9 keyholes on the stone tablet and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was Lu Ming's key. As for the other 8 keys, they disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few figures flew out from the mountains below. Sure enough, someone has entered the palace. Stop him. Don't let him go. It's him. I recognize him. He's from the Divine Wilderness continent. Voices rang out. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. It was the top genius of the Divine Crocodile continent, Yiquang. After this period of time, Yiquang's cultivation had also broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the 6th level spirit god. A total of 3 people surrounded Lu Ming in 3 directions. When they came here some time ago, they discovered that there were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet in front of the door. They knew that someone had entered. The few of them waited in the mountain ridge below. True enough, they saw Lu Ming coming out from it. This person can't be underestimated. His combat strength is not weak. Yiquang said solemnly. What are you afraid of? With the 3 of us working together, there's no need to be afraid of him. Another young man said. Scram! Lu Ming coldly shouted. You are courting death. Let's join hands and kill him. A young man roared. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming stepped forward and punched out, shattering the man's body into pieces. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards Yiquang and his companion. No, Yiquang roared in horror. Bang! Bang! With 2 explosions, 2 more corpses appeared on the scene, and 3 more keys appeared above Lu Ming's head, turning it back into 4 keys. Lu Ming did not stop. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and flew in a certain direction. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense to search for Xianxia. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. In just a short while, they had already flown over 100,000 miles. Along the way, Lu Ming saw no less than 10 palaces in the sky. There were indeed many palaces in this world. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked to the front. There was a blood-colored light pillar that soared into the sky. Obviously, someone had obtained more than 6 keys, which was why the blood-red light beam was triggered. I wonder if Xiaoqing is over there. Let's go and see. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw that there were also skyprides flying in that direction from other directions. Obviously, the others had also seen the light beam. Someone has obtained more than 6 keys. Kill. Quick, don't let others get ahead of us. Voices sounded one after another. Lu Ming took a casual glance and saw no less than 10 young men flying towards the blood-red light beam. Sure do. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Among these people, Lu Ming saw Sherdu's aura was at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Obviously, he had also broken through to the 4th level during this period. Ahead, on a mountain peak, everyone saw a young man in blue. There were 7 blood-red keys above his head. It's him, it's him. He's only at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. He's mine. He's mine. Sensing the young man's cultivation, many people's eyes emitted a blazing light. Nearly 1,000 young skyprides had entered this time. The weakest of them was even at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm. There were even some at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. This person was at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. If they were lucky, he would really obtain 7 keys. If they could kill this person and obtain his 7 keys, they would be able to easily obtain 9 keys and enter the floating palaces to obtain opportunities. The young man in blue was shocked when he saw so many people. He turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? It's too late to escape. Cold shouts sounded. More than 10 figures chased after the young man in blue. Lu Ming frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong. However, he was fearless and chased after him from afar. In a flash, the young man in blue fled into a valley. Suddenly swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. 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 7 or 8 young men in blue suddenly flew out of the valley. Many of them had 5 or 4 blood-red keys floating above their heads. Haha. So many big fish. We're rich. These people laughed loudly. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. Let's go. The young men who were chasing after them were shocked. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. That blue-clothed young man at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm was only bait, and he intentionally obtained the 7 keys in order to draw others to kill him and then lead them into the trap. It's too late to leave now. The few young men in blue clothes sneered as they revealed powerful auras. 2 of them had even reached the terrifying 7th level of the spirit god realm. They were extremely fast. They stepped into the air and surrounded Lu Ming's group. 7th level of the spirit god realm. It's over. They're dead. Someone was terrified. Shurdo was the same. He was terrified and wanted to escape. However, he was surrounded by the young men in blue from all directions. Ah? Lu Ming. Shurdo turned around and saw Lu Ming. Previously, his attention was always on the young man in blue and he didn't see Lu Ming. Only now did he see him. His eyes flashed with astonishment. 7 days ago, he saw Lu Ming being surrounded by silver wing and man foam. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He didn't expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. However, he didn't have time to be astonished. Escaping was more important. Die. The 7 young men in blue attacked. Their sword lights slashed out. Ah, suddenly, screams sounded out. 5 young men were killed in an instant. The remaining few fought with all their might to block the attack. Shurdo was a little more agile. He dodged the attack. Bang, Lu Ming waved his palm and destroyed the sword chi. Kill. Kill. Lion Do and the other young man were lucky enough to survive, but they were terrified to the point of screaming repeatedly. They were utterly no match for the 2 blue-clothed young men at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. They were too strong and could crush them. No, I don't want to die. Lion Do roared madly in his heart. He was extremely anxious in his heart, and his mind was swiftly thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lu Ming, 7 days ago, Lu Ming was clearly surrounded by silver wing and man foam, but he was still alive and well now. Lu Ming might be able to save him. He hurriedly charged towards Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, save me, save me. Why should I save you? Lu Ming sneered. Swish, at this moment, a young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm made a move, and a sword light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming blasted out with a punch and dispersed the sword light. This caused the blue-clothed young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm to frown, whereas Lion Do's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was able to block the attack of a 7th level spirit god. At this moment, Lion Do seemed as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. We're from the same place, the same continent. At this moment, we have to work together. Lion Do shouted loudly. Work together? Why didn't you work together when I was trapped 7 days ago? Lu Ming sneered. 7 days ago, Lu Ming had noticed Lion Do's figure from the corner of his eyes. At that time, Lion Do fled faster than anyone, and he even took pleasure in Lion Do's misfortune. Now, Lion Do wanted him to save his life? Wasn't that laughable? I'm weak. Lion Do shouted loudly. What's the point of leaving a weak piece of trash in this world? Lu Ming smiled faintly, and then his figure flashed and left Lion Do. No, save me. Lion Do was almost scared to the point of wetting himself when he saw Lu Ming leave, and he wailed. Lu Ming, save me. I'm willing to be your mount as long as you save me. I'm not interested in a mount of trash like you. Lu Ming said. Die. At this moment, a blue-clothed young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm approached Lion Do and slashed out with his sword. No. The lion roared unwillingly and resisted with all its might. However, it was completely useless as its head was sliced off by the sword. Lion Do die. At this moment, only Lu Ming's to kill Lion Do. Let's join forces. A blue-clothed youth at the 7th level of the spirit god realm spoke. Lu Ming did not see Xianxia. He was somewhat disappointed and wanted to leave. Since you've seen us attack, do you still want to leave? A blue-clothed youth at the 7th level of the spirit god realm sneered. They came from a famous continent. However, if word spread that they had hunted and killed other elites, it would not be good for their reputation. Therefore, Lu Ming had to die. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's attack together, kill him, and leave this place quickly. Roar. Lu Ming unleashed the power of 8 dragons and punched out 8 times in a row. 8 punches blasted out, and the 8 sword lights instantly collapsed. The punches didn't stop and continued to blast forward. 2 young men with weaker cultivations were directly penetrated by the punches. The remaining 4 coughed up mouthfuls of blood and retreated with heavy injuries. Even the 2 7th level spirit god realm geniuses retreated wildly. Their expressions changed drastically. Not good. This person is too strong. Let's retreat. One of the 7th level spirit god realm geniuses roared in fear and wanted to escape. Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward. His fist aura was shocking, shrouding the remaining 6 people. A few shrill cries resounded out successively as the remaining blue-clothed young men were annihilated. Even if there were 2 existences at the 7th level of the spirit god realm, they were only able to resist a few moves before being annihilated as well. In just a short moment, more than a dozen geniuses had died in this area. These geniuses stood at the peak of their respective continents. They looked down on their peers and were invincible. They had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline, and it was certain that they would become emperors in the future. But here, their lives were like grass that were constantly being harvested. This way, Lu Ming was even more worried about Xianxia's safety. Buzz, 9 blood-red keys floated above Lu Ming's head, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. However, Lu Ming didn't have the time to pay attention to it, nor did he have the time to open a palace and obtain the fortuitous opportunities inside. He only wanted to find Xianxia first. Whoosh, he stepped forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the extreme, flying into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, and he was like a bolt of lightning that flashed in the sky. What's that? A beam of blood-red light? It looks like a blood-red beam of light. There was a blood-red beam of light above Lu Ming's head. Under Lu Ming's high-speed flight, it was like a huge blood-red iron rod that swept across the void, attracting the attention of many people. But many people had only just seen it when the blood-red beam of light had already disappeared into the distance. It was truly too fast. Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to the extreme and radiated it in all directions to search for Xianxia's whereabouts. Fortunately, this small world wasn't very big. Lu Ming quickly arrived at the end. Ahead was a chaotic void. Lu Ming turned around and continued to search. An intense battle was taking place in the sky above a lake. 2 7th level spirit god experts were joining forces to battle a peerless beauty. This woman was precisely Xianxia. At this moment, there were 5 blood-red keys above Xianxia's head. And the 2 7th level spirit god youths each had 5 blood-red keys. The 2 7th level spirit god experts joining forces were actually unable to take down Xianxia for a moment. After more than 7 days, Xianxia's cultivation had improved again, reaching the peak of the 6th level spirit god. However, her combat strength was incomparably terrifying, and she could fight 2 7th level spirit god geniuses by herself. Devilish chi seethed on Xianxia's body, and it was vast and mighty as it formed numerous terrifying devilish palm prints that smashed towards the other 7th level spirit god realm expert and entered into a battle with the other 2. For a time it was difficult to determine the outcome. Not far from the battlefield, there were 3 figures. One of the youths had a tall and sturdy figure, and he had a huge golden hoop on his nose. He crossed his arms and watched quietly. At the side, the other 2 youths stood respectfully by his side. I didn't expect that a woman who hasn't grasped a concept martial skill would actually have such combat strength. It's truly rare. The youth with the nostril hoop spoke indifferently as he looked at Xianxia's peerless beauty, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. This woman is indeed powerful. If young Master Niu can take her down, you can take her as a concubine. At the side, a youth revealed a flattering smile and flattered. The youth with the nostril hoop revealed an expression of interest and said, "Yes, let's wait and see." Damn it. Who is this woman? She actually has such combat strength. We must take her down as soon as possible and not be looked down upon by young Master Niu. One of the youths that besieged Xianxia roared in his heart. The two of them gnashed their teeth and attacked Xianxia with all their strength. End of chapter 1237. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.